Yo ho 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 yo ho 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 hey race a toast to you with Bink Sake. A melodious refrain stirred Logan from his slumber, and as he gradually opened his eyelids, a blinding white light momentarily disoriented him. Ugh, Logan turned his head, shielding his face with his hand, struggling to acclimate to the brightness surrounding him. After a few minutes, he stared vacantly at the completely unfamiliar environment, his mind a blank slate. Logan-chan, you're finally awake. Suddenly, an excited voice pierced his ears, so loud it made his head throb. Logan furrowed his brow and glanced over, locking eyes with a peculiarly dressed man. He scrutinized the man's appearance. Purple eyeshadow, red lipstick, a pink dress, an overwhelming scent of perfume. In an out-of-season snow-white fur scarf, such attire, combined with the man's gender, inevitably led Logan to associate him with a particular group. Upon noticing Logan's unblinking gaze, Nelson's eyes sparkled with an astonishing light. His heart rejoiced, pounding fiercely within his chest. Logan-chan is actually looking at me. He's looking at me. Look, his eyes are fixated on my beautiful visage, such a fervent, aggressive gaze. Could it be that he finally wishes to accept me? With this thought, Nelson trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face like a fountain. The tears splashed onto the blanket, startling Logan, who instinctively shifted upward. He then clutched the blanket, staring at the suddenly wailing man, his heart sinking. What on earth is this place? Wasn't I on my way home? Could I have been drugged at some point? Damn it. I knew that water in the car tasted off. There was indeed a problem. That wretched driver. Where the hell have you sold me to? Damn it. Just as Logan contemplated the possibility of encountering a misfortune, a searing pain erupted from the depths of his soul, accompanied by a torrent of fragmented memories. Logan's toes curled, his body arching painfully like a shrimp. Rip, rip, with the sound of tearing fabric. The thin sheets disintegrated under Logan's tight grip. Nelson's cries abruptly ceased, witnessing Logan's sudden agony. He panicked instantly. Logan-chan, what's wrong? Ship's doctor. Nelson leaped from the bedside as if stepping on a hot iron, shouting toward the door. The excruciating pain came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, lasting only a few fleeting seconds. Yet, to Logan, those seconds felt like an eternity. He was utterly drained, his clothes soaked in sweat, gasping heavily on the bed. Hearing Nelson's frantic calls, he managed to croak, "Don't shout. I'm fine, be quiet." Although uncertain of what was happening, the fatal wound that had once resided in his abdomen mysteriously healed as if it never existed. If the ship's doctor discovered this, it would undoubtedly draw unwanted attention, and Logan wished to avoid that at all costs. Nelson, obedient to Logan's request, immediately covered his mouth, frozen in place, making no sound. Logan cast him a helpless glance, mustering his strength to speak softly. "I'm sorry, Nelson, I'm a bit hungry. Could you please fetch me something to eat?" Nelson's eyes brightened with enthusiasm as he nodded vigorously, carefully covering his mouth before retreating. With a soft click of the door closing, the room was left with only Logan's heavy breaths. Have I crossed over? Have I truly crossed over? Logan stared blankly at the ceiling, his gaze devoid of focus. After a while, he raised his arm, examining this body that clearly did not belong to him, and bitterness gradually filled his eyes. The cacophony in his ears, the slight swaying beneath him, the sudden influx of memories, and this body that was undeniably foreign. All these elements conveyed a harsh truth to Logan. He had indeed crossed over. Moreover, based on the peculiar terminology in the fragments of memory, Logan was certain he had landed in the world of One Piece during the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar. Upon realizing this, Logan felt as though he could weep without tears. 2 years prior, due to a single utterance from Roger, dangerous individuals hidden in the world's darkest corners surged toward the sea, embroiled in ceaseless conflict. Violence, chaos, oppression, and slavery defined this era. Only the strong could navigate these treacherous waters without worry, while the weak were devoured completely, like moths drawn to flame. Florentino Crotto Logan, 17 years old, was but a tiny moth thrown into this cruel sea. A year ago, Logan set sail to become a pirate. 8 months ago, he entered the Grand Line, joining the Barton pirate crew as a combatant. Half a month ago, he followed the crew into the New World, engaging in plunder and violence. 3 days ago, during a raid on a massive merchant convoy, the original host was fatally stabbed in the abdomen. The once vibrant youth had withered away. Logan sighed, mourning the fallen boy and reflecting on his own fate. He touched the bandages wrapped around his abdomen. Where there was no longer any pain, the wound had miraculously healed. Is this some kind of benefit for a transmigrator? Logan's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. Creak. The door opened quietly. Nelson, cradling a steaming bowl of food as if it were treasure, approached Logan's bedside, grinning. Logan-chan, I made you some sweet red bean soup. I guarantee you'll feel revitalized after drinking it. A wave of warmth wafted over, and Logan sniffed, catching a faint hint of sweetness. Gurgle. His stomach betrayed him with a growl. Indeed, this body hadn't eaten in 3 days. It was only natural he felt famished. Nelson. South eyes crinkled into crescent moons at the sound emanating from Logan's belly. Logan-chan, hurry and eat. Logan didn't immediately reach for the food. Instead, he blinked his obsidian-like eyes at Nelson. Without needing any special ability, he could clearly sense the kindness emanating from Nelson. It was a warmth akin to the sun on a winter's day. Thank you. Logan sat up, speaking with utmost sincerity. To suddenly find oneself in such a perilous world, becoming a pirate who walks the knife's edge, and to encounter someone so kind as the first personate was indeed something to be profoundly grateful for. It. Thank you. Logan-chan actually said thank you to me? Nelson was utterly shocked, standing there as if struck by lightning. Logan laughed heartily, the shadows lingering in his heart slowly dissipating with that laughter. Nelson's worldview was once again profoundly shaken this time. He was so astounded that his jaw nearly dropped to the floor, incredulously pointing at Logan's smile, muttering, Logan-chan, you actually smiled at me. Remembering the reckless deeds of the original host, Logan felt a twinge of embarrassment, turning his head slightly and scratching the back of his head. Well, I was a bit of a jerk before, treating you so poorly and making you suffer. I truly apologize. No, Nelson cried, tears streaming down his face like raindrops. I willingly accepted it all. I like you, Logan. Logan hastily pressed down on Nelson's shoulders, interrupting him with a heavy sigh. A romantic relationship is absolutely out of the question. Absolutely. Logan Nielsen's eyes brimmed with tears as he softly called Logan's name, a sound that tugged at the heartstrings. Logan took a deep breath, steadied himself, and spoke earnestly. Nielsen, while it may be impossible for us to become lovers, we can certainly be the best of friends. As long as we acknowledge each other, it is entirely feasible for us to remain just friends. Is it not? Best friends? Nielsen murmured, lowering his head and repeating the phrase, his eyes gradually brightening. Soon, he lifted his head with a joyful expression and exclaimed, though I still wish to be Logan's lover, let us become the best of friends in the meantime. Logan extended his hand, smiling. We shall be the best of friends forever. Clap. The two hands clasped tightly, a bond of infinite friendship. Gurgle. An untimely sound suddenly interrupted the moment. Nielsen withdrew his hand, exasperatedly tapping his head as he lamented, I forgot that Logan is still hungry. That's all my fault. All my fault. Oh dear, the red bean soup has gone cold. Let us not concern ourselves with such trivialities after all. We are the best of friends. As Logan spoke, he laughed heartily and took the bowl from Nielsen. Gazing at the bowl of red bean soup with perfectly blended red and white, which tantalized the appetite, Logan did not harbor high expectations. After all, one cannot expect a formidable pirate who is perpetually engrossed in the art of makeup to possess exceptional culinary skills. Can they? Well, this is a testament to my friendship with Nielsen, even if it is a culinary disaster. I shall finish it all. Resolute in this determination, Logan closed his eyes and scooped a generous spoonful of red bean soup into his mouth. What on earth is this flavor? Logan's eyes widened in an instant, his mouth instinctively chewing. The delightful broth, with the perfect balance of sweetness and richness, slid down his throat, accompanied by tender, glutinous rice cakes that were irresistibly smooth. The indescribable deliciousness nearly melted his tongue. Delicious. Incredibly delicious. Exceedingly delightful. For reasons unknown, Logan found himself laughing as he continued to eat. Moments later, he licked his lips, still yearning for more. Logan, is it tasty? Nielsen fidgeted with the hem of his shirt, as anxious as a schoolchild awaiting exam results. Logan wiped his mouth, handed the bowl back to Nielsen, and declared with a hearty laugh, "Another bowl, please." Chapter 2. Captain Barton of the pirate ship Fantastic, Nelson exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. He seized the empty bowl, unable to contain the surging emotions within him, twisting his body into an S shape as he shouted and dashed outside. The door was smashed open, leaving a gaping hole, and Nelson, undeterred, leaped from the second floor, crashing directly into the throng of revelers below. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Logan heard the disgruntled roars of other pirates. How delightful, he thought, a genuine smile spreading across his face. The red bean soup was indeed exquisite, imbued with a unique energy that coursed through his limbs, invigorating him. A warm sensation began to emanate from the depths of his being. Yet, compared to the warmth enveloping his body, Logan's heart felt even warmer. In this moment, all feelings of unease, anger, and fear dissipated, replaced by a radiant and gentle light. The catalyst for this transformation was a simple bowl of red bean soup. This bowl of sweet red bean soup revived the warmth buried deep within Logan's heart. He recalled the warmth of figures like Razanandi, Shiriluk, the valiant warrior Karlgla, and Ace. He remembered that this world harbored not only the nauseating darkness, but also individuals as warm as the sun. A smile graced Logan's face as he glanced out the window, stretching languorously. "Well, since I'm here, I might as well embrace it. After all, this is a world I once dreamt of. A visit here is quite splendid." Logan threw off the covers and swiftly donned his attire. Speaking of which, this body was remarkably tall. At just 17, he stood at least 6 feet 3 inches. At this rate, he certainly had the potential to become an admiral of the Navy. However, that was unlikely, given that he was already wanted by the Navy. It would be wiser to pursue the path of the Pirate King. Gazing into the mirror, Logan reveled in his thoughts before reaching for the sword placed on the table. The cool touch of the blade invigorated him. The sword was approximately 5 feet long, with a straight blade and a beautifully curved tip. The sheath was crafted from rare white shark skin, and the hilt was wrapped in fine chestnut-colored vines, with the guard adorned in exquisite ice floral patterns. Breathtaking. Logan was instantly captivated by the elegance of this weapon. He murmured as he drew the glimmering white blade, his gaze entranced by the pale blue frost patterns etched upon it. Though it was as flawless as a work of art, the sword exuded a sense of resilience akin to unyielding rock rather than fragile glass. Unable to contain his excitement, Logan swiftly drew the entire blade and, in this not-so-spacious room, began to practice the movements he remembered. The blade flashed, frost billowed, and delicate frost flowers fell as he danced with the sword. After completing a series of movements, Logan stood tall, sheathing his blade and extending his hand to catch a drifting frost flower. Clad in a sailor's vest, Logan shivered, hastily brushing away the frost flower and returning the blade to its sheath. Beautiful yet chilling, it was a sight to behold. Standing before the window, he playfully traced patterns in the frost with his fingers while caressing the sheath. The sword, named Ice Vein, was not one of the legendary 83 blades of the sea, but a parting gift from his father, said to be forged from the essence of deep-sea cold iron, possessing a hardness rivaling diamonds and an essence that penetrated the soul. It felt like a weapon forged from ice, igniting a long-lost passion within Logan. The boundless sea, the world of dreams. His eyes sparkled as he carefully hung Ice Vein at his waist and boldly pushed open the broken door, striding outside. "World, here I come." The moon hung low, stars twinkled, and the cool sea breeze caressed him, lifting his spirits. Yet, the raucous noise emanating from the lower deck cast a shadow over his good mood. "Drink up, you bastard. That's my meat. Get lost if you want to die." The clinking of cups, shouts, and songs mingled with the sounds of clashing blades, creating a cacophony that was more raucous than 100 crows. A hairy pirate danced around the deck, his steps comically awkward, while his off-key singing was almost unbearable, earning him a few kicks with each pass. In the midst of this pirate chaos were heaps of glimmering treasures, gold, berries, spices, and precious jewels. Logan's gaze lingered on these riches for a few moments. Indeed, It was these very treasures that had led to the demise of his predecessor's pirate dreams. White Fang, you scum are still alive? A drunken bellow pierced through the din, directly reaching Logan's ears. He focused and saw a muscular man whose arms were twice the size of his thighs, holding a bottle of liquor and staring at him. After a moment's thought, Logan recognized him as Tuka, the ship's sniper, known as Cold Gun, with a bounty of 2 million berries. The name White Fang was the moniker on Logan's bounty notice, a simple and unembellished title bestowed by the Navy. While it carried a certain narrative weight, he found himself longing for a more flamboyant title. Perhaps he could persuade the Navy to change it someday. Hey, you little bastard. I'm talking to you. Tuka suddenly erupted in fury, swinging his massive arm and hurling the empty bottle at Logan. The rush of wind startled Logan, prompting him to duck just in time. The bottle, propelled with tremendous force, whizzed past his hair and shattered against the staircase. Tuka, slightly swaying, muttered, "Really, didn't hit?" With that, he picked up another bottle and began to drink heartily, as if nothing had occurred. Damn it! Logan felt the hair on his body stand on end. He instinctively reached for his blade, ready to charge at Tuka for a well-deserved haircut, but a sudden thought stopped him. Criminal. Scum. Logan's perception of pirates had crystallized. He gripped his sword, reining in his anger as he approached the crowd. He wished to avoid dealing with such scum, but sometimes it was unavoidable. Maintaining a cold demeanor, he navigated past drunken pirates until he stood before a pirate who towered over him by an entire head. This man, around 50 years old, had graying hair and an emaciated frame. Logan suspected that without the skeletal structure, this man would appear even thinner. Rumor had it this was a disease, and Logan believed it, for the old pirate's face bore a sickly pallor. Yet no one aboard dared to underestimate this frail figure. The reason was simple. He was the captain of the ship, Angal Barton, the notorious Blazing Pig, with a bounty of 12 million berries. Barton toyed with a goblet in his hand, his crimson eyes emotionlessly assessing Logan. The aura of a ruthless pirate loomed over Logan, instilling in him the sensation of facing a prehistoric beast. Suppressing the urge to rest his hand on the hilt of his sword, Logan steeled himself and said, "Captain, I have awakened." Barton nodded, taking a sip of the crimson liquid before grinning. What a pity. Logan's gaze fell upon the bloodstains on Barton's sparse teeth, and a chill ran down his spine. That was blood, not wine, genuine human blood. This man was a full-fledged cannibal. There existed an unspoken rule aboard the ship. Any pirate who remained unconscious for 3 days would face execution. This was precisely why Logan sought out Barton upon awakening. If he had arrived late, he would have ended up in Barton's private kitchen. "Captain, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I sense a dull ache emanating from my wound." Logan harbored no desire to linger in the presence of this monstrous figure. Barton cast a sidelong glance at him, leisurely raising his gaze to the bright yellow moon, and coldly commanded, "Endure it. I have an announcement to make." Logan's complexion paled as he silently retreated to a corner of the deck, leaning against the ship's railing. The lofty aspirations of becoming a naval admiral and the pirate king had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming urge to distance himself from this ancient creature. Confusion, anger, and fear swirled within Logan's complex gaze as Barton ascended the platform beneath the main mast. Suddenly, a bizarre transformation unfolded. Barton's emaciated head began to swell, his hair sprouting like sharp black needles, his mouth splitting open to reveal 2 formidable fangs jutting upwards, while a pair of crimson eyes radiated a savage aura. "Listen up, my little ones," Barton bellowed, and an overwhelming terror, unique to ancient beasts, engulfed the deck. The inebriated pirates collectively shuddered, drenched in cold sweat. Far more effective than any remedy for drunkenness. Gazing upon the grotesque visage illuminated by the moonlight, Logan's heart raced uncontrollably, igniting an irresistible urge to flee. "Logan, how did you end up here?" Nelson materialized from nowhere, waving his hand before Logan's eyes. Chapter 3. I want to escape. Logan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling slightly at the end of his words. Upon noticing this, Nelson immediately positioned himself in front of Logan, glaring furiously at Barton and muttering under his breath, "You scoundrel, Barton. Do you not realize that Logan is gravely injured? How dare you unleash your oppressive aura so recklessly? Logan stared blankly at Nelson's back. Astonished by his strength, he seemed entirely unaffected by Barton's menacing presence. Logan, it's best if you return to your quarters. The ship's doctor insists you need rest. Nelson suddenly turned around, gently resting his hand on Logan's shoulder in a comforting manner. Logan felt warmth in his heart. Just then, Barton roared again, silence. The ancient beast's aura once more reverberated through the room, but this time, with Nelson by his side, Logan felt considerably more at ease. He patted Nelson's hand with a faint smile and said, "I'm fine. Let us see what he has to say." Reluctantly, Nelson nodded and plopped down in front of Logan, pouting as he rested his chin on his hands. Logan smiled softly and looked up at Barton. "Hey lads, did you enjoy the feast over the past 3 days?" The pirates, recalling the wild celebrations, momentarily forgot their captain's fearsome nature and erupted in enthusiastic shouts of yes. It was fantastic. Barton nodded in satisfaction, reverting from his beastly form to his human visage, and posed the question, "Do you desire more treasure? More fine wines? More women?" "Absolutely," the pirates responded, their voices brimming with excitement. Logan furrowed his brow, suddenly noticing a rolled-up parchment in Barton's right hand. A sense of unease washed over him, as if foreboding misfortune loomed ahead. Indeed, Barton unfurled the parchment with his bony hand, revealing a bounty notice depicting a captain's hat of authority, flowing golden hair, and a crescent-shaped white mustache. Logan's shock at this moment was no less than when he first encountered Barton's beastly transformation. Whitebeard. Although the image on the bounty notice appeared significantly different from how he would look 20 years later, Logan instantly recognized the identity. Edward Newgate, the legendary Whitebeard. The world's strongest man in his prime laughed heartily upon that yellowed paper. Logan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as Barton's gaunt face loomed larger in his vision. Surely, this fool would not dare to challenge Whitebeard, would he? Surely, this must be a fabrication. Barton must be revealing this bounty to warn the crew against provoking Whitebeard, right? Surely, that must be the case. Logan clenched his jaw, desperately clinging to a flicker of hope, despite knowing it was unlikely. He did not wish to die. Although he had arrived in this world in a haze, he did not want to leave it in a similar state of confusion. However, Barton's next words ruthlessly shattered his fragile hopes. "Listen up, lads. After Roger's demise, Whitebeard is the man closest to the grand treasure. If we slay him, we shall claim the fabled treasure of the Pirate King, the ultimate treasure." Barton lifted the bounty notice high, his tone no longer calm, but filled with frenzied zeal. At that moment, eternal life, wealth, power, fame, everything. Once we obtain the grand treasure, we shall possess all that the world has to offer. All we need to do is kill Whitebeard and claim his head, and everything will be within our grasp. Kill, kill, kill. Under Barton's fervent encouragement, the pirates erupted into a frenzy, raising their fists and shouting. Satisfied with their enthusiasm, Barton pressed his palm down to quiet them before declaring, "To celebrate the wise and magnificent decision made by the Barton pirate crew, I, your captain, have decided to share a portion of my treasure from this plunder with all of you." He emphasized, "That means all of you." The pirates paused momentarily before erupting into thunderous cheers. Among the loudest were a few gaunt, haggard individuals. These were the expendable pirates aboard the ship. The hierarchy on Barton's ship was distinctly defined: captain, combatants, ordinary pirates, and expendable pirates. Combatants were pirates with bounties. Ordinary pirates had to achieve 10 kills to earn their place, while the expendable pirates were civilians abducted from towns, serving as little more than slaves with no rights. In past distributions of plunder, expendable pirates had only been able to watch enviously, without even the right to lick the bowls. Yet this time, the captain had decided to relinquish a portion of his 60% share, which was an enormous windfall. The expendables were nearly overwhelmed with joy. "Now, let the revelry commence. Lads, oh. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere, Logan felt himself drowning in despair. His mood had plummeted to an all-time low. What captain? What man-eater? What supernova? They were all nonsensical titles. He was merely a fool who could not recognize his own insignificance. Bang! Crack! Logan turned and slammed his fist against the ship's railing, splintering wood. Nelson jumped in surprise, staring at Logan with concern. "Logan, I'm fine," Logan replied, turning his back on Nelson, his voice low and resolute. Nelson wanted to say something more, but Logan raised his hand to silence him. "I'm sorry, Nelson. I just need some quiet." Nelson opened his mouth, ultimately saying softly, "If something's wrong, you must tell me. We are the best of friends. Also, I left red bean soup on the table for you. Do remember to eat it." After his lengthy farewell, Nelson reluctantly walked away. Just then, a faint, almost indistinct voice reached Logan's ears. "Can we defeat Whitebeard?" Nelson's ears perked up, his eyes widening as he looked around. What? Did you hear that, Logan?" Nelson turned to see Logan gazing intently at him. Logan enunciated each word carefully. "I asked, can we defeat Whitebeard?" Nelson scratched his head, uncertain. "We should be able to, I suppose. Although Whitebeard's bounty is terrifyingly high, no one has ever witnessed him in action. Perhaps he is merely a blowhard." "No." Logan's voice was resolute. "That is entirely incorrect. That monster is absolutely, unequivocally beyond our capabilities." Nelson stared at Logan in a daze, suddenly feeling the absurdity of the situation. The Logan he remembered was a fiercely proud individual, one who would never concede defeat. His sharp gaze was as cold as steel. Yet now, Logan was uttering words of absolute helplessness. Had he truly given up? No, that could not be. He still radiated an aura of determination. Why then did he speak those words? Nelson felt his mind racing. "Logan." Logan locked eyes with Nelson, his gaze clear and profound. A person who has faced death perceives the world differently than one who has not. This vast ocean is boundless. At present, we are but a small fish, unworthy of confronting a great whale. As Logan approached Nelson, he lowered his voice to a whisper only they could hear. "Nelson, I wish to escape this ship and establish my own pirate crew. From a humble fish, I will grow into a titanic whale that swallows the heavens. Will you be my first crewmate?" Logan gazed intently at Nelson, his heart brimming with anticipation. Nelson appeared taken aback by Logan's perilous remarks, standing frozen in place, utterly motionless. In the distance, Barton cast handfuls of gold coins into the air, and the pirates rushed to seize them, their jubilant cheers rising in a crescendo. As time slipped away, Nelson remained as still as a statue, failing to respond. Had he faltered? The brilliance in Logan's eyes gradually dimmed as he resignedly closed them, unaware that his fists were clenched tightly. He bore no resentment toward Nelson. The path of defection was fraught with danger, and Barton's tempting vision was undeniably alluring. Defeating Whitebeard would grant him the title of Pirate King and everything the world had to offer. What a splendid dream it was, watching Nelson pursue his aspirations. Witnessing him challenge Whitebeard, seeing him flit toward the blazing fire like a moth. No, I cannot allow this. Veins bulged on Logan's forehead. How could he stand idly by and watch his dearest friend march to his demise? I must convince Nelson, not only for my sake, but for his as well. With this thought, Logan resolutely opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he was met with an unexpected sight. Nelson was weeping profusely, silent tears streaming down his face. His makeup smeared. Despite his sorrow, his mouth was stretched wide in an exaggerated grin, rendering the scene absurdly comical. "Logan, no? Captain," Nelson choked out, "this is my wish." Chapter 4. The Logan pirate crew. Logan suddenly felt as though his heart had been seized by an invisible hand, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Like bubbles rising from the depths of memory, recollections surfaced. It had been 2 months since that incident. On the tranquil sea, a peculiar figure clung desperately to a piece of driftwood, bobbing along with the waves. The individual, grotesquely swollen from prolonged exposure to the water, was enshrouded with a tangle of deep-sea weeds, both repulsive and terrifying, yet one could faintly discern that it was indeed a person. Bored and restless, Logan sought to wager with his fellow pirates on whether the stranger was alive or dead. However, due to the unsavory nature of Logan's stakes, even the most irritable of pirates declined to engage him. Out of frustration, Logan coerced a hapless pirate into betting against him. If he won, the pirate would be executed. If he lost, the pirate would feast. The unfortunate pirate, unable to refuse, retrieved the individual from the sea and summoned the cantankerous ship's doctor for an evaluation. It turned out that Logan had lost. Enraged and humiliated, Logan executed the pirate and contemplated tossing the retrieved figure back into the ocean. However, Barton recognized him as the bounty of 34 million berries, the formidable Arisa Nelson. A valuable asset, Barton decided to bring Nelson aboard, thus preventing Logan from carrying out his impulsive intention. Soon after, Nelson awoke and, upon learning the circumstances, readily agreed to join Barton's crew. Yet, his reasons for joining differed from Barton's expectations. "I have fallen in love with Logan. I wish to board for him," Nelson declared. Perhaps the brine of the sea had muddled his senses, for he believed Logan to be his savior and had developed an infatuation at first sight. Some self-proclaimed sagacious pirates speculated that Nelson was employing an unconventional form of revenge to torment Logan, presumably aiming to inflict a torturous demise upon him amidst disgust and dread. Logan shared this sentiment. However, a week later, due to a trivial incident, Logan became convinced that Nelson was genuinely enamored with him, harboring a love that was, in its essence, quite humble. Realizing this, Logan twisted his lips into a contorted smile and began to exploit Nelson without reservation. Bolstered by Nelson's intimidating presence, he bullied and plundered other pirates, offloading all the dirty work onto Nelson. Yet, regardless of how Logan treated him, whether discarding a meticulously prepared breakfast into the dirt, concealing a venomous beehive in his cupboard, or framing him for theft, Nelson accepted it all with a smile. As memories and reality intertwined, Logan's gaze grew increasingly hazy. He observed Nelson, who was crying like a child, and feigned indifference as he wiped away the tears and snot. "Stop crying, my first crew member," Logan said, his eyes reddening. "Yes, I have my own pirate crew now. The Logan Pirate Crew, Captain," Nelson exclaimed. "The Logan Pirate Crew?" Logan chuckled. "What a splendid name." As the bright moon ascended, a silvery mist enveloped the sea. "Let us go to my room," Logan suggested, glancing at the reveling pirates and smiling at Nelson. "But it's so late." To go to Logan's room, Nelson stammered, his cheeks flushing crimson, steam seemingly rising from his head. "Blast it! You're blushing like a teapot," Logan exclaimed, leaping up to smack his head, his face darkening as he bellowed. "Don't think lewd thoughts, you rascal." "Oh dear." Nelson cupped his head with both hands, gazing at Logan with tear-filled eyes, resembling a wronged spouse. Logan shivered, then playfully slapped him again. "Acting cute is shameful. Back to your room." With that, Logan ascended to the second-floor quarters. On the spot, Nelson gingerly rubbed the area where Logan had struck him, then foolishly grinned as he followed suit. Logan symbolically closed the rickety door and sat opposite Nelson. Before them lay bowls of steaming red bean soup with rice cakes. As Nelson ate, he puzzled. "Logan, is it really necessary to devise a plan? Can't we just steal a small boat and run?" Logan lifted his spoon and retorted. "What if we get caught? Can you defeat Barton? Or how long can you last under his command?" I think I could last about half an hour," Nelson mused, wrapping his scarf tightly. "Half an hour? That's ample time for other pirates to kill me 8 times over," Logan replied seriously. "What we are about to undertake must remain concealed from others. Otherwise, in the vast ocean, we would have no refuge." Nelson nodded thoughtfully. Logan reiterated, "Life and death are no trivial matters. We must exercise utmost caution." With earnest resolve, Nelson patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, I will heed your every word. Absolutely no recklessness, and will safeguard the captain's safety." Logan playfully hit him again, exclaiming, "Fool! Protect yourself first. You are the most crucial member of my crew." "Hee hee." Nelson chuckled. "All right, enough idle chatter." Logan wiped his mouth, pushed their bowls aside, and laid out paper and pen on the table. Nelson's spirit ignited as he clenched his fists. "Speak, Captain. When do we strike? I want to run now." Logan gazed out the window, listening to the ruckus on deck, then turned back to the paper, slightly exasperated. Regrettably, although the ship is in disarray and the lookout's vigilance has waned, Barton remains quite sober. He doesn't drink. Nelson clapped his hands, his expression shifting to realization. That old coot is a Zoan-type devil fruit user. His senses are exceptionally sharp. Escaping while he is alert will be exceedingly challenging. Should we drug him, or perhaps knock him out when he is distracted? Stop! Stop! Logan interjected, seeing Nelson growing increasingly animated with dangerous ideas. A tranquilizer? An ambush? Logan frowned. Do you think Barton would fall for that? The scent of a giant boar is 2,000 times more acute than that of a normal human. It's utterly impossible. Oh dear, what a hassle, Nelson lamented, running his fingers through his hair, resting his head on the table, muttering, those ancient breeds with keen senses are the most troublesome. Logan remained silent, engrossed in his sketches on the paper. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, Barton's formidable strength looming over them like a mountain. Captain, when shall we act? We must at least wait for your injuries to heal. Nelson broke the silence, raising his hand. Tonight, Logan replied, still focused on his writing. Nanny, are you truly all right? That wound is so severe. Didn't you just say it's not the right time? Now is now. Tonight is tonight. There's a distinction. Logan stated without lifting his head. I know my body. I'm fine. But no buts. I am the captain, Logan declared, waving his hand with the authority befitting a leader. I understand, Captain, Nelson replied loudly. As a crew member, he had no right to oppose the captain's decision. His only duty was to protect him, nothing more. In truth, our chances are rather favorable. Logan smiled subtly, redirecting his attention to the paper before him, as he scribbled and remarked, pigs, you see, are exceedingly slothful creatures, and the devil fruit possesses the power to alter its host's traits. Hence, Barton, too, is prone to slumber. Nelson, resembling an eager schoolboy, interjected enthusiastically. Logan gave him a thumbs up. From my recollection, Barton invariably retires for the night before midnight, only to awaken after 10 the following morning. Would you agree? Nelson tilted his head thoughtfully and replied, though my time aboard has been brief. That indeed seems to be the case. Then it is settled. To be prudent, we shall commence our venture at 1 in the morning. Those fellows have been feasting for 3 consecutive days. Even the staunchest among them cannot possibly endure another night of revelry. As Logan inscribed the final stroke on the paper, he lifted it and gently blew upon it to hasten the drying process, concurrently determining their time of action. Naturally, Nelson offered no opposition. Rather, he merely nodded in a perfunctory manner, as his attention was captivated by something far more intriguing. Wow, Captain, what are you writing? Nelson leaned eagerly across the table, straining to discern the contents of the paper. Ha! Logan, beaming with pride, presented the paper to Nelson, exclaiming, this is the treasure of our pirate crew. Is that? Nelson's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of discovering a rare gem, and he exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, the pirate flag, with its imposing skull and crossbones, the icy blade and scabbard in a striking arrangement, and my beloved scarf. Captain, I absolutely adore this pirate flag. Nelson pressed the drawing of the flag fervently against his chest, as if wishing to imprint its design upon his very being. The pirate flag embodies the spirit of our crew. With this banner, we shall truly establish the Logan Pirate Crew. Logan Pirate Crew, Nelson shouted joyously. Logan raised a hand to temper his exuberance, cautioning, all right, keep it down. We wouldn't want Barton and the others to overhear. MHM. Though he endeavored to stifle his voice, Nelson appeared ready to leap with joy. Logan shook his head with amusement, glancing at the clock hanging on the wall, 11:45. Just an hour and 15 minutes remaining. Quite a fine number indeed. Chapter 5. A rough plan. Stop grinning over there. There will be plenty of time for merriment later. Logan waved his hand and said, come over here. We need to discuss our strategy. At your command, Captain. Nelson's demeanor instantly shifted to seriousness as he executed a proper salute. Logan retrieved a piece of paper, writing as he spoke, assuming the best-case scenario. After 1 o'clock in the morning, Barton will be asleep, and most of the pirates will be inebriated. Only 3 areas of the ship will still be operational. The first is the cannon fodder patrol, composed of 5 to 8 lackluster pirates. They lack combat prowess, but are scattered throughout the ship, making them difficult to avoid. The second area consists of the 2 combat pirates on lookout duty in the crow's nest. By the way, who is on duty tonight? Nelson tapped his head in thought and replied, "It's Beck and Lou." "That simplifies things," Logan remarked. "They are usually indifferent to their duties. So they are likely playing cards right now. Just one punch, and they'll be sent flying." Nelson flexed his muscles. Logan smirked and continued. "The last area is the guard stationed in front of the storeroom. The storeroom is the second most important location on the ship, aside from Barton's quarters. So there are always 2 guards at the door, even now." "Humph," Nelson scoffed. "Those guys are not only inept, but also loyal minions of Barton. They do whatever they are told, like machines, devoid of any pirate spirit." Logan remained non-committal, raising 3 fingers. "In any case, without considering any unforeseen circumstances, the forces we need to deal with are the 3 mentioned. We'll split into 2 teams." Nelson immediately raised his hand in protest. "I want to go with the captain. Splitting up will expedite our efforts." Logan coldly rejected him, mainly fearing that Nelson would notice any signs of his uninjured state during the confrontation. Nelson did not argue further, but lowered his head and then looked up earnestly, saying, "Logan, you must take care of yourself." Logan nodded and assigned, "Your task is to eliminate all the eyes on the ship, including the cannon fodder patrol and the lookouts. Only by taking them out can we secure more time for ourselves." Nelson rubbed his hands together, brimming with enthusiasm. "Leave it to me." Logan, wary of his overconfidence, cautioned, "The 2 pirates in the crow's nest have bounties on their heads and are formidable, with keen sight and the ability to raise the alarm at any moment. You must not be careless when dealing with them. Absolutely do not give them a chance to alert anyone." "Absolutely, okay." Nelson flashed a bright smile, displaying his pearly whites, and formed a victory sign. Logan couldn't help but chuckle. "Nelson, you truly put me at ease." "Oh dear, please don't flatter me like that. It makes me shy." Nelson's scarf swirled in the air, and he slithered closer to Logan like a serpent. All right. Logan quickly interjected, "Let us continue with the plan. I will handle the remaining guards at the storeroom. Captain, perhaps I should take this route instead. Your injuries are severe, and I worry it might lead to complications." Nelson explained hastily, "I'm not saying you can't handle the guards, but I fear that if your injuries flare up, it might give the guards a chance to raise the alarm and jeopardize our plans." "Not a problem," Logan reassured him, patting his chest. "Thanks to your red bean soup, I feel invigorated. Taking down those 2 guards will be a piece of cake." Nelson bit his lip, still anxious. However, he refrained from voicing his concerns and instead resolved to swiftly deal with the patrol and lookouts, then reunite with the captain, even if it meant risking his own life to ensure Logan's safety. Seeing the worry etched on Nelson's face, Logan felt a twinge of guilt. He had an impulse to reveal his fully healed state to Nelson, but reason told him it was impossible. How could he explain it? Would he tell Nelson that the Logan he loved was gone, and the one speaking to him was merely a being from another realm occupying his body? The consequences of such a revelation were unfathomable to Logan. Thus, he could only keep this secret from Nelson until the right moment arrived. "By the way, we still need a log pointer," Nelson suddenly exclaimed. "Without it in the new world, we won't be able to go anywhere." This statement brought Logan back to reality. After some contemplation, he replied, "The only pointer on board is with the navigator, Yule. I shall go. Stealth is my forte." Nelson did not object. Yule was nearly 70 years old, possessing vast navigational experience, but lacking any combat capability. Logan's involvement reassured him. However, a thought struck him, and he proposed, "Since you're going to steal the pointer, allow me to take on the task of commandeering the ship." Logan laughed and pointed at him, saying, "You should conserve your strength for rowing. This is a physically demanding task." "Ugh, fine," Nelson replied, looking dejected. Logan smiled gently and glanced at the wall clock, 12:05. "It's already midnight." Logan murmured as he approached the window, where he could see the entire deck. The deck was as raucous as ever, with rowdy pirates making a commotion. Spilling alcohol everywhere, the slovenly cannon fodder scurried among the revelers, wearing smiles and occasionally casting greedy glances at the piles of gold. However, Barton's presence was absent, indicating he had gone to sleep, a promising sign. Logan stood quietly at the window, counting the number of pirates. There were 89 in total, with 33 sprawled on the ground, utterly inebriated, and that number continued to rise. Everything was unfolding as Logan had envisioned. If this continued, it would work. Logan suddenly felt a surge of energy, as if a bright light illuminated his path. His heart raced with indescribable excitement, prompting him to pace back and forth before abruptly sitting back down in his chair. No, he must remain calm at this moment. Logan slapped his face, took several deep breaths, and forced himself to regain composure. Nelson, observing the captain's childlike eagerness akin to a student anticipating summer vacation, couldn't help but chuckle. What is so amusing? Logan shot him a look, only to break into laughter himself. Nelson covered his mouth, laughter escaping through his fingers. Captain, you're truly adorable. Ha ha. In my eyes, you are equally charming, Nelson. Really? Of course. Oh dear, I'm really starting to blush. Logan quickly pushed Nelson's close face away, saying, by the way, do you need to grab anything? Hurry and prepare. Reluctantly, Nelson returned to his seat and pointed at the scarf around his neck. Aside from this, there's nothing else to worry about. Curiosity piqued, Logan asked, does this scarf hold any special significance for you? Well, it's not so much special, but it's quite important. Nelson chuckled, seemingly unwilling to delve deeper into the subject. Captain, you should pack your things. I'll go below deck to scout the enemy's movements and report back shortly. Without waiting for Logan's response, Nelson dashed out the door. Logan scratched his head. It seemed he had found the perfect way to keep Nelson at a distance. Chapter 6. The Sandwolf Pirate Crew at this very moment. In another part of this ocean, a pirate ship adorned with a wolf's head lay amidst chaos. Dozens of battered pirates sprawled across the deck, wailing in despair. Not far from them, the fearsome pirate Klaus Jeremy lay panting beneath the prow of the ship, the wolf's head looming over him. Am I not even worthy of feeling the blade? Jeremy's body was marred with striped bruises, his weapon shattered. Yet what surged within him was not fear, but an almost overflowing rage. Nearby, a broad-shouldered man, his chest exposed, elegantly leaned against the ship's railing, nonchalantly polishing his sword before sheathing it. How outrageous! Jeremy felt an unprecedented humiliation. He staggered to his feet, pointing his broken claw blade at the man, and roared, "Answer me, Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 5th Division. Flower Sword Vista. Respond to me." Vista adjusted the slightly wrinkled hem of his attire, a gentlemanly smile gracing his lips. The fierce wolf, ranked second among the supernovas with a bounty of 130 million berries, truly lived up to his fearsome reputation. "Are you belittling me?" Jeremy exclaimed. Vista casually stepped away from the railing, his open coat billowing in the sea breeze. As he approached, he suddenly removed the white glove from his right hand and extended it toward Jeremy, beaming, "Brave newcomer of the seas, join our father's pirate crew." This unexpected turn of events caught Jeremy off guard, as well as the fallen pirates who gasped in astonishment. The hand, symbolizing acknowledgement and acceptance, hovered before Jeremy's eyes. Then, with a resounding slap, Jeremy thundered, "What nonsense is this? I am your enemy." Flecks of grayish-yellow hair appeared on his cheeks, his sharp teeth bared in a wolfish snarl. Vista, feigning concern, blew on the red mark on the back of his hand and replied, "I am quite sincere." Jeremy fell silent, his eyes fixed on Vista for a moment before his massive frame suddenly toppled backward. Vista blinked, stepped before Jeremy, and gazed down into his eyes. "Are all members of the Whitebeard Pirates this arrogant? What?" Vista scratched his head, a hint of confusion in his expression. "You could effortlessly dispatch me, yet you take the trouble to invite me into your crew, believing I pose no threat to you?" Suddenly, Vista burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Jeremy retorted. My apologies." Vista wiped a tear from his eye and pointed at the bloodstains on his chest, saying, "It's hardly effortless." Jeremy's fury flared, baring his teeth as he growled, "Are you mocking me, you bastard?" Vista's gaze burned intensely into Jeremy's eyes. With a sudden inhalation, Jeremy exhaled 2 puffs of white steam, then abruptly opened his eyes wide, leaping upward. His form elongated, claws sprouted from his limbs, and a thick, bushy wolf tail burst forth from behind him. Animal type, dog fruit, sand wolf form, human-beast hybrid. He declared, "Damn it, I cannot agree. I am destined to become the Pirate King. How could I submit to you?" A whoa! A ferocious aura swept over the ship like a whirlwind. Oh no! Captain! The pirates, who had been easily defeated by Vista, suddenly sprang to life as if invigorated by a potent stimulant, scrambling to surround Vista with their weapons drawn. Jeremy cackled maniacally, shouting, "Come on, Flower Sword. Let us have another round. This time, I will make you feel the blade." "For goodness sake," Vista shook his head in exasperation, raising his hands in surrender. "Spare me. I haven't had dinner yet." "What? Are you conceding? Say what you will, but oh, I am so hungry. Is the kitchen this way? Do you have any leftovers for dinner?" With that, Vista casually brushed aside the surrounding pirates and, to their astonishment, strolled into the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged with a plate of cold rice topped with gravy. "I'm starting now." Vista removed the other white glove, clasped his hands together, and began to eat like a gentleman, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Gulp. The pirates collectively swallowed hard. Though they had no idea how Vista had so effortlessly located the kitchen, they knew this was not the time for contemplation. The first mate, Mike, leaned close to Jeremy and whispered, "Boss, are we still fighting?" Jeremy shot him a fierce glare and grunted, "How should I know? And tell that cook to prepare some meat. I'm hungry too." "Ah, understood." 40 minutes later. "Hey, is this for real? This tastes just as good as Sachi's cooking. Your ship as chef is amazing," Vista exclaimed, mouth full of perfectly cooked steak. Opposite him, Jeremy tore into a hefty piece of meat, barely acknowledging Vista's compliment with a grunt and a slight lift of his chin. "Hey, what are you lot standing there for? Come over here and eat," Jeremy bellowed, tearing off another chunk of meat and turning to the pirates cowering at a distance. The pirates collectively trembled, nervously pushing Mike forward. "Be boss," Mike stammered, gripping his quaking knife, his face pale as he gestured toward Vista. "This guy is a dangerous enemy. How can you eat with him? What if he suddenly attacks you?" Jeremy snorted dismissively. "So what? It's mealtime now." "I am not such a villain," Vista interjected, forking a piece of steak into his mouth with discontent. Jeremy shot him a sidelong glance, then shouted to his crew, "You useless fools, if you're not eating, then get lost." The pirates exchanged glances. Jeremy remained silent, continuing to devour his meal while extending 3 fingers toward them. The pirates jumped, scattering in disarray. Only when the last pirate had scuttled out of sight did Jeremy's first finger slightly bend. Vista watched the scene with amusement and once again invited, "Are you truly not joining us?" Jeremy ignored him completely. "Very well." Vista seemed to relent, expressing disappointment. "Then we must bid farewell in Fort Dwarding." Jeremy replied coldly, "My destination does not include Fort Dwarding." Vista wiped his mouth with a napkin, donned his white gloves, and casually placed his hands on the hilt of his sword, chuckling. "You will find it there. Damn you, Flower Sword." Jeremy transformed instantly, his fierce visage glaring at Vista. Vista drew his twin swords, the blades facing downward, their dark hue swiftly enveloping the pristine white steel. Jeremy's heart raced, his gaze fixated on the ominous color. This power. He sensed that this black energy significantly enhanced Vista's offensive and defensive capabilities. Otherwise, he would never believe that his proudest technique could barely pierce Vista's skin. Suddenly, a thought struck Jeremy, his eyes gleaming with greedy green light. "I can take you to Fort Dwarding, but you must teach me this powerful ability." Vista paused, raising his swords with a smile. "The power of Haki, is it?" Jeremy's heart stirred, the term Haki etched firmly in his mind. He grinned. "So, what do you say? Will you agree?" To his astonishment, Vista readily nodded his agreement. However, before Jeremy could recover from his surprise, Vista swiftly reversed his sword and struck with great speed. Caught off guard, Jeremy was sent flying, crashing heavily against the mast. "Damn it! Wasn't that a clear rejection?" Shaking his dazed head, Jeremy bared his fangs at Vista. The smile on Vista's lips deepened, and with no malice, he remarked, "Receiving a beating is the quickest way to comprehend Haki. Your physique is already sufficient. I estimate that after a few more hits, you will naturally grasp it." Jeremy regarded him with skepticism. Vista steadfastly responded and stepped closer. "Ah, you bastard. That hurts." A scream filled with rage echoed through the air. The pirates hiding in the cabin trembled in fear. Several minutes later, Bista sheathed his twin swords with a look of refreshment. Beside him lay a bruised and battered Jeremy. Focus and delve into it. Do not lose concentration, he advised. The fierce wolf sprawled on the deck rolled its eyes and, gathering its utmost spirit, began to fathom the power known as hockey from its pain. Gradually, the furrowed brow relaxed, as if a unique strength was indeed surging from deep within. Captain, there's a treasure trove. So much treasure. My eyes are nearly blinded by the gleam of gold. A loud voice of excitement erupted from the lookout tower, interrupting Jeremy's meditation. You insufferable fool. Jeremy instantly erupted in anger, leaping from the deck and crashing straight into the lookout tower. See, Captain. The pirate underling, terrified, turned pale and collapsed to the ground. Jeremy glared at him fiercely, wanting to bellow. Do you have any idea how many blows I've endured? Yet, the words that escaped his lips were, Where's the treasure? The underling sighed with relief, trembling as he handed over the telescope and pointed in a direction. Jeremy snatched it, coldly huffing as he raised the telescope to his eyes. What met his gaze was a grand ship adorned with the carving of a tusked wild boar's head. However, that was of little consequence. What mattered were the heaps of golden treasures piled on the deck, like a flock of sheep awaiting the affection of a ravenous wolf. The ship across belongs to the Barton pirate crew, led by Captain Angal Barton, known as the Boar King, with a bounty of 128 million. He is a rising star just below you, the underling exclaimed excitedly. Jeremy grinned with a cruel smile and declared, Who cares who he is? Yetta, sound the battle horn. It's time for war. With that, Jeremy leapt from the lookout tower. The pirate underling acknowledged and blew the horn with all his might. The mournful sound pierced the night's silence, prompting the pirates hiding in the cabin to rush out, armed and ready. Bista stroked his chin and mused, Last time, we provided the drinking money. I suppose the old man is low on funds? Jeremy heard him clearly and retorted coldly, This is my prey. Do not even think about it. Bista clapped his twin blades together, replying, Of course, whoever seizes it first claims it, and with so many of you. Do you think I fear my two hands? Jeremy huffed in anger, choosing to ignore him. He turned to rally the gathered pirate underlings, proclaiming, I see gold. Glorious. Shining gold. Mountains of gold. And guarding them are merely a bunch of drunken sheep. Unleash the fangs of the wolves. Seize all the gold. Slaughter all the sheep. Rob. Rob, rob. Kill, kill, kill. The pirates roared in savage delight, unable to contain their innate desire to plunder. Chapter 7. The plan in motion, they are all asleep. Nelson exclaimed excitedly as he rushed into Logan's room, lowering his voice. Excellent. Logan smacked his thigh and decisively declared, Let us get moving. Nelson glanced at the clock, slightly puzzled, but it isn't even 1 o'clock yet. No matter. Logan replied as he donned an elegant black and red cloak. Plans cannot keep up with changes. We are escaping, and the sooner, the better. Don't overthink it. Let us act swiftly. Once I commandeer the ship, I shall await you at the sea beneath the storage compartment. Let us see who arrives first. Aye, Captain. Nelson replied seriously, shedding his usual playful demeanor. We must be quick. Logan led the way, heading straight for Yule's room, with Nelson closely following, racing towards the lookout tower. At 68, Yule should be enjoying his twilight years, yet he had been coerced aboard by Barton and had become the sole navigator of the ship. The old man appeared to have succumbed to slumber early, and the room was eerily quiet. Logan used a wire to unlock the door, tiptoeing inside in search of the singular navigation pointer. After rummaging through the room in a thorough search, Logan's gaze fell upon Yule. It was peculiar that the old man slept fully clothed, but Logan had little time to ponder such things. Nothing on his hands, nothing on his feet, nothing around his neck, not in his pockets either. Logan glanced beneath the pillow. He tentatively prodded Yule's chest, but there was still no response. However, the old man was a light sleeper, and disturbing his pillow might awaken him. Gritting his teeth, Logan contemplated his knife. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved, He is merely an unarmed old man. Even if he awakes, I can handle him swiftly. With newfound determination, Logan positioned one hand to cover the old man's mouth while the other reached under the pillow. Suddenly, an unexpected twist occurred. A bony hand shot out, seizing Logan's wrist with surprising strength, causing him to wince in pain. Shocked, Logan broke into a cold sweat as Yul slowly sat up, his eyes bright and alert. A stark contrast to his usual dull demeanor. Yul yawned and glared at Logan, chastising him. "You little thief." Logan fell silent, his mind racing for a response. "Watch the knife," he shouted, then swiftly kicked towards Yul's arm. The old man, caught off guard, recoiled. Seizing the opportunity, Logan withdrew his hand and swiftly drew his knife. "Wait," Yul shouted urgently, quickly producing something from his trousers. "The navigation pointer is here." Logan hastily lessened his force, but the sharp blade still left a frosty mark on Yul's nose. Yul shivered and raised the item he held, the navigation pointer. The direction to the next island is contained within. Logan, maintaining his cold demeanor, eyed the object in Yul's grasp, his mouth twitching slightly. "Is it not uncomfortable to sleep like this?" Clearing his throat, Logan lowered his voice and threatened, "Hand it over, or I shall slay you." To his surprise, Yul appeared relieved and, with an unhurried demeanor, pushed aside the blade, brushing the frost from his face. "I can give it to you, but you must agree to one condition." "Speak." "Take the old man with you." Logan was momentarily taken aback. "Take the old man?" "The old man wishes to return to the North Sea." Yul clutched the navigation pointer tightly to his chest, raising his voice. Logan glared at Yul, his grip on the knife tightening and loosening in contemplation. Yul, sensing the shift, boldly declared, "If you do not take me along, I will shatter this pointer. I am confident I can destroy it before you strike." Logan's gaze sharpened, and his grip on the knife slackened slightly. A flicker of elation crossed Yul's eyes as he pleaded, "I am a navigator. It is 7 days to the nearest island without me, and you will be in peril. Take me along. I am quite useful." A battle of thoughts raged within Logan, ultimately leading him to grit his teeth and concede. "Very well. Just for your audacity in threatening me, I agree." Yul trembled with joy, performing an exaggerated bow of utmost respect. "Enough of the theatrics. Hand me the navigation pointer." Logan impatiently extended his hand. Yul, apologetic, replied, "If I may be so bold, I can only give it to you once you have taken me off the ship." Logan had not anticipated receiving it right away. He understood the pointer was Yul's only bargaining chip, not to be relinquished lightly. He nodded, saying, "That is acceptable, but you must fully comply with my commands. No unnecessary movements." "No problem. In 3 seconds, follow me out of this room." With that, Logan turned and strode towards the exit. Yul quickly leapt from the bed, slipping on a pair of straw sandals, and followed closely behind. Their movements flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times. Logan cast a surprised glance at Yul, but chose to remain silent, quickening his pace towards the storage compartment. Along the way, they encountered several fallen pirates with broken necks, a clear indication of Nelson's handiwork. Logan offered a moment of silence for them, casually grabbing 2 bottles of inferior liquor before hastily departing. Yul trailed closely behind Logan, like a second shadow. Soon, they approached the storage compartment. They concealed themselves in the darkness, observing 2 pirate guards illuminated by a faint light. Though the guards lacked significant skill, they maintained a decent demeanor, certainly superior to the scum on the deck. Logan securely hid his ice-veined knife within his cloak and whispered, "Stay here and do not move. I will call for you when it is time to act." Yul nodded silently. Logan slapped his face, forcing a smile, then stepped out of the shadows, holding the 2 bottles of liquor. "Gentlemen, on this joyous occasion, why not indulge in a drink?" Logan greeted as he approached the 2 guards. The pair, initially drowsy, awoke with a start at the sound of Logan's voice. "Who?" One of them grasped the alert cord warily. Logan quickly reassured, "It's me, Logan." The guards leaned closer, and upon recognizing Logan, exchanged glances before relaxing their grip on the cord. "Mr. Logan, what brings you here at this late hour?" A flicker of disdain crossed their eyes. But given Logan's notoriety as a bounty hunter, they treated him with a modicum of respect. Feigning ignorance to their attitude, Logan warmly pressed the bottles into their hands. "My door is broken, so I came to get some tools for repairs." The guards gaped at the liquor in astonishment, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Yet, upon confirming Logan's identity, their jaws dropped further. After all, who in the Barton pirate crew was unaware of Logan's notorious reputation? To say he was a brigand would be an understatement, characterized by his ruthless plundering and despicable conduct, especially now that he had Nelson's backing, rendering him utterly arrogant. Yet, here he was, graciously offering 2 bottles of fine liquor. In that moment, the 2 simple-minded pirates found themselves surprisingly flattered. However, they were not entirely foolish. And with a hint of skepticism, they inquired, "Mr. Logan, why not have the boatman attend to such a trivial matter? Is it truly necessary for you to make this trip yourself?" Logan sighed in resignation. That fellow has fallen into a deep slumber, and no amount of calling will rouse him. We shall attend to it tomorrow. It is far too late today. No. Otherwise, I shall be unable to sleep tonight. Logan's resolve was unwavering. The 2 guards exchanged glances, both recognizing the futility in the other's eyes. "Very well, Mr. Logan, you have bested us." One guard turned to open the door, while the other retrieved 2 goblets from beneath the table. As he poured the wine with evident delight, he remarked, "To tell the truth, my brother and I have been salivating over the aroma of this wine all night. Ha ha ha." Logan nodded in agreement, though his hand rested ominously on the hilt of his blade. The enemy was utterly unguarded. This was the opportune moment. Without hesitation, Logan drew his cold blade with a swift motion, severing the throat of one guard. The frost-white petals fell, and with a sudden surge, he pierced through to strike another. Thud! The guard whose throat had been slashed collapsed onto the table, a few drops of crimson blood splattering into the goblet. The guard with a punctured heart turned his head in anguish, glaring at the still smiling Logan. With a swift motion, Logan withdrew his blade, the excruciating pain tearing through the guard's nerves. A torrent of blood surged forth, yet the diligent guard remained silent, gritting his teeth as he reached desperately for the alarm. But the light in his eyes gradually dimmed until it was but a shadow. Though it was his first act of murder, Logan felt no unusual sensation, as if he had merely taken a sip of water or washed his hands. He understood that this was the influence of the original's memories. Although this callous disregard for human life was unsettling, Logan did not find it repugnant, at least, not in that moment. Silently observing as the second guard completely lost his vital signs, Logan flicked the droplets of blood from his blade, sheathed it, and then turned to exit. As he passed the table, he casually poured the wine, now tainted with the pirate's blood, over the bodies of the 2 pirates, a grim tribute to their demise. Chapter 8. The turn of events. Uller stood obediently in the spot Logan had instructed him to remain, his aged visage as unyielding as bark. "Go," Logan gestured, and Uller promptly quickened his pace to follow. Logan led Uller into the storeroom, swiftly locating the area designated for the small boats. "Select the finest one, and destroy the others quickly." While issuing rapid commands, Logan continued to scavenge for supplies. The storeroom, a vast repository of all provisions aboard the ship, was filled with an array of treasures that left Logan awestruck. However, the limited capacity of the small boat compelled him to take only a handful of jerky and sour limes, along with a few quality knives and guns. Upon Logan's return, he found Uller had already completed the task Logan had assigned. "Well done." As dawn approached, Logan was generous with his praise. A faint smile graced Uller's wrinkled face. "Now, let us push the small boat into the water." The storeroom of the Barton pirate crew was designed to open directly to the sea, facilitating Logan's efforts. After considerable exertion, the 2 men successfully launched the small boat onto the ocean's surface. In the inky darkness of night, beside the silent expanse of the sea, a small boat appeared quietly next to the larger vessel. "Mr. Logan, I must now fulfill my promise," Uller said, producing a recording pointer from his pocket and presenting it to Logan. "I have no use for it. You are the navigator, so you take it." The recording pointer was pushed back with a single hand. Uller's lips quivered slightly, but he said nothing more, quietly fastening the recording pointer around his wrist and standing silently beside Logan. Logan wrapped his cloak tighter, casting a surprised glance at Uller. "You seem to know I am waiting for someone." Uller replied candidly, "To escape, one must eliminate the eyes and ears aboard the ship. While in the storeroom, I noticed several corpses of expendable crew members on deck, and that did not appear to be your doing. Thus, I dared to speculate you have companions." Logan erupted in laughter, You are quite astute. I have simply lived long enough, Uller retorted. Logan smiled slightly. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms erupted nearby. Both men tensed instinctively. Almost immediately, a brilliant explosion of flames erupted from the opposite side of the ship. Logan could no longer contain his astonishment, exclaiming a colorful expletive. It is well known that cannon fire in this world rarely hits its intended target. Yet, the large ship had taken 3 cannonballs squarely, indicating that the enemy was alarmingly close enough to hit without precision. What did this signify? It meant the lookout on the ship was gone. Logan clenched his fist and whispered urgently to Uller, "Grip the oars. Be ready to flee at any moment." Uller rolled up his sleeves, grasping the 2 large oars as if they were mere toys. This skilled and wild action brought Logan some comfort as he tightened his grip on the ice vein blade concealed within his cloak, his excitement palpable. Yet, 1 minute passed, then 2, and as the ship lit up and the sounds of fierce combat echoed, Nelson still had not appeared. "Mr. Logan, if we do not leave now, it will be too late. We must flee," Uller insisted, gripping the oars with urgency. Logan gritted his teeth. "Just a moment longer, just a moment. At the very least, let me row the boat to another location. It is too easy to be discovered here." "No," Logan declared emphatically. "I have arranged to meet him here." Uller argued. "If he sees you are not here, he will surely come looking for you. That man is not so clever." Regardless of Uller's protests, Logan stubbornly refused to relent. Sighing, Uller suddenly cast aside the oars and picked up a steel knife from the boat, saying, "I have waited a full year for you. At this moment, I am willing to go mad with you." Logan, taken aback, questioned, "You have been waiting for me all this time?" Uller shook his head. "I was merely waiting for someone who wished to escape this ship." Logan began to grasp the significance, pondering. "So you slept in your clothes and concealed the recording pointer there for this day?" Uller nodded, then shook his head. "I do not sleep at night." "Not sleep?" Logan was genuinely astonished. "Because I am the only navigator aboard. Anyone wishing to flee would surely seek me out." With such a naive yet absurd conviction, this nearly 70-year-old man had stubbornly persevered for an entire year, even to the point of self-neglect. No wonder he always appeared drowsy during the day. It turned out to be a consequence of prolonged sleeplessness. How had he managed to endure? What motivation drove him to be so obstinate? Did he not fear exhausting himself to death? After the initial shock, a torrent of questions flooded Logan's mind. "Aren't you afraid?" He couldn't help but inquire. "What if no one betrays the crew? What if the betrayer does not find you? What if the betrayer simply kills you?" "No ifs." Uller interrupted Logan, his tone resolute. "I have a reason to escape from here, no matter what." Logan stared blankly at the white-haired elder before him, suddenly pulling out a piece of paper and presenting it to him, adorned with a drawing of a skull flag, the ice vein blade, the scabbard, and a snow-white scarf. Uller gazed at the image in confusion. "This is the flag of the Logan pirate crew," Logan said with a smile, extending his hand. "Would you like to be the navigator on my ship?" Uller was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, pointing at his disheveled white hair. "I will not live for many more years." Logan approached and patted the muscle on Uller's arm, laughing heartily. "What nonsense. You are clearly still quite strong. Come now, Uller. Join my ship." Logan's invitation was earnest and sincere. Uller still smiled wryly. "Mr. Logan, I am honored by your regard, but I truly do not wish to join any organization again. I am old and weary of a life of bloodshed upon the sea. I merely wish to return to the North Sea, to my homeland." "That is perfectly fine," Logan replied with a twinkle in his eye, his smile unwavering. "I will escort you back to the North Sea, but before that, please serve as the navigator on my ship." Uller was astonished. "You wish to return me to the North Sea? Aren't you venturing into the New World?" Logan shrugged. "The New World is still too perilous for me at this time. Returning to the North Sea to regroup is the best choice for the moment." Uller felt a stirring in his heart, exclaiming, "Mr. Logan, you do not resemble a typical newcomer to piracy at all. Would a newcomer like me flee from the Barton pirate crew? They are a renowned supernova pirate crew." "Ha ha." Uller chuckled. "That is true. So, will you board my ship?" Logan extended his hand once more. "It would be an immense honor." Their hands, one youthful and the other aged, clasped tightly together. Boom, boom. Another two deafening explosions roared in Logan's ears. Moments later, the shockwave from the blast sent several wailing pirates soaring, and Logan watched as they plunged into the nearby sea. Splash, splash, splash. As these near-drowning pirates caught sight of Logan on the small boat, tears nearly streamed down their faces. "Lord Logan, are you here to rescue us? We misjudged you before," the pirates cried, flailing as they swam towards the small boat. Logan was momentarily taken aback by their words. Gazing at the small vessel laden with supplies, accompanied by the wayward navigator, one cannot help but ponder the implausibility of their intentions being altruistic. The thought processes of these pirates are indeed peculiar. As Logan stood in bewilderment, Yul nudged his shoulder and gestured with his blade. After a brief moment of contemplation, Logan nodded in affirmation. "Strike swiftly." With Logan's approval, Yul subtly tightened his grip on the hilt, his body crouching like an old leopard fixated on its prey. A gazelle. Logan too silently grasped his weapon, revealing a warm smile to the pirates floundering in the water. "Brothers, come aboard. The water is frigid." The pirates wailed in despair, akin to children searching for their fathers. "Oh, Lord Logan, you are truly benevolent." Their cries echoed in the air. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, several pirates simultaneously clawed at the ship's edge. Yet, rather than being greeted by a father's comforting embrace, they were met with two icy, razor-sharp blades. The sound of steel slicing through flesh and the chilling puncture of a heart marked the tragic finale of these pirates' lives. Chapter 9. The Flower Sword. Bista. Mr. Logan. "We are about to be discovered," Ol warned, his vigilant gaze sweeping the area after dealing with the blood-stained deck. Logan leaned against the cabin, his knife cradled in his arms, distractedly acknowledging him with a non-committal grunt. As time passed, his thoughts had drifted far from this place. Bang! Bang! Two stray bullets pierced the night, striking the small boat. Ol's expression grew increasingly alert. After 2 minutes, the sounds of fierce battle from the large ship became unmistakably clear. Logan remained oblivious, his mind consumed by thoughts of Nelson. Why hasn't he arrived yet? They had dispatched the lookout, completed their mission, agreed to meet here, and were on the verge of escape. What could have gone wrong? Was he discovered by Barton? Or had he encountered enemies attacking the Barton pirate crew? What on earth has happened? Logan shook his head vigorously, attempting to banish these thoughts, but found it utterly impossible. Although he had only known Nelson for a few brief hours, the kindness, gentleness, and unreserved care he offered had shown Logan the goodness in this world. Nelson was the first person Logan encountered in this unfamiliar realm, a radiant beam of sunlight. Though he felt a twinge of embarrassment in admitting it, Nelson had undeniably become a significant person in Logan's heart. "So, my dear friend, please do not come to harm." Bang! Bang! Clang! A bullet was intercepted by Ol's blade just before it struck Logan. "Logan," Ol snapped, turning to him. "As captain, you must maintain your composure at all times." "Steady yourself, Captain." He delivered a firm punch to Logan's chest, grasping his shoulders with hands that bore the weight of years. His eyes ablaze with the fiery glow of dusk. Logan felt a jolt of pain as Ol's intense gaze pierced through to awaken him. He shuddered, fixing his gaze deeply upon the elder. After a moment, he pushed Ol's arms aside, drew his icy blade, and pressed its chilled surface to his forehead. The cold coursed through him, and he inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly as if releasing all his unease and worry. A faint smile curled the corners of Ol's weathered lips as he looked toward the illuminated large ship. "Captain, tell this old man your companion's name, and I shall bring him back." Logan shook his head. "I cannot allow it. It's too dangerous. Rather than sit idly, we should take the initiative. You promised to obey my orders without question." "Oh dear, the wind is too strong. It has muddled my hearing," Ol feigned, grasping his ear in an exaggerated manner. But soon, the old man grinned slyly, nimbly crossing over Logan and leaping onto the ship's railing. With a sudden burst of strength, he propelled himself onto the larger vessel. The small boat rocked violently, nearly capsizing, prompting Logan to steady himself. Snapped back to reality, Logan glared at Ol, his voice a low growl. "You don't know who he is. Come back, old man." Ol stood on the large ship, the sea breeze tousling his white hair. It must be Nelson. I shall retrieve him at once, Captain. With that, he vanished from Logan's sight. Logan spat in frustration. That old coot. Just then, a tremendous splash echoed through the air. Another unfortunate soul had fallen overboard. Logan took a deep breath, patting his cheeks to force a semblance of a smile. White-toothed brat. Before he could utter another word, the man who had fallen into the water erupted in furious shouts. Logan squinted, recognizing the figure after a moment. It was Tuka, the fierce pirate who had hurled a bottle at him. It was not that Logan's eyesight was poor. Rather, Tuka's disfigurement was severe. A horrific scar ran from his brow through his left eye, down to his chin, blood streaming down his face. A similar gash marred his chest, flesh grotesquely exposed, coloring the sea red. It was evident that both wounds were inflicted by a single strike. How tragic, Logan remarked, rubbing the goosebumps that had erupted on his arms. Unable to suppress a cruel chuckle. You little bastard. What are you doing here? Tuka glared at Logan with a blood-red eye, his massive hands splashing the surface of the water in fury. Logan mused that Tuka was significantly more adept in the water than the previous ones. I'm here to rescue my comrades. It's the only thing this wounded man can do right now. Ha! Tuka's laughter echoed, causing blood to spatter from his wounds. Are you trying to fool me? You, a filthy scoundrel who treats lives as mere fodder, would save someone? Don't make me laugh. Bang! Tuka's laughter was abruptly silenced as a bullet struck precisely between his eyes. Logan watched as Tuka's body began to sink, nonchalantly blowing the smoke from his gun, disdainfully remarking, You call yourself a sniper, yet you didn't notice me all this time. Pathetic. Though he feigned indifference, Logan's heart raced, not out of concern for Tuka, but for those attacking the Barton pirate crew. Tuka was a veteran of Barton, an experienced marksman who was always well protected during battles. The fact that even he had been taken down signified that their adversaries were formidable, a threat serious enough to trouble the Barton crew. Could it be that Nelson was truly embroiled in a fierce struggle? Should I have refrained from action tonight? Listening to the sounds of battle and screams from the ship, Logan's heart was lost in confusion. Suddenly, a pair of ancient eyes, as if aflame, appeared in his mind. You are the captain. I am the captain. Logan murmured to himself. I am the captain. I am here, waiting for you. With resolve, Logan dispelled his doubts. Gripping his gun in one hand and his knife in the other, standing firmly at the prow of the ship. Minutes passed once more. Spare me, spare me. Ah, demon, demon. You are a demon. Several pirates tumbled from the large ship, blood spraying through the air. Logan's eyes narrowed. He seemed to recognize an extraordinary figure among them. Logan squinted, suddenly jolted. It truly was him. Maxime Beavitz, the ship's first mate, Barton's right hand. A powerful pirate with a bounty of 67 million berries. Such a man brought low like a mere lackey, tossed into the sea like a fledgling chick. Help me. Beavitz, spotting Logan, his dim eyes ignited with a desperate will to survive. Save me, he pleaded, reaching out towards the small boat. It was futile. Logan raised his gun, aiming at Beavitz's brow. Blood was pouring from him, particularly from a horrific gash in his chest, shattered innards spilling forth into the sea. He was beyond salvation. This was a wound sufficient to claim the life of an ordinary person instantly, and even Beavitz would only linger for a few more minutes. Bang, bang, bang. In mere seconds, Logan emptied the revolver, and Beavitz along with the other fallen pirates were all dispatched. Young man, quite ruthless, aren't you? A light-hearted voice suddenly rang from above. Logan jolted in surprise, swiftly turning his gun, but then remembered it was empty. Hastily discarding the pistol and gripping his icy blade tightly. Cursing his own carelessness, Logan looked up, only to be met with a sight that rendered his mind blank. The man stood there, silhouetted against the moonlight, his gloved hands grasping a pair of swords with blue and red hilts, the tips slowly dripping with crimson blood. Logan's Adam's apple bobbed as he realized he had encountered a figure of considerable renown. He was robust, clad in a flowing cape, with straight bangs and a ponytail, dual sword sheaths at his waist, and a relaxed smile adorning his face. Though he had yet to grow the iconic thick black beard or don a gentleman's top hat and large earrings, Logan felt certain he had not misidentified him. It was none other than the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 5th Division, the renowned flower sword Vista. Vista, taken aback by Logan's reaction, remarked, "It seems you are familiar with me?" Logan forced a wry smile and replied, "The formidable flower sword under the notorious Whitebeard is a name even the children of the North Sea recognize." Vista burst into hearty laughter, his long ponytail swaying with delight. Logan exhaled in relief, sensing he had evaded peril. Indeed, in the original narrative, Vista was not depicted as a bloodthirsty fiend. There was no necessity for him to eliminate a minor pirate who posed no threat. With this thought, Logan's gaze towards Vista softened, and he lowered his sword slightly. However, Vista's next words plunged Logan into an icy abyss. "You flatter me, young man," Vista said, raising his swords, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "But Father despises those who harm their comrades." Chapter 10. Setting Sail. Under the piercing gaze of Vista, Logan felt an icy chill surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He sensed a palpable aura of malevolence, cold, viscous, and as tangible as blood itself. Before him loomed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, surging over his ankles, engulfing his chest, and submerging his head. "Damn it," he thought. "Isn't he the flower sword? Why do I feel as though I am facing a ruthless killer?" Clenching his chest, he gritted his teeth to stave off the heart-pounding sensation, while instinctively raising his blade defensively before him. The solid steel of the sword provided a slight reprieve against the suffocating pressure that closed in. Vista scoffed, "Is this the extent of your resolve? No wonder you can be so cruel to your companions." His condescending tone ignited a fire within Logan. He wished to endure, yet realized that enduring was futile. Why should he hold back at all? With a surge of unexpected courage, Logan thrust his sword into the ground, his furious gaze locking onto Vista as he shouted, "How ludicrous! The illustrious flower sword is nothing but a childish fool. Harm your companions? Do you truly consider everyone aboard this ship a companion? Even a 3-year-old would scoff at that notion. This is the caliber of man you deem me to be? Yes, I am precisely that kind of man. Am I ridiculous? Am I immature?" Vista, seething with rage, drew his swords threateningly. "Would you like to test the sharpness of my blades? My sword is equally lethal," Logan retorted, raising his weapon defiantly toward Vista. At that moment, the fierce aura he exuded momentarily startled Vista, who blinked, seemingly lost in thought. Soon, to Logan's surprise, Vista lowered his swords, the menacing atmosphere gradually dissipating. "Well, I have more pressing matters to attend to," Vista remarked with a relaxed smile, turning to leave without hesitation. However, after a few steps, he paused, gesturing toward the small boat beneath Logan's feet. "In the New World, one cannot survive with such a vessel. Good luck, boy." With that, Vista strode away with a light-hearted demeanor. Logan gripped his sword tightly, his complexion shifting from pale to ashen, fury surging through him. In that moment, the halo of admiration he once held for the characters from the original work shattered. The Vista he had envisioned was gentle, elegant, and perpetually wore a carefree smile. A reliable and amiable figure. Yet the Vista before him was ruthless, cruel, and utterly self-serving. A man who could kill without a second thought. The chilling realization of his near demise struck him. Had it not been for Vista's mention of some more important matter, he might very well have become a lifeless corpse. This horrifying thought left Logan in a daze, trembling with fear. After what felt like an eternity, he sheathed his sword, releasing the hilt with a shaky hand, and forcefully slapped his rigid cheeks. It dawned on him that this was the real world, and the personalities of the characters from the original story did not wholly apply to the flesh-and-blood individuals he would encounter, or rather, the benevolence they displayed was reserved for those they acknowledged. Upon first encountering Vista, Logan had foolishly placed him in the same category as Ace, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, thus perceiving him as gentle and trustworthy. But the stark reality was that he and Vista were complete strangers. Vista's kindness had no bearing on Logan's fate. He had to confront the sharpness of Vista's twin swords. Logan resolved to remain vigilant against the original characters, discarding all preconceived notions and playful attitudes. This was not an anime. This was not an anime. This was not an anime. He gazed in the direction Vista had departed, mentally admonishing himself. Yet, it struck him as darkly humorous. Observing the burning ships around him, Logan couldn't help but revel in schadenfreude. Just moments ago, Barton had declared war against Whitebeard, and now, before the night had even passed, Whitebeard's son had come to challenge him. Such misfortune was truly remarkable. As he chuckled to himself, a sudden pang of unease washed over him. No, could it be that Nelson has truly engaged in battle with the Whitebeard pirates? The thought spread like wildfire, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Suppressing his anxiety, he strained to discern any sounds from the large ship, yearning for even a whisper of Nelson's voice. Just then, a sudden cacophony erupted. Startled, Logan looked up to see the main mast of the ship, towering several meters high and as thick as 3 men, snap in half. The black pirate flag plummeted into the sea along with the splintered debris. The fallen mast crushed the cabin, revealing a massive wild boar, its body mangled and broken. One of its vicious tusks had been snapped off, and blood-soaked scraps hung from its mouth, while dark crimson blood spurted from its back, staining its hide. With a howl of agony, Barton descended into madness, wreaking havoc upon everything around him, his eyes gleaming with a savage red fury. Even from the small boat, Logan could clearly see those 2 points of crimson in the darkness. Logan's face paled as he gripped the hilt of his sword. He had anticipated Barton's defeat, but never expected it to come so swiftly and with such brutality. The Whitebeard pirates were truly terrifying. Nielsen, Yule, I'm counting to 10. If you don't return soon, I will come find you, Logan vowed silently. Nielsen and Yule had trusted him enough to board his ship. He could never abandon them. Even if death awaited them, they would face it together. With determination etched on his face, Logan began to count. 1, Captain. We're back. A familiar voice suddenly rang out from the ship. Smooth yet robust. Logan's eyes nearly brimmed with tears. He hurriedly wiped his eyes, fixated on Nielsen and Yule racing toward him from the large vessel. Their faces intact, their bodies unharmed. Aside from a slightly disheveled appearance, Nielsen and Yule had returned unscathed. Logan bit his trembling lip to suppress his overwhelming emotions. Thud, thud. Nielsen and Yule landed on the small boat, nearly capsizing it. Nielsen showed no sign of remorse, clutching a small wooden box while grinning widely. Yule appeared equally ecstatic, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. Nielsen, with a feigned air of mystery, whispered, Captain, guess what? Stop right there. Logan interrupted, pointing at the oars in the small boat. Get to rowing. Immediately. What? Logan kicked him in the rear and growled. Who do you think you are? Yule froze momentarily before rolling up his sleeves, turning to seize an oar. Nielsen blinked, stowing the wooden box away and obediently grasping another oar. Satisfied, Logan declared, Excellent. I hereby announce that the Logan pirate crew is fully assembled and ready to set sail. Now, I issue my first command as captain. Nielsen and Yule straightened, bracing their arms around the oars. Logan inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and bellowed, In 10 minutes. I want to see no trace of that accursed Barton pirate crew. Partners, we sail forth. Oh, Chapter 11. The Forbidden Fruit Fool. It's on the other side. Can't you see the whirlpool over there? The gruff and aged voice of Yule echoed across the small vessel. Ah, Captain, let's just toss him overboard. This old coot is insufferable. Humph. If you throw this old man overboard, just wait to feed the fish. The 2 rascals bickered, while Logan, seated cross-legged at the stern of the boat, wore a subtle smile, a faint dimple appearing on his left cheek. His spirits were high. The shadow of the Barton pirate crew had vanished from the distant horizon, leaving a serene and secure ambience around them. With the ice vein blade resting on his knee, Logan observed the shimmering sea, feeling a sense of tranquility as his companions continued their playful banter. Having distanced himself from danger, he felt an appreciation for the beauty surrounding him. Having lived inland in his previous life, he had only ever encountered the ocean through screens. This was his first genuine experience of the sea's essence. After a moment of squinting at the sunlit water, Logan turned to inquire, How long shall we drift upon the sea? Without a moment's hesitation, Yule replied, At this pace, we shall reach Afay Island in 2.5 days. It's a splendid place. Logan was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly recalled something. He silently shook his head with a chuckle. You old fool. Didn't you say it would take at least 7 days while aboard the Barton? Realizing he had misspoken, you chuckled awkwardly. Who could have anticipated Mr. Nelson's strength? If it were just this old man rowing, 7 days might not suffice. Nelson shot a fierce glare back at you before turning to Logan and saying, This old coot is indeed not trustworthy. Let's throw him overboard. Hey, it was I who saved you from the ship. How can you repay kindness with malice? Nelson glared back, retorting, I don't care. You old fool interfered with the world between me and Logan. World? Between two? You caught a hint of something unusual in this ambiguous phrase. He knew Nelson had a crush on the captain, but hadn't the captain always been resolutely dismissive? No, if the captain could persuade Nelson to escape with him. Perhaps something had transpired that this old man was unaware of. The more he pondered, the more peculiar his gaze toward Logan became. Hey, what unsavory thoughts are you entertaining? Logan felt a chill as he noticed the fire of gossip burning in Yu's eyes. Enough. Dispose of those filthy thoughts. My relationship with Nelson is purely innocent. Nelson nodded vigorously. Indeed, my relationship with the captain is pure. You glanced between Nelson and Logan and then suddenly lowered his head, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Logan, exasperated, looked at the bewildered and innocent-faced Nelson, his teeth clenched in frustration. What nonsense are you spouting? I haven't even asked you yet what you did after taking out the lookout. Why didn't you follow the plan? Oh yes, Logan, you finally couldn't hold back your questions. Nelson's heart soared, though he maintained a facade of casual indifference. Ah, you mean that? It was because the Sandwolf pirate crew suddenly disrupted my plans. Logan was momentarily taken aback. That Supernova pirate crew? Wasn't it the Whitebeard pirate crew? Why on earth was Bista colluding with the Sandwolves? However, Logan quickly dismissed the thought. It was of no concern to him. Casting a glance at the scarf fluttering like a heart-shaped wave, he fixed his gaze on the feigned calmness of Nelson and said, Don't play coy. There were at least 10 minutes from the start of the cannon fire to the real battle, ample time for you to escape the ship. Just confess. What were you up to? Does it relate to that box you have? Nelson was taken aback. I was performing so well, though. You interjected. With your acting skills, not even the captain would be fooled, let alone a 3-year-old. Just as Nelson was about to retort, Logan quickly interjected. All right, enough squabbling. Nelson's acting isn't as bad as you claim. Humph. Nelson arrogantly lifted his chin, turning his nose up at you. You, unfazed, began humming an ancient tune of the North Sea, saying, I found it in the captain's quarters. This little rascal is quite cunning. He slipped in while Barton was engaged in battle with the ferocious wolves to steal a treasure from the captain. What? He went to find Barton, Logan exclaimed, both alarmed and furious. He hurried to Nelson's side, inspecting him from head to toe, ensuring he bore no injuries before heaving a sigh of relief. Nelson, utterly confused, allowed Logan to scrutinize him. You truly frightened me. Logan pressed his hands on Nelson's shoulders, speaking earnestly. You must remember, no treasure is worth your life. Without you, how could I survive in this treacherous sea? Nelson's heart warmed, his eyes glistening with tears as he gazed at Logan. You paused his rowing, looking skyward and clearing his throat. Captain, you should take a look at what Nelson brought you. It will surely astonish you. Nelson, uncharacteristically agreeing with you, excitedly pulled out a small wooden box from his pocket, saying mysteriously, Captain, can you guess what this is? Without hesitation, Logan declared, a devil fruit. Nelson was astonished. How did you know? Were you awake when Barton took the items? Logan merely smiled. It was a jest, based on his years of experience. A small wooden box, so tightly sealed, could either contain a treasure map or a devil fruit. A treasure map would be of little use to him now, and if it truly were a map, neither Nelson nor you would be this thrilled. Only something that could swiftly enhance their captain's abilities could incite such excitement. Thus, Logan boldly asserted that the contents of the box were indeed a devil fruit. Laughing heartily, Logan seized the box from Nelson's hands and casually asked, Do you know what kind of fruit it is? Both Nelson and you shook their heads in unison. You spoke with a tone of mystery and awe. I have heard that every devil fruit is a secret treasure of the sea. The one who consumes it transforms while gaining extraordinary powers. At my age, I have finally encountered a genuine devil fruit. How coincidental. It is my first time too. Ha! Logan exclaimed, opening the box and revealing its contents. The devil fruit was roughly the size of a fist, a deep black-purple hue with red, spiraling vine-like patterns adorning its surface, resembling an open right hand. Yu stroked his beard in admiration. What a peculiar fruit. After examining it for a moment, Logan inquired. This devil fruit was taken from a merchant ship just 2 days ago, but did Barton mention what kind of fruit it was? He didn't say. I suspect he doesn't know either, Yu replied. Logan speculated. I reckon this resembles a Paramecia-type devil fruit, but I can't tell if it's a superhuman, supernatural, or a Zoan type. If it's a powerful ability, that would be splendid. However, if I were to draw a weak ability, it would be a regrettable loss. With a conflicted expression, Logan hesitated over whether he should consume it. Nelson, thumping his chest, declared, No matter what, I will protect the captain. Seeing Nelson's earnest demeanor, Logan suddenly made up his mind. I shall eat it. As captain, how can I perpetually rely on my crew for protection? Whatever this ability may be, even if it turns out to be worthless, I shall still make it work. Logan leaned over the ship's railing, meticulously cleansing the devil fruit, and upon standing, he cast a resolute gaze towards Nielsen and Yule. With a decisive tilt of his head, he swallowed the entire fruit whole. Yule's eyes sparkled with anticipation. So, how does it taste? Logan, suppressing the queasiness rising in his stomach, forced a smile and replied, The flavor is delightful, unlike anything from the earthly realm. I shall ensure you taste a whole one in the future. Yule shook his head, stroking his grizzled beard with a hearty chuckle. Nielsen, casting a disapproving glance at him, eagerly inquired, Captain, what abilities have you acquired? As the nausea subsided, Logan closed his eyes to attune himself to the newfound sensation within. The devil fruit was an extraordinary entity. The moment a consumer ingests it, they are immediately aware of its nature. Thus, Logan swiftly discerned a peculiar power surging within him. He endeavored to engage with it, to comprehend and embrace it. After what felt like an eternity, Logan opened his eyes, a peculiar expression gracing his features. Nielsen, now even more curious, pressed on, what abilities? Is it significantly more potent than Barton's? Remaining silent, Logan theatrically passed by Yule, subtly tapping the latter's body with his finger, then sauntered to the ship's bow, turning back to idly play with the log pointer in his hand. With a jest, he remarked, whether it surpasses Barton is debatable, but it certainly aligns well with the life of a pirate. Nielsen blinked in confusion, while Yule, astonished, exclaimed, Captain, how did the log pointer end up with you? Logan burst into laughter, tossing the pointer back to Yule with a bow. From this moment forth, I shall be known as the master thief who has consumed the stealth fruit. Please, address me as the Grand Master of Thievery. To take without consent is to steal. The stealth fruit, a superhuman-type devil fruit, grants the ability to pilfer anything in existence. However, 3 conditions must be met to activate this power. First, one must have a clear target for theft. This is reasonable, as a diligent thief must possess a distinct objective. Second, when activating the ability, one must not be perceived as a threat by the target. This too is logical. Taking something under the watchful eye of a vigilant opponent is not theft, but robbery. Third, the ability must be employed within a specified range of the target. This is also justifiable, for without distance restrictions, merely glancing at something on television would render it mine. Alas, the only drawback is that currently, his range is limited to a mere 30 centimeters. In summary, while the limitations are considerable, the potential for application is vast, making it a commendable ability. A splendid ability, Nielsen exclaimed, dancing with glee. To celebrate the Grand Master of Thievery's newfound powers, let us host a banquet. Only wine, you say? No matter, let us revel in a feast solely of wine. Chapter 12. An unexpected turn of events. The banquet had concluded, and dawn was upon them. A resplendent sun leaped from the horizon, casting a brilliant glow that painted the vast sea in hues of crimson. Logan leaned against the ship's railing, squinting in delight at the extraordinary seascape, relishing a leisurely yawn. In the center of the vessel, Nelson danced merrily. while at the stern crafted empty wine bottles into makeshift message bottles, releasing them into the ocean. After casting off the final bottle, stretched languidly and mused. "This has been the most splendid night of my weary old life." Logan turned back with a smile and said, Why don't you catch some sleep? Nelson and I will keep watch over the course." Although he too felt fatigue creeping in, at 68 years old, was in greater need of rest. His heart warmed at Logan's concern, and he approached him, stroking his beard as he handed over the recording pointer, saying, "In my youth, I traversed this very sea route, with calm waters and favorable winds, all the way to Effie Island." Logan accepted the pointer and listened attentively as continued to advise, "In my estimation, as long as you steer in the direction indicated by this steady pointer, you will be fine. However, time has passed, and some areas may have changed. Therefore, should the pointer exhibit any fluctuations, be sure to rouse me at once." Logan donned the recording pointer upon his wrist and replied earnestly, "Understood. Now do rest well." Yawned once more and made his way to the small cabin. Soon, the sound of his thunderous snores filled the air. Logan waved his hand to signal Nelson to lower his volume, allowing to rest more comfortably. Though reluctant, Nelson complied, leaning against the opposite railing and gazing longingly at Logan. Before long, his discontent vanished, replaced by a broad, silly grin. Stealing a glance at him, Logan shifted into a more comfortable position, closed his eyes, and inquired, "After a night of activity, aren't you tired?" Nelson chuckled at the question, flexed his arms to showcase his impressive biceps, and declared, "Don't underestimate the new human." New human? Logan's curiosity piqued, and he suddenly recalled something. Opening his eyes to ask, "Are you familiar with the kingdom of Makabaka? I've heard its inhabitants resemble you, Nelson." Nelson paused, then struck his left fist against his right hand, exclaiming, "You must mean the Peach Island kingdom of Makabaka. Indeed, it's a realm of new humans." But they found it rather dull and ventured out. Logan nodded, closing his eyes once more with a smile, remarking, "No wonder your sweet rice cake and red bean soup turned out so well." Nelson replied eagerly, "I can prepare even more vibrant dishes for you in the future." Logan's eyelids fluttered, his lips curling into a satisfied smile, as if he could already taste the delicacies Nelson described. Noticing Logan's growing drowsiness, Nelson volunteered, "I'll keep watch. Logan, you should take a nap." Logan accepted without hesitation, passing the recording pointer to Nelson and reiterating her instructions before resting his arms atop the deck. Drifting into slumber. Before long, Logan found himself in a state of semi-consciousness. Just yesterday, he had been an ordinary university student, but within a single night, he had experienced events that would elude the average person for a lifetime. Had he maintained a constant state of alertness, perhaps he wouldn't feel so fatigued. However, after indulging in last night's feast, his defenses lowered, and drowsiness swept over him like a tide. The fragrant wooden boat rocked gently with the waves, cradling him in a dreamy embrace, and he soon succumbed to deep sleep. As he slumbered, Nelson gazed at Logan's peaceful visage, excitement bubbling within him. He leapt up, performing a joyful ballet. "Hey, from now on, I can be with Logan every day? How wonderful," Nelson thought, pocketing the recording pointer and gleefully dancing across the deck. An idea struck him. Why not surprise Logan? With eager anticipation, Nelson made his way to the rear of the boat, shooing away a resting seagull, and grasped 2 wooden oars. "All right, let us make a beeline for Effie Island." With renewed vigor, he swung the oars, envisioning Logan's astonished expression upon waking. Under Nelson's strong grip, the oars danced swiftly, propelling the little vessel like an arrow towards the rising sun. In a state of half-sleep, Logan suddenly felt as though he were submerged in a cold bath, discomfort flooding his senses. Assuming he was dreaming, he dismissed the feeling, curious to see how this dream would unfold. Just then, an itch arose on his stomach, prompting him to scratch it. However, before his fingers could reach, they brushed against something peculiar, smooth, slick, and icy, reminiscent of jelly. Instinctively, he squeezed it, only for the gelatinous substance to ensnare his fingers, sending a jolt of pain through him. Startled, Logan jolted awake, sitting up abruptly on the deck. It appeared to be twilight, with the last rays of the setting sun. He could finally make out what clung to his hand. It was a smooth tentacle adorned with tiny suction cups, fervently suctioning onto his finger. Following the tentacle's length, he spotted a pink octopus, roughly the size of a basketball, perched upon his belly, its two black eyes wide and innocent, fixated on him. Logan blinked, his sluggish mind snapping into clarity as he swiftly swatted the wide-eyed octopus off him, casting it far into the sea. However, he soon noticed something else strange. The boat seemed to be filled with water. Icy seawater enveloped half of his dairy, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that a significant portion of the small vessel was submerged. The bottom appeared to be leaking, and the chilling water gushed in, quickly covering him completely. Logan scanned his surroundings, noting the absence of Nelson. He called out, but received no response. It must be a dream, or perhaps a dream within a dream. It has been ages since I've had such a vivid dream. Convinced he had unraveled the truth, Logan let out a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. He then reclined back, resting his arms behind his head, and closed his eyes. Plop! The sensation of suffocation from the water engulfing him and the helplessness of a powerless being plunging into the ocean surged through him. Ugh! Plop! Plop! This isn't a dream. Logan finally grasped the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. With wide eyes, he thrashed in the water, desperately trying to escape, only to realize in horror that he was utterly immobilized, not even able to move a single finger. The water surrounding him, barely covering him, felt like an insurmountable chasm, mere centimeters from his nose, yet it loomed as a daunting barrier. Time ticked by, and the oxygen within his chest dwindled. A wave of despair washed over him. I cannot be the first power user to drown on a ship. That would be the most tragic demise among travelers. Moreover, where had that rascal Nelson gone? How long had he been asleep? I can't breathe. The seawater is dreadful, so stifling, so uncomfortable. Logan thought hopelessly, as darkness encroached upon his vision. Am I to perish? Just as he felt consciousness slipping away, a pair of ancient eyes materialized in his mind. You are the captain. Logan jolted awake, clarity returning with a surge. I am the captain. I cannot die. A powerful conviction surged within Logan, an unexpected strength igniting in him as he opened his eyes wide, desperately attempting to move his fingers. They moved. His fingers trembled, and Logan felt as though he had shattered some unseen shackles, regaining a flicker of vitality. However, before he could revel in this moment of triumph, a suffocating wave overwhelmed his chest. The air was gone. Logan's face flushed crimson, as if his lungs were on the verge of explosion. Was this it? Was I destined to be such a man? I refused to accept this. Logan's eyes widened in fury, his heart raging in silent rebellion. Just then, a cacophony of splashing water echoed from afar, rapidly approaching. Someone was coming. A tremor of hope coursed through Logan. His primal instinct to survive kept him tethered to consciousness, urging him to discover the identity of his rescuer. Closer, closer. The hurried footsteps drew near, and a pair of strong hands broke through the surface, lifting Logan from the depths of the sea. The familiar white scarf, the unmistakable scent of perfume. Bathed in the twilight's glow, Logan discerned the face of the person cradling him. It was Nelson, drenched and disheveled. A sense of calm washed over Logan as he laboriously raised his finger towards Nelson, intending to speak, only to expel mouthfuls of briny seawater instead. I'm so sorry, Logan. It's all my fault, Nelson cried, tears streaming down his face. Seeing Logan's weakened state, he wept uncontrollably. Logan's brow furrowed in determination. Disregarding his discomfort, he forcefully pushed Nelson away and stood up. The water now lapped at Logan's calves, and an overwhelming wave of weakness surged through him, nearly causing him to stumble and collapse. Nelson, noticing his distress, rushed to support him, but was met with a sharp dismissal from Logan. Leave me be. The boat is leaking. You must fix it, Logan urged, shoving Nelson, his voice rising in urgency. Hurry. Nelson, still sobbing, nodded and turned to retrieve the repair tools, plunging back into the water to swiftly patch the hole in the boat's bottom. Meanwhile, Logan grasped two empty wooden barrels. fighting against his fatigue as he slowly made his way to the edge of the vessel. Bracing himself against the side, he swung his arms to scoop the seawater out of the boat. Chapter 13. The Sea Kings? At this moment, it was not too late. The water accumulating on the ship had not yet reached the critical point that would cause the small vessel to sink. Had they discovered the situation a few minutes later, they would have been submerged, feeding the fish beneath the waves. Fortunately, Nelson exhibited remarkable efficiency. Within mere seconds, the gaping hole in the ship's bottom was securely sealed. Logan stood in astonishment at this terrifying speed, not even noticing as the two empty wooden barrels slipped from his grasp due to inertia. As Nelson drove in the final nail, he rose from the water, wiped the droplets from his face, and discarded his tools before sprinting towards Logan with remarkable speed. The formidable resistance of the seawater seemed to pose no hindrance to him. In the blink of an eye, Nelson stood before Logan. Without waiting for Logan to react, Nelson hoisted him onto his shoulder and, with a powerful leap, propelled himself to the top of the cabin. "Nelson, what are you doing?" Logan could scarcely comprehend the sudden shift in position. "Logan, brace yourself," Nelson uttered nonsensically, pressing Logan's shoulders down to have him sit. He swiftly removed the scarf from around his neck and wrapped it around Logan, securing him to the cabin. After executing this dizzying series of actions, Nelson turned and leaped back into the water, leaving a bewildered Logan in the chaos of the sea breeze. The material of Nelson's scarf was unknown, but it was incredibly flexible, tightening with every struggle. As Logan contemplated applying more force, he suddenly remembered that this scarf was Nelson's cherished possession. With a smile, he ceased his struggles and reclined into a more comfortable position. He harbored no fears of harm from Nelson. He was merely curious about Nelson's intentions. Nelson did not keep him waiting long. Soon, his intentions became clear. He dove into the ocean, swam beneath the ship, and reached the bow. With extraordinary balance, he floated upon the surface as though standing on solid ground. Then, rolling up his sleeves, he gripped the ship's bow with all his might, his muscular arms straining and veins bulging in his neck. Logan swallowed hard. He seemed to grasp what Nelson was about to do. In the next moment, as if to confirm Logan's thoughts, the small vessel began to sway, then abruptly accelerated, breaking free from the constraints of the water and leaping into the twilight sky. Logan's eyes widened, his breath caught in his throat. "Hey, there's no need for such theatrics." The small boat tilted toward the heavens, and the calm sea transformed into a surging torrent, cascading towards Nelson. With a thunderous roar, a deluge of seawater, along with the ship's cargo, poured into the ocean, creating a frothy spray. Logan gasped as the sudden rush of air stung his face, even making his scalp feel as if it might detach from his head. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the entire vessel plummeted once more. Crash! Water splattered everywhere. Logan gagged a couple of times, the jarring rise and fall akin to a roller coaster ride, an experience he never wished to repeat. Lying still for a moment, he gradually felt the sky stabilize before him. A commotion arose beneath him, and the furious Yule, rubbing the large bump on his head, stormed out of the cabin, poised to demand answers. However, upon seeing the empty deck before him, he froze in place. He staggered to the center of the deck, spinning around in confusion. "Am I dreaming? Dream?" Logan's lips twitched slightly. He thought to himself, "I truly wish this were a dream. Hey, old man, come down and help salvage the cargo." A muffled shout suddenly echoed from the distant sea. Yule turned in astonishment towards the source of the voice. There was Nelson, a knife clenched in his mouth, a large wooden chest in his left hand, a barrel of wine in his right, and a package of jerky balanced atop his head, struggling to paddle back towards the ship. Yule was dumbfounded, a chuckle threatening to escape, but he suppressed it and finally asked, "What on earth is happening?" Nelson urgently gestured towards a direction. "Don't ask. Hurry. Your log pointer fell into the sea, over there. Quickly go retrieve it." Yule's expression changed instantly. Without time for further words, he hastily stripped off his clothes, leaped over the side of the small boat, and dove into the water in the direction Nelson indicated. Nelson tossed all the items onto the ship and, noticing Logan still bound, smacked his forehead, intending to return to the vessel. Logan quickly called out, Forget about me. Go help you'll find the log pointer. Nelson hesitated, glancing back at Logan with uncertainty. Sensing his hesitation, Logan smiled reassuringly. I'll be fine. Just go? Nelson nodded, turned, and swam away, but only halfway before he re-emerged, scratching his head and occasionally glancing at his beloved scarf. Ultimately, as if making a momentous decision, he said to Logan, if you truly feel uncomfortable, feel free to tear it off. Logan was taken aback, a warm sensation blossoming from his heart to his limbs. Though he did not know the significance of the white scarf to Nelson, he was certain it held immense value for him. Yet, for Logan's sake, Nelson had unhesitatingly used his treasured possession as a binding rope and was now willing to suggest tearing it just to enhance Logan's comfort. Such a bond was truly profound. Logan hesitated, 1,000 words on the tip of his tongue, yet all that escaped were the gentle words, go. Nelson took one last glance at the scarf, then turned resolutely and plunged into the depths. As the last wave subsided, the sea gradually regained its tranquility. On the vast ocean, only Logan remained above the surface. He exhaled deeply. After a brief respite, the discomfort and weakness from being submerged in the sea had completely dissipated. With the crisis averted, Logan finally found the time to ponder the events. First and foremost, the greatest mystery: what had transpired, and why was the ship sinking? Excluding an enemy attack, for there were no signs of battle, nor injuries on Nelson. The most plausible explanation was running aground, but Yule had claimed this route was very safe. No, wait. The New World's climate is notoriously capricious, and the geographical conditions of a particular sea can change drastically within a few decades. After all, this was the New World. Just as Logan believed he had uncovered the truth, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a massive shadow lurking beneath the surface. The small boat beneath him appeared diminutive, akin to an ant beneath the foot of an elephant. Sea Kings. A cold sweat trickled down Logan's forehead. Chapter 14. Star Dragon Fish Dam. That creature must be over 100 meters long. Where on earth did it come from? Has it been lurking beneath the surface all this time? Logan's face turned ashen as he held his breath, making every effort to restrain his movements. Fearful of attracting the attention of that sea monster lurking beneath the waves, he absolutely could not be discovered, or it would mean certain doom for both him and the ship. The ocean, after all, is the realm of the Sea Kings. In the presence of this marine overlord, Logan could do nothing but fervently pray that it would simply pass by and swiftly depart. Yet, 1 second, 2 seconds, 15 seconds, an entire minute elapsed, and Logan's complexion turned crimson, but the deep-sea behemoth showed no signs of leaving or attacking. The vast shadow cast upon the water remained eerily tranquil. Just as Logan pondered the situation in bewilderment, a sudden splash erupted from another part of the sea. Logan jolted, holding his breath and remaining absolutely still as he focused on the Sea King, only relaxing slightly when he realized it remained undisturbed. He then turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. It was Yule. That old fellow had successfully located the recording pointer and was now swimming toward them with an air of calm confidence. Logan yearned to shout a warning, but ultimately could only watch as Yule climbed aboard the small boat, donned his clothing, and began to scan the surroundings. Logan surmised he was searching for him and cleared his throat softly. Captain, why did you come up here? Yule took a few steps back, looking up to see Logan, and asked in confusion, what is going on? Don't ask so many questions, just hurry and untie me. I'm coming now, Yule replied, and with a powerful leap, he landed beside Logan. Hey, isn't this Nelson's scarf? Why would he tie you up with it? Yule asked, untying Logan while expressing his bewilderment. Logan remained silent, casting a furtive glance at the large bump on Yule's head. Yule paused, then quickly understood, tossing Nelson's scarf onto the ground in a fit of rage, exclaiming, that bastard. Logan stood up and chuckled, redirecting his gaze toward the vast shadow in the distance. Yule, do you think that might be a large sea king? Why is it so motionless? A large sea king. Yule's body instinctively tensed as he fixed his sharp gaze in the direction Logan indicated. However, he soon relaxed, his expression turning peculiar. It is indeed a sea king, but what? Logan pressed eagerly. After a moment of contemplation, Yule suddenly stripped off his clothing and executed a graceful dive into the ocean, swimming toward the shadow. Logan intended to stop him, but Yul moved swiftly, quickly reaching the shadow's surface before plunging below. Seconds later, a tremendous splash echoed as a colossal sea king was thrust into the air by Yul. It was a bizarre creature, its upper half resembling a dragon fish, while its lower half morphed into a magnificent and voluminous ribbon-like tail stretching nearly 100 meters. In the waning light of dusk, the enormous tail shimmered with a brilliant blue luminescence, as if the starry river of the heavens had been transported to the earthly realm. Breathtakingly beautiful, Logan was momentarily rendered speechless by this extraordinary sight, unsure of what to say. Yul returned to Logan's side, wiping the droplets of pale blue blood from his face, and excitedly explained, "This is the star dragon fish, one of the rarest sea kings that dwell in the deep sea. It is said that its flesh is exceptionally delectable, releasing an enticing aroma with just a hint of cooking, a scent so powerful it can cure even the most severe cases of anorexia." Logan marveled in astonishment, his gaze fixed on the resplendent tail, murmuring, "Even without such miraculous properties, this tail alone, shimmering like stars, would surely captivate many." Yul chuckled, "Indeed. When I was young, I once saw a mere foot-long ribbon fetch over 10 million berries at auction." 10 million berries. Logan's breath became heavy at that moment. A foot for 10 million? How much is this magnificent creature before me? 100 million? 1 billion? 10 billion? Logan's eyes transformed into the shape of berries. It wasn't a matter of lacking self-control. It was simply too alluring. However, just as Logan reveled in the prospect of a bright future, a voice suddenly resonated from below. "Logan-chan, do not be deceived by him." Logan, puzzled, leaned over to look down, meeting Yul's gaze before leaping into the water with him. "Hey, you corpse! Who are you calling a fraud?" Yul felt a dull ache in his forehead at the sight of Nelson, unable to suppress his retort. Nelson set down the pile of items he was carrying, mockingly retorting, "Oh, old man. You think knowing the name of the star dragon fish gives you the right to show off? Do you even know what a true ribbon is? Do you know its purpose? Do you know the medicinal value of the star dragon fish?" The barrage of 3 questions left Yul speechless, causing him to huff in frustration. Nelson wore a victorious grin, mockingly raising his middle finger. "Ignorance." Coughing lightly, Logan patted Yul on the shoulder, then turned to shove the scarf into Yul's embrace. Glaring at him, "Stop causing trouble. Yul is merely being magnanimous. Think about it. If he asked you some professional knowledge about navigation, would you be able to answer?" Nelson stuck out his tongue, adopting a guilty expression. Yul snorted, saying, "At least the captain is reasonable." Logan replied flatly, "I simply didn't want Nelson to ask me, so I took the initiative." The other 2 paused in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. Logan too wore a faint smile. Once the laughter subsided, Logan surveyed the somewhat disheveled small boat and inquired, "This must all be related to the star dragon fish, so tell me, what happened?" Nelson lowered his head, gazing at his toes with a hint of shame, and murmured, "About half an hour ago, I inadvertently spotted the star dragon fish and pursued it. However, while attempting to capture it, I accidentally punctured the bottom of the boat. You already know what happened next. I knew it was your doing." Yul punched Nelson in the chest, grumbling, "You owe me an apology." "Apologize for what?" Nelson shot him a glare, then turned to Logan, excitedly pointing at the star dragon fish bobbing on the surface. The flesh of the star dragon fish not only tantalizes the taste buds, but also possesses remarkable medicinal properties that can rapidly heal injuries. Just consuming its meat will hasten your recovery. Logan, overwhelmed with gratitude, immediately embraced Nelson. Yul raised his head, squinting as he touched the bump on his forehead, seemingly feeling the pain dissipate. "Humph, for the captain's sake, I shall begrudgingly forgive you," Yul said. "Ahaha." Nelson, blissfully resurfacing from Logan's embrace, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, declaring, "Without further ado, I shall now prepare this star dragon fish for you." Oh, how exciting. Chapter 15. The Navy. The last rays of the sun faded beyond the horizon, swiftly followed by the enveloping darkness of night. Unlike the previous evening, the sky above was particularly desolate, devoid of the moon, with only a smattering of stars scattered across the expanse. Yet, this somber sky accentuated the resplendent glow of the star dragon fish's ribbon. Logan recalled what Nelson had just mentioned and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Nelson, what did you mean by the true ribbon? Is what lies before us not genuine?" Ulrich also perked up, clearly intrigued. Nelson chuckled softly, brandishing a chef's knife towards the star dragon fish, and enigmatically replied, "You'll find out soon enough." Logan shook his head with a smile, turning to leap atop the cabin, where the view was splendid and allowed him to behold the majestic star dragon fish in its entirety. Ulrich followed suit, eager to witness how Nelson would tackle such a colossal specimen. After all, opportunities like this might only come once in a lifetime. Nelson, filled with anticipation, prepared to present a magnificent dissection feast for the two. Suddenly, a minuscule bright appeared on the distant sea, so small yet strikingly conspicuous against the inky darkness. Ulrich was the first to spot it and quickly alerted Logan. Momentarily taken aback, Logan leapt down from the cabin, grasped the oar, and swiftly commanded, "Cut off the most valuable parts of the star dragon fish and prepare to set sail." Ulrich promptly followed suit, diving into the cabin to grab a telescope and peer toward the distant light. "A naval flag. It's the Navy, the G7 branch fleet," he shouted, his face paling. "One ship, two ships, three. A large standard warship accompanied by three smaller naval vessels. Damn it, are they here to annihilate a nation?" Ulrich exclaimed, his voice trembling as he gripped the telescope. Logan felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his limbs growing cold. For warships, one of which was equipped with a Demon Slayer order, such terrifying military might was beyond their current capacity to contend with. Trembling with fear, Logan tightened his grip on the oar, glancing at the distraught Ulrich and the hurriedly dissecting Nelson. Gritting his teeth, the weight of his responsibilities as captain steadied him. "Ulrich, hand me the telescope and start rowing." "Nelson, leave it behind and come up quickly." Logan set aside the oar, drew his ice-veined knife from its sheath, and declared with grave intensity, "This is a matter of life and death." Logan's composure inspired the two. Ulrich instinctively handed over the telescope and seized the oar. Nelson swiftly emerged from the star dragon fish, a palm-sized heart in hand, encircled by a shimmering ribbon of light. Standing atop the fish's head, he solemnly held the knife before his chest, bowing 3 times with utmost sincerity, before rising with a heavy sigh. "I apologize for not being able to show you my greatest respect." Logan understood, as a chef, failing to utilize the finest ingredients to their fullest was the highest form of disrespect. He refrained from rushing Nelson, allowing him to bid a quiet farewell to the star dragon fish. With a leap, Nelson boarded the vessel, handing the heart to Logan, who, preoccupied, accepted it absent-mindedly. Placing it in his pocket, Nelson nodded and moved to the other side to grasp the oar. Logan stood at the stern, gazing into the distance. The naval fleet was advancing rapidly. Just moments ago, they had only seen a speck, but now a looming silhouette was becoming discernible. "Ulrich, are we still on the original course? Can you gauge how far we are from Effie Island?" Logan questioned urgently. Ulrich quickly checked the recording pointer, his expression shifting to surprise as he glanced at Nelson, then replied, "Yes, it's stable now. We are nearing Effie Island. I estimate we'll see its outline in no more than 2 hours." "Excellent." Logan pointed the knife toward the bow, exclaiming with excitement, "Full speed ahead. We're heading to the island." Meanwhile, the radiant glow of the star dragonfish's ribbon caught the attention of a lookout on the large standard warship, who, at the same time, spotted Logan and his companions fleeing. The lookout immediately reported to Rear Admiral Corvin at the G7 base. "Report to Rear Admiral Corvin. A small ship has been discovered 300 nautical miles ahead, carrying the bounty of 43 million berries. The aroma demon girl Elisa Nelson, and 1.2 million berries for White-Tooth Florentino Crotto Logan. Both are affiliated with the Barton pirate crew. No sign of Barton has been detected." Rear Admiral Corvin, cigar in mouth, nodded and gestured for the lookout to continue the reconnaissance. An aide approached and inquired, "Admiral, should we dispatch a warship to sink them?" Corvin exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing into the distance with a grave expression. "No need. Our current mission takes precedence." "But," report to Rear Admiral Corvin, "the pirate ship is accelerating toward Effie Island." The lookout's voice rang out once more, Corvin cast a sidelong glance at the aide and calmly stated, "Is there still a Andapos, but Andapos?" The aide saluted, declaring loudly, "None." With that, the aide turned his gaze toward Effie Island, a smirk of malice creeping onto his face. "Captain, is the Navy closing in?" Ulrich asked, straining as he rowed vigorously. Logan, stationed at the stern, kept a vigilant eye on the naval fleet through the telescope, responding, "Not yet. Don't worry, the Navy won't catch up to us." Nelson, seemingly unperturbed, exuded confidence. "Ha ha, you are quite the optimist," Logan smiled, feeling a sense of reassurance. Ulrich's spirits lifted significantly. He shook his head and cheerfully declared, "Let me serenade you both." Without waiting for their consent, he began to sing. Ah, 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 compasses and such are merely the roots of stagnation, steering freely under the blazing sun. Ah, 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 ah. Ulrich indeed possessed a natural talent for singing, his age adding a poignant depth to his voice that was deeply moving. Logan and Nelson found themselves humming along softly, under the cloak of night. The tiny vessel surged forward, embraced by the melody. An hour later, while Logan remained transfixed on the naval fleet, Ulrich's song abruptly ceased, replaced by a panicked exclamation. Logan turned, asking, "What's wrong?" Ulrich, hastily abandoning the oar, rushed to Logan's side, raising his arm frantically. The recording pointer has suddenly malfunctioned. Startled, Logan set down his telescope to examine the pointer on Ulrich's wrist. The side indicators showed no change, yet the central one was violently trembling, tilting upwards toward the sky. The sky. Logan looked up into the darkened heavens, pondering, could there be a massive floating island above this sea? In that instant, he surmised that the pointer's signal was being disrupted by an aerial island. Having read the original tale, Logan could only consider this possibility. After all, Effie Island could not possibly be floating in the sky, could it? Logan shook his head, sharing his conjecture with Ulrich. To his surprise, Ulrich responded, half in disbelief. "An aerial island? Isn't that just a fairy tale? Do floating islands truly exist?" Even Nelson, who had always spoken unwaveringly to Logan, found it hard to believe in the existence of the Sky Island at this moment. Just as Logan was about to elucidate, their small vessel was suddenly jolted by an unseen force. Nelson dashed forward in a single bound, inspecting the scene with a look of bewilderment, exclaiming, "It's a pile of splintered wood." Logan, puzzled, inquired, "How could there be splintered wood here? Has a ship sunk?" Nelson leaned over the side of the boat and retrieved a fragment of the wood, scrutinizing it closely, and remarked curiously, "This doesn't resemble wood from a ship. It appears more akin to roofing material, and it seems to be composed of a very precious type of wood." "Roofing material?" You couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you suggesting that someone has constructed a house upon the sea? It seems utterly implausible." Unwilling to concede, Nelson threw the piece of wood toward Yule, muttering, "You take a look for yourself." Yule clumsily caught it, retorting defiantly, "Fine, I shall." Upon examining the wood from various angles, Yule began to sense something peculiar. It indeed resembled roofing material. "No, this can't be right. Perhaps it's too dark for this old fool to see clearly," he pondered. Nelson scoffed. "How have you lived so long without distinguishing between roofing wood and that from a ship?" Yule, furrowing his brow without retort, intently traced the intricate patterns of the wood with his fingers. Suddenly, Yule's eyes widened in horror as if he had encountered something truly menacing, and he repeated his confirmations in disbelief. "How can this be?" he murmured in shock. Logan furrowed his brow, questioning the situation. Yule swallowed hard, handing the wood to Logan, and said, "This is Lionheart wood, named for its internal grain that resembles a lion's head. The inhabitants of Effie Island regard this tree as sacred. It is extraordinarily rare. In my youth, I visited Effie Island, where only one edifice was deemed worthy of being crafted from Lionheart wood." Pausing for effect, Yule's tone grew somber as he continued, "That is the sacred Lion Cathedral located at the very heart of Effie Island. And this piece of wood is from the cathedral's roof." Chapter 16 Farewell. Effie Island. Logan's expression changed abruptly, and the splintered wood slipped helplessly from his grasp. Did it mean that something had happened to Effie Island? Yule nodded gravely, stating in a low voice, "And it surely won't be a trivial matter. It is highly likely to have suffered a catastrophic disaster." Logan lowered his head and began to pace slowly, then suddenly raised it again to ask, "Where do we go now?" Yul, his demeanor somber, bowed his head and bit his lip, remaining silent. An air of tension spread across the small boat. Nielsen anxiously scratched his ear. He didn't care where they would head next. He only felt distressed seeing Logan in discontent, unable to offer any help. Was there no topic to lighten the atmosphere? Nielsen glanced around, hoping to find something to discuss, when suddenly a peculiar sight in the sky caught his attention. Grasping at the opportunity like a lifeline, he exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Logan, look! The sky over there is so strange. Is that a storm cloud?" Logan instinctively glanced up, responding with a half-hearted "oh," before lowering his head again. Yet suddenly, a thread in his mind was plucked, and he shot his gaze toward the differently colored sky. No, it wasn't just the sky. It was an island. Logan hurriedly dashed to the deck, standing on tiptoe with wide eyes fixed on the expanse of darkened sky. An island. He nearly shouted this revelation. Yul quickly reacted, leaping onto the deck, glancing at the sky and then at the reading on his wrist. A cold sweat trickled down Yul and Apos' cheek as his pupils constricted in fear to pinprick size. He grasped Logan and Apos' arm tightly, struggling to steady his trembling body. His gaze fixated on the colossal entity shrouded in the night. A profound sense of absurdity and dizziness assaulted his mind, causing the seasoned sailor to quiver. Unable to utter a word, Logan, with a complex expression, patted old Yul's back and turned to Nielsen, commanding, "Bring some water." "Oh, okay." Nielsen quickly brought a cup of water, which he fed to Yul at Logan's direction. How ridiculous, thought Nielsen, that a grown man still required feeding. He disdainfully shook the droplets off his hands and stood beside Logan. Yul, unfazed by Nielsen's words, released his grip on Logan and staggered a few steps forward, pointing at the immense island looming in the sky, his face pale as he said, "That island is Effie Island, the prosperous land that reveres the culture of lions." Logan closed his eyes in sorrow. Upon discerning that the sky was indeed an island, he had suspected as much. Meanwhile, Nielsen, the first to notice the anomaly, appeared confused and asked Yul, "So Effie Island is a floating island?" "No." Yul turned around, his expression filled with melancholy. "Effie Island is situated in the Strian Sea. In my youth, I spent 3 years there." Nielsen blinked, pressing on. "Then why is it floating in the sky?" "It is the work of Captain Don Quixote da Flamingo," Logan interjected, providing an answer. "The user of the float fruit, a legendary pirate who stood alongside the pirate king Roger and Whitebeard, the captain of the Flying Lion Pirates. He had once cornered Roger in the Battle of Wall and created chaos at Navy headquarters on the day of Roger's execution." Logan gazed at the heavens, murmuring, "Aside from him, I cannot fathom anyone capable of lifting an entire island." Yul staggered, his face drained of color as he realized, "It's him. I remember now. 2 months ago, the Navy reissued his bounty. That devil has returned to the seas." Logan found Yul's reaction peculiar, sensing an excessive alarm. Had he encountered the flying lion before? Before he could inquire, Yul spoke up. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yul smiled faintly, saying, "I fear you may laugh. But about 20 years ago, I encountered the flying lion on an island while following my captain. My captain, a formidable man who suppressed a nation in the North Sea, was pierced through the heart by a single blow from the flying lion. We, his subordinates, were so overwhelmed by his aura that we knelt in fear and didn't even dare to retrieve our captain's body, fleeing in panic." After sharing this, Yul chuckled bitterly to himself. Logan patted his back in understanding, while Nielsen refrained from mocking Yul, instead secretly admiring his courage to admit such a truth. Anyone who could command an entire island would instill fear in any adversary. Nielsen, with a sense of camaraderie, assured Yul that he need not dwell on it. Wait, Nielsen suddenly realized, pointing at the vast ocean behind them, those naval vessels earlier, they wouldn't be here to capture the flying lion, would they? Logan nodded solemnly. And not just them. I suspect there are also high-ranking naval forces on Effie Island. What do we do now? Should we still land on the island? Logan hesitated, feeling Nielsen's forehead and comparing it to his own. He was not feverish. Why was he speaking nonsense? Nielsen shook his head, saying, "Logan, You Haven T answered my question. Logan, exasperated, laughed in disbelief, retorting, land on an island? Let us not even consider whether you can manage to go ashore. Even if you could, would you dare? Nielsen replied earnestly, as long as you go, I will too. Logan facepalmed. Enough. Stop joking around. Yule, we need to stay focused. He patted Yule's shoulder, calmly indicating the navigational pointer. Choose another route. We must hurry while we are still outside the island's fall zone. Yule quickly regained his composure and decisively selected the left path. Logan wasted no time, pulling Nielsen down from the deck, seizing the oar and setting the course. Yule followed closely, attempting to take the oar from Logan, but was pushed aside. Logan insisted, neither of us has been to Effie Island before. But you have spent 3 years there. You should be the one to guide us. Yule did not refuse. He turned away, his expression somber, standing at the stern, gazing at Effie Island in the sky. In that moment, his silhouette seemed to hunch over. Logan lowered his gaze, looking at Nielsen, who was poised for action, and softly instructed, set sail. Farewell, my unacquainted Effie Island. Chapter 17. What kind of pirate beneath the shroud of a pitch-black night? A defiant golden figure stood tall against the horizon, gazing down upon the trembling island below. Ha! The Golden Lion, with a cigar clenched in his teeth, looked disdainfully at the middle-aged Navy officer beneath him and boisterously laughed. Kapu, how did you locate me? Were you keeping an eye on that old Whitebeard? Quite an impressive feat. Shiki. Kapu's eyes blazed with fury as he beheld the meager remnants of the civilians he had fought to protect, merely a fraction of the island's original inhabitants. The survivors stood helplessly amidst the ruins of their homes, bewildered and lost. Just moments ago, they had gathered joyfully with friends and family. But in the blink of an eye, loved ones were gone, friends vanished, and their homes reduced to ashes. Those still alive could scarcely comprehend that their homeland had perished before their tears and cries could even begin to manifest. Shiki, I will kill you. The sound of a baby's cries reached Kapu's ears, igniting a tempest of rage within him. He tore off his navy coat, fists clenched tightly against his chest as an overwhelming aura of dark, armed haki spiraled forth, as if even the surrounding night dared not encroach upon its might. The trembling island quickly fell silent under the sheer force of this overwhelming presence, akin to a kitten encountering a fierce tiger. Ha! Such exaggerated power. The Golden Lion roared with exaggerated laughter. Come, let me witness it once more. In an instant, Kapu propelled himself from the island, his terrifying speed igniting sparks from the friction with the air, transforming him into a shooting star that soared from the earth to the sky. The oppressive force surged forward. Yet the Golden Lion stood his ground, contorting his face as he raised both hands to command the island beneath him, bellowing, Lion and Apos. Might. Earth roll. The uneven ground erupted under the Golden Lion's will, rapidly reshaping into the visage of a colossal lion's head that charged ferociously towards Kapu. Get out of my way. Kapu bellowed, accelerating with the moonwalk technique, his fists like dark spears aimed at the heavens, effortlessly shattering the lion's head's interception. With unyielding momentum, he charged toward the Golden Lion, flames of crimson igniting upon his fists, his eyes ablaze with lethal intent. Falling meteor. The Golden Lion and Apos' expression turned to one of horror, cold sweat pouring down him. However, true to his reputation as a maritime powerhouse, he quickly regained his composure. He raised his right leg high, concentrating his armed haki into the withered wood, unleashing a fierce blade of sword energy that compressed until it was potent enough to obliterate the very air. Lion, Warblade. The Golden Lion extinguished his cigar, his face alight with madness as he surged forward with renewed vigor to confront the furious Kapu. Black and red clashed against gold and white. The world abruptly fell into a deathly silence as the two titans collided. The bewildered civilians gazed at the spectacle. But in the next heartbeat, a brilliant light erupted violently between them. Boom! Accompanied by a radiant flash akin to the sun, a cataclysmic shockwave surged outward from the combatants, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding landscape. The civilians collapsed in agony, blood streaming from their closed eyes and ears. The Navy soldiers, including Bogart, gritted their teeth as they shielded the civilians, their bodies sliced and bloodied by the ferocious aftermath, yet they did not falter. Golden Lion, Kapu. The two clashed fiercely in the air, their fists howling, sword energy slicing through the night, as blinding flashes illuminated the darkness, leaving Effie Island in a state of utter ruin. Thud. From a distance, Uru fell to his knees, utterly spent. His murky old eyes reflected the distant glow, the pointer on his wrist trembling as it pointed toward Effie Island. He understood that Effie Island was fracturing, a land that had endured for millennia, which had sheltered his 3 years of youthful bliss, was on the brink of disintegration. Logan sighed within, his brow furrowing deeply. If Uru felt this way, what must the generations of residents who called Effie Island home be experiencing? To witness their ancestral land crumble to dust while feeling utterly powerless must be a profoundly despairing ordeal. Nielsen bit his lip as he gazed toward Effie Island, suddenly asking Logan with a complex expression, "What kind of pirate do you aspire to be, Logan?" Uru's ears perked up, seemingly awaiting Logan's response. Logan scratched his ear. As captain, Shuden and Apos, he utters some grand proclamations, like becoming the pirate king or ruling the world. After all, only a captain with lofty dreams could truly inspire his crew. However, after some contemplation, Logan decided to speak candidly. If possible, I do not wish to become a pirate. Logan shrugged at the astonished faces of the two. What is so great about being a pirate? Not only are you hunted by the Navy, but you're also despised by civilians. And there's no trust, even among fellow pirates. It's truly one of the most miserable professions imaginable. But now, there's no turning back. I've already been marked for a bounty, and I cannot grovel before the Navy, begging for forgiveness to rescind it. If I must say what kind of pirate I wish to be, I would prefer a leisurely one, someone who stirs no trouble with the Navy or other pirates, just enjoying tranquil and joyous adventures upon the sea with friends. A civilian-like pirate? Uru interjected with a furrowed brow. No. Logan corrected. It's an emperor-like pirate. Uru abruptly turned his head in shock, staring at Logan in disbelief. A pirate, emperor? Logan nodded, explaining at a measured pace. In this chaotic world, if you seek peace, others will not grant it to you. What can one do but take action to silence them? Only when they are quiet can we joyfully adventure upon the sea. My dream is to become a benevolent emperor of the sea, establishing laws and regulations for my subjects to live by, fostering a civilized existence. Ultimately, I shall await a destined child to liberate the world, at which point I will retire to wander the seas. At this juncture, Logan paused, casting a distant gaze toward the ongoing battle, solemnly stating, I hope that by the time I retire, such tragedies as today's events on Effie Island will no longer occur. Uru sat in stunned silence, eventually murmuring, When aboard the Barton, I believed you to be a pirate scoundrel. Later, I found you to be a wise and patient elder. Now, I feel you are even more unhinged than Barton. Captain, I truly cannot see through you. Of course not. How could Logan allow you to see through him? Nielsen exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. An emperor? Then I shall be a minister. A minister of monstrosities. Uru interjected mercilessly. Scoundrel. Then you shall be the elder minister. Minister of monstrosities. Elder minister. Chapter 18. The absence of Fisherman Logan smiled warmly, raising his fist as he proclaimed, For our dreams of emperors and ministers, we must strive to survive. Nelson and Yule exchanged glances, raising their fists in unison, shouting, Survive. Captain, allow me to take over, Yule said, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms, eager to grasp the wooden or from Logan. Logan shook his head, retrieving a telescope from his pocket and handing it to Yule, chuckling. No need. Your task is to keep a vigilant eye on the compass. Our lives depend entirely upon you. Yule, feeling the weight of responsibility, nodded solemnly and moved to the bow of the ship to guide their course. The trio labored tirelessly for the future of the Logan pirate crew. Minutes passed as the small boat sliced through the waves, the thunderous sounds from Effie Island fading into a mere whisper, with only the occasional flash of light shimmering in the dark night behind them. Danger seemed to be receding from their midst. However, before Logan could breathe a sigh of relief, Yule spotted something new. A ship, Damn it. It's the Navy. Yul shouted, raising the telescope. Logan's expression shifted, and he exchanged a glance with Nelson before ceasing to paddle. Which division? He inquired as he took the telescope from Yul. The G5 division, and they possess 4 warships. Yul replied. Logan nodded, peering through the telescope at the approaching vessels. The G5 division from the original narrative had been infiltrated by the Don Quixote family, leading to significant issues within its ranks, disorganized and undisciplined. They were known to cruelly torment superiors and ruthlessly slaughter pirates, a band of rogues entirely at odds with the Navy and Apos' traditional sense of justice. Yet the Navy before Logan bore little resemblance to the G7 division. Their sailors donned standardized uniforms, exhibiting a commendable discipline that did not evoke a sense of laxity. Had some event transpired before the plot commenced to instigate such a dramatic shift in their values? A flicker of doubt emerged in Logan's mind, yet he refrained from delving into it. Regardless of the G5 division's conduct, they were foes he was soon to confront. Yul scrutinized the compass, his aged brow furrowing. The unpredictable climate of the New World and the erratic currents made deviating from their course perilous. Nelson clenched his fists, licking his lips, brimming with battle zeal. In that case, we shall engage them. Leave it to me, Logan. Logan pondered for a moment, then smiled with a sense of composure, declaring, if the Navy can navigate this route, it signifies their path is safe, which means our choice is sound. Therefore, we shall not flee. We shall confront them head-on. Standing at the bow, Nelson's fists cracked as he grinned broadly. Let us make a grand ruckus. Hey, don't adopt a Luffy-like demeanor, Logan chuckled, pulling Nelson down from the bow and tossing him a piece of cloth. As Logan tied the cloth around his face, he remarked, we aren't raiding a gallows. Why must we resort to battle? Isn't it exhausting? What do you mean by that? Nelson, though mimicking Logan by wrapping his face in the cloth, remained puzzled by Logan's intent. Logan patiently elaborated, we shall masquerade as unfortunate fishermen from Effie Island, returning from the sea only to find our homes vanished, fleeing in terror. With their focus on the Golden Lion and the darkness surrounding us, they are unlikely to question us further. You and I are bountied pirates, so cover your face. Just paddle, Nelson. You will negotiate with the Navy. Understood, but what? Yul asked, slightly exasperated, gesturing towards Nelson and Apos' flamboyant attire. He hardly resembles a fisherman. Nelson protested, poking 2 holes in his cloth mask and glaring at Yul. I was known as the Apos, fishing prince and Apos, in the Makabaka kingdom. Yul refrained from arguing, turning to Logan with a troubled expression. After a moment's thought, Logan shed his cloak and wrapped it around Nelson, advising, bear with it for now. Once we pass this hurdle, I'll let you remove it. Nelson grasped the cloak's collar, shaking his head like a bobblehead. No rush, no rush. I could wear Logan's clothes for a lifetime. Yul rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, such a lack of ambition. Logan clapped his hands, instructing Yul, be adaptable. Remember, we are fishermen. Rest assured, I have lived long enough to handle this. Yul confidently assured. Good, set sail. Logan and Nelson paddled furiously with an air of desperation, while Yul adeptly removed his shirt, tucking the compass into his trousers. Meanwhile, the Navy had also detected their presence. Report to Rear Admiral Lytton. We have spotted a small boat approaching from the direction of Effie Island, heading directly towards us. The situation aboard appears unclear, but it does not exceed 5 individuals. The lookout, unable to discern their faces due to the darkness, was only aided by the glow of a star dragonfish. Otherwise, the G7 division and Apos' lookout would have failed to identify them. Rear Admiral Lytton furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, survivors, perhaps? Lieutenant, ensure they are brought aboard the warship. We must safeguard their safety. Lieutenant? Understood. 10 minutes later. Logan could easily see the stern face of the naval officer at the helm of the leading warship. Stop the boat. A thunderous voice commanded from the warship, causing Logan and Nelson to feign panic as they dropped their oars. The small boat gently collided with the warship and came to a halt. Gazing up at the 4 steel behemoths above, Yul felt an unusual tension rising within him, clenching his fists tightly, silently berating himself. The captain's life rests entirely in your hands, old man. Pull yourself together. Taking a few deep breaths, Yul was about to speak when a beam of light suddenly illuminated their small boat, revealing everything in stark detail, followed by a rope ladder being lowered. Logan's heart raced. This is it. The only item aboard that could be linked to fishing was a solitary fishing rod. He doubted that a mere rod could deceive astute naval officers. As thoughts raced through his mind, he subtly shifted his stance to conceal his ice-veined blade beneath his foot, prepared to act swiftly if the situation turned dire. Yul, taken aback, managed to maintain his composure through decades of experience. The elderly man, with a face full of wrinkles, raised his hands in despair, calling out, "Noble Navy, we are fishermen from Effie Island. We mean no harm." Yul's words echoed across the water, yet the warship remained unresponsive. Unable to contain himself, Yul glanced back at Logan, who shook his head, signaling him to remain composed. "Make way." A commanding shout resonated from above, followed by a naval lieutenant, equipped with a specialized pistol, leaping directly onto their small vessel. The boat rocked dangerously, nearly causing Logan and the others to lose their balance. My apologies." The naval officer, realizing the disturbance he caused, quickly bowed and apologized, crumbs tumbling from his mouth like rain. He appeared rather dim-witted. Uller tugged at the corner of his mouth and quickly replied, "It is of no consequence, my lord. We truly are not malevolent beings. We have just returned from fishing and intended to rest at home, but the entirety of Effie Island has ascended into the sky, and the ocean is devoid of anything. We were genuinely terrified." As he spoke, Uller's eyes reddened, his voice tinged with a blend of fear, sorrow, tremor, and lingering shock. Logan, upon hearing this, was utterly impressed and silently vowed to reward Uller with a small golden token. The naval officer was also swayed by Uller's remarkable performance and quickly reassured him. "Do not worry, Elder. We, the Navy, have come to rescue Effie Island. We believe you are not a villain. By the way, why are those two covering their heads?" Uller's carefully cultivated emotions were momentarily stifled, and as his mind raced to concoct a plausible excuse, he heard Logan interject, "My lord, we are afflicted by a contagious disease and are covering our faces to prevent transmission." The naval officer sighed upon hearing this, lamenting, "It is truly arduous to work while afflicted, all for the sake of one's family." After uttering these words, Logan paused, suddenly realizing the gravity of his statement, and glanced towards Effie Island, lowering his head in silence. The naval officer's eyes misted over, and with an abrupt movement, he stepped forward and grasped Logan's shoulder, choking on his words, which ultimately coalesced into a single utterance, "Brother." On board the warship, Admiral Litton tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of Effie Island, teeth clenched in fury. Cursed pirates. Suddenly, a hurried patter of footsteps echoed from behind. Frowning, Admiral Litton turned to see a young deckhand rushing towards him, broom in hand. Upon recognizing the lad, Litton's expression softened somewhat. After the deckhand saluted, Litton maintained a stern fa and reprimanded, "Are you unaware of the ship's regulations?" "Yes, I apologize," the deckhand replied, his eyes brimming with tears as he saluted. "But why has the warship come to a halt? Effie Island is so near." Admiral Litton and Amp, Apos' demeanor lightened slightly as he reached out to adjust the deckhand and Amp, Apos' disheveled collar and explained, "The warship has spotted a small boat, carrying fishermen who have escaped from your homeland. I believe you would be eager to see them." "Fishermen?" The deckhand was taken aback, skepticism creeping into his voice. "But the church issued a fishing ban a decade ago." Chapter 19. Exposed. The fishing ban? General Litton furrowed his brow, taking a few steps forward to look down at Logan and his companions, who appeared as lost as stray dogs. He found it hard to believe that they were lying. And so, as if seeking self-assurance, he muttered to himself, "Could they be poaching?" Upon hearing this, a deckhand hurried to the bow of the ship, peered down, and immediately sensed something amiss. He swiftly turned to General Litton and exclaimed, "Sir, they are deceiving you. They are not from Effie Island at all. Explain your reasoning." The deckhand stood at attention, his gaze fixed ahead, and politely stated, "First, their small boat is not a legitimate fishing vessel. Second, There are no fishing tools aboard their craft. Perhaps they have some justification for the first 2 points, but this third point will certainly expose them. They possess no sacred lion and Apos' blessing. Regardless of the type of vessel, every boat in Effie Island is adorned with a large lion and Apos' head emblem on the deck, seeking divine favor. Yet, this boat lacks such a mark, which is utterly unfathomable to the Effie people. General Litton momentarily lost his train of thought, but quickly regained his composure, patting the deckhand and Apos' shoulder in approval. "Well done, soldier." However, the deckhand did not exhibit joy from the praise. Instead, he shouted with the fervor of someone wagering his naval career, "Sir, please resolve this matter swiftly. I can almost hear the anguished cries of my family." 2 soldiers tasked with maintaining discipline approached to pull the deckhand away, but General Litton waved them off. With a hand weathered by toil, he wiped the tears from the deckhand's eyes and solemnly declared, "I assure you, I will not let any pirate harm innocent civilians. For the sake of justice." With that, General Litton leaped from the warship, landing squarely in the middle of the small boat. The beleaguered vessel creaked under the sudden weight, as if invisible fissures were spreading from within. Nelson's eyes widened with fury, his fists clenched tightly. Logan quickly gestured to Nelson, stifling his burgeoning desire for confrontation. You'll step protectively in front of Nelson, bowing slightly as he said, "Sir, You are not fishermen? Certainly not from Effie Island." General Litton and Apos' demeanor was icy as he coldly interrupted Yule. His voice thundered across the small boat, leaving Logan and his companions momentarily stunned, their hearts racing. Observing their reaction, General Litton became even more convinced of the deckhand's claims. They dare to deceive the Navy. These pirates have some audacity, especially upon noticing the black cloths covering Logan and Nelson's faces. General Litton felt the weight of mockery upon him. Drawing his blade, glinting menacingly, he sneered, "State your names." "Pirates." The bumbling lieutenant, still resting a hand on Logan's shoulder, froze momentarily, blinking in disbelief before instinctively retracting his hand and stepping back to General Litton's side, his right hand hovering over his pistol. Logan swallowed hard, forcing himself to maintain composure. "Sir, we truly are fishermen. Why do you say we are not?" General Litton advanced with his sword, scoffing, still pretending. "A fishing ban has been in place on Effie Island for a decade. How can you claim to be fishermen?" As these words sank in, Logan remained speechless, while Yule appeared as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. "No, fisherman. I have doomed us all." A wave of guilt crashed over the elderly man. Logan quickly glanced at the dazed Yule, his mind racing until a justification emerged. Adopting a resigned demeanor, he gritted his teeth and confessed, "Yes, there is a fishing ban. Since we've been discovered, there is no point in hiding. We are poachers." General Litton stamped his foot on the small boat, still smirking. "What could you possibly catch with this tiny vessel?" "Not at all," Logan replied hastily. "Our large fishing boat was destroyed by falling debris from the sky. This small craft is merely for our escape." Recalling the abundant supplies stored below deck, Logan emphasized, "This is just an escape vessel." General Litton paused, furrowing his brow. "Are you from Effie Island?" "Yes." "And what do you hold most sacred?" "The Lionheart Wood." Thanks to Yule, Logan was able to answer without hesitation. General Litton scanned the area, even glancing into the corners of the small boat, ensuring he found nothing he sought before coldly stating, "Then why does your vessel lack the sacred lion's blessing? Do you still dare claim to be from Effie Island?" Logan's mind raced, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, yet he could not conjure a sufficient excuse. The truth was, he was not familiar with Effie Island and was at a loss for words. "Who says there is none?" Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out from behind, drawing the attention of those aboard. Yule, his lean upper body exposed, approached with unwavering resolve. "Old man, the captain is fighting desperately to save us. How can you hesitate?" Yule cast Logan a determined glance, which Logan understood as a signal. "Leave the next part to me, Captain." Logan breathed a sigh of relief, his demeanor gradually calming. He trusted Yule, trusted his crew. General Litton regarded Yule with uncertainty as he slowly approached. From this elderly man, who had just been so obsequious, he sensed a familiarity. What was it? It felt like a resolve to protect something beloved. This elder is no ordinary man. Out of a respect he could not fully articulate, General Lytton slightly lowered the point of his sword. Admiral, Yule proclaimed, we are poachers. We do not wish to bring shame upon the divine. Hence we lack the courage to inscribe the blessing upon our boat. Yet, Yule's voice suddenly rose with fervor, filled with emotion, as children of the divine. How could we bear to leave the embrace of our mother? Before he finished speaking, Yule abruptly turned, placing his hands on his waistband, and dramatically pulled down his trousers. In the blink of an eye, Nelson swiftly positioned himself in front of Logan, tenderly covering his eyes. Meanwhile, General Lytton and his lieutenant were bombarded with an overwhelming shock. You, the lieutenant shouted, hastily turning away, desperately covering his mouth. General Lytton staggered back, a look of disdain on his face as he pointed his sword at Yule, scolding, you shameless old man. What are you doing? Yule squeezed tears from his eyes, resolutely pointing to a tattoo on his rear, exclaiming, did you not say I am not from Effie? Then what do you think this is? Oh, divine one, open your eyes and see your child. Your child is being subjected to baseless accusations. The elder's heartfelt accusations stirred deep emotions, leaving listeners pained and witnesses in tears. In that moment, Yule felt a profound gratitude for the woman he had met decades ago on Effie Island. Marina, I misjudged you. Your decision was astoundingly prescient. Surely, the divine must have granted you a vision that night. As Yule reminisced about the golden years of his youth, General Lytton fell silent. This did not seem like mere pretense. He glanced at the black cloth draped over Logan and Nielsen's faces, contemplating whether to have them removed. However, upon witnessing the heart-wrenching sight of Yule, who appeared on the verge of fainting, his resolve wavered. Just as Major General Lytton found himself engulfed in indecision, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted in the distance, shaking the very heavens and earth. The aide immediately produced a pair of binoculars from his pocket and handed them to Major General Lytton. Upon taking a look, a cold sweat instantly began to trickle down his forehead. In the distance, Effie Island had suddenly fractured into myriad pieces, engulfed by immense force as it plummeted into the sea, unleashing a violent tsunami in all directions. The tsunami was so colossal that it filled the entire lens of the binoculars. Crack! The binoculars were crushed into fragments by Major General Lytton, a testament to the shock that gripped his heart. All hands, return at once. Major General Lytton bellowed to the crew of the warship, and in the next instant, he vanished from the small boat. Yet the tremendous recoil from the shave technique shattered the deck beneath his feet. Water surged violently through the fissures. Damn it! Aide, bring them aboard as well. Major General Lytton lamented, slapping his forehead in frustration as he gazed at the wrecked small boat, and promptly issued a loud command to his aide below. At once, the aide rushed to grasp Nielsen and Appos' shoulder, but to his surprise, Nielsen instinctively recoiled, causing the aide's hand to reach for the black cloth covering Nielsen's face. Logan, having just recovered from the thunderous noise, felt his heart race at the sight. He hurriedly reached out to grab Nielsen, but alas, it was too late. With a swift motion, the aide tore the black cloth from Nielsen's face. The aide scrutinized Nielsen's countenance, a hint of confusion surfacing as he remarked, your face seems oddly familiar. Chapter 20. The struggle of the captive beast, it seemed familiar. The officer rubbed his head in contemplation, earnestly rummaging through his memories. Beside him, Logan's body suddenly tensed, cold sweat pouring down his brow. In such dire circumstances, the arrow is knocked, it must be released. Act now, Logan bellowed, unleashing his fruit ability. The specially designed gun hanging from the officer's waist instantaneously transferred to Logan's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed as a specially crafted lead bullet, no smaller than a naval cannonball, erupted from the barrel, hurtling towards the officer's chest. At the moment the gun fired, the officer instinctively tensed his body. Yet in that fleeting instant, the bullet, which had claimed countless pirate lives before, was already hurtling towards him. In this life-and-death moment, disregarding his shock, the officer quickly activated the Navy and Appos' most formidable defense technique. iron block. Thud. The bullet pierced through. The tremendous force sending the officer flying backward, a vivid spray of crimson erupting from his chest, staining the night sky. Ultimately, the hastily executed iron block could not withstand the sudden onslaught. From the moment Logan struck until the officer plunged into the sea, only a few seconds had elapsed. Nelson and Ewell reacted immediately, the latter hastily adjusting his trousers and joining Nelson at Logan and Apos' side. Rear Admiral Litton watched in disbelief as the officer was struck by the bullet and plunged into the ocean, his fate uncertain, while the pirates brazenly flaunted their presence before him, treating him like a mere fool. Having always harbored a deep-seated hatred for pirates, he was now engulfed in uncontrollable fury. Pirates. Rear Admiral Litton chose to ignore the impending colossal tsunami, abandoned the 4 awaiting naval vessels, and disregarded the soldiers behind him calling for his attention. He let out a fierce roar and leaped down, drawing his blade with the intent to cleave Logan and his companions in two. Logan, retreat, Nelson cautioned, carefully removing Logan and Apos' cloak and laying it on the ground, then fearlessly adopting a single-legged stance, preparing to confront the threat. The Demon Freak fist technique, toe kick. Rear Admiral Litton's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped the hilt of his sword, forcefully swinging downward. Willow, crescent moon slash. In that instant, it seemed as though countless beams of sword light emerged, forming an impenetrable net of sword energy descending upon Nelson. Logan gasped, reaching for his ice vein blade to assist. But Ewell urgently restrained him, his voice grave. This is a battle beyond our intervention. The small boat is no longer viable. We must board the warship. For that is our battlefield. Ewell pointed towards the rope ladder dangling from the ship, clenching his teeth in determination. Logan shook off Ewell and Apos' hand and sprinted towards the rope ladder. Just as they ascended, Rear Admiral Litton ferociously breached Nelson and Apos' defenses, crashing down onto the small boat and utterly shattering it into splinters. Despicable pirate. Rear Admiral Litton seized a piece of wood, his right hand wielding his sword, unleashing a violent wave of sword energy towards the rope ladder. Our battle is not yet over. Nelson suddenly surged from beneath the waves, shielding Logan, his kick shattering the sword energy. He then plunged back into the ocean, clinging to another piece of wood, fiercely confronting Rear Admiral Litton. Nelson. Logan's eyes brimmed with tears, for Nelson was marred with countless small wounds, blood staining the surrounding sea. The angle and ferocity of that sword net were merciless. Captain, Ewell tugged at Logan's pant leg, urgently warning, the tsunami is imminent. We must seize a warship before it's too late, or we will surely perish. Logan's body jolted. Gazing at Ewell's aged white hair and resolute visage, he nodded gravely. What are you waiting for? Cut the rope ladder. Rear Admiral Litton suddenly bellowed at the warship. Gulp. The naval soldiers swallowed hard, jolting back to reality amidst the flurry of events, hastily drawing their swords to sever the ropes. Too late. Logan had already reached the top of the rope ladder, mere inches from the naval soldiers. Activating his ability, Mouse Steel, Gravity. A beam of white light shot from the soldier's body into Logan, instantly making him feel heavier, allowing him to stand firm against the raging sea winds. Conversely, the naval soldier felt an abrupt lightness, the fierce winds nearly lifting him off his feet, causing him to kneel and cling desperately to his sword. Corporal Will, be careful. A panicked voice rang out, but it was in vain. Gritting his teeth, Corporal Will raised his head, only to meet the chilling edge of an icy blade. Swoosh. Blood gushed forth as Logan mercilessly sliced open the young corporal and Apos' throat. In that fleeting moment, as the naval soldier's life ebbed away, Logan swiftly dissipated the weight on the soldier, locking his gaze upon the dozen or so naval soldiers closing in on him, analyzing their combat capabilities with vigilance. Though the warship was designed to accommodate 800 to 1,000 personnel, he knew that the G5 branch had only 300, spread across 6 vessels, meaning this warship could hold at most 50. Given that a rear admiral was personally leading the mission, it was likely that the brigadier and colonel officers remained at the naval branch. Logan's eyes darted, finally spotting a burly figure with a bushy beard, wielding a massive shield. Lieutenant. This naval lieutenant stood calmly at the rear, directing the soldiers as they encircled Logan. A lieutenant, one who could easily assume the role of captain in any sea, was indeed a formidable opponent. Logan recalled a fellow forum member mentioning that lieutenants were equivalent to pirates worth millions. How terrifying. Logan clicked his tongue, discarding the officer's gun, gripping the ice vein blade tightly. With the fruit ability becoming increasingly difficult to execute, the soldiers on the warship were now on high alert. Any attempt to steal would be fraught with peril. In this dire situation, the only option left was to engage in close combat. Yul licked his lips, brandishing the sword he had retrieved from Will and Amp, Apos' corpse, an expression of battle fervor breaking across his wrinkled face. This old man seemed to be ignited with passion. Mantivus. Yul suddenly positioned himself before Logan, uttering a name that sounded like a place. What? Logan sidestepped, remaining vigilant against the Navy while questioning. Yul seemed to chuckle, explaining, Mantivus, my hometown, a truly beautiful place. Captain, should I perish today, please remember to return to my homeland. Logan paused, then nudged Yul and Amp, Apos' shoulder, chiding with a smile. What nonsense are you spouting? You still have to serve as my minister, old man. Yul and Amp, Apos' lips twitched. Perhaps there was some merit to aging. As the deafening roar of the tsunami echoed in his ears, and his somewhat clouded vision beheld the sword-laden Navy ahead, the unique sensitivity of an elder towards death warned him. The situation was dire. Damn pirates. The lieutenant, incensed by the two pirates joking aboard the warship, slammed his shield against the deck, bellowing, attack. In an instant, the encirclement formed by the 20 or so naval soldiers tightened. Logan instructed, you draw their attention. I will activate my ability. Yul nodded and let out a fierce roar as he charged forward. Logan followed suit, and thus the melee began. Within the encirclement of the Navy, Logan and Yul formed a formidable duo, resembling a hedgehog with its spines raised, rendering the Navy incapable of striking. Two individuals, consumed by their hatred for Yul, fell prey to Logan and Apos' cunning assault, resulting in their immediate demise. The captain, overseeing the naval soldiers, with a keen eye, swiftly discerned the situation and bellowed a warning. That young pirate and Apos, White Fang and Apos, with a bounty of 2 million berries, is a user of abilities. Exercise caution. As his words echoed, the Navy and Apos' vigilance towards Logan heightened. Damn it. Logan spat fiercely onto the deck. He had exercised great caution while utilizing his powers, believing he had concealed them adequately, only to discover he had been detected. As the battle progressed, the added scrutiny from the Navy bore down on Logan, intensifying the pressure upon him. Time ticked away, and the sound of the approaching tsunami grew ever nearer, instilling a sense of despair within Logan. If this continued, even if he commandeered a warship, escape would be futile. Could it be that a distinguished traveler such as myself cannot survive even 3 days in this world? The more he pondered, the more pessimistic he became, causing his grip on the sword to weaken. Suddenly, a muffled grunt sounded from behind him. Logan turned swiftly to find Yul standing protectively at his back, 2 gaping wounds bleeding profusely on his chest. Yul, gritting his teeth, shook his head, his aged eyes ablaze with fierce flames. This familiar fire made Logan shudder. Damn it. This is all my fault. To hell with it. If I must perish, I shall take a few Navy men with me. With a fierce resolve, a surge of formidable strength coursed through Logan's body, driving the Navy back in retreat. How foolish. The captain of the shield scoffed, but remained on guard, fixated on Logan. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. What could it be? The sound. The thunderous roar of the tsunami had vanished. The captain quickly looked up, only to be met with a horrifying sight that left this seasoned warrior, accustomed to battles in the New World, frozen in shock, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 21. The Tsunami Reversal Clang. The shield in captain's hand slipped from his grasp, clattering against the deck with a crisp sound. The naval soldiers, engaged in battle, turned in confusion at the peculiar noise generated by their own captain. What an opportunity! Logan and UR coordinated their attack, simultaneously striking down 2 sailors, and, in the blink of an eye, breaking free from the naval encirclement. Leaning against the ship's railing, Logan panted lightly. His mind taut as he focused intently on the approaching navy. Indeed, the navy of the Four Seas could not be compared to that of the New World. Under equal ranks, the disparity in combat prowess was staggering. After the recent fierce battle, Logan was thoroughly convinced of this. Wait, why do these sailors wear expressions of sheer terror? Logan suddenly sensed something amiss among the sailors. They appeared to have witnessed something horrifying, their hands trembling violently around their weapons. Just then, Uar unexpectedly nudged his shoulder, his expression one of disbelief, signaling him to look back. Logan turned, casting a swift glance, and was instantly rendered speechless. In the vastness of the night, a colossal tsunami loomed like a great blue beast, its claw-like waves seemingly poised to consume all life in its path, its thunderous roar threatening to obliterate any obstacles in its way. Yet, in an instant, this rampaging beast was suppressed, reduced to a whimpering cry, akin to a fawn ensnared in a trap. The tsunami thrashed desperately, creating ripples upon the surface. Yet it could not alter its fate of confinement. Ha ha! A boisterous laughter echoed abruptly, resonating through the expanse of sea and sky. This voice. Logan's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively pulling Uar back a step. In the next moment, a proud figure, crowned with a ship's wheel, came hurtling from the distance, pausing abruptly above the tsunami. Ha ha! Carp, enjoy the farewell gift I have prepared for you. The Golden Lion laughed uproariously, unfazed even by the wounds marring his face. Lion's wrath, he bellowed, raising his hands, commanding the billions of tons of seawater to rise, transforming it into towering lion heads dozens of meters high. The lion heads roared skyward, surging with the massive tsunami towards the island of Effie like a cataclysm. Gulp! Uar's aged features quivered, deeply shaken by the catastrophic power exhibited by the Golden Lion. The sailors were no better off, staring vacantly as the enormous tsunami surged towards the location of the naval hero, Vice Admiral Carp. Could such a force of nature truly spare Vice Admiral Carp? Doubts crept into the hearts of the sailors. Logan, his expression grave, gazed in the direction of the receding tsunami, yet his heart was far from elated. Because the Golden Lion was coming this way. A flash of gold swept past, and Logan felt a moment of disorientation as the Golden Lion suddenly stood upon the deck. Navy? Do you look down upon me, sending such a meager force? The Golden Lion thundered at the Navy. The sailors were utterly intimidated by the Golden Lion's ferocious demeanor and the cataclysmic power he had just displayed, retreating in a disordered panic. The naval lieutenant gritted his teeth, picking up the shield from the ground, stepping forward to shield his comrades, his trembling voice resolute. Pirate, demon, for justice. Enough. The Golden Lion and Apos' face darkened, raising his right leg, unleashing a massive wave of energy that sliced through the ship's deck, hurtling towards the lieutenant. The lieutenant clutched his shield tightly, his body flung backward, the steel shield cleaved in two mid-air, blood spraying across the deck. Gulp! The sailors were soaked in cold sweat, gripping their weapons tightly to avoid collapsing under fear. Is this the intimidation of a top-tier pirate? Logan pondered. At that moment, a figure suddenly leaped onto the warship, swiftly raising a blade to strike at the Golden Lion. Tiger, Gale Fury Slash. The sword energy surged towards the Golden Lion like a tempest. The Golden Lion's gaze sharpened, and he soared into the air, countering with two slashes of his own. Bang! Bang! The sword energies exploded in mid-air, dissipating into nothingness. Ha ha! A Vice Admiral of the Navy? The Golden Lion called out mockingly, yet his eyes drifted elsewhere as he grinned broadly. Today, I feel generous. I shall play with you a little longer. Wait. Just as the Golden Lion prepared to unleash his power, an elderly voice suddenly halted him. The Golden Lion looked around, puzzled, his rooster-like head swiveling. Who dares command me? Uar, ignoring Logan's bewildered stare, stepped forward respectfully. Lord Golden Lion, we are also pirates. Please take us with you. Logan and Apos' heart trembled as he witnessed the aged Uar bowing before the Golden Lion, feeling a pang of sorrow. He certainly did not perceive Uar and Apos' actions as cowardice. Rather, the courage to humbly plead for survival from a former adversary was remarkable. The Golden Lion finally noticed Uar, breaking into a comical laugh. "Oh, so there are pirates here? How peculiar. What did you just say?" With bowed head, Uar replied, "Please take us with you. We are also pirates, my lord." "Pirates? Ha ha." The Golden Lion burst into laughter. "Such spineless pirates? Roger, oh Roger, what rubbish has this great pirate age brought to our ranks?" After a hearty laugh, he suddenly turned serious, raising his hands cruelly. "I refuse. Go accompany the Navy to their doom. The pirates of the new era. Venomous serpent." The Golden Lion ascended sharply, causing the ship to tremble violently, as if losing buoyancy, rising skyward. The sailors tumbled to the ground, rolling helplessly across the deck. Logan grasped Uar, whose face bore a bitter expression, with one hand, while the other clung tightly to the railing. "Damn you, Golden Lion!" Lytton yelled in fury, struggling to maintain his balance, raising his sword towards the airborne Golden Lion. "Ha ha!" The Golden Lion spread his right hand, his fingers dancing. As the warship accelerated through the air, targeting 3 other Navy vessels on the sea. "You dare!" Lytton trembled, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. The Golden Lion laughed maniacally, akin to a child toying with ants. "Watch out!" Logan and Apos' pupils dilated as he yanked Uar down, covering their heads. In the next instant, the warship swung through the air like the Grim Reaper and Apos' scythe, heading towards the 3 Navy ships. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 deafening explosions, the vessels were instantly obliterated, shattered into countless fragments. Hundreds of sailors perished on the spot, while the rest plunged into the sea, severely injured. The warship, under the Golden Lion's control, was left in tatters, twisted into a grotesque mass from the successive suicide-like collisions. Logan stared blankly at Uar, who had collapsed atop him, his mind buzzing. He vaguely recalled a metal shard flying towards them, followed by a fleeting shadow. "Uar." Logan trembled as he caressed Uar's back, only to feel a slick warmth. He raised his trembling hands, drenched in crimson blood. "Captain, I am but weary, nothing more." Yul struggled to lift his eyelids, a blood-stained smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Yul, Yul." Logan sat in a daze, feeling as though the entire world was drifting away from him. He remained there, cradling Yul's body, his mind a blank canvas. "Damn it!" A sudden, forceful shout pierced the air. Admiral Lytton dispelled his hockey, enduring the agony that coursed through him as he extricated himself from the deck. He surveyed the surroundings. The remnants of the ship and the blood of soldiers staining the ground, an immense rage swelling within his chest. "Golden Lion, I shall see you dead." Admiral Lytton roared, propelling himself skyward with a powerful thrust of his legs, brandishing his blade against the Golden Lion. "Seeking death, Viper." The Golden Lion and Apos' face twisted in a grimace, his palm flipping as the warship surged upward, crashing violently into Admiral Lytton and Apos' back, before the vessel flipped and plummeted towards the sea. Chapter 22. The ship trembled violently, rousing Logan from his slumber. Suddenly, a realization struck him, the heart of the star dragon fish. He vividly recalled the heart nestled within his cloak. Nelson had mentioned he could stop the bleeding and save lives. But where was the coat? Nelson had seemingly placed it on the small boat, which was now in pieces, drifting upon the waves. As Logan's eyes sharpened with determination, he clutched Uar tightly, straining against the fierce winds generated by the sinking ship. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to roll away from the vessel, plummeting straight into the tumultuous sea. "Nelson, you must come to my rescue." With a resounding crash, the ship descended simultaneously, its immense force fracturing it into countless shards, sending tidal waves surging forth. Logan was swept away by the powerful currents. And just as he felt himself being engulfed by the water, he hastily tore his clothing, binding his hand to Uar's. In the next instant, the ocean's depths enveloped them, a wave of despair washing over Logan. Yet, within his gaze, there lingered not a trace of fear or hesitation, for he firmly believed that Nelson would come to save him. Indeed, within mere seconds, a reliable figure broke through the surface. Swiftly swimming toward Logan and Uar, it was Nelson. To Logan and Amp, Apos' astonishment, Nelson clutched Logan and Amp, Apos' cloak in his grasp. Gasping for air, Logan lay on a piece of wood that Nelson had salvaged, choking on seawater. Yet, disregarding his own weakness, he urgently pointed to the cloak, exclaiming, "Quickly, retrieve the heart of the star dragon fish." Nelson hesitated momentarily before responding. The heart of the star dragon fish cannot be consumed raw, especially not at sea. If ingested, it emits a scent that is lethally enticing to marine creatures, provoking them to attack. Logan paused, but when he saw Uar's increasingly pallid face and his barely perceptible breath, he insisted, "We can't afford to waste time. Hurry, take it out." With gritted teeth, Nelson swiftly retrieved the heart from the cloak's pocket and held it to Logan's lips. Logan shook his head, gently turning Uar, and urgently urged, "Feed it to him. He sustained grave injuries to save me. Hasten." Nelson hesitated for a moment, then swiftly tore away the starry ribbon and stuffed the entire heart into Uar's mouth. Watching Uar swallow the heart, Logan exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Rest assured, Logan," Nelson reassured, "the heart of the star dragon fish is a remarkable ingredient and a potent medicine. Even if the old fellow is down to his last breath, he can still be revived." Logan nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Nelson, you must be exhausted. You haven't rested since the day before yesterday." He noticed the weariness etched on Nelson's face and tenderly wiped the blood from his skin. Before Nelson could respond, a boisterous laughter erupted from above. "Ha ha ha. The new generation of pirate brats is quite resilient." Startled, Logan and Nelson turned toward the sound. There stood Golden Lion atop a fragment of the ship, with the unconscious Lieutenant Colonel Lytton beneath his feet. Without hesitation, Nelson untied his scarf and bound Logan and the unconscious Uar to the wooden board. "Stop!" Logan sensed the danger and shouted, "Nelson, I command you to cease in the name of the captain." Nelson remained silent, tightening the bindings around the struggling Logan and Uar. Then, with all his strength, he shoved them away. "Nelson, I fear not death. If I must perish, let us perish together." "Nelson!" Logan thrashed wildly, veins bulging on his forehead. But Nelson's bindings were resolute. The board drifted further away, swiftly distancing itself by hundreds of meters. "Nelson, release me. I am the captain." Is there any logic in a captain fleeing? Logan, overwhelmed with anxiety, fought against the restraints. He understood that if he truly fled this time, he would forever lose Nelson, the first ray of sunshine in his life. Nelson exhaled slowly, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Logan, you must live well. You are destined to become the emperor of the sea." "Ha ha ha. A pirate neither man nor woman. You perform admirably." Golden Lion clapped, laughing heartily. "Bah!" Nelson clenched his fists defiantly, retorting, "I am a new breed of humanity." Golden Lion chuckled, dismissing Nelson's battle stance with a wave. He glanced at the drifting Logan and Uar, a mocking smile curling his lips as he taunted, "I never intended to kill you, but since you harbor such distrust, I shall oblige." With that, Golden Lion ascended, unleashing a brilliant golden sword energy that sliced through the sea. Nelson dove to evade. Yet Golden Lion's attack cleaved through the water, and despite his desperate efforts, Nelson felt the blade pierce his left arm, drawing blood. "Gah!" Nelson gasped, fighting through the pain as he swam toward Golden Lion. He sought not to inflict damage but to buy Logan a few precious moments. Golden Lion smirked, aware of Nelson's every move, rendering him unable to escape. Human Demon Fist, spectacular dance. Nelson erupted from the water, limbs crossed above his head, spiraling toward Golden Lion with breathtaking grace, splashing water in his wake. A cruel smile graced Golden Lion's face as he coated his blade in a dark, menacing aura and lunged toward the center of Nelson's spiral. With a thunderous clash, Nelson and Golden Lion engaged briefly before the latter's blade pierced through Nelson's chest. Golden Lion hoisted Nelson and Amp, Apos' body aloft, blood raining down like crimson droplets upon his face. "Ahahaha!" Golden Lion laughed maniacally, reveling in the carnage. From a distance, Logan watched in horror as Golden Lion lifted Nelson with his sword, his heart feeling as though it had been mercilessly crushed. Golden Lion, you wretched fiend! Logan roared in anguish, summoning every last vestige of strength to escape his bindings. With a tearing sound, Nelson's scarf began to fray. Golden Lion's blade hovered ominously over Nelson, who slowly lifted his bloodied gaze toward Logan. The new breed of humanity forced a smile through gritted teeth. Logan, move forward. Do not look back, keep moving. Golden Lion, unimpressed, flicked his ear, a scornful smile playing on his lips before dismissively tossing Nelson aside. Nelson's body fell through the air like a withered leaf, and Logan's frantic struggles came to an abrupt halt, as if a vital string within him had snapped. Golden Lion, I shall avenge you. Logan bellowed, his voice echoing across the tumultuous sea. In that moment, the ocean held its breath, the howling winds bowed in submission, and the world fell silent. Golden Lion was taken aback, his cigar slipping from his grasp. In the next instant, a formidable and overwhelming aura erupted from Logan and Apos' being, engulfing the surroundings in an unprecedented fury as it surged violently towards the Golden Lion. In sheer disbelief, the Golden Lion murmured, such intensity of Conqueror and Apos' haki. Could this truly be a mere awakening? This is preposterous for a fledgling pirate of a new era. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the potent Conqueror and Apos' haki descended upon him like a tempestuous gale. With a cry of agony, the Golden Lion felt as though his mind had been struck by an unseen force, a cold bead of sweat cascading down his forehead. His form swayed precariously in the air, nearly toppling over. The ferocious wave of Conqueror and Apos' haki was as swift in its departure as it was in its arrival. The Golden Lion staggered onto a fragment of a warship, rubbing his temples in discomfort, his gaze drawn to Logan, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. His eyes rolled back. With a grim expression, he contemplated, to achieve such prowess upon awakening. This young rogue's mastery of Conqueror's haki will undoubtedly rival that of Roger. After a moment of indecision, he muttered to himself, should I capture him or not? If I do, considering I have slain his comrades, this boy will certainly harbor a deep-seated vendetta against me, relentlessly opposing my every move. Yet, to let him go would be a grave loss. This is quite the dilemma. However, as the Golden Lion wavered in his decision, an even more terrifying voice approached with alarming speed. Shiki, today, I shall claim your head. The Golden Lion looked up sharply to see Carp, enveloped in an ominous shroud of armament haki, descending from the sky with remarkable swiftness, each step causing the very space around him to groan under the weight of his immense power. Curse it! The Golden Lion exclaimed, immediately taking to the skies, swiftly resolving to pursue Logan. If I cannot handle Roger, can I not subdue a mere child of this new era? Let us do this. Chapter 23. The elders return home just as the Golden Lion had resolved to take Logan away. A massive shadow suddenly emerged from the sea, swiftly surging forward. And in the blink of an eye, it propelled Logan and Uru several nautical miles away. A school of sea fish. The Golden Lion was left dumbfounded, suspended in midair, his outstretched hand disheveled by the wind. How could there be such a vast school of fish here? Could this brat be the Sea King? The Golden Lion and Apos' thoughts raced, and his expression twisted into a grimace. He was determined to fly over and seize Logan. But that old bastard Carp was about to come for him. Damn it! A tsunami of such magnitude, capable of effortlessly obliterating a city, had taken this long to manifest. That old man's strength was not far off from the legendary rocks. The Golden Lion's face darkened, as if it could drip water. He could not afford to linger with Carp any longer. Otherwise, the true elite forces of the Navy would surely arrive, making escape nearly impossible. After all, he had already acquired what he desired. There was no need to remain in peril. With this thought, the Golden Lion rummaged through his pocket. He was meant to be the man ruling the seas from the skies. How could he get ensnared here? The Golden Lion cast a deep glance in the direction Logan had vanished, then decisively soared into the heavens, employing his utmost speed to ascend. Golden Lion, today, I shall surely take your head. Carp roared, his eyes ablaze, as he ignited his armament haki into a tangible black flame. Accelerating with moonwalk, he suddenly stomped on the void, creating a terrifying sonic boom that erupted into a vortex several meters wide upon the ocean. Carp shot skyward, like a meteor pursuing the golden lion, and astonishingly, his speed was not at all inferior to that of the latter and Apos' full-powered flight. The golden lion glanced back, cold sweat dripping from his brow. This monster. Carp, aren't you going to save those civilians and seamen? I certainly haven't killed them all. If I let you escape today, it would be the greatest irresponsibility to them. Ha! If you keep chasing me, they'll be devoured by the fish. Give it up, Carp. You can't catch me. You'll tire yourself out. Carp remained silent, his feet silently accelerating, nearly transforming into a streak of black light. The golden lion spat disdainfully, exhausting all his strength, his body once again speeding up, morphing into a golden streak of light, swiftly distancing himself from Carp. Ha! When we meet again, I shall surely surprise you. Carp. Blood seeped from the corner of the golden lion's mouth, his frenzied voice stretching in the howling wind, piercing into Carp's ears. Crack! Carp bit down hard, watching helplessly as the golden lion brazenly fled, his eyes nearly bleeding with rage. Yet there was nothing he could do. After all, he was still human, unable to surpass the powers of the devil fruit. With his fury boiling over and nowhere to vent, he unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood. Carp plummeted toward the churning sea, his hair rapidly losing luster, turning gray, as if he aged a decade in that instant. Moments ago, he had watched helplessly as the survivors on Effie Island were engulfed by the tsunami, including his aide Bogard, swept into the sea, their fates unknown. And this naval hero could do no more than preserve himself amidst the deluge. After bracing against the surging waves, Carp looked around, the vast ocean devoid of life. And in that moment, his chest brimmed with fury. The culprit was right before him, yet he had allowed him to escape. Shame, anger, helplessness flooded the heart of this naval hero, stripping away all defenses as he plunged headlong into the sea. In the distance, a colossal naval fleet raced toward this direction. Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru standing at the bow, their expressions filled with urgency as they gazed toward Effie Island. A day prior, they had received news of the Golden Lion through a surveillance ship sent by Whitebeard to restore the infamous reputation of the underwater prison. Marine Admiral Steelbone Kong had even gone so far as to forcibly extract the Vice Admiral of the flying pirate crew from the 6th level of Impel Down without reporting to the world government, using him as bait, spreading rumors, and gathering all available elite forces of the New World to ambush the Golden Lion on a deserted island. However, he did not anticipate that the Golden Lion would boldly stride to Effie Island, 1,000 miles away. Fortunately, Carp was stationed nearby at the Navy G3 base, and he immediately took secret action, intending to quickly evacuate the citizens and then contain the Golden Lion, awaiting Sengoku's arrival. Yet now, a day and night had passed, and Carp had sent no word. How could Sengoku not be anxious? Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced at the incessantly calling liaison officer, sighing. The permanent pointer toward Effie Island has gone awry. Effie Island has been destroyed. Prepare for search and rescue operations. Humph. Sengoku angrily pounded the ship's railing, gritting his teeth. That despicable Golden Lion. Tsuru looked into the dark expanse ahead and remarked, if only Borisolino were here, his light fruit could at least provide swift support. For now, all they could do was trust in Carp. It was unclear how much time had passed. Uru was jolted awake by a searing pain in his belly, trembling as he opened his eyes, horrified to find dozens of thumb-thick, sharp-toothed fish voraciously tearing at his abdomen. Uru gasped, hastily reaching out to fend them off, but upon seeing his hand, he nearly fainted from fright. His arm was similarly covered in sharp-toothed fish, the flesh of his palm entirely gone, exposing his stark, white bones. The excruciating pain seemed to finally overwhelm him, sweeping through his entire body. Uru panicked, struggling and crying out in agony, inadvertently knocking Logan off the wooden plank. Quick-witted, Uru hurriedly used his legs, also covered in sharp-toothed fish, to to scoop Logan back. Then he desperately attempted to drive away the fish clinging to Logan. Yet, the sharp-toothed fish were countless. Everywhere he looked was a dark mass. And for every group he drove away, another would rush in like rabid dogs. In the end, URU could only crouch over Logan, shielding him beneath himself, while thrashing his legs to push the plank, determinately swimming in a chosen direction. The relentless pain and tearing sensation in his back constantly challenged his nerves. Yet URU gritted his teeth in silence. Time slipped away, and finally, amidst the dark mass of fish, URU spotted a glint of light. By this time, he had lost all sensation in his back and thighs. Yet, URU paid it no mind. He gazed at the distant glimmer, trembling as he removed Logan's clothing, securing him tightly to the plank. He then laboriously retrieved the record pointer and a long-chain pocket watch from his pants, tremblingly placing them around Logan's neck. "Captain, I shall take you home." URU silently prayed within, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to push Logan out of the fish throng. Boom! The surrounding fish went into a frenzy, surging towards URU in a tidal wave. As he embraced death, URU continued to gaze deeply in the direction Logan had retreated. Chapter 24. The Conqueror's Hockey. The waves rolled in, and the moon waxed and waned. On this deep night, a desolate beach harbored a tattered plank and a swelling figure. It seemed that even the heavens could not bear to let Nelson and UR perish in vain. Logan had finally landed safely. Time passed unnoticed, and Logan slowly awakened. Opening his swollen eyes, which resembled mere slits, staring vacantly at the sky, he was uncertain whether he had been roused by the mournful winds of the beach, the claws of a crab on his face, or a nightmare that had gripped his slumber. Dream? Was it merely a dream? He recalled Nelson being stabbed by a blade, blood flowing incessantly, his body drifting into the sea like a withered leaf. A sudden pain pierced Logan's chest, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. That was not a dream. It was real. Nelson was truly dead. It was all my fault. My weakness forced him to confront such terrifying foes alone. If only I hadn't brought him down from the Barton ship, perhaps he would still be alive today. Logan was ensnared by the immense shadow of grief and guilt, nearly suffocating under its weight. Yet just as he felt he might be crushed by this dreadful darkness, a pair of resolute, aged eyes suddenly emerged from the depths of his mind. "You are the captain," a thunderous voice echoed in his thoughts, jolting him back to reality. A flicker of light returned to his dimmed gaze as he suddenly recalled that UR had been sent away with him by Nelson. UR. Logan struggled to rise, searching desperately for UR's figure. However, on the barren beach and the boundless sea, there was no sign of the old fellow. A wave of profound despondency crashed over him, as if the entire world had abandoned him, plunging him into an endless abyss. Logan fell to his knees, collapsing on the beach, curling up like a lost shrimp. His heart ached painfully. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. It was gone. Everything was gone. Damn, Captain. I am a scoundrel. A wretched scoundrel. Silent tears streamed from his eyes, flowing into his heart, piercing it with unbearable agony. After an indeterminate period, Logan's face suddenly brushed against something cold. Peering through his misty tears, he was struck with astonishment. It was a log pointer and a pocket watch. Logan scrambled to his feet, frantically calling out UR's name. Yet, no one responded. His face fell like a lifeless husk. As he removed the pocket watch from around his neck, took off the log pointer, and opened the cover to glimpse its contents in the moonlight. Inside lay a yellowed photograph of a small boy wearing a naval cap, oversized and shadowing the boy's forehead. Inscribed on the watch's casing were the words, "To my dearest grandson, with love from your grandfather, Clebe UR." Logan felt as if struck by lightning. Tears once again blurred his vision as he clutched the pocket watch to his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Thank you, UR. Thank you so much, UR. Prior to seeing the watch, Logan had contemplated ending his life. But it was this watch, this photograph, and UR's profound love for his grandson that pulled him back from the brink of death. He vowed to live, to return to the North Sea, to find UR's hometown, Mantivis, and personally deliver this watch to UR and Amp's grandson. Wiping away his tears, Logan struggled to rise, swaying unsteadily before lifting the watch above his head, closing his eyes in silent prayer. You are, Nelson, rest assured, I am alive and well. I will return to the North Sea, fulfill Uar and Apos' last wish. I will find the Golden Lion and take his head as tribute for you. I shall become the sovereign of the sea, letting my name resonate in the heavens. Watch over me from above. Logan reverently donned the pocket watch around his neck, placing it close to his heart. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his foot. Looking down, he saw a crab leisurely pinching his toe with its enormous claw. Logan recognized it as the same crab that had previously pinched his face, now seeking revenge. Logan grumbled, "You caught me off guard. I suppose that serves me right." With that, he activated his devil fruit ability, keenly sensing the life force within the crab, and declared, "Life theft." A small, emerald green orb, visible only to Logan, emerged from the crab and entered his body. The crab fell silent, its claws limply dropping at Logan and Apos' feet, its shell color fading rapidly. Life theft was an area of effect technique that siphoned the crab's vitality, stamina, and all that sustained its existence. With a single strike, the crab perished. Of course, the primary reason was that the crab's life level was far inferior to Logan's, compounded by the fact that it was entirely unprepared, resulting in such a devastating outcome. Otherwise, if any other person had attempted this, even in a state of unpreparedness, the most they could expect would be a loss of some immunity or stamina, but not death. However, Logan felt neither elation nor discouragement. After all, he had only recently acquired the ability of the life thief fruit, and there would be ample time to hone his skills. After absorbing the crab's life force, Logan felt significantly rejuvenated, the swelling in his body receding considerably. Exhaling deeply, he bent down to retrieve the log pointer and secured it to his wrist. More comforting was the realization that his ice pulse blade remained with him. Though the sheath was damaged, it was intact. Logan cradled the ice pulse blade against his cheek, gently whispering, "Ice pulse. Oh, ice pulse." The ice pulse blade seemed to possess a spirit, shimmering with a bluish glow through its tattered sheath. Logan trudged heavily to the plank, kneeling beside it. Bloodstains, too stubborn to wash away, and tattered fabric remained. His, URS, and Nelson's. In silence, Logan knelt for a moment before suddenly digging a pit in the sand, burying the fabric and forming a small mound. He then lifted the plank and inscribed upon it with the ice pulse blade, "In memory of my dear friends Nelson and Uar, erected by Logan, captain of the pirate crew." Logan stood, placing the plank before the mound as a makeshift gravestone. He lingered for a moment, gazing skyward, before turning to walk into the dense forest. Though his steps were unsteady, his resolve was unwavering. From this moment forth, he bore the fates of 3 souls upon his shoulders. That night, the forest teemed with wild beasts. Logan hadn't ventured far when a chilling wolf howl pierced the air. He drew his ice pulse blade, warily scanning his surroundings. 2 green eyes glimmered in the darkness, silently closing in on him, stealthily advancing through the thick underbrush. Logan's ears perked up, keenly detecting the lone wolf's intentions. He was a pirate with a bounty of 1.2 million. Even in his weakened state, dispatching a wolf would be well within his capabilities. However, just as Logan prepared to swiftly turn and eliminate the wolf, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. He recalled that before losing consciousness, he had seemingly unleashed some latent power. That power, was it the Conqueror's Haki? An ability that cannot be acquired through mere training. It manifests in 1 in hundreds of thousands, a mark of a king. In his fury over Nelson's death, Logan had awakened his kingly potential. With this realization, Logan fell silent. He would rather never wield the Conqueror's Haki than invoke it through the death of his dear friend. A howl pierced the night, seizing the moment of Logan's distraction. The wolf lunged ferociously from the thicket, extending its sharp claws toward Logan's vulnerable back. A prickling sensation surged through Logan's spine, awakening him in an instant. In a frantic rush, he managed to pivot and wield his blade. The clash of the frost blade against the wolf's paw resonated like the ringing of metal against metal. The chilling aura emanating from the frost blades startled the wolf, causing it to recoil several meters, its front limbs low to the ground, revealing its menacing demeanor. Teeth bared and fangs gleaming. With its initial ambush thwarted, the wolf resorted to a direct assault, leaping forward with electrifying speed. Its gaping maw aimed to devour Logan's neck. With a scornful grunt, Logan raised his blade, glaring fiercely as he bellowed, "You seek death." An invisible aura of dominance radiated from him, striking the wolf squarely. It whimpered, rolling its eyes back as it crashed heavily to the ground. Wherever this overwhelming presence traversed, the sounds of the forest fell silent, leaving the vicinity in a profound stillness. Logan blinked in astonishment, equally taken aback. It was evident he had unexpectedly unleashed the Conqueror's Haki for the very first time following his awakening, a remarkable feat that had struck true. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he skeptically summoned the Conqueror's Haki several more times, and astonishingly, each attempt proved successful. This was truly extraordinary. It should be noted that even the world-renowned Luffy struggled to achieve such mastery upon his initial awakening. Nevertheless, Logan did possess certain limitations. He required intense focus and eye contact to activate the Haki, and could not yet target specific individuals. Yet, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After a few more attempts, he began to feel lightheaded and settled down, recalling a discussion he had encountered online regarding the tiers of Haki within the One Piece universe. While there was no definitive standard for Haki levels, a forum had delineated four classifications: beginner, where one can only randomly release Haki through emotional surges post-awakening; advanced, enabling selective release and filtering of those who can withstand the pressure of Conqueror's Haki; top tier, where one effortlessly emanates a formidable regal aura without deliberate exertion, and can employ advanced combat techniques intertwined with Haki; and divine, known as the Emperor's Domain, a powerful ability that purportedly unfolds only upon the full awakening and eruption of Conqueror and Appo's Haki. Under its influence, the wielder could harmonize with nature, communicate with all living things, garner their loyalty, and even alter the natural laws of the surrounding world. Undoubtedly, this realm belonged to the divine. Reflecting upon these classifications, Logan concluded that he likely remained at the beginner level, as he had only achieved spontaneous Haki release without the ability to choose his targets. However, he surmised that he was among the elite within the beginner tier. With a few more victories over formidable foes, he could potentially ascend to the advanced level. This realization invigorated him, revealing his remarkable aptitude for mastering Haki. Logan speculated that Haki was intrinsically linked to the strength of one's soul, and with the fusion of his original soul, he possessed a natural superiority in this regard, thus enabling his exceptional Haki talent. This was indeed a fortuitous development. Only by growing stronger could he fulfill his commitments to Nelson and all. Chapter 25. The King of Yondelik. Thinking of his two crew members, Logan and Appo's gaze hardened. He looked at the dazed wolf and extended his hand, activating his ability. A luminous sphere of vibrant green, twice the size of a crab, emerged from the wolf and Appo's body and gracefully entered Logan. The wolf and Appo's vitality swiftly waned, its fur losing its luster, and in an instant, it resembled a withered winter thicket. Gray and lifeless, Logan let out a contented sigh, feeling a refreshing coolness permeate his being, every cell in his body rejoicing in delight. After spinning around in place, he realized the swelling had vanished, and even the sensation of weakness had alleviated significantly. A trace of a smile adorned Logan and Appo's brow as he bent down to check the wolf and Appo's breath. Still alive? Logan activated his ability once more, stealing the last remnants of the wolf's vitality. Good wolf. He nodded appreciatively at the now lifeless creature before turning to venture deeper into the dense forest. After approximately half an hour of walking, Logan's body had fully recovered from absorbing the vitality of the stunned animals. However, his stomach began to grumble. He had intended to siphon the animal's satiety to deceive his own hunger, only to find, to his dismay, that the beasts were hungrier than he. Alas, self-sufficiency and abundance, Logan remarked, grasping a rabbit by its ears, feeling somewhat resigned. Just as he contemplated starting a fire to roast the rabbit, he unexpectedly spotted a stone spear lodged in a large tree. Frowning, he discarded the rabbit and retrieved the spear. Though crude, it indicated that this was not an uninhabited island. People existed here. The technological disparity in the world of One Piece is indeed curious, with the Navy employing warships, pirates using sailing ships, and now primitive stone spears appearing. Logan understood that this was due to the challenges of transportation. Cultural exchanges between the islands of the Grand Line are often fraught with difficulty. Some islands boast advanced civilizations, like the small sky island of Iselia, which has mastered artificial rainfall and can even conjure large-scale storms. Conversely, certain islands have languished in stagnation for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, preserving their primordial state, akin to the prehistoric dinosaurs of the Small Garden or the semi-primitive, semi-agricultural lifestyles of the Amazon lily. To achieve prosperity, one must first build roads. Logan mused as he waved the stone spear a few times before casting it aside. His desire to start a fire for the rabbit had dissipated. After all, revealing his position without knowledge of potential foes was perilous. He was grateful for the lessons imparted by the laws of the Dark Forest. After pondering for a moment, Logan gripped his icy blade and cautiously began to investigate the direction from which the spear had come. He reasoned that rather than live in fear of being discovered by wild men, it would be more prudent to take the initiative and catch them off guard. Logan remained alert, cautiously probing for over an hour, finally catching sight of a clue. As he crossed a small river, he keenly noticed signs of recent clearing in a thicket. Approaching, he indeed uncovered a hidden path. Holding his breath, he proceeded with utmost vigilance along the dense foliage flanking the path. After about 10 minutes of cautious advancement, Logan stumbled upon the first male corpse. The man lay at the base of a large tree, clutching a stone crossbow, his orifices oozing blood, as though he had fallen from above. The fallen man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, emaciated, with dark skin adorned with faint golden patterns, dressed in scanty garments made of leaves. Undoubtedly a wild man. Had he been attacked by members of another tribe? Logan speculated. Yet, after straining his ears for a moment, he heard no sounds of conflict ahead. Driven by curiosity, he pressed on. Within 10 minutes, Logan encountered several more primitive corpses. Some wielded stone crossbows, others stone axes, and still others stone spears. Yet, without exception, they all appeared gaunt and malnourished, most bearing signs of advanced age, with even the youngest among them showing wrinkles and gray hair. Observing them, Logan scratched his head. With such low fertility and frail frames, could this tribe have already been wiped out? Nevertheless, having come this far, he felt compelled to investigate further. Moreover, if there were adversaries, it would provide an opportunity to test his fruit abilities. Encouraging himself, Logan continued to tread cautiously into the encroaching darkness. A few minutes later, the path narrowed, flanked by ancient trees and overgrown with vines, obscuring the way. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that the ground had transformed from dirt to flagstone. Logan and Apos' mind filled with questions as he took a few steps forward, suddenly sensing a sticky substance beneath his feet, as if he had stepped into some viscous liquid. With his shoes ruined by the sea, his bare soles made contact with the ground, amplifying the cold, sticky sensation. Raising his foot, he flared his nostrils, and his expression changed dramatically. Blood. This viscous liquid was blood. In the pitch-black forest, devoid of moonlight, the acrid stench was unmistakable. Logan immediately crouched, widening his eyes and scanning his surroundings. After several minutes, he found no signs of enemies, allowing a slight sigh of relief to escape him. However, the discovery of blood only intensified his curiosity about what lay ahead. Logan slipped into the underbrush, continuing to push through the tangled vines and bushes. Yet, the further he went, the more pronounced the stickiness beneath his feet became, and the stronger the scent of blood grew, overwhelming him to the point that he could scarcely keep his eyes open. Nevertheless, Logan kept his eyes wide, determined to uncover what had transpired to cause such a bloodbath. Was it a massacre? As a person from the Celestial Empire in his former life, Logan harbored no fondness for such atrocities. Gritting his teeth, he quickened his pace. Suddenly, Beams of light pierced through the foliage as Logan pushed aside the last vine and emerged from the thicket. He gazed up at the moon, taking several deep breaths, only to be choked by the foul odor that now permeated the air, unmasked by the previously concealing sense of foliage. Yet, Logan did not gag, for the sight that met his eyes was so incredulous that he found himself momentarily entranced, forgetting everything else. The pale moonlight illuminated a dilapidated square of flagstone, approximately 100 meters in diameter, surrounded by 8 fractured stone pillars entwined with withered vines, exuding an aura of desolation and antiquity. Hundreds of emaciated figures knelt in unison around the square, bowing reverently towards its center. Unavoidably, their hearts had all been pierced, whether by stone knives, stone swords, stone spears, or even stone points. Blood flowed along the cracked patterns of the square and into the forest, leaving only minimal stains upon the ground despite the hundreds of lifeless bodies. They had taken their own lives. What a tragic scene. Logan covered his mouth, involuntarily stepping onto the square, standing at its edge, enveloped in the shock of this spectacle. "Young friend, please step forward and speak." A feeble voice unexpectedly pierced the silence of the night, resonating with startling clarity. Logan jolted in alarm, immediately brandishing his weapon. "Young friend, please step forward and speak." The frail voice repeated its previous words. This time, Logan discerned the voice's source, which emanated from the center of the square. He looked up to see what might have once been a grand statue, now reduced to a half-ruined pedestal. Yet, upon this pedestal sat a figure, a gaunt old man dressed in warrior garb, his hair styled in a traditional topknot. Logan scrutinized the old man carefully without advancing, holding his knife warily, and inquired, "Are you a warrior from Wano? What brings you here?" The emaciated elder's murky eyes flickered, and his lips weakly moved as he replied, "I am not a warrior from Wano, but the king of the kingdom of Yundelik." Logan surveyed him from head to toe, finding that apart from the purple blade resting on the elder's lap, every aspect of the old man resembled that of a down-and-out warrior, rather than the king he claimed to be. With a skeptical gaze, Logan retorted, "Your appearance certainly does not resemble that of a king, and besides, where is Yundelik?" "Here," the frail old man answered. Logan blinked, doubting his own hearing, and asked again, "Where?" "Here," the old man reiterated. Logan glanced around at the dense forest, the dilapidated square, and the lifeless bodies, his expression instantly shifting to one of incredulity. "Where is your kingdom, your palace, and your subjects?" Logan pressed mercilessly. The old man fell silent for a long moment before weakly responding, "The very land you see since your arrival on the island is the kingdom of Yundelik. The ground beneath your feet is the royal palace, and those before you are the subjects of Yundelik." Logan nearly objected, but upon witnessing the old man's unwavering demeanor under the moonlight, he swallowed his words. Perhaps he truly is a king. A ludicrous thought arose within Logan. He quickly shook his head, casting away the notion, and pointed at the corpses in the square, questioning, "You claim to be a king, then what of this?" "As you see, the kingdom of Yundelik is on the brink of demise." The old man's voice bore a hint of sorrow, infusing the silvery moonlight with an air of chill. Logan fell silent. The answer he sought was not this. Yet the poignant tone of the elder made it difficult for him to voice further inquiries. At a loss for words, he maintained his vigilance, knife raised, concealing his speechlessness. "Young friend, there is no need for alarm. My injuries render me immobile, like a candle flickering in the wind. Please, come closer, that it may ease my speech." The old man's voice grew even fainter. Nevertheless, Logan remained unconvinced, primarily due to the haunting spectacle of hundreds taking their own lives, sending a shiver down his spine. What if this old man was an eerie devil fruit user, seeking to drag him down with him in his final moments? With this thought, Logan's wariness intensified. The old man sighed. "If you are unwilling to approach, then do as you wish, but I hope you will promise me one thing. I can offer you this grand blade, Kaminari no Kami, one of the 21 masterpieces, as a reward." Logan cast a sidelong glance and replied, "Once you are dead, that blade will belong to me." Chapter 26. The old king's monologue. The air in the square suddenly fell silent. Logan cleared his throat, scratching the back of his head. and said, "Speak, and if it is within my power, I shall consider it." "Thank you, young friend." The old king's eyes brightened as he earnestly implored. "Please help me bury these people." "Bury?" Logan exclaimed, taken aback as he gestured toward the hundreds of individuals who had taken their own lives in the square. All of them. A glimmer of tears welled in the old king's murky eyes as he rasped, "They have suffered too much. I do not wish for their bodies to be left exposed to the elements." This was a task that should have been undertaken by him as king. Yet he found himself powerless. His frail voice, laced with sorrow, echoed in the square, imbued with a profound sense of grief and desolation. Logan abruptly set down his weapon, sitting cross-legged on the ground, gazing at the king, and spoke in a somber tone, "May I ask why they chose to end their lives?" Though framed as a question, his tone conveyed an unwavering determination to know. The king's cracked lips trembled as he stammered, tears streaming down his weathered face. Logan regarded him intently. The king sighed deeply, lamenting, "Their hearts have already perished." The kingdom of Yundelik was a realm reborn from the ashes. For centuries ago, the ancient Yundelik was ravaged by war, obliterating its history and culture, leaving only a young princess and a few thousand citizens to survive in the scorched earth. With tears flowing, the king recounted. In the subsequent 200 years, our ancestors braved countless hardships, rebuilding our homeland from the ruins of blood and tears, gradually restoring the kingdom's former glory. However, 200 years ago, the world government launched an unprovoked attack on the nascent kingdom of Yundelik, ruthlessly destroying cities and slaughtering royalty and citizens alike. In a single night, the reborn Yundelik was nearly annihilated. After that fateful night, only a handful of people remained, seeking refuge in the depths of the forest, living alongside wild beasts, nearly devolving into savagery. The king's thoughts turned to sorrowful memories, choking back tears. Logan furrowed his brow, noting a particular detail. For 100 years ago, wasn't the famed golden city of Zandora also said to have been thrust into the sky 4 centuries ago? Was there a connection between the two events? As Logan pondered this, the old king's weeping gradually subsided. Seizing the opportunity, Logan inquired, "Why does the world government harbor such animosity towards you? Even if the ancient Yundelik was at odds with them, it should not concern the new kingdom of Yundelik, as you share only a name, having lost all cultural heritage." Upon hearing Logan's words, the old king appeared to be touched to his core, his previously stagnant gaze suddenly igniting with fervor as he emphatically declared, "There has always been but one Yundelik." Coughing violently from his agitation, the old king spat blood. Realizing his misstep, Logan quickly apologized. After a prolonged fit of coughing, the king and Apos' voice grew weaker as he continued, "While we cannot envision what the ancient kingdom was like, there exists an unbroken promise passed down through generations, binding us to our ancestors." Logan's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, "What promise?" The old king paused for a moment, wrestling with his thoughts, before finally managing a bitter smile. What use is a promise when the capital is on the verge of collapse? Allow me to share it with you." Logan listened intently. The old king's demeanor turned solemn as he recited, "O king of Yundelik, steadfastly await our return." Steadfast, a promise, yet also a curse. The old king's eyes closed in anguish, tears cascading down his weathered cheeks. Logan hesitantly asked, "Await whom?" "Joy Boy." The old king shook his head, sobbing. "It is our ancestors, the forebears of Yundelik from countless years past." Logan was taken aback. "Ancestors? Are they still alive?" The old king opened his tear-filled eyes, his voice rasping, "I do not know. However, this promise has been passed down for centuries." Logan fell silent. The tides of time had wrought profound changes. Yundelik had faced 2 calamities, and perhaps the promise had become distorted over the ages. Truly, it was a lamentable kingdom. Yet, as Logan gazed upon the emaciated figures who had taken their lives in the square, he could not suppress his anger, questioning, "You possess a formidable blade. Surely you are not a nameless figure. Why do you not lead your people in rebuilding their home? Why must you stand by as they take their own lives? It is I who have abandoned them." The old king's face contorted with remorse upon hearing Logan's inquiry. He closed his eyes in despair, murmuring, 40 years ago, I discovered an ancient text on an island, catching a glimpse of my kingdom's former glory. Thus, I resolved to restore the nation, even at the risk of inciting the world government's wrath once more. I was foolish, failing to inform anyone, secretly leaving Yundelik to seek knowledge in the land of harmony. 20 years ago, I completed my studies, only to fall victim to treachery, my limbs incapacitated and imprisoned underground. It was not until 3 years ago that I escaped amidst chaos, wandering until I returned just 2 days prior. But, the old king suddenly lost his composure, his words dissolving into incoherent sobs. Logan stood silently, stepping forward from the edge of the square to stand before the old king. It was then he realized how frail the old king truly was, even more so than those who had succumbed to despair. His clothing was tattered and stained with blood, exuding a nauseating odor. What struck Logan most was the sight of 4 9-inch iron nails driven into the old king's arms and legs. With a sigh, Logan sat beside the old king, listening to his lamentations. The old king, suppressing immense sorrow and rage, spoke in a trembling voice. Upon my return, I beheld my people, emaciated and ragged, treated as mere game by the nobles of neighboring kingdoms. How powerless you must feel, Logan replied gloomily, empathizing with the old king and Apos' plight. The old king bit his lip, his parched skin quivering slightly. They lack strength, forced to hide deep in the forest. Yet viewed as prey by the formidable beasts, they have long wished for death. 40 years, since I departed, they have lost all hope. They have not borne children in all that time. They do not wish for their offspring to live in fear, in a world where they must gnaw on raw flesh. They continue to exist as mere shadows, waiting for me to return and utter but one sentence. A single sentence. King, let the ancient promise end with our generation. The future of Yundelik should not bear such a heavy burden. They are weary. They can endure no longer. This is their final farewell. The old king's eyes glistened with bloodied tears. Logan turned his gaze toward the nearest elderly individual who had taken his life. The stone knife driven into the heart was so resolute, so final. The old man's expression bore a hint of relief. Logan pondered, is an unfounded promise truly more significant than life itself? He contemplated for an extended period, unable to comprehend or reconcile it. Ultimately, Logan decided to set aside his thoughts, looking to the old king and stating, I promise you, I will bury them all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The old king's face lit up with gratitude, profusely expressing his thanks. This was the first time Logan sensed a positive emotion emanating from the old king since their meeting. After a moment of contemplation, Logan inquired, what should be inscribed on the tombstones? The old king closed his eyes for a long while and pressed his lips together, saying, do not write anything. Logan said nothing and nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, will you be buried alongside me? No. The old king replied firmly. Once the tomb is completed, please allow me to kneel before the gravestone. Yundelik perished at my hands. I owe them an apology. And I owe an apology to all my ancestors. Logan pursed his lips and remained silent. A heavy silence descended once more between the two. Cough, cough. The old king suddenly coughed twice, his vital signs growing ever weaker. Sitting beside him, Logan felt his breath akin to an invisible thread. This must be what they mean by a breath as faint as a wisp. Young friend, after my demise, please treat it well. I once wielded it to slay a deity. Logan nodded, understanding that the old king referred to the famed blade known as Jian Yushin. However, he suspected the old king might have been embellishing the tale of slaying a god. Well, if he could boast such a feat, he must possess considerable prowess. Logan recalled a thought and casually inquired, is your swordsmanship formidable? The old king discerned Logan's intentions and forced a bitter smile, saying, alas, I cannot teach it to you. No matter, Logan replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he stood and moved behind the old king, advising, do not resist, relax, and try to forget my presence. Although the old king felt perplexed, he complied, closing his eyes and letting down his guard, striving to forget that someone was behind him. Logan continuously chanted swordsmanship in his mind while placing his fingers on the old king's crown, activating his ability. Soon, A violet orb the size of an infant's fist floated out from the old king's head and merged into Logan's brow. Boom. A torrent of knowledge regarding swordsmanship flooded into Logan's mind. There were techniques for single sword, double sword, and even triple sword styles, with a significant portion dedicated to the dual sword technique. Logan skimmed through the wealth of information, which included key movements of various sword styles, fundamental techniques, countless sword strikes, and the profound insights of a grand swordsman garnered over decades. Indeed, the old king before him was a grand swordsman. What a delightful surprise. "Hey, what have you done to me? I feel strangely unfamiliar with my sword," the old king inquired, not yet aware of the memories slipping away but sensing a change through his acute intuition. Logan rubbed his throbbing temples, his mind slightly aching from the influx of memories. He did not answer the old king's question, but instead countered, "Are you proficient in the dual sword style?" The old king responded, "Young friend, you have a keen eye. However, one of my swords has broken, so I cannot present it to you." Logan patted the icy blade at his side and said, "I possess a fine sword as well." The old king marveled. "Its coldness is indeed striking. It is a fine blade." Logan chuckled and posed another question. "Do you know about hockey or flowing cherry?" The old king replied, "I understand a little." Chapter 27. The realm of the sword master. Logan cradled his aching forehead with both hands, feeling as if the old king resided within Versailles. The vast repository of knowledge regarding the three colors of hockey was extensive, particularly the intricacies of armament hockey, encompassing everything from its wrapping, external manifestation, and flow, to internal destruction, comprehension, and insight, an unparalleled service akin to a comprehensive guide. Coupled with his prior knowledge of swordsmanship, this deluge of information nearly overwhelmed his mind, almost causing it to crash. Logan had to slump down beside the old king, groaning while rubbing his forehead. Despite the physical discomfort, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. This was undoubtedly a tremendous gain. The swordsmanship of a grandmaster and the high-level hockey. Even one of these skills would easily elevate him to a formidable presence upon the seas. However, after the initial excitement subsided, Logan gradually regained his composure and reflected on certain truths. He had merely acquired the old king's knowledge without usurping his essence. In other words, he had received only the key points outlined by a teacher for an exam, rather than a complete answer sheet filled with correct responses. Much like the future vision of technological interconnectedness that Vegapunk aspired to realize, downloading the knowledge of all into a single library for public access. If one were to download all of Mihawk's sword techniques into the minds of naval soldiers, would they all become the world's greatest swordsmen? Absolutely not. The soldiers' physical attributes, comprehension abilities, and the indomitable spirit of a true warrior were far inferior to Mihawk's. They could never reach his heights. At best, they might avoid many detours and save considerable time, ultimately achieving greater accomplishments than through their own struggles. Yet they could never become Mihawk. Logan was somewhat more fortunate. He possessed the steel fruit, which allowed him to acquire physical prowess or comprehension skills from others, to extract the essence of all things to supplement his deficiencies. This was the undeniable power of the steel fruit. However, every advantage carries its drawbacks. As he embarked on this expedited path of cultivation, he risked losing the refinement that comes from arduous practice, making it easy to fall into obsession. Thus, he must constantly exercise restraint, engage in sparring with strong contenders, and hone his mindset. Only then could he truly evolve into a formidable warrior. There remained a long journey ahead. While Logan continued to groan in discomfort, he envisioned the path that lay before him. Meanwhile, as he pondered a myriad of thoughts, the old king's consciousness drifted further away amidst Logan's groans. Suddenly, he realized what Logan had done to him, and a smile graced his lips. After a lifetime of toil, he had unwittingly crafted a legacy for another. How capricious fate can be. Alas, my subjects are weary, and I too am fatigued. Let it be as it is. Lost in thought, 2 drops of murky blood tears involuntarily rolled down the corners of the old king's eyes. The moon dipped lower in the sky, and the cool breeze rustled the leaves surrounding them. Once I am gone, you shall be the last to know of Yundarik. The old king suddenly regained his spirit, his eyes gleaming with intensity as they fixated on Logan, uttering a disjointed phrase. Logan pressed one hand against his forehead while raising the other to block the old king's subsequent words. Stop, stop. Do not speak so sorrowfully, nor attempt to shackle me with any burdens. I have accepted your kindness, and I shall ensure the national cemetery is adorned magnificently. Beyond that, let us not discuss it. The old king clicked his tongue in regret, but made no further demands. He merely gazed towards the square, observing his self-liberated subjects and the shattered columns standing at its edge, softly murmuring, Yundarik is a land that reveres the sun. Let us engrave a sun upon the gravestones. Logan nodded in agreement. After a moment, Logan quietly inquired, Could you tell me who imprisoned you? Perhaps I might seek vengeance one day. There was no response. Logan withdrew his hand from his forehead and looked up, finding the old king silent, his eyes closed in eternal rest. Lowering his hands, Logan knelt before the old king, bowing his head. Accepting the old king's swordsmanship and dagger warranted this tribute. Rising, Logan gazed solemnly at the old king's remains, not rushing to claim the blade known as Kinyakami, but instead settling once more beside the old king. He stared at the square ahead, his thoughts in disarray. Before long, the sun emerged. The first rays of sunlight fell upon the old king's face. Yet, despite the dawn, some souls remained forever ensnared in the darkness of the night. Logan sat until the light brightened, the forest resonating with the sounds of wild beasts. The pungent scent of blood lured the famished creatures, their roars growing nearer as a multitude of beasts converged upon the square, ready to feast upon a sumptuous banquet. Logan waited in silence until the first claw emerged from the thicket, followed by the appearance of a vulture soaring above the square. You wish to consume them. While I desire to feast upon you, there seems to be no conflict here. Logan pressed his lips together, a swirling aura of blue-violet conqueror's haki emanating from him, cascading outward in waves. Having inherited the old king's legacy, Logan's presence had surged. At that moment, his conqueror's haki had nearly crossed the threshold into advanced mastery, allowing him to unleash it without a fierce glare or scowl. The cacophony of roars abruptly ceased, followed by the sound of thudding bodies hitting the ground. Logan strode into the forest, dedicating an hour to gathering all the stunned beasts, forming a small mountain of them. Regrettably, they were mostly smaller creatures. The true rulers of the forest had not graced him with their presence. Yet, Logan felt no particular sorrow. After all, it was perhaps for the best that they did not come, for he might not have been able to contend with them. Sorting the small mountain of beasts, he discarded those unfit for consumption, while the edible ones were skinned and bled out, igniting a fire to roast them. Lacking salt and seasoning, the taste was less than ideal, yet hunger prevailed, leaving Logan unconcerned about such trivialities. His appetite had not increased. Half a wild boar sufficed to satiate him. After a satisfying belch, Logan reclined beside the river, contentedly picking at his teeth, when suddenly he heard rustling sounds behind him. Turning, he locked eyes with a 2-meter-tall striped tiger. The tiger, appearing bewildered, touched its head with its paw, then, as if in a comedic act, tightly closed its eyes in feigned unconsciousness. Logan's lips twitched as he scrutinized the creature. A female, regrettably devoid of what he sought. Logan turned and waved dismissively, "Begone." The tiger's ears perked, cautiously opening one eye, then tentatively extending a paw. Upon realizing Logan posed no threat, it sprang up with a joyful leap, emitting a low growl before dashing back into the depths of the forest. For the next half hour, the remaining beasts Logan considered consumable began to awaken, hastily fleeing for their lives. Only one wild dog, baring its teeth, lunged at Logan, who swiftly skinned it and submerged it in the river, preparing it as tonight's meal. After expending some energy, Logan's hunger slightly abated, and he turned his gaze towards the square. It was time to fulfill his promise. Logan relocated the deceased from the roadside to the square, counting heads and selecting a spacious area in the eastern woods to begin clearing trees and underbrush. Preparing to establish a cemetery, he did not wish to simply dig a mass grave and hastily dispose of them. Rather, he aimed to construct individual graves for each, inscribing a son upon them. Life was arduous enough. Should not the deceased be afforded some comfort in death? Certainly, Logan's actions were not solely for the benefit of others. During the process of cleansing the graveyard, he also reaped unexpected rewards, such as an enhancement in his swordsmanship. In the worldview of One Piece, swordsmanship does not possess particularly clear hierarchical divisions. However, based on the terminology used by those on the seas, it can be roughly categorized into swordsmen, sword masters, grand sword masters, and the world's greatest grand sword master. Anyone who can wield a blade, even slightly, is often regarded as a swordsman. Previously, Logan was at this level of swordsman. Although he relied on the moniker of White Tooth for his identity, his skills with a sword were decidedly lacking. A bounty of 1.2 million berries was largely attributed to the Ice Pulse blade. With a flimsy foundation, the ground trembles. His swordsmanship was fundamentally unstable, with his grip, stance, and movements all being rather unrefined. This severely limited his speed and power in striking, and if left unaddressed, could even lead to physical detriment over time. Fortunately, he received the swordsmanship legacy from the Old King, allowing him to rectify this issue at the tender age of 17. Unlike the foundational sword techniques Logan learned in his youth, the Old King's teachings included a breathing technique known as the Divine Path breathing method. This was an accompanying practice to the one-blade style of the Divine Path Thundergate, a form of swordsmanship from the Old King's legacy. Logan resolved to study the Divine Path Thundergate style. Although the Old King was more adept at the two-blade style and had limited insights into the one-blade technique, Logan chose the one-blade style without hesitation. The reason was simple. He preferred the elegance of the one-blade style over the two-blade style. Moreover, the names of certain techniques from the Divine Path Thundergate sounded remarkably impressive, such as Divine Path, Divine Void Manifest, Thundergate, Tiger Falls Flute, and Ultimate Technique, Shadow General Ghost Servant. These names not only implied immense power, but also had the potential to intimidate adversaries. However, such formidable techniques required a robust physique and countless hours of sword training to master, making it premature for Logan to consider them at this stage. His immediate focus was on solidifying his foundation, practicing his swordsmanship, and striving to join the ranks of the iron-slicing sword masters. The journey of solidifying his foundation began with the adjustment of his breathing. With this understanding, Logan cleared his mind of distractions and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the seemingly mundane yet extraordinary practice of breathing. The Divine Path breathing method is a specialized technique that stimulates the vital energies within, allowing every corner of the body to be refined. This unique breathing approach not only strengthens the physical body but also calms the mind, aiding concentration during combat. It is truly a rare and invaluable practice. However, it is also quite challenging. The method demands precision in the length and depth of each breath. Too fast is unacceptable, too slow is detrimental, too deep is improper, and too shallow is even worse. In essence, every rhythmic breath must be executed with impeccable timing, akin to the precision of a clock's second hand. Fortunately, with the Old King's insights on breathing, it was as if Logan was being guided across a river, making his training remarkably efficient. Within half an hour, he had grasped the fundamentals. His breathing became prolonged and serene, his gaze clear and bright, his feet firmly grounded, and his posture significantly improved. The most evident result of his practice was reflected in his efficiency when chopping wood. Initially, he would require 4 or 5 strikes to land 2 blows in the same spot, needing to make over a dozen cuts to fell a single tree. Gradually, however, the number of strikes landing in the same spot increased, and the cacophony of sound transformed into a harmonious rhythm. Enveloped by the crisp, rhythmic sounds, Logan became completely absorbed, seemingly entering an elusive realm beyond reach. All external noises faded away, leaving only the blade in his hand and the tree before him. Thud, thud. It felt as though the tree was breathing. A lifeline pulsated before Logan, magnifying in clarity. He swung his blade, and the tree fell with a resounding crash. Its cross-section smooth and even, exuding a chilling aura. The breath of all things, the realm of iron slicing. At that moment, Logan had undeniably ascended into the ranks of sword masters. Seizing the momentum, Logan continued to clear all the large trees, shrubs, and even two massive stones from the graveyard, firmly establishing his mastery in the realm of iron slicing. Emerging from this epiphany, he gazed at the blade in his hand and the fallen trees, a radiant smile lighting up his face. In half a day's time, he had transitioned from a swordsman to a sword master. Indeed, the old king's swordsmanship experience was as formidable as rumored. As Logan marveled at his progress, he suddenly realized that twilight had descended and a powerful hunger stirred within him. Chapter 28. The Four Noble Young Masters. Undeniably, dog meat is quite delectable. However, it is, alas, insufficient. A wild dog, the size of a calf, has vanished without a trace into the abyss of his stomach, yet not a ripple of satisfaction has been stirred within. Logan, patting his grumbling belly, felt a mixture of dismay and astonishment. He had not anticipated such an astonishing increase in his appetite within the span of merely half a day. His capacity had seemingly multiplied tenfold since noon. Nevertheless, an increased appetite signifies heightened energy expenditure by his cells, accelerating the enhancement of his physical prowess. To have an insatiable appetite could be deemed a delightful dilemma. Nonetheless, the issue of hunger must still be addressed. Logan licked his lips and strode boldly into the twilight-drenched thicket. The hunt was on. Found it. A gilded-haired youth, adorned in opulent attire, triumphantly held aloft a water-stained leaf, exclaiming with exuberance. The others, hearing the commotion, immediately abandoned their tasks and hurried toward the boy. Another elegant young man, barely able to conceal his excitement, declared, "At last, we can truly rescue the fair princess. Once we locate it, the princess shall once more radiate her joyful smile. What a significant achievement this shall be." Turnard, a rugged boy, bearing a scar across his visage, heartily clapped the golden-haired youth on the shoulder, laughing boisterously. "No, Ewan, that is not quite right." Turnard shook his head. "This is a collective accomplishment, the fruit of our united efforts leading us to this moment." Upon hearing this, the elegant youth, Lucy, proudly touched his nose and stepped forward, firmly grasping Turnard's raised hand, proclaiming, "Just as you say, Turnard, it is through our unwavering collaboration that we have attained this result." I, Lucy, firmly believe this. Indeed, the faces of the group blossomed with steady smiles. However, since Turnard had unearthed a lead, it was imperative to summon By Way back. Lucy pondered briefly and commanded the towering figure behind him, who bore a massive axe, "Baru, please fetch By Way." "At your command, Master Lucy," Baru replied, bowing his head impassively before trudging away with heavy, deliberate steps. Meanwhile, Lucy, Turnard, and Ewan eagerly inhaled the enchanting aroma lingering on the leaf, their faces alight with ecstatic delight. Truly, it was as magnificent as rumored. Merely catching a whiff of this faint fragrance transported them to a warm, celestial garden, leaving them utterly entranced. Only such an exquisite scent could have caused the beautiful princess to lose her appetite, captivating her dreams. "Ah, I feel the same way." Before long, the crescent moon hung low among the branches, and amidst the subtle fragrance, the scent became even more ethereal and elegant. "Huh." Lucy suddenly shook his head vigorously, stepping back with great resolve, pushing the leaf far from him, and exclaimed, "No, we cannot indulge ourselves like this. We are here for that creature. How can we tarry for a mere wisp of fragrance?" Ewan jolted, nodding emphatically, mimicking Lucy's gesture of pinching his nose as he scampered away. Turnard inhaled deeply 2 more times, carefully stowing the leaf within his lining, and concurred, "Indeed, we are here for that creature, the fox-tailed fragrance weasel. We cannot allow its scent to hinder our pursuit." Lucy scanned the shadows of the surrounding thicket warily, stating, "That creature only leaves its fragrant essence within its territory. So it must be nearby?" Turnard, catching the faint scent wafting from himself, cautioned, "The fox-tailed fragrance weasel is not only swift, but can also command ferocious beasts to fight on its behalf, so we must tread carefully. Otherwise, our efforts will be in vain." "Ha ha, Turnard, you remain as cautious as ever." A boisterous voice echoed from the nearby underbrush. Lucy and the others, anticipating the sound, turned to see a diminutive gray-haired boy leaping onto the shoulder of the burly man, parting the foliage as he approached rapidly. As long as the four noble young masters gather, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. Since time immemorial, we have been invincible, the gray-haired boy, Bai Wei, jestingly declared. And with a leap, he dismounted from the man's shoulder, hooking his arms behind his head. Hee. Yuan, with an innocent grin, scratched the back of his head and gazed up at Lucy with admiration. We may not be invincible, but Brother Lucy is undoubtedly unparalleled. He is the extraordinary genius capable of bringing the kingdom's mightiest warrior to his knees with but one hand. Ternard and Bai Wei exchanged knowing glances, both smiling and nodding in agreement, clearly sharing this conviction. Oh, that was merely General's allowance for this junior to gain a fleeting moment of fame. Otherwise, I would not possess such prowess. Lucy's cheeks flushed, bashfully rubbing his nose. Lucy, do I not frequently remind you that excessive humility can be irksome? Bai Wei gazed up at Lucy's face, frowning in discontent. My apologies. If there were to be a singular flaw in Lucy, it would be his excessive modesty and gentleness. One day, this gentleness may lead to his own undoing. Ternard, adopting a stern demeanor, remarked without mercy. Indeed, I shall remember this. Lucy chuckled softly. Thank you all for your concern. The stern expressions of Ternard and Bai Wei softened, and the four shared a hearty laugh. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves broke the tranquility. A petite girl from the cat fur tribe, with a stunning coat of pristine white fur, emerged from the thicket. The girl was diminutive, her ears barely reaching Lucy's chest, yet her beauty rivaled that of the finest human maidens. With cherubic, rounded eyes, long, taut legs, and an alluring silhouette, she appeared breathless, her hair tangled with twigs and leaves as she stumbled forward. It was no wonder, as she bore an enormous backpack that dwarfed her stature. Unlike the light burdens carried by Lucy and his companions, she was encumbered by a mountain of weight. You are too slow, you wretched cat, Bai Wei scolded, his playful demeanor shifting to one of disdain. I am so sorry for being late, meow. The moment she lowered her head to apologize, the girl stumbled. Meow, clang. A few exquisite golden cooking utensils tumbled from her backpack, scattering across the ground. Panicked, the girl quickly set her backpack down and anxiously began to gather the utensils. However, a fierce gust of wind struck her, followed by a sharp pain to her chest. Becky. Lucy's lips trembled with rage. Meow. Becky's back collided violently with a large tree, intense pain coursing through her body. Yet she bit her lip, refusing to utter a sound of suffering. Becky helplessly slumped to the ground, her strength drained. Come, stand up. The diminutive Bai Wei grasped Becky's arm, dragging her along the ground before tossing her toward Lucy. Becky trembled in fear, her gaze lowered to Lucy, whose fists quivered with barely contained fury. The four gazed upon Becky with frigid glares, each gaze laced with anger, contempt, and loathing. Those cooking utensils were handpicked by the princess herself, knowing we would come here. Even if we cannot cook, even if these utensils are of no use to us, how could you dare discard the very tools that the princess painstakingly selected for us? Ternard's furious eyes blazed with anger, his handsome features twisted in revulsion. Why? Why must you, wretched cat, always act so outrageously? Becky trembled, kneeling in a state of utmost anxiety, her fearful gaze fixated on the weeds below. I am deeply sorry, Mr. Ternard, and everyone else. Becky should not have acted so inappropriately. I have sincerely reflected upon my actions. You always merely utter empty words. Yuan spat coldly. Ternard then brutally pressed down on Becky's hand. Meow. Becky could no longer contain her pain and cried out, yet she dared not resist, allowing Ternard to mercilessly crush her hands. You have not truly reflected at all. You think that by simply kneeling, you have shown genuine remorse. Yet you fail to demonstrate the most crucial sincerity. I am truly sorry, Meow. As everyone has said, Becky is quite dim-witted and does not understand how to apologize sincerely. In any case, I'm exceedingly sorry, Meow. You remain as bothersome as ever. Why can't you muster even the slightest effort? Bai Wei scoffed, turning his gaze away to absent-mindedly scratch his head. Lucy suddenly stepped on Becky's head. Your head is too high. Your forehead isn't even touching the ground. Do you truly believe this constitutes an apology? I am sincerely sorry, Meow. Becky strained to press her forehead against the ground and pleaded, "You are right. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Meow." Byway, who had been intently staring at his nails, let out a resigned sigh. What a spineless creature. Such matters should not wait for others to point them out. One ought to recognize them proactively. It is truly disheartening. Do you lack the capacity for thought? A small stone thrown by Yuan struck Becky on the temple. Meow, don't make those sounds, as if I am the villain here. Stand up, you foul cat. Well, if you could kindly remove your foot. Becky would be most grateful. Meow. Now is the time to show your resolve. Turnard increased the pressure on Becky. Your resolve is utterly insufficient. Do you look down on others? Stand up. Turnard bellowed in a fit of rage. All right. Lucy removed his foot from Becky's head, his sharp gaze piercing through her. Stand up, Becky. Turnard, you too. Remove your foot. Turnard obediently lifted his foot, and together with Yuan, they grasped Becky's arms and pulled her up. At last, Becky stood, albeit shakily. Foul cat, I shall grant you a chance for redemption. If you wish to continue as our esteemed for young master's servant, what must you do? You have yet to provide the correct answer, and my patience is wearing thin. Quickly. Sincerity, Meow. Incorrect. With a resounding thud, a punch imbued with fierce wind pressure struck Becky, sending her hurtling against a sturdy tree trunk with an even greater force. Crack. The tree splintered in response. The back of Becky's head suffered a harsh blow. Reflect properly, you foul cat. Lucy roared in fury. Yet, Becky lay motionless beside the broken trunk. Hey, foul cat, get up. Are you alive? Yuan furrowed his brow and commanded the towering figure of Baru, who stood like a lifeless statue nearby. Go check on her. Understood, young Master Yuan. Baru lumbered forward, heavy footsteps echoing as he approached Becky. Chapter 29. The young master's progress. Baru turned Becky over as if she were a lifeless fish, extending his rough fingers beneath her nose. Her ashen eyes remained devoid of any flicker, prompting Baru to rise and address Yuan. Young Master Yuan, Becky is not dead. She has merely fainted. What a useless creature. Yuan spat vehemently on the ground, rubbing his foot against it in frustration. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and his gaze turned menacing as he fixed it on Baru. Brother Lucy, it seems the slave you brought is rather indifferent to our demeanor. Lucy flexed his wrists, casting a look of helplessness at Baru, and sighed. It is all due to Father's indulgence that this fellow has lost sight of his place. Alas, I never wished to bring him along. But Father insisted he accompany us. You know how I am utterly defenseless against Father's wishes. Turnad chuckled heartily, approving. Lucy is a dutiful son. Shoo, quiet down. Bave suddenly gestured for silence, then swiftly crouched down, pressing his ear to the ground. A slight tremor reverberated through the earth and into Bave's ears. This was a special skill passed down through their family, perhaps a compensation from the heavens for their male lineage being short in stature. Regardless of its origin, this skill proved invaluable at that moment. Bave closed his eyes, his mind racing to analyze the myriad of information flooding in. The information coalesced, categorized and sorted. A beast tide. No, wait, why has it suddenly dispersed and diminished significantly? It has gathered in one direction. But the numbers are still few. They are approaching. 1,000 meters, 900 meters. Bave sprang to his feet, declaring, 800 meters away, prepare yourselves. The fox-tailed fragrant raccoon is coming. Good, Lucy exclaimed, quickly kicking the unconscious Becky aside and retrieving a broadsword from his large backpack. His face alight with excitement. We need not seek it. It has come to us. Turnad followed suit, producing a katana, and inquired, how large is the beast tide? It is not a tide. At most, there are no more than 30 creatures. That fellow might not even be of age yet. As he spoke, Bave drew his bow and swiftly climbed to a higher branch, scanning the distance. Yuan donned iron gauntlets, a bloodthirsty grin curling at the corners of his mouth as he laughed. Brother Lucy, a mere few dozen beasts are no match for me alone. Lucy chuckled heartily, shaking his head at Yuan's straightforwardness, advising, just ensure you do not harm the fox-tailed fragrant raccoon. The princess requires it alive. Turning to Baru, Lucy issued a cold command. You are not to intervene. Step aside. As you wish, young Master Lucy. Baru obediently retreated, left like a cold, lifeless stone in the night. Before long, Bave knocked an arrow and whispered, "They are here." The three below formed a triangular formation, their battle spirits ignited. Yuan focused intently on the rustling leaves ahead, rubbing his hands together. "Do not interfere. I can handle this alone." Turnad laughed mockingly. "Look at this foolish lad, seeking all the glory for himself to win the princess's favor." Lucy pressed his lips together, gripping his sword tightly, fully concentrated. "They are coming," Yuan shouted, gathering his strength as he leaped into the thicket. Bang! A heavy thud resonated as a powerful punch struck the head of a black wolf. It is said that wolves possess heads of iron and legs of steel, yet under Yuan's steel fist, the hardest wolf skull shattered like tofu. The creature perishing before it could utter a sound. But this was merely the first. Another black wolf sprang forth like a shadow, sinking its teeth into Yuan's arm. "Huh." Rather than being startled, Yuan's face broke into a wild grin, and he raised his other iron fist, smashing it down upon the wolf's head. Bang! The steel fist pierced straight through the wolf's skull, erupting a spray of blood. Yuan tossed aside the lifeless wolf, plucking the fangs embedded in his arm, then licked the salty blood, the scar on his face twisting grotesquely. The beasts trailing behind, witnessing Yuan's ferocity, hesitated momentarily, whimpering in fear. However, a soft yet resonant roar erupted from deep within the forest, igniting the beasts' eyes with a blood-red fury, and they charged toward Yuan without a hint of fear. "Come, let your wildness be unleashed." Yuan bellowed like a beast, raising his fists in a frenzied assault. Bang! Boom! Thud! Howls! Roars! The cacophony reverberated as blood splattered. The beasts fell like feeble mice, slaughtered at Yuan's hands. Behind them, Turnad leaned on his katana, chin in hand, watching the scene with keen interest, remarking, "Why does the fox-tailed fragrant raccoon not cherish its life? Knowing our strength, it still seeks its demise. After all, it is a beast, naturally. It wishes to defend its territory from intruders. Moreover, emboldened by its pack, it is perhaps a tad dim-witted compared to other creatures," Bave remarked, hidden among the branches, a smirk playing on his lips. Lucy rested his sword on his shoulder, gazing into the depths of the forest, declaring, "Bave, keep a close watch on the fox-tailed fragrant raccoon. When the beasts have been sufficiently thinned, it will likely attempt to flee. We must not allow it to escape." "Rest assured, my arrow is trained upon it," Bave assured. Lucy cast a glance at Bave, hesitating briefly before reminding, "Do not injure it." "Fear not. My arrows are specially crafted. Once launched, they transform into nets, ensuring the little fragrant raccoon remains unharmed." Lucy felt a wave of relief wash over him, smiling as he nodded, "Thank you. He. However, just as Bave chuckled, he sensed something amiss. Lucy and Turnad exchanged puzzled glances. "What is it?" Bave's expression turned grave as he pointed a trembling finger. The two followed his gaze, their faces paling in unison. Beneath the broken branches, the unconscious Becky was nowhere to be found. "That wretched cat," Bave growled, raking his hair in frustration as he suppressed his anger. "I shall retrieve her. Do not focus on the fox-tailed fragrant raccoon." Turnad's face remained stern as he strode towards the direction Becky had fled, his voice icy. "I will handle this. This time, I shall ensure her eyes are gouged out and her ears severed," Bave shouted, hopping onto a branch, exasperated. Lucy nodded in agreement, speaking gently. "We have spoiled Becky in the past. It is time she learns a lesson. Fortunately, we have never allowed her to feast nor rest adequately. She won't get far. Hurry back. I can hardly contain my urge to teach her a proper lesson." Turnad nodded, his figure vanishing into the shadowy woods. Logan felt a sense of helplessness. It had been a full 2 hours thus far. Yet, his only catch was a rather despondent fat rabbit dangling from his shoulder. Slightly disheartened, Logan flicked the rabbit on the forehead, which promptly protested with a disgruntled grumble. The rabbit trembled, its little eyes gazing longingly at Logan's profile. Logan dared not meet its gaze. Just hold on a little longer." Logan had repeated these words to his stomach countless times over the past 2 hours. His belly grew increasingly impatient, yearning intensely for the plump rabbit resting upon his shoulder. Yet, Logan dared not indulge this craving, for he understood that should he do so, the rabbit would scarcely satisfy his hunger. His stomach would undoubtedly protest even more vehemently, perhaps leaving Logan too weak to even walk. It was far better to keep the rabbit close, offering his belly a glimmer of hope, a tantalizing prospect, akin to dangling a carrot before a donkey. Indeed, he mused, hope for the rabbit to quell the hunger. Logan, in his ennui, found solace in such thoughts. Alas, he had originally been unable to capture even this rabbit. Strangely, as soon as he ventured into the dense forest, the surroundings fell eerily silent. Even the insects ceased their chirping, let alone any larger beasts. Perhaps it was due to the wild animals he had released at noon, who might have betrayed him to their kin. How foolish he felt for showing them mercy. Had he known, he would have dispatched them all without hesitation. Yet, perhaps fortune smiled upon him. Just as Logan stewed in his indignation, what do you suppose happened next? A surge of beasts. A throng of delectable creatures. Oh no, wild animals, charged towards Logan. For a moment, he was taken aback in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, however, upon spotting him, the horde halted abruptly, as if encountering a specter, before scattering in less than a mere fraction of a second. In that fleeting moment, Logan hastily summoned his conqueror's haki, but the beasts fled too swiftly, almost instantaneously escaping the reach of his aura. Logan was infuriated. Fortunately, a fainted rabbit lay at the fringe of his haki's influence. He quickly retrieved it, carefully selecting a sturdy vine to bind it, and hefting it heavily over his shoulder. It was indeed a disgrace for this rabbit to its ancestors. They say that a creature moves like a startled rabbit, and logically, one would expect it to be the fastest. Yet, in Logan's hurried glance, he even spotted a wild boar, while the last to arrive was this rabbit. What a shame. He thought of how to explain this embarrassment to its forebears. Logan cast a meaningful glance at the plump rabbit, causing it to swiftly lower its ears to conceal its face. However, upon noticing the claw marks on its long ears, the rabbit seethed with indignation. Curse that tiger. It runs its course, yet why must it trample on me and send me flying? You escaped, but what of me? Just you wait. In my next life, I shall turn your home into a sieve, and my offspring will bear your name. The rabbit trembled with rage. Logan regarded the quivering creature with a curious gaze. Chapter 30. The young master's countdown just moments ago. He had been cautious and careful, but now, was he suddenly so audacious? Had he given up? Regrettably, I still need to keep you around for a while longer. Logan shook his head and stepped deeper into the thicket. Before long, rustling sounds erupted from the bushes ahead, and leaves began to scatter wildly. Logan paused, a smile spreading across his face as he hastily gripped his knife, ready to confront whatever it was. There was no need to employ the conqueror's haki. It was a rare occasion to encounter someone bold enough to charge at me directly and naturally. This brave soul deserved proper treatment. Soon, a shadow dashed forth from the dense underbrush. Logan was about to bring down his knife, but upon recognizing the silhouette, he halted. It was a person. Alas, the thrill of surprise deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving disappointment etched on his brow. On the other side, as a chilling knife suddenly emerged from the thicket, it startled Becky. Yet, when she saw the blade retract, her heart leaped with joy, and she quickly lifted her head. Her mouth agape. What met her gaze was a disheveled young man, staring at her with an expression of deep sorrow, as if she had taken something of utmost importance from him. Becky paused for a moment and said, please hurry and escape. Meow? A curious phrase. Logan, puzzled, had only caught a glimpse of a humanoid figure rushing out, but hadn't discerned its features. Driven by curiosity, Logan stepped forward to peer closely, hoping to discern Becky's appearance in the moonlight. Becky, frightened, shut her eyes tightly, her petite frame trembling. I am sorry, Meow. Huh. Logan was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head, and stepped closer until they were but a step apart, finally getting a clear view of Becky. Cat ears. Before him stood a girl from the fur tribe, adorned with beautiful snow-white hair. Logan's eyes sparkled. It is well known that the world of One Piece is home to numerous unique races, such as giants, dwarfs, long-arm, and long-leg tribes, to name just a few. However, Logan's anticipation was reserved for only two races: the merfolk dwelling in the depths of the ocean and the fur tribe that roams the heights. Especially the beauties of the fur tribe, who often display a penchant for enchantment and can transform into magnificent moon lions. Such a breathtaking sight. Cough. Of course, Logan was not a fetishist. He merely appreciated beauty with a spirit of freedom that rivals the frost-covered heavens. Becky, unable to hear Logan's movements, cautiously opened a slit in her eyes and saw the young man, whose gaze was alight, staring at her oddly. Terrified, she immediately closed her eyes again and timidly scooted to the side, repeating in a quaking voice, "Sir, please, please hurry and escape." A timid creature, indeed. Logan wiped the corner of his mouth and adjusted his tattered clothing, asking with utmost seriousness, "What's the matter? Is someone pursuing you?" Upon hearing Logan's inquiry, Becky opened her eyes to check behind her, her heart slightly easing. "Why, yes, a very fearsome beast has appeared, meow. I came here to gather a rare herb, but unexpectedly, I was attacked by a ferocious beast and barely escaped to this place. So please, sir, you must flee quickly." Becky, is that the name of this cat-eared maiden? Becky pointed to the left, saying, "If you go that way, you can exit the thicket, meow." Then she pointed in the opposite direction of Logan, her voice filled with a determination starkly contrasting her previous timidity. "Becky will run that way, meow." Logan blinked and replied, "Aren't you coming with me? Meow." "Well, I don't know if you would believe me, but Becky has to lure the beast away. You should take this opportunity to escape, meow." Logan narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Right before Becky had raised her head, she had opened her mouth as if to say something. What was it she intended to convey? Becky puffed out her chest with pride, confidently proclaiming, "It's nothing, meow. I'm very fast. As you can see, although I was slightly injured by the beast, I am quite robust, contrary to my appearance, so there's no need to worry, meow. So please, sir, hurry and escape in that direction, meow. I shall go first." Becky took off running, but just as she passed by Logan, he called out to her, "I want to ask you a question." What is it, meow? "We must escape quickly." Logan circled around Becky, stroking his chin as he observed her trembling figure. "Initially, when you appeared before me, I could tell you wanted to say save me, didn't you?" Becky abruptly halted, her round eyes widening in shock. "Why you re-overthinking it, meow?" Logan waved a finger in front of Becky, asserting confidently, "You are lying. Be Becky." Becky, I am terribly sorry, meow." Suddenly spinning around, Becky knelt down and bowed her head. "In truth, someone is pursuing me to take my life. The humans chasing me are incredibly strong, meow. There's a chance that you, sir, could be caught up in this too, meow. So please, hurry and flee this place." Logan paused. This child named Becky, despite being in grave danger herself, she still wishes for my escape while she chooses to venture deeper into the thicket to buy me time. Not only that, Becky had swallowed her near utterance of "save me" and lied, claiming a beast was pursuing her. Most people, when facing life-threatening situations and seeing someone else, regardless of how unreliable they might seem, would instinctively seek help. Yet this girl, truly kind-hearted. Logan's gaze softened as he reached out to help Becky up. However, in the process, he inadvertently brushed against her arm, causing her to draw a sharp breath. Logan, contemplating something, disregarded Becky's pleading gaze and carefully rolled up her sleeve. His eyes widened in shock. On the delicate arm of the girl, white fur was stained crimson with blood. Some areas had turned black, crusted over, while others bled profusely, seeping with fresh blood. Her entire snowy arm was devoid of unblemished skin. Becky tightly shut her eyes, her body quivering uncontrollably. Squeak! The rabbit dangling from Logan's shoulder suddenly let out a shriek, its tiny eyes fixed in terror upon the wounds on Becky's arm. This torment, the rabbit would be better off dead. Logan, speechless, lowered Becky's sleeve, his face pale with rage. It turned out that her trembling was not merely from fear, but from the constant agony and dread. The terror of being beaten without reason. "Sir, meow." Becky tried to distance herself from Logan, forcing a smile as she said, "Please, sir, run away. They are about to catch up, meow." Logan nodded, lifting the rabbit and placing it into Becky's hands. gently saying, "I apologize for delaying your precious escape time. You must run now." However, Becky stood frozen in place. Logan assumed it was her first experience receiving kindness from a human, leaving her too shocked to speak. Thus, he spoke up, striving to make his tone warm and gentle. "Do not worry. This is my apology, and besides, the rabbit is quite delicious." The rabbit trembled like a leaf. "No, that's not it, meow," Becky said, deeply conflicted. Becky doesn't eat animals with fur, meow." The rabbit's tiny eyes glimmered with an unprecedented light. "Oh, I see. I completely forgot." Logan scratched his head, recalling that the original text indeed mentioned that the fur tribe refrained from consuming furry creatures. "Then please return it to me." He took the rabbit from Becky's hands and effortlessly placed it upon his shoulder. After all, one must not let anything go to waste, must they? The spark in the rabbit's eyes swiftly dimmed, resembling the ashes of a dying flame. "Oh dear, I may have overthought this. No, regardless. I must express my gratitude, my lord." Becky bowed deeply, nearly 90 degrees. "No need for that. Hurry and save yourself." "Yes, my lord, please do escape as well." Observing Logan and Apos' nod, Becky let out a sigh of relief before swiftly turning to vanish into the darkness. Indeed, Becky moved with remarkable speed, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye, and her footsteps were utterly silent. She was truly cut out to be an assassin. Logan mused as he leaned against a large rock. The rabbit, struggling, cast a glance at Logan's leisurely demeanor, a flicker of doubt surfacing in its mind. "Didn't we say we would escape? Could it be that I am too famished to move? Does that mean, oh no, the rabbit shall perish?" Logan sensed the stir upon his shoulder, lifted the rabbit, and tossed it in front of him, cradling his chin as he regarded it. The rabbit lay rigid, feigning death. "Why aren't you moving? Come now, move." A faint smile crept upon Logan's lips as he prodded the rabbit's belly with his big toe. "Not moving. The rabbit is dead." Logan continued to toy with the rabbit's soft abdomen, unable to stifle a chuckle at its antics. Indeed, the creatures within the world of One Piece generally possessed a high level of intelligence, capable of understanding human speech. This brought Logan considerable amusement. Time slipped away as he playfully manipulated the rabbit's toes, and after what seemed like a little over 10 minutes, a series of rustling sounds echoed from afar. Logan's actions remained unceasing, though a hint of coldness glimmered in his eyes. The rabbit suddenly shivered, longing to open its eyes to discern what was unfolding. Yet fear held it back. The underbrush parted, revealing a handsome young man with golden hair emerging from within. "Ah, you finally arrived. I thought I would be waiting until my toes turned numb." A somewhat flippant voice rang out unexpectedly, prompting Turner to grasp the hilt of his knife, his sharp gaze scanning for the source of the sound. Then, he beheld Logan, tattered and barefoot, a wild man. Turner's sunlit visage transformed into one of disdain, his grip on the knife loosening as he adopted an air of superiority. "A wild man. I have no time to hunt your kind right now. Be gone." Hunt. Wild man. Logan pondered these two words, and his expression darkened abruptly. Chapter 31. The young master of the past, are your ears deaf? Logan kicked the rabbit aside and sneered. "Can't you hear that I am waiting for you?" Turner's expression suddenly darkened, drawing his sword and pointing it menacingly at Logan. "You insignificant savage dare to speak to me like that. You are courting death." Before the word death could fully escape his lips, Turner exerted force with his feet and swung his sword down towards Logan with the momentum of a thunderstorm, aiming to cleave him in two. The blade moved with astonishing speed, the glistening white edge reflecting the cold moonlight, resembling a streak of white silk. Logan remained unmoved, not a muscle twitching, as though he had been petrified by fear. The savage is indeed a savage. Turner's contempt deepened, and he exerted even more force into his strike. The sharp blade sliced through the air, emitting a chilling shriek that resonated in the heart. The rabbit, having been kicked aside, turned pale at the sight and hurriedly covered its eyes with its ears, too terrified to witness the impending bloodshed. As the blade approached rapidly, mere centimeters from Logan's head, he suddenly sprang into action. With his left hand raised, he shot out his index and middle fingers like lightning, clamping down on the white sword between them. In that instant, The formidable sword, imbued with the power to split the continent, came to a halt, trapped effortlessly by Logan's fingers, creating a stark contrast between motion and stillness that made the very air feel stagnant. At that moment, Logan quietly thought to himself, "Stone skin." Indeed, in that fleeting moment, he had stolen the hardness of the massive stone behind him. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a peculiar gray-black sheen enveloping Logan's entire being. Turnard's face froze, his eyes bulging in disbelief, filled with profound shock. Impossible, this cannot be. Turnard gritted his teeth, attempting to slice through Logan's fingers, yet they felt as immovable as steel. Logan coldly regarded Turnard's futile struggle, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. From the moment Turnard made his move, Logan discerned him to be a mere blusterer, all show and no substance. Though the display was intimidating, it was riddled with flaws. This insight stemmed from the legacy of a grand swordsman. The old king's inheritance encompassed not merely swordsmanship and perception, but decades of battle experience, and a sharp eye befitting a master swordsman. "You wretch!" Turnard, witnessing Logan's disdain, felt his fury ignite, his expression twisting grotesquely. "You scoundrel! Release me at once!" Turnard shrieked with all his might. Fortunately, Logan's presence had sent the birds in the nearby thicket fleeing. Otherwise, Turnard's roar would have startled them into flight. "Very well, I shall release you." Logan, irked, scratched his ear, and as he opened his fingers, Turnard was sent staggering backward by the force of inertia. Logan's gaze sharpened as he pivoted, his ice vein blade flashing forth like a dragon, slicing downward with a thunderous swiftness. The scarlet line of blood emerged from Turnard's shoulder down to his abdomen, followed by a gushing torrent. "Oh!" Turnard collapsed, his wails echoing through the thicket. Logan waved his hand, returning the stone skin to its source, and leisurely approached Turnard. Crouching down, he plugged his ears and remarked, "Stop your wailing, as if I have done you any harm." Who are you?" Turnard, clutching his bleeding wound with desperation, glared at Logan with seething hatred. After a moment of silence, Logan stood and pressed his filthy foot onto Turnard's face, grinding it down as he spoke. "Is your brain malfunctioning? You dare to glare at me in such a state?" Turnard, in disbelief, stared at the inky sole of Logan's foot pressing down on him, his mind momentarily blank. It wasn't until a foul odor invaded his nostrils that he realized this man was truly trampling him. The humiliation, an overwhelming sense of degradation surged within Turnard as if a string in his mind had snapped. "Aw!" Logan disdainfully withdrew his foot, wiping the saliva from his toes onto Turnard's clothing. Yet Turnard abruptly sat up, startling Logan, who watched as Turnard clawed at his mouth until he coughed up blood, barely stopping there. Then Turnard frantically scrubbed at the black footprints on his face, roaring in furious agony, "Savage! Beast! You lowly creature! How dare you treat me this way? Do you know who I am?" With a swift kick, Logan knocked Turnard back to the ground, the tip of his ice vein blade resting against Turnard's throat, declaring, "I care not who you are. Are you pursuing a girl named Becky from the Fur Tribe?" Turnard felt the unique chill emanating from the ice vein blade raise goosebumps on his skin, his venomous shouts abruptly silenced. His rage doused like a flame extinguished by cold water. However, upon hearing Logan's inquiry, he froze, incredulously exclaiming, "You attacked me for that wretched cat?" Logan nodded. "I owe her a debt of gratitude. I merely intended to intercept you, but I did not anticipate your utter weakness." Turnard trembled violently, his face morphing into an expression of shock even greater than when Logan had effortlessly overpowered him. Veins bulged on Turnard's face as he struggled and screamed, "You are human. I am your kind. Why eat a beast? Why?" With a fierce stomp, Logan pressed Turnard's face deep into the mud, cold words escaping his clenched teeth. "Human? You are unworthy. I was inclined to spare your life, but it seems that is no longer necessary." Turnard's mouth, buried in the dirt, emitted muffled whimpers, his hands clawing at the ground, carving disordered trenches. Logan chuckled coldly. "Do not worry, I won't kill you just yet." With that, Logan delivered a decisive kick, rendering Turnard unconscious. Logan gazed in the direction where Becky had vanished, exhaling deeply, then sheathing his ice vein blade into its tattered scabbard. Had he known the pursuers were this feeble, he would not have allowed Becky to escape. After all, she was a cat-eared maid. Logan muttered to himself. Suddenly, a loud protest emanated from his stomach. In the distance, the rabbit jolted, hastily ceasing its movements towards the underbrush. After a moment, feeling its neck lifted, the rabbit mustered courage and quickly glanced back, its heart racing wildly. It discovered Logan fixated on the human lying on the ground, entirely oblivious to its presence. The rabbit was almost overwhelmed with joy, nearly letting out a scream. But it restrained itself, cautiously inching into the thicket, its heart still pounding as if it might leap from its throat. As the rabbit watched Logan, who was oblivious to its existence, tears nearly welled in its eyes. "Dad, Mom, ancestors, your son has achieved something." The rabbit believed Logan had not noticed it. In truth, Logan was completely unaware. At that moment, Logan's attention remained firmly on Turnard. He sought to experiment with his newfound ability, testing his theory regarding the thief fruit, aiming to further develop it. The devil fruit was a remarkable entity. The instant Logan consumed the thief fruit, he intuitively acquired the skills of a thief. Thus, the so-called development involves the exercise of one and Apos' intellect to conceive novel applications for the powers derived from the fruits, followed by relentless practice to enhance proficiency in these new uses. It is a process that challenges the imagination. Naturally, human thoughts can be fantastical, and some ideas may not be realizable with the devil fruits. Hence, the user must gradually experiment to discern which concepts are viable and which are not. As for the process of exploiting the stealth fruit, it is quite straightforward. It entails the continuous act of thievery while adhering to the three fundamental principles of target satisfaction: lack of defense and distance. One must pilfer a variety of items, treasures, weapons, skills, memories, lifespans. Everything that can be stolen should be attempted. Subsequently, the focus shifts to increasing the speed of theft and expanding the range of capabilities. If one can ultimately achieve the swiftness to steal before the target becomes wary, that would signify true accomplishment. For the sake of this ambition, Logan resolutely fixated his attention on the unconscious, defenseless Turnad. First and foremost, he needed to address his hunger. Logan directed his gaze towards Turnad's abdomen, mentally invoking the sensation of satiety as he reached out to activate his ability, Steal Satiety. After approximately 2 seconds, a small gray orb of light emerged from Turnad's belly and floated into Logan's hand. With a flick of his wrist, the orb was absorbed into his own stomach, instantly silencing his hunger and engendering a sense of fullness. However, this sensation was merely illusory. It deceived the senses without providing any actual energy. Therefore, Steal Energy. A small, colorful orb of light emerged from within Turnad and was swiftly consumed by Logan. In an instant, he felt his body brimming with vitality. Energized, Logan circled the unconscious Turnad twice before suddenly extending his palm once more to unleash his ability. False experience. This time, after a few seconds, a large, golden-edged humanoid orb of light was extracted from various parts of Turnad's body. Logan maneuvered the humanoid orb to hover beside him, his gaze oscillating between the orb and Turnad. In his perception, Turnad was distinctly Turnad, while the orb remained an entity unto itself. However, if anyone else were present, they would bizarrely observe Turnad standing beside Logan, while the space where he should have lain was inexplicably empty. Void experience, a divine skill that steals presence. Alas, what a pity. Logan waved his hand, and the orb representing Turnad's presence was absorbed back into his body. Without a doubt, the void experience could manifest extraordinary effects in combat, yet it could not be employed on oneself. The essence of all things emerges from desires fulfilled, and for every cause there is an effect. The devil fruits are born from humanity's yearning to transcend the limitations of the body and to liberate themselves from helplessness. The stealth fruit, too, arises from the desire to steal at will. Consequently, the stealth fruit is inherently selfish. It can only pilfer what lies beyond oneself and cannot appropriate anything intrinsic to one's own being. Even attempting to circumvent this limitation through tricks such as hypnosis is futile. The inability to apply one's abilities to oneself is an immutable law that Logan comprehended the moment he consumed the stealth fruit. Well, one must learn to be content. Logan tapped his forehead, reminding himself not to overthink and to appreciate what he possesses. With renewed determination, he reached towards Turnad once more. Steel Heart. Upon uttering the incantation, Turnad's chest quivered, and soon after, a heart the size of an infant's fist gradually emerged from his body, floating toward Logan's grasp. Logan examined the heart closely, noticing a white orb of light severing the blood vessels, enveloping the heart within. In Logan's hand, the heart continued to beat vigorously, maintaining a mysterious connection with its original body. Pondering, Logan crouched down and lifted Turnad's shirt. Outwardly, there appeared to be no difference, yet when Logan pressed against the chest, the area where the heart had once resided caved in. Contemplating this revelation, he suddenly squeezed the heart in his hand. Turnad emitted a muffled groan in his unconscious state, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Logan chuckled, reminiscent of Ro's abilities. Chapter 32, Fruit Development. Reflecting on Luo's techniques, Logan recalled a particular move, personality transformation. This was the very technique that allowed Sanji to fulfill his dreams in the original story. As Logan gazed at the unconscious Turner, he stroked his chin, extended his hand, and silently focused on his target, whispering, "Steel personality." Approximately 3 seconds later, a pink orb of light leapt from Turner's heart and floated into Logan's grasp. Who should I exchange with? There's no one else around. At that moment, Logan suddenly thought of the rabbit, but upon turning, there was no trace of the creature. Logan rubbed his eyes and hurriedly followed the rabbit's trail, only to discover a severed vine and a cluster of disordered paw prints in a thicket. Beyond that, he was at a loss for direction. His heart ached, my bunny. Yet, lamentation was futile. He could only return to Turner's side with heavy steps. With a wave of his hand, he returned the pink orb. Turner remained deeply unconscious. This time, Logan directed his gaze toward Turner's soul. This inspiration stemmed from the original work provided by Big Mom. The advantage of being a traveler is the knowledge of all techniques employed by characters in the original narrative, allowing one to draw from them to cultivate one's own abilities. In the world of One Piece, souls exist, evident through Brook's return from the underworld or Big Mom's soul fruit. Moreover, the homies created by Big Mom illustrate the intricate connections between a being's soul, memories, and lifespan. If one could indeed steal lifespan, it would signify the realization of one of humanity's ultimate dreams, immortality. This notion was profoundly alluring. Logan's heart ignited with fervor as he reached out, silently chanting, "Steal soul." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, a full minute passed, yet Turner's body exhibited no response. Logan furrowed his brow. He felt the soul within Turner and established a connection, but why could he not extract it? It was not a matter of impossibility. Within Logan's perception, the capability of his fruit entangled Turner's soul like fine threads. If it could ensnare, it could surely steal. What could be the reason? Upon close inspection and concentrated perception, Logan finally discerned the issue. Unlike the previously obtained items, which felt weightless, Turner's soul bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. No matter how much effort Logan exerted, the soul remained immovable. The force of the threads was insufficient to extract it from Turner's being. Understanding this, Logan relaxed his brow. The strength of the threads was intimately tied to his desire, mental fortitude, physical strength, and fruit proficiency. Currently, he was too weak to possess the power to steal souls. Then, if the soul was beyond reach, what of mere memories or lifespan? Resolute, Logan silently chanted, "Steal memory," as the threads extended from his hand, penetrating Turner's body and quickly wrapping around something. Logan tugged, and it moved. A surge of joy filled him as he hastily pulled the threads. Within 3 seconds, a glowing white orb floated from Turner's mind. Upon touching it, the orb streamed into his brain like data flowing through his fingers. It contained merely a month's worth of memories, specifically those from when Turner was 4 years old. Aside from a few maids, they were devoid of substance. Logan waved his hand, returning the memory. A 4-year-old child playing such frivolous games was not something he wished to taint his pure thoughts with. Speaking of memories, lifespan should be feasible as well. Logan stroked his chin, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He silently chanted, "Steel lifespan," extending his hand forth. The thread spread out, entwining with Turner's lifespan, yet once again, it was an immovable weight. Not a second or minute could he extract. Logan withdrew the threads, sighing in disappointment. I am too feeble at that moment. The moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light cascading upon the earth like flowing water. Suddenly, Logan's gaze caught something, and his expression sharpened. Shadows. It seemed Moria possessed a powerful technique to absorb other shadows to enhance his own strength. What was it called? Yes, shadow collecting. Logan focused on Turner's shadow, pondering whether it was the ability of the shadow fruit, or if all shadows held such power. Regardless, it was time to experiment. With determination, Logan reached out toward the shadow cast by Turner under the moonlight, murmuring, "Steel shadow." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time trickled by, and beads of sweat began to form on Logan's brow. The shadow remained still under the moonlight. Yet, he did not falter. Rather, a flicker of joy ignited in his eyes as he felt the threads ensnaring Turner's shadow, the force there sufficient to disturb its weight. Finally, through Logan's relentless efforts, the right hand of the shadow began to tremble, and like paper caught in the wind, it lifted from the ground. Logan's expression brightened as he remained focused on the shadow. However, an unexpected event occurred. The lifted corner of the shadow emitted a tearing sound, as if it could no longer bear the strain, and it severed from Turner's shadow. In the next moment, the shadow of the right hand transformed into a pitch-black orb, shooting into Logan's hand, causing Turner to emit a muffled groan and sink into a deeper unconsciousness. This was a severance? After exerting all his strength, he could only steal a single hand. How utterly pathetic. Logan gazed at the quietly floating black orb in his hand, his lips twitching slightly. According to Moria's techniques, a shadow served as a second soul for its owner, encompassing their personality and combat abilities. Could this single hand contain Turner's combat prowess? With this thought, Logan absorbed the black orb into his body. In an instant, he felt a surge of strength, particularly in his right hand. It wasn't monumental, but the enhancement was unmistakable. To verify this, Logan stepped toward a tree thick enough for 3 grown men to encircle. Deep breath, eyes closed, legs naturally apart, shoulder width apart. Right hand clenched into a fist, pulling back to gather strength. Legs tensed, waist tightened, right arm coiled. All the power of his body converged upon his right fist. The next moment, Logan opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing within, and unleashed his full force. Boom. Crack. A thunderous roar resounded as the thick trunk of the tree was split in two, the point of impact reduced to a heap of wood chips. Logan stumbled back a few steps, distancing himself from the swirling dust, a smile of triumph gracing his lips. Shadow collecting truly was a divine technique. The shadow of a mere hand could yield such an enhancement. If he had 1,000 shadows, the destruction of an island would be but a distant dream. Just as Logan reveled in his success, an unsettling sensation surged from the depths of his heart. His expression darkened. He recognized this as Turner's personality, a warped character cultivated over years as a pampered noble. Logan beckoned, extracting the shadow orb from within. The moment it detached, a wave of relief washed over him. Gazing at the shadow in his hand, Logan silently invoked the concept of personality and activated his ability. No response. It was not that he could not pull it. Rather, the thread simply did not manifest. Logan pondered. Was it impossible to activate abilities on items acquired through his powers? Upon realizing this, Logan waved his hand, sending the shadowy orb back into Tennard's body. Although he could easily suppress Tennard's personality, he knew that, over time, it would inevitably lead to contamination. Logan had no desire to harbor remnants of another within his own body. Enduring the discomfort during combat was one thing, but if he had to persist indefinitely, it would eventually repulse him. The shadowy orb transformed into a streak of light, seamlessly reintegrating into Tennard's shadow, restoring the right hand's position without any trace of disunity. At that moment, Logan suddenly sensed Tennard's breathing weakening at an alarming rate. Surprised, he quickly crouched down to assess Tennard's condition. His vital signs were fading rapidly. How could this happen? That last strike was delivered with restraint. It should have only resulted in severe injury, not a life-threatening situation. Logan felt perplexed. However, he had completely forgotten that after knocking Tennard unconscious, he had first stolen his satiety, then drained most of his bodily energy, and subsequently experimented extensively with his fruit abilities. After such relentless torment, what began as severe wounds had transformed into fatal injuries. How fragile! Logan rolled his eyes at Tennard, then removed the ladder and Appos' clothing to bandage the wounds. His experimentation with the fruit had nearly concluded. Nevertheless, Logan recalled the cat-eared girl mentioning they instead of he, indicating that this incompetent noble had accomplices. Logan had been contemplating burying those scoundrels alongside Yundelric, so he could not allow Tennard to perish so easily. Yet, even after the bandaging, Tennard and Appos' vital signs continued to plummet. Frustrated, Logan scratched the back of his head and approached a large tree, extending his hand to activate his ability, Life Theft. A vibrant green orb of life energy was extracted by Logan and Appos' threads of theft. The tree and Appos' branches trembled, and withering leaves fell like rain until only the cracked trunk remained. Brushing off the fallen leaves from his body, Logan returned to Tennard's side, transferring the life energy into him. Almost instantly, Tennard's complexion regained its color, and his breathing grew stronger. However, before Logan could exhale in relief, Tennard's face turned pale once more, his breathing once again feeble. It was as if Tennard's body was a leaky vessel, with the newly infused vitality escaping through the cracks, unable to be retained. Was the injury too severe? Logan furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he recalled Bartholomew Kuma's fruit ability from the original story. He possessed a healing technique known as the Ursus Shock, which could expel all injuries from the body. If the Tyrant Bear could do it, there was no reason Logan could not. Resolute, he chanted thief, injury, and extended his hand to activate his ability. The threads of theft gradually unfurled from his fingertips, penetrating Tennard's body. Soon, the threads made contact with their target and began to entwine rapidly. However, just as Logan attempted to extract the injuries, his movements abruptly froze. In that instant, he thought of Nelson and Uar. If only he had considered this technique back then, perhaps they would not have perished. A wave of melancholy washed over Logan, and his unstable spirit caused the threads of theft to dissipate slowly. He fell into a whirlpool of memories and self-reproach. Suddenly, an image of aged eyes surfaced in his mind, seemingly conveying a message. Logan shuddered, a faint smile gracing his lips. Clutching the pocket watch pressed against his chest, he said with a reassuring tone, "Rest assured, your captain is not such a fragile being." Taking a deep breath, Logan recalled his focus, returning to reality. He extended his hand once more, activating his fruit ability. The threads of theft pulled forth a blood-red orb of injuries, extracting it from Tennard's body. Instantly, Tennard's injuries stabilized, halting just shy of the brink of death. Logan propelled the injury orb towards a massive boulder, which cracked ominously upon impact. Within mere seconds, a deep gash appeared on the boulder, as if it had been cleaved by a blade. Contemplating thoughtfully, Logan lifted the bandages covering Tennard's wounds. Beneath them, the scars had indeed diminished significantly. The bleeding had ceased, and the edges were already forming scabs. Although the injuries were not fully healed, it was sufficient. Chapter 33 Interrogation. Logan sought out another tree and transferred some vitality to Turner. At that moment, Turner was thoroughly revived. His complexion visibly brightened, his breathing gradually steadied, and even his eyelashes fluttered, indicating signs of awakening. Logan stroked his chin, refraining from knocking Turner unconscious again, instead harnessing his abilities to extract Turner's heart. Holding it in his hand, Turner soon opened his eyes, though momentarily disoriented about his circumstances. The chill of the ground beneath him quickly reminded him of the recent events. He, Ryder Turner, the favored youngest son of the Duke, the most esteemed nephew of the king, the object of affection for countless young maidens across several nations, and one of the 4 noble sons, had been defeated by a mere savage. Furthermore, he had endured the utmost humiliation at the hands of this barbarian. A fierce scowl twisted Turner's face, his eyes brimming with resentment as he struggled to sit up, glaring at the ragged youth standing nearby. He opened his mouth to unleash a furious roar, but, the excruciating pain surged through him, causing him to collapse back down, clutching his chest with desperation. Logan covered his ears and released his grip on Turner's heart, saying, "Cease your wailing. My intention was to awaken you, not to have you create a cacophony." As the pain subsided, Turner, drenched in sweat, clutched his chest, only to suddenly notice something amiss. A portion of his chest seemed to have caved in. "Do you see?" Logan waved Turner's heart before his eyes, smiling as he said, "Young trash, your heart is right here." Turner glanced at his chest, then at the pulsating heart in Logan's hand. Terror, an indescribable fear gripped Turner, and he screamed in horror, a wave of dizziness overwhelming him, nearly causing him to faint. Night, dense forest, the heart-stealing demon. Turner recalled an ancient fairy tale, and his pupils constricted as his limbs stiffened. Like a wounded wild dog, he frantically attempted to crawl away, but his limbs, paralyzed by fear, felt as limp as noodles, rendering him utterly incapable of movement. "Hey, why are you so timid?" Logan furrowed his brow and approached Turner. Please, don't come any closer. I beg you. I was wrong. Please, don't come any closer." Turner suddenly screamed, sobbing uncontrollably, his demeanor reflecting sheer terror. A pungent odor wafted into Logan's nostrils. He halted abruptly, glancing down at Turner. Warm liquid trickled down Turner's pants, pooling into a small, foul-smelling puddle on the ground. Logan pinched his nose and stepped back, opening his mouth to speak, but finding himself utterly speechless before the spectacle of the man before him. Turner howled as if possessed, his hands shielding his face. His limp body writhing in the puddle, a truly revolting sight. Unable to bear it any longer, Logan forcefully grasped Turner's heart, commanding, "Stand up." Turner muffled a groan, clutching his chest in agony. "I will count to 3. If you remain sprawled on the ground like a dog, I shall crush your heart." Logan's tone was frigid. With that, Logan extended his hand, still clutching the heart, allowing Turner to see the pulsating veins clearly. 1. Under the moonlight, Turner beheld the heart that had accompanied him for nearly 20 years. At a mere glance, his pupils constricted, breaths quickened, and tremors coursed through his entire being. Logan frowned, applying slight pressure, and coldly uttered, "2." Turner let out a muffled groan, desperately battling the stabbing pain in his heart as he struggled to rise. Yet the moment he knelt, his body faltered once more. Opportunities squandered. Logan shook his head, delivering the final verdict. 3. Please, no? Turner trembled violently, instinct driving him to muster his remaining strength, finally managing to kneel upright again. However, his legs quaked uncontrollably, rendering him incapable of standing. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded with Logan. "I will give you anything. Please spare me. I beg you." Logan furrowed his brow, manipulating the heart to float beside him, then turned toward the boulder. Leaning against it, he beckoned Turner. "Come here. The air over there has been polluted by you." "Why, yes." Turner, elated, scrambled to Logan's feet. Logan ascended the boulder, casting a disdainful glance down at the kneeling Turner. "Indeed, the air up here is considerably fresher." Turner cautiously glanced at the heart hovering above him, his eyes filled with dread. Logan waved his hand, holding the heart, and spoke in a measured tone. "I will ask you questions, and you shall answer. Should you dare to utter a single falsehood or conceal anything, you know the consequences." "Why, yes." Turner nodded fervently, exhibiting a level of servility surpassing that of the most obsequious servant in a historical drama. "Good." Logan stroked his chin, inquiring, "What is the name of this island?" Though Logan was aware that this was the kingdom of Yundalrik, he was uncertain of the island and Apos' name. Moreover, according to the late king, the kingdom of Yundalrik had perished over 2 centuries ago, leaving him curious about how other nations regarded it. Faced with Logan's first question, Turner was visibly shaken. The name of the island? How could he know? Wasn't this an unnamed isle? Some nobles privately referred to it as a hunting ground, deeming the savages as livestock. Yet Turner dared not utter those terms, for the being above him might very well be the specter of those wild men. The poor child had yet to escape the shadows of fairy tales. Turner, drenched in sweat, his lips quivering and face pallid, stammered. Logan murmured with disappointment. "You don't know?" The whisper struck Turner like the scythe of death, prompting him to prostrate himself on the ground in terror. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He recalled witnessing the captured savages worshipping the sun, murmuring something incomprehensible. What was it? Yes. Turner abruptly lifted his head, exclaiming with the exhilaration of survival, "Yundalrik." "Yes, it is Yundalrik." Logan nodded, casually asking, "Is this a record passed down from your country?" "No." Turner exhaled in relief, stating, "It is what the wild inhabitants of the island say." Logan responded with an "oh," before posing his second question, "How many people did you come with?" Turner replied, "4. 5, 6. Logan's voice turned cold. "How many exactly?" Startled, Turner quickly glanced at Logan, cautiously inquiring, "Does that stinky cat count?" Logan glared. "Refer to her as Lady Becky." "Yes, yes." Though Turner inwardly resented it 1,000 times over, under Logan's oppressive gaze, he obediently amended, "including Lady Becky. We are a total of 7. What are their identities?" "We are the 4 noble sons, along with 3 slaves." "The 4 noble sons?" Logan pondered, musing on the absurdity of such a title. A sense of pride emerged on Turner's face, momentarily overshadowing his fear. Yet he still clung to the virtue of humility. There was nothing to boast about, merely an insignificant honorific title. Logan nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin, before inquiring, "Where do you rank among the noble 4 sons?" Turner, brimming with pride, was about to respond when Logan waved the ice-veined blade above his head. His voice laced with a hint of coldness. "Think carefully before you answer." Turner shivered, his pride instantly frozen. After a moment of contemplation, he stammered, The last position. However, my status is the most noble." Turner insisted, his defiance palpable. Logan remained noncommittal, pressing further, "How formidable is the strongest among you? How many moves would it take to defeat you?" Turner's lips twitched, and he raised a single finger, saying, "1. Just 1 move." "Lucy is a genius capable of defeating even the kingdom and Apos' generals. Losing to him is not shameful." Turner consoled himself inwardly. Logan squinted, intrigued, and probed again. "Is he a swordsman?" "Yes." "Has he entered the realm of iron cutting? Can he perform the soaring slash?" "And no, that is something only legendary swordsmen can achieve. Lucy is only 20. How could he possibly do that?" Turner and Apos' face glistened with cold sweat as he trembled in response. Upon hearing Turner and Apos' words, an odd expression crossed Logan's face. 20 years old, unable to cut iron or execute soaring slashes. What sort of genius was that? Wait, Logan suddenly considered a possibility. His eyes widening slightly as he asked, "He hasn't comprehended some form of hockey, has he? Armament hockey, observation hockey, or even conqueror's hockey?" Logan's anticipation was met with Turner's blank stare. "Hockey, what is that? Is it impressive?" Turner asked, bewildered. For a fleeting moment, Logan felt as though he had stepped out of the new world. Shuden and Apos. Everyone in the new world be familiar with hockey? Where on earth had this fellow emerged from? Logan and Apos' interest in Turner and Apos' homeland deepened. "What is the name of your country? How large is it? And what is its population?" A flicker of pride appeared on Turner's grimy face as he raised his voice slightly. "The Kingdom of Josie. Our nation boasts a population of 20,000, making it the largest kingdom among several surrounding nations." Logan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. 20,000. That was scarcely more than the population of a few villages in his previous life. A great nation, indeed, fitting a certain island nation's definition of greatness. Scratching his head, Logan asked, "Does your country possess any unique traits or specialties, such as thriving handicrafts or gold and silver mines? The fish we catch are particularly large. Does that count?" Turner replied. Logan's enthusiasm waned. A country so minuscule that it paled in comparison to the magnetic drum kingdom held little significance. What worth was there in extolling the talents of such a nation? Sighing, Logan leaped down from the boulder. Turner's heart instinctively followed, floating alongside Logan. Dusting himself off, Logan approached Turnard from behind and instructed, "Close your eyes, let down your guard, and forget my presence." Though uncertain of Logan's intentions, Turnard complied obediently. Logan nodded, silently chanting, "Fear." The threat of theft did not manifest. Furrowing his brow, Logan kicked Turnard in the back with a resounding thud. Turnard collided with the boulder, his forehead instantly bleeding. In a cold tone, Logan reiterated, "I will say this one last time. Let down your guard." "Yes, yes." Turnard gritted his teeth against the pain. Rising to his feet, tightly shutting his eyes, envisioning his father standing behind him. Gradually, he indeed began to relax. Logan extended his hand, issuing a command. The brave are fearless. The threat of theft pierced forth, extracting a crimson orb of light from within Turnard. The orb trembled, as if it were alive, quaking in fear and screaming. This was the essence of Turnard's fear. Logan waved his hand, dispersing the fear-laden orb, and ordered Turnard, "Stand up." Chapter 34. Lead the way. Turnard hesitated, his lips trembling, caught in the grip of fear that rendered him unable to voice his weakness. He longed to confess that his legs felt like jelly, yet he dared not utter the words. Logan, however, showed no mercy. He delivered a sharp kick to Turnard's head and commanded coldly, "Stand up." With a jolt, Turnard and Apo's body responded instinctively. He sprang to his feet, astonished to discover that his legs had regained their strength. He glanced at Logan and found that the boy appeared less fearsome than he had initially imagined, presenting instead as a strikingly handsome youth, perhaps even younger than himself. Suddenly, Turnard noticed something on the ground. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he realized it was indeed what he thought it to be. His eyes widened in shock, and his mouth fell agape, nearly allowing his tongue to slip out. "Shadow. You have a shadow? You're not a ghost," Turnard exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at Logan and Apo's shadow. Logan rolled his eyes and retorted, "You and Apo's, the ghost. Your entire family are ghosts." Turnard took a few steps back, his finger trembling as he pointed at the pulsating heart floating beside Logan. What is this?" "I am a devil fruit user. This is my ability," Logan explained patiently, showing a surprising degree of tolerance towards a man on the brink of death. "A devil fruit user? Is that a power granted by demons? Then, are you still human?" Turnard and Apo's throat bobbed nervously as he cautiously retreated until his back pressed against a large tree, seeking some semblance of security. "Look at you, trembling like a leaf." Logan smirked, continuing forward with a dismissive comment, "Nonsense." Turnard exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. "As long as you're human, that's good. Hey, come here." His momentary relief evaporated as he quickly jogged towards Logan. "Pick it up." Logan pointed at the knife and sheath Turnard had dropped. Turnard complied, instinctively fastening the knife to his waist. Logan observed his actions with keen interest and casually inquired, "That knife looks impressive. What is its name?" Pride ignited within Turnard as he replied, "The famed knife, the Crescent Moon Blade, one of the 50 masterpieces. It's our family heirloom from the Ryder clan." Logan circled Turnard, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Unfamiliar with hockey or devil fruits, yet well-versed in swordsmanship. Is this a nation that reveres the way of the sword while remaining blissfully ignorant? Turnard felt a shiver under Logan and Apo's scrutiny, his skin prickling with discomfort. He lowered his gaze to evade Logan and Apo's penetrating stare, only to catch sight of the ornate sheath of the Crescent Moon Blade. In that instant, a bitter smile tugged at his lips as he realized its significance. "Is it for this? Very well. For the sake of preserving my family and Apo's bloodline, I shall act as a wayward descendant." Taking a deep breath, Turnard resolved, "If you like it, I shall gift it to you." He reluctantly unsheathed the crescent moon and presented it to Logan. Logan blinked, pushing the blade back towards Turnard. "You seem to have misunderstood my intentions," he said. "You are a swordsman, are you not? How could a swordsman part with his weapon?" "Oh, right." Turnard hurriedly returned the crescent moon blade to his waist. And when he looked up at Logan again, a glimmer of gratitude shone in his eyes. Perhaps this is what they call Stockholm Syndrome? Logan glanced into the distance, gripping Turnard and Apo's heart, and commanded, "Now, lead me to find your companions." Turnerd fell into a momentary silence, unable to mask the boy and Apos' intentions. Undoubtedly, he wished to eliminate my comrades. But the question arose, can Lucy and the others hold their own against this youth? Turnerd pondered, likely not. Setting aside the boy's overwhelming swordsmanship that had easily bested him, the demon-like ability he possessed would render Lucy and the others utterly powerless. If I lead him to Lucy and the others, I would become a traitor. Noticing Turnerd and Apos' hesitation, Logan refrained from resorting to force this time. Instead, he coaxed gently, "Hey, you are a noble, are you not? A member of the exalted class." Turnerd nodded stiffly, his neck rigid. Logan stepped back, raising his hands in a celebratory gesture while gazing fervently at Turnerd. "Young noble, think of your future. You will hold a position above thousands, wealth within your grasp, and throngs of admirers at your feet. In the future, wherever you go, people will cheer for you, calling your name with admiration, gazing at you with envy and respect. You shall become the pride of your family, and centuries from now, your descendants will point to your portrait and say, 'Look, this is the great one who led our family to greatness, who enjoyed glory in life, and is remembered by countless others after death, celebrated for his deeds. Young man, you possess a future of unparalleled brilliance.'" Logan stepped closer, his warm hands resting on Turnerd's shoulders, his tone laced with temptation, akin to the serpent that lured Eve to taste the forbidden fruit. Yet Turnerd remained oblivious to the seduction. He envisioned himself standing at the pinnacle of the capital, surrounded by adoring crowds. Gradually, a glint of insatiable greed sparkled in Turnerd's eyes, and he swallowed hard, echoing, "Yes, I possess an unimaginably bright future." Logan cleared his throat, withdrawing his hands, a sly grin spreading across his face as he sensed his scheme had succeeded. He tightened his grip on Turnerd's heart. "Now, young man, let us return to reality." Logan pointed to the heart in his hand. "Would you truly forsake your precious life for a few trivial friends you encountered in your youth? Would you allow your name to be inscribed in the family tree's most obscure section, leaving future generations bewildered, asking, 'Who is this?' No, I do not wish that." Turnerd growled, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression twisted with rage. "Excellent. You've learned to respond quickly," Logan remarked, patting Turnerd's shoulder with a knowing look. "No one will know you were a traitor today. Remember, you encountered an unbeatable beast, and you alone returned." "A beast? Yes, 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 we encountered a beast." Turnerd's eyes gleamed brighter as he murmured to himself, reinforcing his resolve. Suddenly, Turnerd raised his head, glaring intently at Logan. "You must swear to return my heart and not kill me. Otherwise, I shall take my own life." He gripped the knife tightly, as if the moment Logan uttered a single negative word, he would immediately plunge the blade into himself. But Logan keenly sensed the weakness hidden deep within Turnerd's eyes. This fellow was too afraid to die. Yet Logan did not expose him. Instead, he raised 4 fingers in front of Turnerd, his expression serious. "I swear by the glory of the northern god that I will return your heart after this matter is concluded, and I shall not lay a hand on you. Not even with a foot. Just say you want to kill me. Very well, I absolutely will not kill you." Only after witnessing Logan make the oath did Turnerd release a tremendous sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Logan gestured ahead. "Now you may lead the way. All right, follow me." Turnerd inhaled deeply, parting the thicket as he ventured deeper into the dense forest, his steps imbued with an undeniable sense of urgency. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Logan's lips. In truth, he could eliminate Turnerd right then and there, subsequently tracking down his accomplices one by one to dispatch them. Yet, such an act would be far too merciful for these scoundrels. What satisfaction could be derived from their swift demise when he could orchestrate their mutual destruction instead? With this thought in mind, Logan strode forward in the direction that Turnerd had taken. Within the thicket, Turnerd occasionally glanced back, each time feeling a jolt of anxiety as he imagined his heart traversing through the coarse, gnarled branches. Eventually, he could no longer endure the heart-stopping sensation. He halted, lowering his voice to plead with Logan. "Might you return my heart to me? It is perilously exposed." Logan, withdrawing his finger from his nostril, conjured the heart into his palm and assured him, "Rest easy. I shall be cautious." "You bastard." Turner's forehead pulsed with veins, his eyes brimming with unending malice. Logan raised an eyebrow and softly inquired, "What is your objection?" "None." Turner quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to reveal his ire. Nevertheless, his steps grew increasingly forceful, as if he were venting some pent-up frustration. Logan abruptly inquired, "What brings you to the island this time?" Initially, he had assumed they were there to hunt. But upon reflection, he sensed something amiss. It was improbable that only 6 or 7 individuals would embark on a mere hunting expedition. Turner hesitated momentarily. Truth be told, he was reluctant to disclose the truth to Logan, yet the thought of lying sent a shiver down his spine. Thus, he begrudgingly replied, "We are here to capture a fox-tailed fragrant raccoon for the princess." "A fox-tailed fragrant raccoon?" Logan queried, perplexed. "It is an exceedingly rare and precious creature. Its aroma can soothe any deep-seated wounds, granting one the sensation of being in paradise. Moreover, its fragrance lingers, becoming more exquisite with time. As he recalled the aroma of the fox-tailed fragrant raccoon, Turner closed his eyes in rapture. Upon hearing Turner's description, Logan too felt a delightful and refreshing scent wafting through the air. His nostrils flared as he soon realized the fragrance emanated from Turner himself. Logan abruptly kicked Turner from his reverie, commanding bluntly, "You possess that scent, don't you? Show it to me." Turner, stifling his anger, managed to squeeze out a single word through gritted teeth, "Yes." He then reluctantly retrieved a well-preserved leaf from his lining, reluctantly offering it to Logan. Logan inspected the leaf, inhaling its fragrance, and asked, perplexed, "How did this scent come to be?" "This is merely an ordinary leaf, is it not?" "Yes. It bears a drop of the fox-tailed fragrant raccoon essence." "Essence?" "Indeed. It's saliva." "Ugh." Logan, who maintained a fastidiousness towards other matters yet was lenient with himself, immediately cast the leaf to the ground, his face contorted in disgust as he wiped his hands on his clothing. Turner hastily lunged to reclaim the leaf, tenderly blowing on the small wound upon it, quickly stowing it back in his lining. Logan grimaced, urging, "Do not dally, continue leading the way. The fox-tailed fragrant raccoon is quite rare. Have you found one?" As they walked through the forest, Logan, feeling rather bored, continued his inquiries. Turner, with an air of pride, replied, "Of course, although that creature is elusive and its scent attracts numerous ferocious beasts, we, after all, belong to the noble class." Before Turner could finish, an icy chill crept down his spine, and the hairs on his neck stood on end, as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. Enveloped in a wave of panic, swallowing hard, he stiffly turned his head. What a fierce flame! Logan's eyes seemed to blaze with a fierce fire, making Turner feel as though his very skin would ignite. "What did you just say?" Logan spoke, licking his lips and enunciating each word deliberately. "What can its scent do?" Turner hastily averted his gaze from Logan's scorching stare, trembling as he replied, "It attracts ferocious beasts." Logan fixed his gaze intently on Turner, his eyes gleaming brighter. Turner, increasingly anxious, stammered, "What questions do you have?" Logan wiped his mouth, grinning widely. "Noble one, your pace is far too slow." Chapter 35. Beware of what and oppose, as above. Although Turner did not comprehend the sudden urgency exhibited by Logan, he obediently quickened his pace. Even when his stomach protested vehemently, he gritted his teeth and pressed onward, fearing that an impulsive reaction from Logan might lead to irreversible consequences for his heart. Time slipped away quietly amidst Turner's hasty strides. After approximately 20 minutes, he halted, wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned to Logan, announcing, "We have arrived." Logan nodded, his gaze fixated intently on Turner. Taken aback, Turner hesitantly inquired, "Aren't you going to eliminate them?" Logan affirmed with a nod and pointed at Turner's chest, declaring, "I want you to do it." Instinctively, Turner took a step back, his expression shifting dramatically. Alas, Logan sighed in exasperation upon witnessing Turner and Oppo's reaction. "I am doing this for your own good. How can you claim this is for my benefit when you expect me to engage in violence? Do you take me for a fool?" Turner bore an expression that conveyed his intelligence, resolutely rejecting any deceit. Logan shook his head, his voice heavy with concern. Do you have an elder brother? Is he not more accomplished than you? Is he not destined to inherit your father and Apos' title? Turner pondered for a moment, shadows clouding his eyes as he reluctantly nodded. Although I am the favored child, admired by the king, my brother is the firstborn and the one who will inherit the title of duke. Not I. I refuse to accept this. Why should my incompetent brother hold a higher position than I, when I am clearly superior? The darkness in Turner and Apos' eyes deepened, and his countenance grew increasingly menacing. Logan nodded with satisfaction, imparting wisdom. Throughout history, those who achieve greatness are often ruthless and unyielding. If today you cannot even eliminate a few foes, how will you confront your brother in the future? How will you hold dominion over life and death? Before you lies a trial. Succeed, and it shall prove your capability for greater responsibilities. Failure will not be an option. I am here for you. Logan thumped his chest, urging Turner to find solace in his presence. Turner raised his head, poised to speak, but was cut off by Logan's command. Is there not someone here who once defeated you with a single strike? Eliminate him. Sever the chains of your inner demons and embark on the path of strength. You are the strongest. Determined by Logan's words, Turner grasped the hilt of his sword with conviction. Logan and Apos' expression reflected pride. Yet, Turner hesitated, adding, But Bai Wei has exceptional hearing. He may have already detected our presence. Logan and Apos' expression momentarily froze, but he swiftly devised a strategy, waving his hand dismissively at Turner. No matter. Just treat me as a captured savage. I can assist you in your assault. Turner gestured toward the knife at Logan and Apos' waist, remarking, This tattered attire is acceptable, but the savages on this island do not wield such weapons. Oh, I see. Logan scratched his head, extending a finger to tap the hilt of the ice pulse blade, softly exclaiming, Illusion. In the next instant, a sphere of icy blue light burst forth from the blade, soaring into the sky under Logan's command. Huh. Turner rubbed his eyes. Astonished, the blade has vanished? Logan smirked, beckoning with his fingers above your head. Skeptically, Turner looked up and beheld the gleaming tip of the ice pulse blade, a chill coursing through him as he felt a shiver run down his spine. In a panic, he bolted from his spot. Logan laughed heartily, beckoning once more as the outline of the ice pulse blade ascended into the sky. For reasons unknown, he found he could manipulate this stolen light freely, its reach extending hundreds, even thousands of meters, yet he could not exert control over other pilfered items, which could only be transmitted in a straight line between his palm and their original owner. How peculiar, yet Logan chose not to dwell on it, attributing it to the strange limitations of his stealthy abilities. Meanwhile, Turner, gazing at the vanishing ice pulse blade, wiped away the cold sweat that had formed from fright. Trembling as he said, Please refrain from such jokes in the future. Logan chuckled nonchalantly, reminding him, We must proceed. Taking a deep breath, Turner meticulously adjusted his attire before affirmatively nodding. Remember, strike to kill. Do not allow them a chance to retaliate. Logan kindly advised. Understood, Turner affirmed, raising his chest and adopting his proud demeanor as he approached the camp. Logan elevated Turner and Apos' heart high into the air, following closely behind, head bowed and shoulders hunched. Resembling a captured slave, navigating through dense thickets, they emerged into a vast clearing. The pungent scent of blood assailed their senses, nauseating in its intensity. Ah, Turner has returned. I have long anticipated your footsteps, Bai Wei greeted with a grin as he sat upon the ground, observing Turner emerge from the underbrush. Now, there is another set of footsteps. Let me see where that foul cat is. Bai Wei's grin morphed into a grimace as he stood, tilting his head to peer behind Turner, only to be met by a ragged youth. Bai Wei's expression froze, and he pointed at Logan, demanding, Where's that foul cat? At the same moment, Lucy and Yuan turned their attention to Logan. Yuan stood amidst a battlefield strewn with dismembered limbs, his body smeared with viscera, flesh, and blood. His eyes a deep crimson, bearing traces of madness. He sniffed the air, noticing Logan, and began to approach, shedding his iron gauntlets, puzzled. Why have you brought back a beast man? Where's that foul cat? Turner sighed. It escaped. Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Bellowing, it ran away. Nearby, Lucy furrowed his brow, but upon noticing the small creature trapped in his snare, he relaxed, stating, if it fled, then so be it. It is not a grave matter. However, since it was a gift from the king, ensure to bring more guards next time, and we shall retrieve it. Indeed, indeed. Yuan nodded vigorously, offering a reassuring grin. After all, that foul cat is merely a four-legged beast. It is only natural we could not catch it. Do not take it too much to heart. Turner regarded Yuan's blood-soaked hands with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Yet, recognizing Yuan's resilience, he bit back his feelings, nodding in acquiescence. Seeing Turner's agreement, Lucy and the others smiled warmly. In any case, Turner, come and see what this is, Lucy beckoned, lifting the snare with excitement. Ha! Baiwei ceased his inquiries about Beiki, scampering to Lucy's side, pointing at the struggling fox-tailed fragrant raccoon and exclaiming joyfully, the princess will surely be delighted. She will regard the noble for young masters with newfound respect. Taking a deep breath, Turner gripped the hilt of his sword and approached Lucy, leaving Logan behind, along with Yuan, who displayed an unusual fascination with Logan. Yuan scratched his head, his bloodthirsty gaze locked onto Logan, grinning widely to reveal his gleaming white teeth. A strong scent of blood wafting through the air. Logan frowned and took a step back. This tender flesh certainly appears more appealing than the previous beastmen. I wonder how many punches it can withstand. In recent years, the captured beastmen have grown increasingly aged. Just the other day, one was so feeble that he could not withstand even a single punch from me, and I reduced him to mere pulp. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Yuan cracked his knuckles, producing a chilling sound, then donned his iron gauntlets once more, licking the blood from them with a grotesque expression. Come forth, beastling. Let the wildness reign. Wildness, my foot. Logan stood tall, raising his head with a cold smirk. Suddenly, a swirling mass of earthy yellow light emanated from the ground beneath Yuan's right foot, followed by a thunderous explosion. The ground became unnaturally soft, causing Yuan's right foot to sink, and his entire body tilted dangerously to the right. In that fleeting moment, as dust swirled around, Logan lunged forward, drawing his blade overhead for a fierce downward strike. One sword style, Void Slash. The air whistled as an imperceptible flash of steel cut through the silence. With a sickening sound, Yuan's left arm was severed, the surface of the wound gleaming as smooth as a mirror. The moment that severed limb hit the ground, a torrent of blood erupted from Yuan's waist, staining him crimson. From a mere entrapment to grave injury. The span of mere seconds left Yuan no time to register the pain. Logan approached Yuan with an impassive demeanor, placing a foot upon his right arm before thrusting the icy blade into his mouth. The brutal tearing of flesh and the severing of his tongue sent shockwaves of agony through Yuan's nerves, and the pain from his arm and abdomen surged into his mind, igniting a cataclysm of suffering. Yuan and Apos' veins bulged as he writhed in desperation, his eyes bulging as tears of blood streamed down his face. Unmoved, Logan twisted the blade with chilling calmness, uttering coldly, "In your next life, mind your words." With that, he exerted force, and the sharp, frigid tip pierced Yuan's brain as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Yuan's body convulsed violently, his eyes bulging as they gradually dimmed. Logan withdrew the icy blade, cleansing it of its filth before gesturing to return the swirling mass of yellow light to the earth. Earth's grasp, a technique that momentarily robbed the ground of its solidity, rendering it as pliable as water, ensnaring foes within its depths. Having utilized it for the first time, the results were commendable. Logan stroked his chin, a faint smile gracing his lips. He glanced towards Turnad and the others, who appeared utterly captivated by the fox-tailed creature, oblivious to the unfolding events. Clearing his throat, Logan coughed twice, finally capturing Lucy and Apos' attention. Yuan, you, Lucy and Apos' words faltered as he beheld the ghastly sight of Yuan and Apos' lifeless body. With a resounding thud, the fox-tailed creature slipped from Lucy's grasp. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Yuan's corpse. Witnessing the grim tableau, Logan bellowed, "Turnad, what are you waiting for?" Startled, Turnad sprang into action, drawing his crescent blade and viciously swinging it towards Lucy's neck. Lucy's body instinctively recoiled, but a line of blood was drawn across his shoulder as Turnad's blade cleaved a sizable chunk of flesh. In that moment, Lucy cast aside thoughts of Ewan, hastily retreating to retrieve a large sword propped against a tree. Turnad, unwilling to allow him to arm himself, let out a fierce shout and charged forward. Byway stood in bewilderment, watching the chase unfold, completely at a loss for what was transpiring. "Oh, confused youth, would you like me to guide you?" A voice, sinister as a demon's whisper, echoed from behind, causing Byway to freeze, cold sweat beading upon his brow. Flee. Though uncertain of the situation, escape was the only option. Byway swiftly dropped to the ground, slithering like a serpent into the depths of the thicket. Logan's outstretched hand halted midair, surprise flickering in his mind. Yet he quickly regained his composure and pursued after him. However, he underestimated Byway's speed, which rivaled that of a true serpent. As he vanished into the underbrush in the blink of an eye, a flash of inspiration struck Logan, and he shouted, "Hey, young one, watch your head." Chapter 36. Annihilation. Byway understood that this was Logan's cunning ploy and resolutely decided not to fall for it. However, in the very next moment, an icy chill truly descended from the heavens. Byway, in terror, looked up to see a chilling weapon adorned with ethereal blue patterns plummeting at an alarming speed. Aimed directly at his head. "Baru, save me. Kill him." Byway's eyes widened with desperation as he shouted towards the imposing figure of the muscular man wielding a giant axe in the distance, before hastily twisting his body to evade to the right. Logan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Seizing the opportunity, he accelerated towards Byway and struck down with a swift blow. One sword style, serpent-s head slash. With a sickening sound, a head was sent flying, the last glimpse from its eyes capturing the image of its twitching, headless body. Logan wiped the blood from his blade, but at that moment, a howling gale surged forth. Logan sidestepped just in time, as the massive battle axe grazed his nose and crashed into the ground, splitting it open with a deep, dark fissure several meters long. Logan's gaze sharpened, quickly retreating to distance himself from the newcomer. Before him stood a towering figure, a man nearly 3 meters tall, gripping a battle axe and staring intently at him. "You must be the slave called Baru, quite strong, aren't you?" Logan licked his lips, a spark of fierce battle intent igniting in his eyes. "To fight the strong is to become strong. Come," Logan called out softly. Baru, devoid of emotion, stepped forward, raising the heavy battle axe with tremendous force to strike at Logan. Logan dodged to the side, his legs surging with power as he flashed to Baru's left, simultaneously turning the blade and gripping the hilt with his tiger and amp. Oppo's mouth, fiercely slicing through Baru's solid thigh. One sword style, tiger cut slash. With a splatter, a crimson line burst forth, revealing a deep gash 5 centimeters long on Baru's leg, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Yet, before Logan could display a smile, Baru's axe swung down from above once more. Boom, thud. The dull roar of the axe cutting through the air reverberated, as the dark axe crashed into the earth with immense momentum, sending dust billowing into the air and creating a 5 or 6 meter long chasm beneath its weight. Logan rose from the ground, brushing strands of hair that had been severed from his head, his expression grim. Had he not reacted swiftly and rolled away, he would have surely sustained grave injuries. Logan gazed deeply into Baru and Oppo's emotionless face, a flicker of astonishment stirring within him. Did this man possess no sense of pain? Such a large wound, yet there was not a trace of emotion on his face. However, Baru continued his relentless assault, raising the battle axe with reckless abandon, heavy slashes, sweeping strikes, upward thrusts. Logan evaded each attack. In the midst of dodging, Logan finally discerned something peculiar about Baru. His eyes seemed lifeless, devoid of any response to the external world, enveloped in an aura of despair. An anger welled up within Logan. This man, a slave to the aristocracy, had long endured torment that had shattered his mental defenses, rendering him a mere puppet, existing solely to fulfill his master's commands. Devoid of any other thoughts. How could humanity be so cruel? Logan leaped to a distance, observing the advancing Baru, his gaze gradually firming. Boom! The axe swung again. But this time, Logan did not evade. The heavy axe collided fiercely with the ethereal ice vein blade, causing Logan and Apos' body to sink, his feet sinking into the earth. Yet, Logan's eyes shone brightly, his resolve unwavering as he met Baru's dull gaze. With one hand gripping the hilt, he rooted himself to the ground, aligning his body, hips to shoulders, shoulders to elbows, elbows to wrists, moving with fluidity. Blade bounce. The hefty axe was deflected, causing Baru to stagger. Seizing the moment, Logan leaped, landing on Baru and Apos' chest, turning the blade around and sweeping it across. One sword style, dragon's tail. With a sharp sound, Baru's throat was sliced open, blood gushing forth as his colossal frame crashed heavily to the ground. In the twilight of life, a flicker of color appeared in Baru's eyes as he released the battle axe and gazed skyward, gradually falling into silence. Baru was dead. His lifeless eyes stared at the resplendent starry sky, the corners of his mouth slightly curling, perhaps recalling something in his final moments. Logan crouched down to close his eyes, whispering, "Safe travels." Afterward, Logan leaned against a nearby tree, calming the tumultuous energy within him from enduring Baru's powerful strikes, while also observing the fierce clash between Turner and Lucy in the distance. In the blink of an eye, Bai Wei and Baru had been effortlessly dispatched by Logan, inciting both fury and a tinge of fear within Lucy. Although Logan remained by the tree, seemingly uninterested in assisting Turner against her, Lucy could not help but shout amidst her evasion of Turner's attacks, "Hey, no matter what benefits Turner promised you, I'll offer double. No, tenfold. Just stand there and don't move." Logan scratched his chin and nodded thoughtfully. Lucy let out a sigh of relief and began to push her way toward the position of the great sword. Meanwhile, Turner gritted his teeth, striking at Lucy with each blow, yet she evaded every one, further aggravating his frustration. Logan's previously darkened mood was somewhat lifted by their cat-and-mouse antics. "Hey, Turner, strike him. To the right. Oh no, swing upward, Turner. Why are you so foolish?" Logan displayed no noble restraint, unable to contain his exasperation as he shouted at Turner's blunders. Turner's face turned ashen as he struggled to ignore Logan's taunts, but his composure was not so easily maintained. Within moments, his previously methodical fighting style fell into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Lucy, gritting her teeth against the pain in her shoulder, rolled to the ground and finally grasped the great sword. With the great sword in hand, Lucy felt as if she had consumed a calming potion, steadying herself as she pushed aside the disheveled hair obscuring her vision, coldly fixing her gaze upon Turner. Conversely, Turner's expression soured as if he had swallowed a fly. Confronted with Lucy's icy stare, his grip on the sword trembled. Bulging veins appeared on Lucy's forehead as she furiously shouted, "Lade Turner. This is blatant betrayal. For what purpose? For the princess's favor." Turner's face paled suddenly, instinctively glancing at Logan, his expression bitter. "I was forced into this." "Ridiculous." Lucy laughed in rage, raising her voice several decibels. "You're the son of a high-ranking duke. Who would dare coerce you? Don't even think of telling me it was him." Lucy pointed at Logan, fuming. "I'm not foolish. That guy is merely your hired muscle. Isn't. You had him lying in wait on the island, then deliberately let the filthy cat loose, intending to strike us down when we captured the foxtail aroma raccoon. To monopolize the foxtail aroma raccoon and curry favor with the princess, right?" Though posed as a question, the conviction in her tone left no room for doubt. Turner stood there, dazed, unable to utter a word. Logan's gaze toward Lucy shifted, as well. This guy was indeed underutilized as a swordsman. He should be writing scripts instead. Lucy smirked, seeing Turner rendered speechless, her confidence in her accusation solidifying. Despicable scoundrel. In a fit of rage, Lucy swung the great sword horizontally at Turner. Turner's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly raised his sword in defense. Clang thud, the clash of metal rang out, and Turner was sent flying by Lucy's furious strike, crashing heavily against a tree trunk. Turner knelt on the ground, coughing up blood, his face a portrait of terror as he gazed at the advancing Lucy. With trembling lips, he shouted, "Help me." Logan shook his head and cautioned, "Consider where your heart lies." Heart. Lucy's bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Turner, a cruel smile curling his lips. "Today, I shall extract your heart and observe its true form." Turner's face paled as he watched Lucy approach with the grim inevitability of death. Internally cursing Logan, he threatened, "I am the son of a duke. Slay me, and you shall meet your demise as well." Lucy let out a cold chuckle, showing no intention of halting his advance. "There are many ferocious beasts on this island. Wouldn't you agree?" He stood over Turner, looking down upon him with a knowing smile. "You." Turner's pupils dilated in horror. In the next instant, a colossal sword descended with terrifying force, piercing through Turner's chest and pinning him to the tree trunk. Ack! Pain surged through him. Turner's face contorted as blood spilled from his mouth, his body trembling violently. Yet, the anticipated death did not arrive. A sudden realization struck him. My heart is not within me. At that moment, Logan's voice rang out from a distance. Act now, you fool. In a heartbeat, before Lucy could react, Turner steeled himself against the searing pain in his chest and swung his blade toward Lucy's neck with all his might. Splat! Blood gushed forth. You. Lucy clutched the massive gash on his neck, staggering backward in disbelief. He could not comprehend how Turner was still capable of movement. His heart should have been pierced. Boom. Dust swirled as Turner, bloodied hands trembling, gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the thrill of survival. Clapping his hands, Logan laughed. Well done. Though Turner seethed with anger at Logan's inaction, he dared not show it. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he forced a smile and pointed at the sword embedded in him. I beg you, save me. Of course, Logan replied leisurely, striding toward Turner and beckoning. The heart descended from above. With a smile, Logan declared, but before that, I must fulfill my promise. As he manipulated the heart to soar towards Turner's body, panic washed over Turner. No, don't. His face paled as he hastily discarded his katana, grasping the great sword with trembling hands to pull it out. However, it was too late. The heart returned to Turner's chest, only to be instantly pierced by the sword that transfixed him. Turner's body stiffened, life fading from his eyes. Turner, death. Thus, the noble scion of the Four was utterly extinguished. Chapter 37. Will you join me? Logan dispelled the illusory experience of the ice vein blade, surveying his surroundings. 5 corpses lay before him, yet Turner had mentioned that 7 individuals had arrived. Excluding Becky, where could the remaining slave be? After a moment of contemplation, Logan concluded that the individual must have remained on the ship to keep watch. However, this was of little consequence. As Logan stroked his chin, his gaze roamed until it settled in a particular direction, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He approached and lifted the fox-tailed incense raccoon, exclaiming joyfully, "Now this is important. To be frank, this little creature is rather adorable." Its fur was pure white, devoid of any blemishes, resembling a tiny kitten. Yet it bore a fluffy foxtail trailing behind it. The fox-tailed incense raccoon, trembling in fear, curled up tightly, its long tail shielding its body, revealing only its round, glistening eyes that cautiously regarded Logan. "Fear not, little darling. I mean you no harm," Logan reassured, mustering what he believed to be his friendliest smile as he greeted the raccoon. Yet, the raccoon let out a terrified shriek, tightly shutting its eyes and quaking. Logan's hand, suspended in midair, froze, his mouth twitching slightly. Nevertheless, for the sake of his long-term sustenance, he suppressed his irritation and adopted a kindly demeanor, saying, "I know you can understand my words. How about we strike a deal?" The raccoon raised its tail, its eyes wide with confusion. Sensing an opportunity, Logan hastily continued, "If I release you, you must bring me 10 beasts daily. No, make it 20. What do you say?" The raccoon vigorously shook its head, its tiny noggin bobbing in protest. Logan's expression stiffened. If his offer was not accepted, he would have to resort to more drastic measures. His face darkened, and his gaze turned menacing as he threatened, "Refuse, and I shall consume you." As he spoke, He mimicked the act of devouring. Panic-stricken, the raccoon sprang upright from the trap, bowing repeatedly before Logan. Its tiny paws clenched as its body tensed, tail raised high, cheeks puffed out as it gestured fervently. Logan blinked in confusion, struggling to decipher its intentions. The raccoon, in a flurry of activity, pointed at the base of its tail, then mimicked an explosion with its front paws, shaking its head wildly before lying flat on the ground. Moments later, it stood again, its front paws resting on the trap, its misty eyes gazing at Logan with an air of desperation. Logan pondered. After a long pause, scratching his head as he deduced, "Are you saying those animals were lured by your, flatulence? But now that you've run out of it, you can no longer attract beasts?" The raccoon's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. Logan felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, this creature was peculiar, drawing humans with one end and beasts with the other. However, for the sake of his ambitions, he stifled the impulse to cast the raccoon aside, forcing a smile as he inquired, "How many days until you can attract beasts again?" The raccoon tilted its head, extending one paw, contemplating, then hesitantly proffering a second paw. 10 days? Logan's expression darkened, lifting the raccoon by the scruff of its neck. Locking eyes with it. "How many days, The raccoon trembled, swiftly retracting one paw and curling back 2 fingers. 3 days. It flashed a bashful yet eager smile. Logan let out a soft hum, unfastening the trap and gently placing the raccoon on the ground. The raccoon joyfully hopped about before obediently sitting, its clear eyes reflecting a blend of innocence and charm. Such an intelligent little creature, it did not attempt to flee. Logan chuckled softly, crouching down as he pointed westward. "There lies a square of blue stone. Do you know it?" The raccoon scratched its ear and nodded. "A small river flows about 1,000 meters south of the square. Every 3 days, you shall drive 30 beasts my way, understood?" The raccoon tilted its head, raising 2 fingers, questioning. Were you not just saying 20? "Think about it," Logan replied earnestly, grasping the raccoon's tiny paw. He extended 6 fingers while explaining, "Previously, you were to bring me 20 beasts daily, which totals 60 over 3 days. But now, you only need to bring 30 in that same period." He bent back 3 of the raccoon's fingers, gesturing to the remaining 3, adopting a sincere expression as he added, "Doesn't this mean your workload has been halved?" The raccoon scrutinized its paw, hesitantly nodding in agreement. That seems reasonable." Fearing further contemplation, Logan playfully tapped its forehead with his finger, saying, "Now, off you go. Remember, we shall meet again in 3 days." The raccoon patted its chest in assurance, then licked Logan's finger with its tiny pink tongue before darting off into the dense forest with remarkable speed. Logan inhaled the lingering, refreshing scent on his fingers, noting an indescribable aroma. However, his innate sense of cleanliness compelled him to wipe it away instinctively. Just then, a sudden rip echoed as fabric tore. Logan's movements halted abruptly as he glanced down at his attire, if one could even call the tattered remnants clothing. He swore he had been exceedingly gentle in his actions. Yet, given the prolonged time at sea, the already subpar garments had reached their limit, perhaps meeting their end. With a sigh, he cast a fleeting glance at the 4 corpses lying nearby before swiftly turning away. Strip them of their garments? Not a chance. Suddenly, Logan discovered a large backpack, nearly 2 meters in height, beside a shattered tree, surrounded by several pieces of seemingly valuable cookware. Without a second thought for the pots and pans, he approached and opened the backpack. A fragrant aroma wafted forth, reminiscent of Phrygia, invigorating his senses. A gentle smile crept onto Logan's lips as he peered inside. The backpack contained 4 compartments, each labeled with names, filled with an assortment of items: clothing, shoes, a compass, lighting equipment, moisture-proof mats, and emergency medicines. Evidently, these belonged to the 4 scoundrels. No, let me amend that. They now belonged to Logan. He sifted through the compartments, methodically eliminating choices. At a height of nearly 2 meters, and possessing the physique of a top model, he found Ewan's clothing too large and Byways too small. Only Turner and Lucy and Oppos' garments fit him reasonably well. After careful consideration, Logan opted for Lucy and Amp, Amp, Oppo's attire, as Turner S was adorned in yellow and white, a color scheme he disdained. Although Lucy and Oppo's collection was limited in black, he could still assemble two suitable outfits. Decided, Logan slung the large backpack over his shoulder, grasped the curved blade named Remnant Moon and Lucy and Amp, Oppo's sword, attaching them to the pack before turning toward the river. Notably, this direction coincided with the path Becky had taken during her escape. Perhaps he might cross paths with the cat-eared maiden, Logan mused inwardly, filled with anticipation. Having traversed approximately half the distance, Logan suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on a peculiar rustling in the thicket to his left. Who's there? Step out. A soft mule emerged from the underbrush, and to his astonishment, it was the cat-eared girl who had previously fled in desperation. For a fleeting moment, Logan was taken aback, but soon lowered his guard, greeting her with a warm wave. High upon recognizing Logan, a glimmer of tears sparkled in Becky and Oppo's captivating, round eyes. The girl excitedly dashed out from the bushes, only to trip over a stone in her exuberance. Quick as a flash, Logan caught the stumbling Becky, and it was then that he noticed the peculiar object she clutched in her hands. Oh my goodness, it's a rather plump rabbit. However, the creature appeared far from well. Wisps of white smoke billowed from its three-part mouth, its fur electrified and emitting a charred scent, while its rotund body twitched intermittently. Yet, remarkably, the rabbit retained consciousness, its large, dark eyes darting about, until they locked onto a pair of somewhat familiar ones. We meet again. Logan greeted it with a smile. The rabbit, however, shrank back in terror, nearly gasping for breath in fright. With a chuckle, Logan dismissed the petrified rabbit from his mind and released Becky, who still seemed somewhat dazed. Shouldn't you have been fleeing in the opposite direction? What brings you here? Becky immediately raised the rabbit above her head, gazing up at Logan with fervor. I accidentally caught the adult rabbit while escaping, and I was worried it would be harmed because of me. Logan's gaze softened. So, you recklessly returned to me, unaware of the dangers posed by those miscreants? Becky trembled in fear, lowering her head as she whispered, but if the adult gets hurt because of me, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Taken aback for a moment, Logan then placed his palm gently atop her small head. He could distinctly sense the girl stiffen, her body trembling as she fought the urge to flee. As he tenderly stroked her hair, he spoke softly, "You don't even know my name. To you, I am merely a stranger. Is it truly worth such selflessness?" Meow. Without a hint of hesitation, Becky nodded resolutely. Mother said I must not trouble others. Such a kind-hearted child indeed. Logan's touch grew increasingly gentle. Becky stood there, eyes tightly shut, refraining from resistance. Initially, she felt a strong aversion, but gradually, an inexplicable warmth began to blossom within her heart. She perceived Logan's hand as possessing a familiar yet foreign warmth, gentle and comforting, akin to the sun on a winter-esque day, urging her to draw near, to embrace, to rely upon him. It was reminiscent of the deep-seated memories of her mother's affection. Comfortably, Becky partially closed her round eyes, emitting soft, purring sounds. Just as she felt herself drifting into slumber, the voice beside her spoke once more. So, will you join me? Chapter 38. Becky boards the ship. Becky lazily called out. Meow? Logan smiled warmly and repeated, "Would you like to join me?" Meow? Becky suddenly opened her eyes wide as if startled, and then jumped back like a frightened kitten, escaping from Logan's gentle touch. Logan's hand froze in midair as he asked, "Do you not wish to?" The warmth above her head quickly dissipated, and a profound sense of loss surged within Becky. Yet, the girl resolutely bit her lip and shook her head, saying, "Becky would be a burden to you, sir. Since you are fine, Becky must continue to run away." As she spoke, Becky stuffed the rabbit she was holding into Logan's hands and turned to flee. Chirp! The rabbit let out a panicked cry, squirming restlessly in Logan's embrace. He glanced at it and casually kicked it away. "Hey!" Logan called after Becky, tossing his large backpack lightly in front of her. Becky turned around and was immediately struck by the sight of a backpack towering over her. Meow, meow, meow. Becky blinked in astonishment, pointing at the backpack with her hand, stammering in disbelief. This, meow? Logan peeked out from behind the backpack, smiling as he asked, "Are you wondering how this ended up in my possession?" Becky nodded vigorously. Without answering, Logan erupted into laughter, pointing at the two swords hanging from the backpack and asking, "Do you see what these are?" Following Logan's finger, Becky's eyes widened in horror as she recognized the two weapons, which often haunted her nightmares like specters of terror. Meow? Becky recoiled in fear, instinctively raising her arms to shield herself, her round pupils trembling anxiously. Logan's smile froze on his face as realization dawned upon him. The girl before him had just escaped from hell, and here he was, presenting her with the very instruments of torment from that place, even inviting her to admire them as if they were treasures. How much of a scoundrel am I? Logan bit his lip, resolved to make amends. He stepped forward, yanking the weapons from the backpack, holding them firmly in both hands. Becky watched closely. Before her eyes, Logan activated his skill, Strength Deprivation. With a swift motion, he clashed the knife and sword together in midair. Crack! Crack! The distinct sounds of shattering echoed suddenly, as if issuing a command, followed by a cascade of faint cracking noises filling the air. Logan flicked his wrist lightly, and the weapons shattered like a spider's web, leaving only the hilts in his grasp. Without hesitation, he tossed the hilts into the pile of fragments and strode up to Becky, gently yet firmly lowering her arms as he pointed at the debris, declaring with conviction, "The nightmare is over. The nightmare is over, meow." Becky gazed blankly at the shattered instruments of torture, repeating Logan's words in a daze. Cold iron chains, damp dungeons, the stench of decaying food, eyes filled with malice and mockery, the uncertainty of when the next beating would descend. Is it truly, truly, truly all over? The broken instruments blurred before her eyes, as if shrouded in mist. Are these tears? No. Becky must not cry, meow. Mother once said that a suffering child who cries can no longer smile. The cat-eared girl bit her lip tightly, summoning all her strength to hold back her tears. Yet, as her eyes brimmed with moisture, the tears finally fell, a surge of overwhelming, indescribable emotion rising from the deepest, most secluded corners of her heart. She did not know what this feeling was, only that she yearned to weep heartily. Wah wah wah, meow meow meow, wah wah meow. Logan gently embraced the girl, who clung tightly to his chest, sobbing freely. Let it out, he murmured, soothingly stroking her hair, accepting the torrent of emotions she released. Time passed, and the intense crying gradually subsided into soft sobs. Logan patted her back, chuckling lightly. My feet are going numb. Meow? At his words, the girl leapt back as if jolted, her snowy cat ears flushed with a lovely cherry blossom pink, her small hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, while her round eyes stared intently at the leaves on the ground as if they held some cosmic secret. Logan smiled in silence. Forgive me, meow. Becky has been so rude. In the stillness, Becky suddenly knelt and bowed her head, loudly apologizing to Logan. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly helped her back to her feet. As he brushed the grass and leaves from her, he spoke earnestly. Becky, you are free now. You no longer need to bow to anyone. Do you understand? Yes, yes, meow. Becky nodded obediently, slightly startled by Logan's serious demeanor. Now, a warm smile graced Logan and Apos' face as he gently instructed, close your eyes. Meow. Becky obediently shut her eyes, her cat ears twitching in confusion. Put aside all your guard. I will not harm you, Logan whispered. Meow? Becky nodded, envisioning Logan as her deeply cherished mother, a tender smile forming on her lips. Logan silently invoked his healing skill, threads of energy extending from his fingertips, entering Becky and Apos' body, and soon drawing forth a dark red orb of energy. The moment the orb detached from her, Becky felt an immense relief wash over her, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. You may open your eyes now. As soon as the words left his lips, Becky eagerly opened her eyes, cautiously rolling up her sleeves, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. The wounds have faded significantly, and her chest no longer hurts at all. Becky excitedly moved her arms, dancing joyfully like a child. Sir, you are truly amazing, she exclaimed, gazing up at Logan with awe, her eyes sparkling like tiny stars. Logan smiled subtly, retrieving a sphere of life energy from a nearby tree and offering it to Becky, saying, "Just eat this, and you and Apos LL be completely healed." With unreserved trust in Logan, Becky opened her mouth and swallowed the life orb without hesitation. The abundant life energy erupted in her mouth, rapidly permeating her body, flowing through her limbs with astonishing efficiency, mending her wounds. "Wow, sir, this is incredible, meow," Becky exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise at the miraculous changes occurring within her body. Logan gently ruffled her hair, turning to sling the large backpack over his shoulder, laughing heartily. "Stay with me, and you'll encounter even more wondrous things in the future." He extended a hand towards Becky, his gaze resolute. Becky stood in place, murmuring, "Stay with you, meow," rubbing her reddened eyes. She looked up at the starry sky and reached out to grasp Logan's outstretched hand, nodding vigorously. Logan gazed into the vast heavens, watching the twinkling stars, and thought to himself, "Nelson, the Logan pirate crew has gained a new member, and I have not been idle, have I?" A smile curved at the corners of Logan's lips as he bent down to gently wipe away the tears from Becky's eyes, saying, "Do not call me sir anymore. My name is Florentino Crotto Logan, 17 years old, captain of the Logan pirate crew, and my dream is to become the emperor of the seas." Becky earnestly replied, "My name is Becky Meow, I am 12 years old, and my dream is to venture into the vast ocean. Captain, I look forward to your guidance." Logan, stroking her head, smiled and inquired, "Since you enjoy saying meow so much, may I call you Meowki from now on?" "Meowki meow," Becky murmured a few times, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "It feels a bit embarrassing, but you may call me whatever you like, Captain." "Then I shall call you Meowki from now on," Logan gently declared. "Additionally, you may refer to me as brother." "Brother Meow," Becky exclaimed, jumping with joy, her excitement akin to that of a kitten that had indulged in catnip. "But to think my brother is a pirate captain, how impressive. From now on, I shall be a pirate too." Becky is so happy. In her beautiful eyes, admiration sparkled anew. Logan sighed with a wry smile. "Impressive? The pirate crew consists solely of myself now, and I don't even have a ship." Noticing Logan and Apos' melancholic demeanor, Becky quickly exclaimed, "I know a place where there is a ship. Is it the one you arrived on?" "Indeed." Becky nodded vigorously, spreading her arms in an exaggerated manner, her enthusiasm palpable. The ship named the Hilbys is grand and magnificent, with warm beds, warm water, and an abundance of delicious food. Logan inquired, "Is there only one person left to guard the ship?" "Meow." "It's a very nasty old bald man." As she mentioned the old bald man, Becky's pouting expression was quite endearing. Logan chuckled and lightly tapped her head. "Lead the way." Becky snapped out of her daze, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she exclaimed, "Meow." On their way to the Hilbys, Logan subtly gleaned details about Becky's past. When she was merely 2 years old, her mother had taken her away from Zao Island. At the age of 5, they encountered a slave ship, resulting in her mother's demise on the spot. And Becky herself fell prey to the clutches of the slave ship, eventually sold to the kingdom of Josie, where she became a rare beast slave in the royal palace. 3 months prior, she had been bestowed upon the 4th young master of the nobility by the king, enduring relentless torment. Despite her tender years, she had witnessed the darkness of her era, suffering the cruelty of a malevolent world. Yet, undeterred, the kindness within her heart remained intact. Undoubtedly, this was Becky's triumph. As time slipped by during their conversation, the two soon emerged from the dense forest. Becky pointed ahead, exclaiming, "There lies the Hilbys Meow." Logan nodded, his gaze landing upon the magnificent 3-masted sailing ship anchored by the shore. Even in the dead of night, the vessel was aglow with lights, exuding an air of noble opulence. The ship measured over 50 meters in length, its golden and white hues intertwining to create a backdrop of splendor and grandeur. Each side of the ship boasted 5 cannon ports, while the bow featured a heroic sculpture wielding a sharp sword, with the ship's 4 cannon resting beneath its pedestal. "Indeed, it is a fine ship," Logan mused, feeling a stirring in his heart. "Meowki, charge ahead." "Meow." Upon hearing the commotion from below deck, old Dailu swiftly scrambled up from the deck, hastily kicking a chicken bone under the table and wiping his mouth with his sleeve, which gleamed so brightly that its original color was indiscernible. He then bent his back, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. However, when the footsteps halted before him and he lifted his head, he was met with Becky's presence. Old Dailu's expression darkened instantly, his posture straightening as he looked down at Becky with indifference. "What brings you here, you filthy cat? Where are your masters?" Becky replied truthfully, "They are not here, meow." "You." Old Dailu glared furiously, bellowing, "You beast! How dare you curse your masters? I see you have a death wish." With that, Dailu raised his hand high, ready to strike Becky. However, bang! A tremendous force swept in, sending old Dailu flying backward, his frail body crashing through 7 or 8 tables before ultimately slamming against the ship's railing, collapsing onto the deck like a heap of refuse. Blood trickled down his forehead. A grim sight indeed. Chapter 39. Constructing the graveyard. Logan withdrew his foot and addressed the somewhat dazed Becky. When dealing with such individuals, there's no need for idle chatter. Just take action. Meow. Becky stuck out her delicate pink tongue. "Who the hell are you?" An anguished voice, filled with rage and fear, suddenly echoed. Logan turned to see old Dailu struggling to rise, his aged, wrinkled face contorted in agony, weak moans escaping his lips. Logan stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "Quite resilient, Aaron and Apos. To you?" With that, Logan dragged Becky in front of old Dailu and delivered a swift kick, towering over him. Old Dailu spat blood, pointing a trembling finger at Logan, and shrieked, "You scoundrel! Do you know who I am?" Logan placed his foot on Dailu's chest and coldly replied, "Just an old dog." Dailu gasped in pain, his eyes filled with terror. He realized that this wild-looking youth truly intended to kill him. Desperately, old Dailu forced a smile more grotesque than tears, clutching Logan's leg and pleading, "Spare me. I haven't done anything. They forced me." "Huh," Logan chuckled coldly, incrementally increasing the pressure of his foot. The excruciating pain and suffocating pressure caused old Dailu to roll his eyes back. Spare me, brother." "Wait." Becky suddenly grabbed Logan and Apos' arm. Logan paused, a hint of seriousness entering his gaze. Had his heart softened? Such sentimentality would not serve him well on the path of a pirate. Unaware of Logan's thoughts, Becky pointed at old Dailu and said, "Brother, this ship has a complex operating system, and I'm not clever enough to navigate it, so I believe he might still be of use. Yes, I still have value. Don't kill me." Old Dailu nodded with all his might in agreement. "I see." Logan locked his gaze onto Becky's eyes and asked earnestly, "If we set aside this factor, do you wish for him to die?" Becky gritted her teeth and nodded, "Of course. This man has harmed many innocent friends. I've long wanted him dead." Logan detected no deceit in her eyes and sighed with relief. "Then it shall be simple." With that, Logan delivered a decisive kick, rendering old Dailu unconscious. He then reached out, activating his ability, skill theft, navigation. A white orb of light emerged from old Dailu's body, entering Logan's mind. Instantly, a wealth of information regarding wind patterns, steering, and vessels flooded his consciousness, granting him mastery over navigation. A glimmer of determination shone in Logan's eyes as he savored the success and also extracted the general details of the Hilbis ship before exhaling softly. Stepping aside, he turned to Becky and said, "Now, he is of no further use. Proceed." Becky blinked, unable to perceive the orb, thus unaware of the events that had transpired in such a brief moment. However, she harbored no doubts about Logan's words. If he declared old Dailu useless, then indeed he was. With that thought, Becky stepped forward and, facing old Dailu's fearful and pleading gaze, unleashed a fierce electric punch directly into his chest. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering bones echoed, and old Dailu's vitality swiftly ebbed as his head drooped, lifeless. Logan watched in admiration at Becky's decisive action. Though he was somewhat taken aback, he had not known that during her time as a treasured beast in the palace, Becky was often compelled to engage in battle. Yet, despite his surprise, Logan refrained from questioning her, recognizing it as a positive trait. There was no need to pry further. "Brother," Becky said softly, lowering her head as she stood before Logan, revealing her violent side. While she felt joy in fulfilling Logan's command, A flicker of unease lingered within her. Logan smiled gently, ruffling her hair and softly encouraging, "Go take a warm bath, and then enjoy a good night's sleep. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities." Becky's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded vigorously before turning and dashing away. Logan scratched the back of his head, somewhat perplexed. However, he dismissed the thoughts, bending down to toss old Dalu into the sea before reclining comfortably on a large lounge chair. Before long, a series of footsteps approached, and Logan looked up to see Becky standing before him, clad in a pink bathrobe, her cat-like eyes sparkling, her cheeks flushed, utterly adorable. Logan was momentarily captivated. This little one had grown quite impressively, particularly her long legs. What a sight! Becky, feeling shy under Logan's gaze, stammered, "I only have this one outfit, so, I can only wear a bathrobe." Logan burst into hearty laughter, pointing at his own ragged attire. "Ha! I don't even have a single garment." Becky's ears turned an even deeper shade of red. "All right, go get some rest. I will take a bath and sleep as well." "Okay," Becky replied, instinctively heading toward the slave quarters below deck. Logan stopped her, smiling. "From now on, you'll stay in a room on the second floor." The Hilbis was a luxurious merchant vessel. The first floor housed the dining and entertainment areas, while the second and third floors contained sleeping quarters. The third floor featured 4 VIP rooms, and the second floor had 32 standard rooms. Becky had previously been cramped in the dark, damp, and confined slave quarters, and only now did she realize that she was free. "Meow," she exclaimed joyfully, her spirits lifted as she skipped up to the second floor. Logan stretched lazily before heading to the ship's grand bathhouse for a refreshing hot shower. Afterward, clad in a bathrobe, he ascended to the second floor feeling rejuvenated. Logan chose not to occupy the VIP room on the top floor, knowing it was often frequented by scoundrels and might harbor unsavory elements. The first room on the left side of the second floor was illuminated, and Logan smiled faintly, opting for the first room on the right. As he entered, he was pleasantly surprised. Although it was a standard room, it exceeded his expectations. With patterned carpets, a plush bed, an ensuite bathroom, a wooden wardrobe stocked with clean nightwear, and a bedside table adorned with fresh flowers and books, it was rather splendid. Logan flopped onto the bed, exhaling in pure delight. He then closed his eyes, switched off the light, and drifted into slumber. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the bright window and illuminated Logan's face, he turned over in bed. As the sun climbed higher, a knock echoed from outside the door, jolting Logan upright. Rubbing his tousled hair, he felt somewhat dazed. In a strict sense, last night marked the first peaceful sleep he had experienced since arriving in the pirate world, leaving him with a surreal sensation upon waking. "Knock, knock, knock." The knocking resumed. "Brother, breakfast is ready." Becky's voice called from outside. Logan's thoughts gradually returned to clarity as he shouted, "Coming right away. Wait for me downstairs." With that, Logan donned the black clothes and boots he had salvaged from his spoils. He quickly freshened up and descended the stairs. Becky was meticulously arranging the plates. This little one had somehow found another outfit. She wore a white tank top paired with black drawstring shorts that accentuated her legs, appearing both adorable and alluring. Logan sat across from Becky and casually popped a piece of fish into his mouth. The delightful taste and bouncy texture exploded in his mouth, juices overflowing. And Logan's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Delicious. I didn't realize you had such culinary skills." Becky, feeling a touch of shyness, scratched her ear and said, "This is what my mother taught me. It's just that I'm not very adept. Apart from fish, I completely botch every other ingredient." Logan waved his hand dismissively, while swiftly devouring his meal, his mouth full as he mumbled, "I don't mind at all. I also enjoy fish." Seeing Logan relish his food so heartily, Becky's eyes sparkled with delight, resembling 2 crescent moons. Soon, their joyous dining experience came to an end. After Logan washed the dishes, he retrieved 2 shovels from the ship's storage and beckoned to Becky, saying, "Come, I shall take you somewhere." Looking up with innocent curiosity, Becky inquired, "Where are we going?" "You'll find out when we arrive," Logan replied. He leapt off the ship and strode purposefully into the dense forest, with Becky hurrying to keep up. After approximately an hour of walking, Logan finally returned to the Yundelik Bluestone Square. The The formidable presence he had displayed there the previous day still lingered, and not a single beast dared to approach within 100 meters. Becky gazed in shock at the bodies strewn across the square, unable to restrain herself from tugging at Logan's sleeve, asking, "Were they the people who lived here? What happened?" "Suicide," Logan replied gravely. "They chose to end the suffering imposed upon them by the world in this manner." Becky bit her lip, her eyes reflecting sorrow and empathy as she looked upon them. Logan glanced down at Becky, gently patting her head, and said solemnly, "They do not require sympathy. They are warriors. Though they resist the world in a manner with which I do not agree, they remain warriors deserving of our respect." Becky bit her lower lip and nodded in understanding. Logan pointed to the eastern side of the square, where a vast area of forest had been cleared the previous afternoon. "I have made a promise to their king to ensure they are laid to rest properly. I will help too," Becky exclaimed. "All right." Subsequently, Logan and Becky spent over half an hour clearing away the trees and boulders he had felled the day before, leaving behind a clean, flat expanse. During this time, Logan realized his strength had significantly increased. He could effortlessly carry thousands of pounds of timber without feeling fatigued. This revelation filled him with exhilaration, amplifying his hopes for a stronger future. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Becky inquired, "Brother, what shall we do next?" Logan tossed her a shovel and replied, "Dig holes, 164 in total. We'll each take half." "Okay," she chirped. Chapter 40: The completion of the cemetery. Logan and Becky worked with remarkable efficiency, having excavated all the graves before the sun reached its zenith. Logan counted 164 precisely. Satisfied, he nodded and stepped to the front of the graves, planting his shovel into the earth at the center. "Brother, why have you dug another one?" "Whose is it?" Becky inquired, puzzled. "The king's," Logan replied, as he flung the soil aside with each scoop. "He feels indebted to his people, wishing for his body to be left to the wild, to be devoured by beasts, forever atoning to his subjects. Yet, I believe it is far better for a person to rest in peace." Becky nodded thoughtfully. "I agree, brother. A king who can repent for his people cannot be all that bad." A smile graced Logan's face. Soon, an ordinary grave, indistinguishable from the others, was completed. Logan tossed his shovel to the ground. "Let us have our meal. We shall return to our work in the afternoon." "All right." Becky mimicked Logan's gesture, tossing her shovel down and gleefully skipping back along the path they had come. Seated at the dining table, Logan grasped chopsticks in one hand and a spoon in the other, his eyes gleaming as he gazed towards the kitchen. 10 minutes prior, an enticing aroma had wafted from there, rendering him incapable of concentrating on anything but the thought of the meal to come. At last, the adorable Becky appeared, adorned with an apron and a chef's hat, cradling a substantial pot of stew. The aroma was intoxicating. With a smile, she filled a bowl to the brim with the savory beef stew for the clearly impatient Logan. Logan's eyes sparkled as he beheld the dish before him. The complex fragrance of the stew, a delightful blend of meat, vegetables, and various seasonings, wafted into the air. Closing his eyes, he wore a blissful smile. "Ah, the aroma." "First, drink the soup," Becky advised with a smile. Logan nodded earnestly, took a deep breath, swallowed, and gently scooped up a spoonful of soup. The rich broth, infused with the essence of meat and vegetables, spread across his palate. Delicious. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he abandoned the spoon and lifted the bowl, gulping down the stew in large mouthfuls. Becky wore a proud and joyful smile as she continually refilled Logan's bowl. "It's perfectly fine to eat until you are full. There's plenty more in the kitchen." As the pot neared the bottom, Logan contentedly set down his bowl, letting out a satisfied burp, feeling warm and cozy all over. "What's this?" "Becky, your beef stew is excellent. Why claim that everything besides fish is a disaster?" Logan teased while picking his teeth. Becky stuck out her little tongue and replied, "It's just fish, but with a pair of horns." "Oh, I see." Logan nodded vigorously, recalling that the taste of sea creatures does not depend on their species, but rather their shape. Quite reasonable. After Becky finished her meal, Logan cleaned the dishes and glanced at the large clock hanging in the dining room. "It's time for a break. We shall resume at 2:30. "All right." The two ascended the stairs to their respective rooms for a nap. At 2:30, they appeared promptly on the deck, with a command from Logan. They headed towards the Gunderic Bluestone Square. Upon surveying the square littered with bodies, Logan deemed the task unsuitable for a young girl like Becky. He wielded the ice vein blade to carve out a rectangular block of bluestone, measuring 100 centimeters long, 60 centimeters wide, and 8 centimeters thick, to serve as a gravestone. He then etched an abstract sun onto the front. Once this was accomplished, Logan handed the ice vein blade to Becky, saying, "Becky, could you use my knife to carve out 165 stones like this?" Becky surveyed the square and earnestly replied, "No problem." However, after a single strike, only a faint white line marred the surface. Both were taken aback. Becky looked up, embarrassment etched on her face. Just as Logan contemplated using his powers to lessen the hardness of the bluestone, Becky surprised him. A multitude of blue arcs of electricity leapt from her body, enveloping the blade in a shimmering aura, transforming the ice vein into a blade of lightning. With both hands gripping the knife, she forcefully cut along the white line. Slicing through the bluestone was as effortless as a hot knife through butter, and in an instant, a perfectly rectangular block was severed from the ground. "Brother, brother," Becky exclaimed, jumping with excitement and pointing at her creation, shaking Logan's hand in delight. Logan beamed. "Well done. Meow meow." Elated by Logan's praise, Becky cheered and dashed around the square, clutching the knife like a whirlwind. Logan chuckled and proceeded to carry the first body to the first grave for burial. Time slipped away quietly as Logan and Becky busied themselves with their tasks. When the sun began to set, they finally completed their work. 165 new graves stood neatly in rows, and 165 gravestones rose silently. As dusk fell, a mist began to rise, enveloping the cemetery, while the blood-red sun pierced through the haze, casting an eerie glow upon the gravestones. An indescribable heaviness weighed upon both of them. Becky, who had maintained a smile since the afternoon, stood solemnly in silence, her expression grave. Logan gently caressed the gravestone of the old king, his mood turning somber. "Safe travels, brother." Becky tugged at Logan's sleeve, concern etched on her face. "Let us head back. I'm feeling a bit hungry." Logan took one last look at the cemetery before grasping Becky's hand and vanishing into the dense forest. Dinner consisted of fried fish, those with slender, soft bodies encased in hard scales, adorned with long whiskers. When freshly caught, they appeared blue, but turned a vibrant red once fried. Under Becky's culinary expertise, the peculiar fish transformed into a uniquely flavored and exceptionally delicious dish, perfectly complemented by a special tartar sauce. The taste was simply divine. After finishing his meal, Logan felt the heavy mood from the cemetery dissipate entirely, leaving him in high spirits. Once the dining table was cleared, Logan reclined in a lounge chair, savoring the cool sea breeze, and sighed contentedly. This is what life is. Beside him, Becky turned over on her own lounge chair, gazing at the shimmering sea, her eyes sparkling as if filled with starlight. "To me, this feels like paradise. It's like a dream." Logan laughed heartily, reaching out to pat Becky's little head. Becky closed her eyes in comfort, instinctively rubbing against his palm, relishing the warmth and the sense of security it provided. "Brother, will they come for us?" Becky suddenly asked, her question seemingly out of the blue. Logan paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood she was referring to the pursuers from the kingdom of Josie. Feeling the tremor in her hand beneath his grip, his heart sank. It seemed the child still felt unease. Sitting up, he firmly grasped Becky's hand and declared, "Becky, this is not a fragile dream. It is a tangible reality. You are free, forever free. No one can imprison you again. If they dare to come, we shall fight. We shall slay them, one by one." "Brother." Tears shimmered in Becky's beautiful eyes. "Of course, to achieve this, we must focus on strengthening our abilities." Logan scratched the back of his head and, with a playful wink at Becky, remarked, "Your potential is truly remarkable. This afternoon, your lightning blade startled even me. So, dear sister, I shall henceforth rely on you to safeguard me." Becky, wiping her tears, broke into a smile and nodded emphatically. Chapter 41. The Catgirl Development Plan Afterward. Logan and Becky reclined side by side on their loungers, delightfully chatting away, drawing from a wealth of jokes and anecdotes from his past life. Logan effortlessly elicited fits of laughter from Becky. Time slipped away swiftly as a silvery crescent moon ascended from the sea, casting a veil of misty silver over the waters. Logan stifled a yawn, folding up his lounger as he declared, "It's getting late. Let us retire for the night. Remember, we rise at 6 to exercise together." Becky sprang from her lounger, clenching her tiny fist earnestly. "Okay, meow," she replied. Logan gently patted her little head, chuckling, "Good night," just before drifting into slumber. Logan felt a nagging sensation of having forgotten something, yet the specifics eluded him. Weariness washed over him like a tide, and despite his struggle to recall, he ultimately succumbed to the sweet embrace of sleep. The next morning, before the sun had breached the horizon, a resounding knock at the door jolted the slumbering Becky awake. The little one abruptly threw off her covers, her round, beautiful eyes wide open, betraying a hint of confusion. Bang, bang, bang. "Becky, it's me. Open the door. I have something critical to ask you." Logan's voice resonated from outside, laced with an unmistakable urgency and anxiety. Upon hearing this, Becky snapped to attention, hastily throwing off her blanket and leaping from her bed, disregarding her shoes as she dashed to the door. With a click, the door swung open, revealing Logan's anxious visage. Becky felt a twinge of panic. She had never seen Logan exhibit such emotion. What could possibly have happened? Could it be? A chilling thought crossed her mind, and she quickly grasped Logan's hand, offering reassurance. "Brother, don't be afraid, meow. Even if many come from the kingdom of Josie, I will surely protect you." "You've misunderstood," Logan exclaimed, pulling his hand away, gesturing emphatically. "Did you see a knife yesterday in the plaza? A purple one, magnificent and imposing?" Becky paused for a moment, realizing that it wasn't T pursuers after all. "Have you seen it?" she exclaimed, a shiver running down her spine as she quickly shook her head. "No, meow." Logan's heart sank further, yet he pressed on. "It was right next to the old king. Think carefully, did you see it or not?" Becky furrowed her brow, contemplating seriously for a moment, but ultimately shook her head. "Really? No, meow. All right then, sleep a bit more. I'll go look again." With that, Logan dashed downstairs, but upon reaching the stairway, he abruptly halted, turning back to Becky's little face peeking around the door. Clearing his throat, he added, "Little lady, don't forget to get dressed." With that, Logan sped downstairs, leaping from the deck and plunging into the forest. In the meantime, Becky instinctively glanced down and was met with a sudden rush of warmth to her cheeks. Even steam seemed to rise from her head. It dawned on her that in her haste, she had opened the door without any clothing. The thought of having exposed herself made her face turn crimson. With a thud, she collided with the door and dove back under her covers. An hour later, a disheveled Logan returned, clad in his untidy pajamas and slippers, resembling a zombie with empty hands. "This shouldn't be. Where could it have gone?" he muttered, still in disbelief. He had scoured the plaza, even summoned the old king, yet the knife remained elusive, as if it had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. That was my reward. It was the legendary swordsman's accompanying blade, one of only 21 in the world. The thought of its disappearance felt like a dagger to his heart. Damn it, whoever took it better hope I never find out. Logan's demeanor darkened considerably, a palpable tension enveloping him. "Brother, please don't be angry, meow." Becky spoke softly, lowering her head as she presented a plate of vibrant red sashimi to Logan. Distracted, he mechanically took a slice and began chewing, the unique salty flavor mingling with the tartness of unripe fruit and a crisp texture, all enveloped in the fresh essence of fish. Logan blinked, feeling a slight lift in his mood. "This is tuna sashimi, meow? Mom said eating this would chase away all bad feelings," Becky explained in a delicate whisper. Logan nodded, his eyes brightening as he swiftly picked up his chopsticks. Within moments, the entire plate of sashimi disappeared. Just then, Becky timely replenished his plate. 10 minutes later, Logan set down his chopsticks, leaning back with a satisfied sigh. It was then that he noticed something was amiss with Becky. She had kept her head down, her cat ears almost glowing red, speaking as softly as a whisper. After a moment's reflection, Logan felt his own cheeks warm, awkwardly scratching his nose. "Ahem. Becky, I didn't see anything this morning. I was sleepwalking, haha. You didn't see anything, all right? Meow, Becky replied, her voice barely audible. Logan, feeling the weight of the awkwardness, fumbled for an excuse to wash the dishes. Hastily escaping the situation, Becky raised her head to watch Logan's slightly embarrassed retreat, a smile blooming upon her flushed cheeks. When Logan returned after washing up and changing clothes, he found Becky diligently wiping the table, her face still adorned with a faint blush. Relieved, he patted the knife at his waist, trying to appear casual. Let us go for a run. Becky, understanding the unspoken, clenched her tiny fist. Okay, Meow. On the beach. Logan led Becky through warm-up exercises before instructing, run around the island at full speed. Don't stop. With that, Logan shot off like an arrow. Becky cheered, her long legs propelling her forward, even outpacing Logan by a few strides. Watching Becky sprint ahead, Logan felt a mix of surprise and delight. The furfolk were born warriors, akin to having consumed the animal-type devil fruit, naturally endowed with various animalistic advantages. For instance, Becky's feline heritage granted her remarkable agility and speed. Additionally, her soft fur could generate static electricity as a means of attack, a power Logan had witnessed firsthand. Not only could it paralyze foes, but the heat generated could easily sever the hard stone ground beneath. These abilities alone placed Becky's foundational capabilities far above that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, there was her moon lion transformation, reminiscent of a super scion. By gazing at the full moon, she could awaken the dormant wildness within, significantly enhancing her strength, speed, defense, and even the intensity of her aura. In the original tale, Garrot, upon entering his moon lion form, single-handedly intercepted an entire fleet, aiding the Straw Hat Crew's escape. However, due to the ferocity of this power, the furfolk required adequate training to master it. Without proper control, they risked succumbing to their primal instincts, running rampant until they exhausted themselves. At this young age, Becky's mind was still maturing, making it difficult for her to regulate her wild impulses. Moreover, once Becky undergoes her transformation into a moon lion, she will undoubtedly spiral out of control, harboring hostility towards Logan. Consequently, Logan cannot safely reverse her transformation while ensuring her safety. Hence, considering all factors, Logan is currently unwilling to expose Becky to such perilous powers. Instead, he intends for her to focus on enhancing her physical fitness and static electricity abilities. As Logan sprinted at full speed, he vocally conveyed his thoughts to Becky. The little one expressed no objections and informed Logan that the power of the Fur Clan's static electricity is contingent upon the quantity of fur and physical strength they possess. This implies that physical fitness forms the very foundation of everything. Taking a deep breath, Logan shouted to the little cat, who was momentarily distracted by crabs on the beach. Concentrate. Run at full speed. Do not stop. The little creature shivered, promptly fixing her gaze ahead and channeling all her attention into the act of running. In the next moment, her speed astonishingly increased yet again. Noticing this, Logan stifled his amusement, banishing all distractions from his mind, and summoned all his strength to run with fervor. He could not allow himself to be outdone by a young girl. After more than 2 hours, the two of them raced from the eastern coast of Yundalik Island to the western coast. On the western side of the island, the forest had vanished, replaced by arid, desertified soil devoid of any vegetation, scorching and parched. The sun hung high in the sky, unleashing a terrifying heat that mercilessly scorched the earth. Meow. I can't go on, Meow. I'm so tired, Meow. I just want to rest, Meow. Becky's clothes were drenched, her beautiful eyes vacant as she stared at the unchanging dry land ahead, her legs trembling as if she might collapse at any moment. Logan's condition was slightly better, but not by much. Don't stop. Keep running. You must. Run until you can no longer move, Logan urged as he surpassed Becky. Glancing back at her faltering figure, gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Meowki, you promised to protect me in the future. How can you collapse here? Meow, meow. Upon hearing Logan's words, Becky seemed to be electrified, her body jolting as she lifted her head and let out a cry. A surge of newfound strength erupting from within her, instantly revitalizing her. With a fierce gaze and swift feet, she surpassed Logan in the blink of an eye. Feeling a gust of wind rush past him, Logan blinked in astonishment, watching as Becky darted ahead, rapidly disappearing into the distance. He touched his lips, marveling at her remarkable prowess. Chapter 42. Youth under the setting sun. However, I cannot concede defeat. Logan gritted his teeth and suddenly accelerated. Thus, after more than an hour, the two finally caught sight of the hill bess from a distance. A weary smile graced Becky's face as she prepared to sprint forward, only to falter and fall heavily to the ground, a tidal wave of soreness engulfing her body. Logan was about to stop and assist her, but Becky halted him. Be Becky. Brothers, limit. Logan nodded, his feet never ceasing as he dashed past Becky, heading onward. Yet he too was nearing his limits. The perspiration and heat rising from his body formed a thin mist upon his skin. Logan felt as though his legs were leaden, each step requiring the utmost exertion, every breath escaping his lips with a hoarse rasp akin to a bellows. Gradually, his movements grew slower, his muscles trembling under the weight of fatigue. After 10 minutes, Logan sensed that his body was no longer his own. He felt like a machine mechanically repeating motions, the intense soreness numbing his nerves, and his thoughts became increasingly chaotic. Finally, after running another 1,000 meters, Logan stumbled, crashing heavily to the ground, his limbs weak and heavy, an overwhelming weariness washing over him. A faint smile crept across Logan's face, for he recognized this as the current limit of his body. Suppressing his exhaustion, he wiggled his fingers and silently murmured to a nearby sunbathing red crab, "Thief of life." A surge of verdant life energy flowed into Logan, alleviating a fraction of his fatigue. Uneasily, he rose and entered the forest, leaning against a grand tree to activate his ability. The tree withered, and a rich stream of life energy surged into him, nourishing his weary form like delicate rivulets. Leaning against the tree trunk, Logan closed his eyes in bliss, laughter bubbling from his lips. He could feel his breath rapidly restoring while simultaneously growing stronger. What a miraculous world this is. Through exertion, one can grow stronger. And by transcending limits, one can indeed enhance their abilities. In his past life, reckless running would only lead to muscle breakdown, and indiscriminate swordplay would result in tendinitis. Yet in this world, one could become a master of physical combat, a virtuoso of swordsmanship. Once more, Logan felt the allure of the pirate world. Before long, he had fully regained his vigor, and a small amount of life energy dissipated from his body, prompting him to regretfully click his tongue. Life energy is truly a remarkable substance. Not only does it dispel fatigue, but it also heals various wounds, serving as a veritable panacea. Suddenly, Logan recalled Tsunade from Naruto, who possessed a technique called the Yin Seal to store chakra. Perhaps he too could develop a similar ability to store life energy. If that were the case, no matter what injuries he sustained, he could swiftly heal through his stored life energy, and even further develop the 100 Heal technique. With such prowess, Logan would undoubtedly become a nightmare for any adversary. However, before he could develop this skill, there were pressing matters to attend to. Logan drained another grand tree and, now brimming with life energy, sprinted towards Becky. After absorbing the majority of the life energy, Becky sprang back to life. "Brother, you're amazing," she exclaimed, bouncing joyfully around Logan. Shikuden and Apos, TC the life energy, only witnessed Logan wave his hand, and then felt an overwhelming comfort, all her fatigue and soreness vanishing in an instant. Logan smiled, his intentions transparent as he explained, "This is the power of the devil fruit. I am a thief who has consumed the stealth fruit, enabling me to steal anything at will. Just now, I siphoned the life energy from a tree and transferred it into you." "Wow, that and Apos, that's incredible." Becky and Apos, eyes sparkled with delight. Logan chuckled, "Would you like to eat a devil fruit too?" Becky nodded vigorously. "Becky wants to become stronger, so I can protect brother." "Ha." Logan affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right, but devil fruits are quite difficult to consume, and once eaten, you can no longer swim, so be prepared." Unexpectedly, Becky frowned and asked, "If I eat a devil fruit, I can't swim?" Logan playfully tapped her little nose. "Devil fruits are the product of desires that defy nature. Thus they are despised by Mother Sea. If a user falls into the ocean, they will become powerless. Then Becky 1T eat it. Why not? Logan queried. Is it because you can't swim? Do you enjoy swimming? Becky nodded seriously. Brother is a user. If Becky were a user too. Then if brother fell into the sea, Becky wouldn't be able to save him. Was that the reason? A flicker of warmth filled Logan's heart. Yet he playfully ruffled her hair, teasing, silly. I've never heard of any user drowning in the sea. Better safe than sorry. Becky insisted resolutely. Logan felt a tinge of helplessness and decided to change the subject. All right, since you're fully revitalized, let us continue training. Speed is your advantage. You must enhance it. Again and again. Okay. Becky was about to dash off when she suddenly remembered something. Turning to Logan, who was preparing to practice swordplay. Brother, your breathing technique seems a bit different. Is that also a power of the devil fruit? Observant, aren't you? Logan relaxed his stance and smiled. This is a breathing technique that complements swordsmanship, refining the physique, conserving energy, and enhancing focus. A truly effective method of respiration. Would you like to learn it? Becky can learn. Of course. Logan approached Becky and began explaining the principles of the divine breathing technique. This breathing method was quite intricate. The length and depth of each breath were of utmost importance, making it no easy feat to master. The rhythm had to be precise. Akin to the second hand of a clock, a single misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. Logan had quickly mastered the technique due to the experience he gained from the former king, while Becky had none, relying solely on Logan's patient guidance. After 10 minutes of thorough explanation, followed by another half-hour of correcting her technique, Logan observed Becky, who seemed to have acquired a new toy, breathing rhythmically. Run a lap while breathing. If you feel any discomfort, stop immediately. Since Becky's body structure differs from an ordinary person's, I worry this breathing method may not suit you. Becky nodded repeatedly. Becky understands. Then she waved goodbye to Logan and eagerly sprinted off, practicing her breathing. This child. Logan shook his head in resignation, straightening his posture to commence today's sword training. 1. 2. Thanks to the king's swordsmanship experience, Logan felt that each focused swing of his sword was leading him into new realms. The exhilarating sensation of growing stronger with each passing moment invigorated Logan, filling him with an instinctive anticipation. His soaring slash was soon to be unleashed. Time quietly slipped away as the youth relentlessly wielded his sword. 3 hours later, he counted 19,997. 19,998. The beach beneath Logan and Apos' feet was soaked with his perspiration, so saturated that it seemed one could squeeze water from it. He cast aside his clothing, and his sculpted physique glistened with sweat, every muscle delineating the beauty of strength. At this moment, the act of swinging his blade became increasingly arduous, his body nearing its limits. Yet, the boy and Apos' movements remained impeccably precise, and his gaze retained its brilliant clarity. 19,999. Suddenly, a figure collapsed not far from Logan. It was Becky. Unbeknownst to him, she had circumnavigated the island at full speed, and this time, she had ventured even farther than before. Unfazed, Logan maintained his focus and delivered the final strike. 20,000. With a thud, Logan could no longer sustain himself, falling backward onto the sand. He tilted his head to meet the gaze of another equally fatigued figure. They exchanged a glance, sharing a weary yet joyful smile. After resting for a moment, Logan propped himself up with his sword and ventured into the nearby forest to procure 2 orbs of life energy, one for himself and one for Becky. Gradually, his body began to heal, enveloped in the exquisite sensation akin to receiving the finest massage. Especially after the fatigue dissipated, the unmistakable feeling of becoming stronger surged through him. A sheer delight. Logan looked up at the sky. The sun had tilted slightly toward the west. He affectionately ruffled Becky's hair and said with a smile, "Let's prepare a meal." Although the life energy replenished the lost vitality in his cells, leaving him not particularly hungry. The ritual of 3 meals a day was essential to life. Upon hearing Logan's explanation, Becky joyfully entered the kitchen. After a period of eager anticipation, A delectable plate of salt-grilled mackerel was presented at the dining table. The slender fish bore brown scorch marks, with several incisions made by a knife revealing the white flesh beneath, exuding the unique aroma of grilled fish oil. Logan's fingers tingled with anticipation as he eagerly reached for his chopsticks. The flesh easily separated from the bones, entering his mouth, whereupon an explosion of flavor ensued. Brother, squeezing lime juice over the mackerel and pairing it with radish puree makes it even more delightful. You should also try drizzling a bit of soy sauce on the side. Becky chirped, playfully guiding Logan. Completely captivated by the culinary delight, Logan imitated Becky, squeezing the juice over the fish, adding the vegetable puree, and pouring on the soy sauce. The dark liquid flowed from the bottle, gradually staining the white vegetables black, spreading across the silver fish. Logan gently lifted a piece of fish to his mouth, and then, astonished, found himself speechless. Wow, it's even more delicious than before. First, the fish. The mackerel's oily flesh combined with its charred skin. Then came the refreshing, tart lime juice, the slightly bitter radish puree, and the uniquely flavored salty soy sauce. With these additions, the mackerel transformed into an entirely different dish. Logan's eyes sparkled, his appetite ignited, and he devoured the meal with fervor. Although he wasn't particularly hungry, he simply wanted to eat, to eat, to eat. After a whirlwind of consumption, Logan patted his belly and declared, "It's time for a nap. We'll rise after 2:30. All right, meow." In the afternoon, their training became straightforward and unadorned. Logan continued to swing his sword 20,000 times while Becky sped around the island. Around 6 o'clock, both regained their vitality under the glow of life energy. Next came the celebration of a day's worth of cultivation. Logan smiled. "Let us run, young one." As the sun set, the fervor of youth surged forth. Chapter 43, The Soaring Slash. Time spent in focus always seems to fly by. And in the blink of an eye, a week has quietly slipped away. "Brother, lunch is ready." Becky, adorned with a chef's hat, stood at the bow of the ship, raising her small hand and calling out energetically to Logan, who was skillfully wielding his blade by the beach. Beads of sweat rolled down his face as he completed his final cut with precision. After wiping his brow, he picked up his clothes from the sand and headed toward the Hilbys. Logan gazed at Becky, who had evidently grown taller, a knowing smile gracing his lips. In just a week, this little one had undergone significant changes. It wasn't merely a matter of height. Her strength had also seen remarkable improvement. A week prior, it took Becky over 3 hours to run around the island, and she finished in a state of exhaustion. Now, however, she had managed to compress that time to under 2 hours, finishing with energy to spare and laughter to share. This transformation was not only in speed, but also in her overall physical conditioning, evidenced by the nearly doubled amount of static electricity she could generate. This little one had indeed grown stronger. Of course, Logan's own strength had also experienced a meteoric rise. His time for running around the island had similarly been reduced to under 2 hours, and his focused sword strikes had increased to an astounding 30,000 in just 3 hours. More impressively, his physical strength had surged from being able to lift several thousand pounds to effortlessly raising several tons. Beyond his physical prowess, his abilities derived from the devil fruit, Conqueror's Haki, and swordsmanship had all seen significant enhancements. Notably, Logan had managed to reduce the activation time of his life theft ability from 3 seconds to just 1, allowing him to accurately siphon the necessary amount of life energy based on his own stamina. However, he still had no inkling on how to develop the shadowy seals akin to the life return technique of the 6 styles, and his fruit's effective range remained at 30 centimeters, unchanged. On the other hand, the advancement in his Conqueror's Haki had brought him unexpected joy. Throughout the week, amidst his foundational training of running laps and swordplay, Logan had ventured into the forest daily to confront wild beasts, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki upon them. Now, he could not only control the intensity and range of his Haki with proficiency, but also choose the targets with precision. Undoubtedly, this was a testament to his advancement towards advanced Conqueror's Haki. In contrast to the rapid progress of his Conqueror's Haki, his swordsmanship had seen less remarkable improvement. Although he had seamlessly integrated dozens of ordinary sword techniques recorded in the Shinto Lightning Gate School and could execute them effortlessly in battle, the elusive flying slash remained beyond his grasp. A week ago, Logan had felt he was on the verge of breaking through that threshold. Yet now he still found himself outside of it, a sensation that nearly drove him to madness. For the past few days, Logan had harbored an intense intuition. He craved a thrilling battle. Mere experience was insufficient. The monotony of daily training was inadequate. Only a confrontation that could challenge him would propel him further. Alas, on this island, Logan found no adversary capable of providing that pressure. Becky was not a match, nor were the beasts. The island's former ruler, a towering silverback gorilla, had been slain by the old king. Heaven knows how heartbroken Logan was upon first encountering the corpse of that magnificent beast. He longed to ask the old king why he had spared the gorilla for him. What a splendid opponent it would have been. Every time he recalled this, Logan felt a pang of sorrow, enough to sap the enjoyment from the food in his mouth. Becky, observing Logan's despondent demeanor, felt equally disheartened. Wishing she were stronger to assist her brother, the little one dared not disturb the sorrowful Logan and instead ran to the stern of the ship, gazing blankly at the scenery. Suddenly, a small dark shape appeared on the horizon, intruding upon Becky and Apos' aimless gaze. Becky blinked in surprise and rubbed her eyes. When she discerned the figure, her little ears perked up excitedly. Logan twitched his ears and looked up, only to see Becky rushing toward him, breathless with excitement. "Brother, there's a ship." "A ship?" Logan, momentarily taken aback, asked, "What ship?" "The ship of the Jozi Kingdom." Becky's eyes sparkled, her soft tail wagging eagerly. "Brother, if you want to find someone to fight, they will surely fulfill your wish." At this, Logan immediately set down his chopsticks, rising to gaze out over the sea, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Finally, it had arrived. In the distance, aboard the Jozi Kingdom's black warship. The deputy captain of the palace guard scratched his head, glancing impatiently at the middle-aged man standing at the bow. "Captain, how could those four geniuses possibly encounter trouble on such a deserted island? They must be playing a hunting game." The captain shot him a stern look. "As guards, our foremost duty is to execute orders. Do not indulge in idle speculation." The deputy captain scoffed, turning his gaze toward the cerulean sea. Just then, another guard leaned toward the deputy captain, sporting a sycophantic smile as he whispered, "Deputy Captain, I heard that the princess has implored His Majesty to retrieve Lord Lucy immediately." "Oh?" The deputy captain and Apos' eyes lit up with curiosity. Just as he was about to inquire further, the lookout suddenly shouted, "Report to the captain. We have spotted Duke Ryder's ship, the Hilbys, but there are only two unfamiliar individuals aboard." The captain's expression hardened as he took the spyglass from a nearby guard, his face falling further. "That cat is a slave granted by His Majesty, and that boy is wearing Lord Lucy's garments? Curse it! Prepare for battle. The four lords may have been kidnapped." The captain swiftly drew his sword, barking orders. The deputy captain, still bewildered, only reacted when he saw the guards beside him draw their swords and assume combat stances, prompting him to hurriedly unsheath his own. Standing next to the captain, the deputy captain was still overwhelmed by a sense of absurdity. They were the kingdom's geniuses. Who could possibly have the audacity to abduct them? The captain remained silent, tossing the spyglass to him. Peering through it, the deputy captain caught sight of Logan's figure, astonishment washing over him. So young, he must have employed some underhanded tactics. The captain's voice turned icy. "Do not let your guard down. Regardless of whether he has used tricks, ensuring the safety of the four lords is our mission." His voice was loud, meant for the entire crew to hear. The crew responded in unison, "Yes." As the two ships drew closer, Logan could easily discern the captain's stern visage. 1, 2, 3, 13, 14, 22. Becky diligently counted the number of adversaries aboard the enemy's ship, lifting her head to declare, 26 people. "Brother, they are the palace guards. Almost a quarter of their force has come, so be careful." "Are they strong?" Logan licked his lips, his gaze sharpening as a formidable aura of conqueror's haki surged forth from him, sweeping over the enemy's ship like a tempest. Thud, thud, thud. The guards standing on the enemy ship collapsed like cut wheat, with only a scant few managing to remain conscious. Becky gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if it could fit an egg. It was her first time witnessing Logan's Conqueror's Haki, having previously kept his displays distant to avoid harming her. But this time, she was utterly awestruck. Meanwhile, on the enemy vessel, terror had taken hold. The vice captain felt as though stars were dancing before his eyes. His head struck violently as if by a heavy hammer. Stumbling, he desperately leaned on his sword and collapsed onto the deck. The captain glanced back and realized he was the only one left standing aboard the ship. Cold sweat instantly trickled down his brow as his muscles tensed. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he bellowed at Logan, "You bastard! What have you done to my men?" Logan fixed his gaze on the captain, his eyes igniting with fierce battle intent. Only the truly worthy emerge from the tumultuous waves of conflict. If his Conqueror's Haki could not withstand this opponent, then he was unworthy of the fight. Yet, the middle-aged captain clearly possessed the qualifications to engage him. With a leap, Logan descended from the ship, striding toward the shore, slowly unsheathing his icy blade, pointing its edge directly at the captain. "Come, let us battle." The captain cast a fleeting glance at the half-kneeling vice-captain, whose dazed eyes were filled with terror. "You fool," he cursed, discarding the scabbard, bending his legs taut and jumping straight from the warship, wading through the seawater as he approached Logan step by step. With each stride, his fury intensified. "Arrogant brat, regardless of what sorcery you employ, having provoked the kingdom of Josie, you shall face the consequences." Logan chuckled coldly. "Just what I wished for." Becky hurried to the bow of the ship, her beautiful eyes fixated on the standoff between the two. The battle was on the brink of ignition. The captain struck first, his foot pivoting as he lunged forward, delivering a horizontal slash aimed at Logan's midsection. Logan's eyes narrowed, raising his sword to block. The clash of metal rang out like thunder. Logan staggered back a step, while the captain retreated. Not at all. In terms of strength, the captain had the upper hand. Logan slightly hunched, his gaze toward the captain brimming with fervor. He sensed that the breakthrough in swordsmanship lay within this confrontation. "Prepare to die, you wretch." The captain and Apos' forehead pulsed with veins as he gripped the hilt tightly, launching himself forward in a swift motion, his blade slicing through the air, producing a sharp, cutting sound. Logan's pupils contracted as he swiftly gathered his energy, grounding himself, and retaliated with a fierce counterstrike. Clang! The deafening sound echoed across the beach. The captain was forced back several paces, while Logan was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the shore. Becky gasped in alarm, her small fists clenched in worry, yet she refrained from rushing down. For she understood this was the battle Logan had long awaited, one that no one could interrupt. "Such a peculiar technique, it can actually deflect my attack." The captain gripped his sword tightly, his eyes intensely fixed on the fallen Logan. The anger in his heart diminished slightly, replaced by a profound vigilance. Suddenly, amidst a peal of manic laughter, Logan sprang up from the ground, his long blade slicing through the air with a piercing whistling sound. The captain's eyes narrowed, raising his sword to meet the strike, but the tremor that resonated from his hands sent a chill through his heart. Abruptly, Logan smiled, his long blade descending like a tempest. The captain found himself defending from all angles, growing increasingly alarmed. He felt as though Logan had transformed into a different person after briefly burying his head in the sand. Every second, Logan's swordsmanship surged. Each strike became more challenging to parry. Was this fellow a monster? Finally, after being forced back once more by Logan, the captain noticed the bloodied gash on his palm, his expression turning grim. "No, if this continues, I shall perish." Resolutely, he tightened his grip on the sword, unleashing a ferocious onslaught, each slash creating an array of afterimages in the air. For a moment, Logan found himself on the defensive once again, yet he was smiling. The final barrier to becoming a sword master was within reach. Each subsequent strike was a challenge against that barrier. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 43 strikes. The captain felt his heart race with trepidation. With each clash, the force transmitted through the blade grew stronger. After 50 exchanges, The middle-aged man had no choice but to revert to a defensive stance. Logan's lips curled into a radiant smile, his pearly whites reflecting the sharpness of his blade. Next, it was his turn to strike. The blade glimmered like lightning, swift as the wind. Amidst the flickering light, a chilling intent emanated, his momentum soaring. Gradually, Logan perceived the sword transforming from mere metal into an extension of his arm. An unfamiliar sensation welled within him, as if he had stepped into an entirely new realm. The old king's experience became nourishment, birthing a novel understanding, as the seeds planted within him sprouted, breaking through the earth, growing toward the wind, transforming into a towering tree. Logan's heart surged with clarity. His gaze had never been so luminous. It was upon him, his long blade raised high, the dazzling light coalescing, and finally, he swung down. A roar echoed like a dragon's cry. Divine path, dragon's fury. 100 blades. Soaring. Striking. Chapter 44. The ocean current. The captain's heart raced with alarm as he suddenly looked up. The dragon-shaped blade light erupted like lightning from the void, akin to a meteor hurtling from the heavens, leaving a searing mark upon his retina. Terrified, the captain's soul nearly escaped him. There was no time for escape. In a moment of impending doom, he could only raise his sword before him, tensing every muscle, hoping to withstand the onslaught. In the next instant, the reckoning arrived. Boom. Crack. At such close range, the captain was violently hurled away. The blade light shredded his outer garments, tore through his skin, and shattered the very sword he depended upon, sending him crashing into the sea in a most undignified manner. Blood gradually spread, staining the ocean's surface crimson. Logan exhaled deeply, excitement barely concealed in his eyes. "Brother, you are truly amazing," Becky exclaimed, leaping from the bow of the ship and joyfully plunging into Logan's embrace. Logan gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly. "I apologize for worrying you these past few days." Meow, meow. Becky shook her head like a rattle drum, burying her small face in Logan's chest while stifling a laugh. Suddenly, Logan's gaze shifted toward the captain's descent, an unexpected glimmer in his eyes. Is this fellow still conscious? He took Becky's hand and approached, looking down from a height at the captain, drenched in blood. "I shall not kill you. Go back and inform your king to never set foot on this island again." "You," the captain, disregarding the blood smeared across his face, looked up in horror at Logan's youthful visage. "Who on earth are you?" "You need not know," Logan replied, stepping forward with a swift motion, using his foot to flick the captain's body, sending him soaring toward the black warship. Swish, crash. The captain landed squarely upon the dazed first mate, who was kneeling on the ground. The first mate's eyes rolled back as he fainted, while the captain, racked with pain, spewed forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the deck. "You bastard!" The captain shouted in fury at Logan. Logan paid him no heed, leisurely sitting down at the dining table aboard the Hilbys, resuming his unfinished lunch. "Bastard!" Witnessing this, the captain was filled with profound humiliation and helplessness. Yet, with no other choice, he clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he prepared to set sail, determined to return to the kingdom of Josie to report everything that had transpired here to the king. However, just as his hand grasped the ship's helm, an unforeseen calamity struck. The sky darkened without warning, as if night had descended prematurely. The sun vanished, and a shroud of darkness enveloped the earth. Moreover, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the island. Following that, a series of crackling sounds reverberated. A cloud of dust erupted from the forest and Oppo's center, and the sounds of falling trees echoed in the distance as countless animals fled in terror from the woods. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The captain stood frozen in shock, unable to move. Logan, too, set down his chopsticks, peering toward the island's core, his brow furrowing slightly. Is it an earthquake? Just as Logan contemplated this, the ship beneath him began to shake violently. No, it was not the ship. Logan glanced at the ocean's surface, where the formerly tranquil waters began to roil violently, bubbles rising ominously, as if boiling. Becky clung tightly to Logan's arm, her voice trembling. "Brother." Logan stood, soothingly ruffling Becky's hair. The sudden upheaval of the island and sea was alarming. Though he did not comprehend the cause, he knew they could not remain here. The first thought that crossed Logan's mind was to flee this treacherous sea. Yet when he looked out, he found that numerous whirlpools of varying sizes had appeared, littering the waters with peril. The captain and his ship were suddenly caught at the edge of a massive whirlpool, the center-S gravitational pull relentlessly dragging the vessel toward the ocean's abyss. Ignoring his injuries, the captain threw himself against the helm, desperately pushing against the whirlpool's pull, yet to little avail. His arms strained, veins bulging. He suddenly raised his gaze to Logan, eyes bloodshot. "Help me, I beg you." Logan cast a glance his way, then took Becky's hand, leaping from the Hilbees, racing toward the far side of the island. The sea was no longer safe. Their only hope lay in reaching the land. Logan dashed into the forest with Becky, and all around them, every living creature was desperately fleeing toward the opposite end of the island. Animals possessed a keen sense of impending doom, and Logan knew following them was wise. Yet within moments, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Numerous animals lost their balance and fell, and Logan, quick-witted, clung tightly to a sturdy tree, shielding Becky in his embrace. The little one buried herself against Logan, suppressing her fear, wide-eyed at the chaotic earth around them. Logan gripped the tree tightly, his brows furrowed in frustration, muttering, "Damn it, what on earth is happening?" As if in response, a deafening roar erupted from the distant sea, causing both to turn sharply. Before them, a colossal ocean current surged skyward, enveloping immense energy, a luminous pillar piercing the heavens. Faintly, upon the surface of the rising tide, a small dark figure clung on. A flash of realization struck Logan, and his body prickled with dread. He stared in disbelief, murmuring, "No, this cannot be, it cannot be. This is an upwelling current. How could such a phenomenon manifest here?" In the original narrative, the unique climate of the Gaia Island region arose from a cavern deeper than the ocean floor, giving rise to such extraordinary occurrences. How could this appear here? A profound sense of absurdity washed over Logan. Wait, the day darkened, the island fractured, the upwelling current, Gaia Island. All these events intertwined, and a more terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in Logan's mind. Yet, the more one fears, the more it materializes in the next moment. Logan's greatest dread came to pass. With a series of thunderous cracking sounds, the tumultuous currents beneath the island erupted with tremendous force. The cacophony akin to a nuclear explosion, propelling much of the forest skyward. The earth quaked, the vegetation cried out, and dark fissures spread like a spider's web. Logan swiftly pulled Becky down, lowering their center of gravity while scanning ahead. Through the gaps in the fallen forest, Logan saw the island ascending into the sky. Beneath it, the supermassive, explosive upwelling current. Such a sight, perhaps only the Sandians of 4 centuries past had witnessed. A bitter smile crept across Logan's lips, a grim jest in the face of adversity. Becky, awestruck by the spectacle, lay on the ground, mouth agape, rendered speechless. Soon, the island, enveloped by the upwelling current, surged into the white sea, an overwhelming sense of helplessness consuming Logan entirely. The White Sea, situated 7,000 meters above sea level, comprised entirely of sea clouds. With the effective factor, keratin particle pyrobroin, contained within the sea stone, rendering abilities impotent, just like the ordinary ocean. Fortunately, the momentum of the upwelling current was formidable, and in mere seconds, it propelled the island through the White Sea, charging toward the heights of the White Sea at 10,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, spanning 3,000 meters, Logan heard a soft pop before opening his eyes to a world painted entirely in white. After a brief moment of disorientation, Cloudrick Island stabilized, cradled gently by the fluffy island clouds. Suddenly, a large, plump rabbit stumbled out of the thicket, dazed, and collided with a tree trunk, then, with stars in its eyes, staggered drunkenly into a nearby crevice. Logan leaned over the edge of the crevice to take a look, discovering the rabbit sprawled on the soft island clouds, fast asleep. A twitch of amusement crossed Logan's lips, yet he did not rise immediately. Instead, He acclimated to the thin air at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Once he felt ready to move, he stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and pulled the adorably bewildered Becky to her feet. To his surprise, her adaptability seemed even greater than his own, showing no signs of discomfort in the sparse atmosphere. Brother, Becky tilted her little face in disbelief and asked, "Where are we, Meow?" "The sky." Logan paused for a moment before adding, 10,000 meters above the ground. The little one nodded, her mind overwhelmed by the astonishing reality before her. With a sigh, Logan took Becky's hand and led her away from the forest. The world is vast and full of wonders. Throughout billions of years of evolution, the magnificent natural world has birthed two unique types of clouds: island clouds and sea clouds. Both are formed from the combination of volcanic ash and moisture, differing only in density. Island clouds and sea clouds create the White Sea and the White Ocean, nurturing a unique culture of sky islands above. As Logan and Becky reached the highest point of Cloudrick Island, he gazed into the distance, taking in the entire expanse of the island. However, beyond its edges, the azure ocean was conspicuously absent, replaced instead by the White Sea clouds. Logan looked around, confronted by a vast whiteness that resembled a pristine heavenly realm, devoid of any other hue. A sense of disappointment washed over him. Could this truly be a desolate sky island? In the vast pirate world, it is impossible for there to be only a handful of sky islands as depicted in the original story. Thus, Logan surmised he was situated on a sky island that had not appeared in the narrative. After searching again and confirming the absence of any sky island dwellers, his disappointment mingled with relief. He stomped on the solid ground beneath him and glanced back at the lush forest, contemplating this half of Cloudrick Island. In comparison to the sacred Apaya from the original tale, was equally impressive. If there were indeed inhabitants here, such a large expanse of land would undoubtedly provoke conflict. Should a war break out, Logan feared that he and Becky might be deemed heretics and face dire consequences at the hands of the Sky Islanders. "Brother, look over there." "Meow." As Logan observed the distance, Becky gradually emerged from her stupor, mimicking his curious gaze and suddenly noticing something peculiar. Chapter 45. The target is the White Sea. Logan formed a circular shape with his hands and placed them before his eyes, following Beatrice and Apos' gaze to the beach, where he spotted a ship. "The Hilbys?" Logan questioned uncertainly. Beatrice nodded. "It should be." Meow. A flicker of joy illuminated Logan and Apos' face, and he exclaimed, "Wonderful! With a ship, we won't be stranded here." Although the island, pushed ashore by the rising tides, was rich in resources, allowing them to survive comfortably, Logan had no intention of living like a savage for eternity. His dreams lay in Qinghai, where his true battles awaited. Hand in hand, Logan and Beatrice traversed the forest and soon stood before the Hilbys. Yet, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. The ship was indeed the one they sought, but it was only half of it. The Hilbys had split in two, the rear half vanished, and the mast was nowhere to be found. The wreckage stranded on the beach was battered and dilapidated, with the hull splintered and the deck in disarray. The figurehead had lost its head, a tragic sight indeed. Beatrice gasped in distress, rushing into the ship. Moments later, she emerged, her head precariously balancing a heap of cooking utensils, and with a tearful expression, she lamented, "Brother, the storeroom is gone." Meow. Logan chuckled resignedly. "It's all right. The forest is abundant with food." Beatrice bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes. "But Beatrice only knows how to cook fish." Meow. Logan burst into laughter, pointing towards the vast expanse of the White Sea. "Fish? There's plenty of that here." Beatrice turned her head to follow his arm, nearly losing her balance as the utensils threatened to tumble. She stared at the sea, composed entirely of clouds, and asked curiously, "Are there fish in the clouds?" "Of course. There exists a special fish known as the cloudfish here, and it is quite delectable," Logan replied, playfully flicking her forehead with his finger. Beatrice's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed up at Logan. "Brother is so amazing. You even know about things in the sky." She refrained from questioning how he knew such things, simply feeling that Logan was knowledgeable. With a faint smile, Logan approached to inspect the damage to the Hilbys. After 10 minutes, he stood at the ship's bow, brow slightly furrowed. Given the extent of the damage, particularly with only half remaining, restoration seemed impossible. However, having absorbed old Dailu's nautical and shipbuilding skills, Logan felt that while he might not be an expert, he could perhaps convert this half-ship into a small boat, or so he hoped. Yet, a man must not declare defeat. Logan quickly encouraged himself, setting a determined resolution. The primary task for the coming days would be to construct a new small boat. Fortunately, most of the tools for repairs remained intact, sparing Logan the burden of starting from scratch. Resolutely, Logan jumped off the ship and approached the inquisitive Beatrice, who was gazing around with wide eyes. He gently removed the heap of utensils from her head and shared his plan in a few succinct words. Then, ruffling her soft, satin-like hair, he said, "We'll compress the training for the next few days. Once the small boat is built, I'll take you fishing for cloudfish." Beatrice's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains. In the following hours, Logan and Beatrice dismantled several cabins left on the ship and reassembled them into a charming two-story villa. By the time they completed this task, the sun had dipped low, retreating into the white sea and painting the vast clouds in hues of gold and crimson. As Logan hammered in the final nail, he gazed fondly at Beatrice, who was joyfully bouncing amidst a cluster of island clouds. "Brother, this cloud is so comfortable, meow. It's even better than the freshly sun-dried cotton." Beatrice waved at Logan, calling out, "Come play too, brother. It's so much fun, meow." Logan, smiling at the invitation, set down his hammer and joined her. "I'm coming." Oh, how swiftly joyful moments pass. Night fell upon them unawares. Logan patted his empty stomach and asked, "Is there any food left on the ship?" Beatrice stuck out her tongue, her face sour. "Not a single bite, meow." "I see," Logan contemplated, then suddenly snapped his fingers in realization. He entered the forest and soon emerged, shouldering a smooth wooden stick while dragging an unconscious wild boar behind him. Beatrice tilted her head in confusion. "Brother, what are you doing, meow?" With a mysterious smile, Logan replied, "You'll see shortly." He then retrieved a thick rope used for raising sails, tying one end to the stick and the other to the boar. Thus, a rudimentary yet effective fishing rod was fashioned. Logan hoisted the makeshift rod and, under Beatrice's intrigued gaze, stepped into the water. Once the water reached his calves, he paused, took a deep breath, and forcefully cast the boar bait into the sea. A wondrous spectacle unfolded as waves began to ripple over the tranquil surface. Just as the boar touched the water, a massive maw erupted from the depths, snapping shut and devouring the boar in one swift motion. Logan's eyes narrowed. A surge of conqueror's spirit radiated from him, akin to a heavy hammer striking the cloudfish, which was momentarily stunned, rolling its eyes back and losing consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Logan yanked with all his might, pulling a colossal flat cloudfish, measuring over 10 meters, from the sea. With a triumphant smile, he dragged the several-ton creature ashore towards Beatrice. Upon seeing the enormous fish, Beatrice's eyes sparkled brighter than the stars above, her excitement palpable as she danced around the giant cloudfish, akin to a child discovering a long-awaited toy. "Colloquio." Beatrice leaped high, landing in Logan's arms. Wrapping her arms around his neck, her adorable face nuzzling against his cheek. Logan chuckled, tapping her head lightly. "This is your first time expressing affection in the manner of the fur tribe, all for a fish." He elongated the last word playfully. Beatrice's cheeks flushed, clearly understanding the underlying meaning of his words. The little one shyly nuzzled against Logan's cheek. "Oh dear, meow." Beatrice forgot, meow. "I was so excited that I forgot the fur tribe's etiquette taught by Mama, meow. Please don't be angry, meow." "Colloquio, colloquio, colloquio." As Beatrice continued her affectionate nuzzling, Logan felt his face grow warm. He quickly pushed her away and gently set her down. Beatrice transformed into a pliable little creature, proving that cats are indeed made of liquid, effortlessly softening wherever they land. Setting Beatrice down and rubbing his slightly flushed cheeks, Logan playfully remarked, "All right, enough with the cuteness. Use your culinary skills to please me, young lady." He pointed at the cloudfish on the beach, calling out loudly, "Got it, meow." Beatrice replied enthusiastically, dashing into the kitchen. In the blink of an eye, she emerged fully equipped, exuding the spirit of a general preparing for battle. This was Beatrice's moment to shine. With knives clashing, Beatrice launched her culinary assault with unwavering determination. Logan chuckled softly, his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely making his way toward a large, fluffy island cloud. The cloud retained the warmth of the sun, enveloping him in a comforting embrace that instantly lulled him into a state of blissful drowsiness. After more than an hour, Logan stirred in his slumber, sensing a gentle nudge. Groggily rubbing his sleepy eyes, he emitted a nasal sound. Is it time to eat? Becky playfully brushed her fluffy, snow-white tail against Logan and Apos' prominent nose. Achoo! Logan sneezed, feeling an immediate clarity in his nostrils as an enticing aroma wafted through the air, swirling around him. Like a marionette pulled by strings, he instinctively followed the scent. Before long, a lavish feast of various fish dishes came into view. Sashimi, steamed, spicy, dry-fried, and crispy with pepper and salt. Logan swallowed hard, his stomach audibly protesting. Becky chuckled, performing an elegant bow as she gestured for him to indulge. My esteemed brother, please enjoy to your heart and Apos' content. Without hesitation, Logan and Apos' eyes sparkled as he transformed into a voracious gourmand. What exquisite flavors! This is unlike any fish I've ever tasted. It's simply indescribable. Absolutely divine. Becky, having finished her meal early, rested her chin on her hands, gazing with delight at Logan as he devoured the feast. In the days that followed, aside from their fundamental training, Logan took Becky along as they refurbished the Hilbys. Finally, one afternoon, as he turned the wrench in his hands, he gazed at the small boat before him, measuring only 7 or 8 meters in length, and a smile crept uncontrollably across his lips. In both this life and the last, this was the first time he had crafted such a substantial piece of handiwork. Truly a moment to commemorate. Becky removed her mechanic's cap, casting a glance at the somewhat crooked lines of the boat, and a flicker of hidden amusement danced in her glistening eyes. However, that mirth transformed into joyous starlight upon spotting the white cat perched at the bow. It's still early, Becky exclaimed, scampering up to the boat, pointing towards the sun with an expectant expression. Logan smiled, tossing aside the wrench. He knelt and leaped gracefully onto the deck. He then adjusted the helm, altering the boat's direction. Towards the white sea, set sail. Becky, filled with exuberance, leapt to raise the white sail. The wind filled the sails, and under Logan's deft guidance, the small boat sped swiftly into the depths of the cloud sea. Chapter 46. Mechanical wasteland, perhaps due to its untouched nature. This expanse of white sea is replete with abundant resources. In just a few short hours, the small boat's rear was adorned with more than a dozen colossal and uniquely shaped spoils. The vessel's speed diminished significantly. However, seeing Becky's exuberance, Logan felt it was of little consequence. The boat meandered lazily across the boundless sea of clouds, enveloped in mist, imparting a sense of wandering through a celestial realm. Brother, look at that cat. Suddenly, Becky's bright eyes spotted a hue that diverged from the overwhelming white, and she eagerly shook Logan's arm. Following her pointed gaze, Logan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. A muted color revealed itself in the distance. It was an island, not a cloud of white, but a land of gray and black soil. Logan and Becky exchanged glances, both capturing a flicker of surprise in each other's eyes. Cloud Derrick was not a singular anomaly. There were indeed other islands swept here by the rising currents. With excitement, Logan began humming a tune and deftly steered the boat toward this new land. After approximately half an hour, they reached the shore. Becky leaped joyously onto the island, while Logan dropped the anchor and followed suit. Their curious eyes surveyed this new territory. To their surprise, it was strikingly desolate, with the entire landscape exhibiting a rigid, somber hue. The white clouds flowed like rivers, and no plant taller than half a meter was in sight. Only sparse patches of grass stretched from their feet to the horizon. Logan furrowed his brow, a peculiar sensation creeping into his mind. Logically, the keratin particles within the cloud should be nutrient-rich, possessing a magical capacity to engorge flora and fauna. Such desolation was unexpected. Becky, observing the lifelessness around them, wrinkled her nose in distaste, stepping on the ground and remarking, "This ground is so hard. It's much harder than where we come from." Ground? Intrigued, Logan crouched down, his fingertips brushing the surface, sensing an unusual quality. He then brushed away a layer of thin soil, revealing beneath it a hard surface that glimmered with a grayish sheen. "What is this?" A flicker of doubt crossed Logan's eyes as he tapped it gently with his fingers, producing a dull sound. It resembled metal. Logan pursed his lips, stood, and moved to another spot, repeating his earlier action. The sound remained muted, confirming his suspicion. "Brother, what's wrong?" Becky inquired, leaning curiously toward him. Logan remained silent, instead drawing his long knife and thrusting the tip forcefully downward. The anticipated ease of slicing into the earth did not materialize. The knife collided with the ground, producing a clang and a fleeting spark, leaving no dent whatsoever. Becky gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. She was well aware of her brother's knife sharpness. The hard bluestone ground was as fragile as tofu before it. Yet now, the situation was utterly unexpected. "What is this ground?" Becky exclaimed, hastily crouching to touch the earth, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. "Iron." Logan shook his head. "It's a metal even harder than iron. My knife can cleave through iron." Becky sat dumbfounded on the ground, her gaze sweeping the distant horizon, muttering, "What is the origin of this island?" Logan took a few steps forward, a sense of adventure igniting in his eyes as he grasped the knife's hilt with a smile. "Isn't it fascinating? These metallic lumps floating in the sky." Becky stood behind him, her small fists clenched in eagerness. "Meow meow." Logan turned, ruffling her hair, and cautioned, "Stay behind me. Don't wander off." Becky nodded obediently. Rather than recklessly plunging into the island's depths, it was prudent to first ascertain its perimeter. With this thought in mind, they chose a clockwise direction and began to circle the island. Before long, a dilapidated warship stranded on the shore came into view. The vessel was blackened, its tattered flag drooping dismally over the broken hull. The ship's surface was riddled with numerous small portholes, through which sunlight streamed, casting a multitude of white dots upon the beach. Becky's expression turned serious as she warned, "That's their ship." Logan responded with a mere acknowledgement, his reaction subdued. At that moment, a ghastly white fragment caught his eye from the ship's rear. It seemed to be. Logan approached cautiously, his muscles tensing instantly. It was indeed a piece of human bone. Becky, frightened, darted behind Logan, her ears erect, sensing danger. Logan circled to the other side of the ship, his expression darkening. Scattered across the desolate beach were numerous charred human bones, each adorned with eerie black spots, whispering of an unspeakable horror. Becky's pupils quivered as she clutched Logan's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling uncontrollably. They. The remainder of her words faltered, lost in terror. Logan surveyed the ship's wreckage, clearly the victim of violent destruction, then glanced at the remnants of fabric upon the bones. Despite his rational mind fighting against it, he reluctantly nodded, his voice dry. It must have been them. But what could have transformed them into a pile of bones in such a short span? And what were those little black spots? This island harbored profound terror. Just then, a humming sound abruptly surged forth, as if emanating from all directions. Logan swiftly scanned his surroundings, yet found nothing. At that moment, Becky suddenly noticed the ground beneath them trembling slightly, urgently tugging at Logan's sleeve. "It's coming from underground." Reacting instantly, Logan seized Becky and leaped atop the warship's highest point, knife poised downward, his fierce gaze fixed on the quaking earth below. Under Logan's calm demeanor, Becky temporarily conquered her fear, recalling the training they had undergone in recent days. With immense courage, she finally released her grip on his sleeve, turning to face him back to back, extending her claws in a battle stance, arcs of electricity dancing across her pristine fur. Noticing the change in his companion, Logan smiled in appreciation. However, the next moment, chaos erupted. A veil of black mist suddenly billowed from the ground, rising into the air like a dark shroud, enveloping the warship. In the dim light, Logan finally discerned the assailants in full. Bees, a swarm of them, each no larger than a fingernail, their bodies darkened, compound eyes glowing red, two pairs of wings vibrating at an imperceptible speed, producing a sharp, buzzing sound. Their slender bodies bore raised stingers that gleamed with a metallic luster. Faced with thousands of those blood-red eyes and stingers aimed menacingly at him, Logan felt a tightening in his throat, his heart racing uncontrollably. Becky's fear intensified. Her legs quaked uncontrollably. She had seen clearly that this swarm of bees had emerged from the ground. The impenetrable earth that even Logan's knife could not damage appeared as fragile as paper against these bee stingers. Becky could scarcely fathom the agony of such sharp instruments piercing her flesh. Suddenly, she glanced back at the bones dotted with black spots, a horrifying conjecture surfacing in her mind, yet before she could complete her thought, the swarm launched its assault. Buzzing, the swarm dove down like lightning, their stingers tearing through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Logan's heart clenched as a flash of white light erupted. He raised his arm, a blue-white arc of energy trailing his blade as he boldly met the swarm's onslaught. Clang, clang. The clanging of metal reverberated through the air as strikes met venomous stings, igniting bursts of flame that startled the swarm, creating a temporary void. Seizing the opportunity, Logan swiftly reached back to grasp the weakened Becky, leaping off the battle vessel and sprinting toward their small boat with reckless abandon. What folly it would be to remain a target. He was no fool. The small openings on the ship and the dark spots on the bones were undeniably the result of those poisonous stings. With such terrifying penetrating power and unknown toxins, a single hit would spell doom. He could not afford to be struck, not even once. After dashing several dozen meters, the swarm finally reacted. Realizing that the foe which had instilled panic was now fleeing. Enraged, they buzzed furiously, closing in on Logan with vengeful intent. The shadow of the swarm streaked like lightning across the distance, appearing behind him in the blink of an eye. Alarm bells rang in Logan's mind as he instinctively dodged to the side, but in the next moment, a bolt of lightning struck. The dense barrage of poisonous needles grazed his body, turning the ground beneath him into a sieve. Becky, filled with fear, tightly closed her eyes, clinging desperately to her brother's waist. Though Logan could not see the devastation wrought by the lightning, Becky's reaction tightened his chest. Under pressure, Logan's speed surged once more. Yet, in a disheartening twist, the swarm matched his pace, unleashing another bolt of lightning. Logan barely evaded it, his heart sinking. He sensed that the swarm was toying with him, deliberately trailing behind and striking him repeatedly, sapping his strength and tormenting his will, waiting for him to break before slowly feasting upon him. How cruel. A flicker of anger ignited within Logan as he unleashed his conqueror's aura, a formidable presence crashing down upon the swarm. The onslaught staggered the rushing black mass, causing several dark figures to plummet. However, before Logan could revel in this small victory, the swarm quickly regained its composure, their crimson fury intensifying due to the perceived humiliation, and their strikes became even more frequent. They would occasionally surge ahead, only to swiftly fall back, as if mocking him. Logan's expression darkened. The conqueror's aura seemed ineffective. What were these bees? By all accounts, the aura should exert the greatest suppressive force over animals. Confounded, Logan continued his frantic dash. Bolts of lightning relentlessly rained down, tearing through his clothing and narrowly missing his body. With each narrow escape, Logan and Apos' speed transcended its limits. Yet still, he found himself outpaced effortlessly by the swarm. Despair did not take hold of him. He believed that as long as he kept running, hope would eventually emerge. Moreover, clinging tightly to his waist was his sole crew member. Logan tightened his grip around Becky and quickened his pace. Brother sensing Logan's unwavering resolve, Becky wiped her nose, her gaze shedding weakness to become resolute. Gradually, she released her embrace around Logan's waist, arcs of electricity beginning to dance at her fingertips, poised to deliver a lethal strike to their foes. The shared conviction to protect one another bound the two together in an unbreakable bond. Chapter 47. Triumph and Failure Sometimes. The heavens exhibit a sense of loyalty, refusing to abandon any soul yearning to survive. After Logan had sprinted for miles, a glimmer of hope materialized, albeit not in the most amicable manner. Roar! The feral beast's growl reverberated across the wilderness, conjuring a tempest, the air thick with an acrid stench. The gust of wind rushed towards Logan, yet he pressed on relentlessly. In a moment of sheer instinct, he leaned back with extraordinary flexibility, narrowly evading a devastating blow. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious strikes landed among the swarm, unleashing a cacophony of explosions. Buzzing, the swarm regrouped, dispatching hundreds of its kin to pursue Logan, while the majority, their blood-red compound eyes gleaming with a ravenous hunger, redirected their sharp stingers toward a new foe. Becky stood aghast, witnessing the emergence of an immense black bear. Robust beyond measure, towering at over 10 meters when reared on its hind legs, a veritable colossus in her eyes. The bear's crimson gaze, coupled with its coat resembling steel needles, exuded an aura that was nothing short of mesmerizing. More terrifying still, it cradled a colossal, ashen beehive in one paw. The white larvae ensnared within viscous, pale honey, destined for its gaping, crimson maw. Buzz, buzz. The hive went into a frenzy. The black mist condensing into a formidable arrow, aimed directly at the bear's vulnerable eyes. The black bear scoffed, delivering a casual swipe of its massive paw, shattering the arrow and scattering the wasps. Yet the swarm persisted, their scarlet eyes ablaze with madness, charging recklessly from all directions. The bear remained unmoving, only reacting when the wasps dared to assault its eyes, swatting them away as one might dismiss bothersome flies. For the remainder of the time, it allowed the wasps to bombard its form, the impacts producing a mere clinking sound, ineffectual against its thick hide. With a glance of pity towards the swarm, the bear plopped down, squinting its eyes as it methodically licked the sweet honey from its claws. This act only served to enrage the swarm further. Their attacks became frenzied, enveloping the bear in a relentless onslaught, striking at any perceived weakness. Meanwhile, the wrath of the hive seemed to fuel the vengeful pursuit of the hundreds of wasps after Logan and his companion. They no longer restrained their speed, intent solely on eliminating these two humans before aiding their brethren. However, fate played a trick. The male human sprinting ahead possessed an uncanny power that struck directly at their minds, inducing a brief lapse in consciousness. Seizing this opportunity, the detestable human widened the distance once more. Cursed, they felt the sting of humiliation at being toyed with, igniting their fury. Buzzing, buzzing, they vibrated their wings madly, leaving faint ripples in the air as they shot towards the man like bullets. Yet consciousness faltered again, several companions crashing down in the turmoil. This cycle continued interminably. But it mattered not. Their eyes burned with a savage crimson glow, sensing the enemy and Apos' strength waning, their moments of blankness diminishing with each passing encounter. The human ahead was nearing his limit. With renewed vigor, they surged forward, their nearly invisible wings producing a sharp, resonant hum. Indeed, Logan, having pushed himself to the brink with the relentless use of his conqueror's haki, felt his mind teetering on the edge of collapse, a buzzing echoing within his skull, akin to wasps dancing in a frenzy. The swarm closed in. Gritting his teeth, Logan unleashed another wave of haki. Darkness enveloped him momentarily, his footing faltering. Meow? Becky gasped, swiftly raising her electrically charged claws to intercept a venomous wasp that lunged at them. The wasp plummeted, and the swarm's assault lessened for an instant. But Becky suddenly felt a sharp pain in her fingertips. During the brief skirmish, her nail had been pricked by a venomous stinger, narrowly missing flesh. Becky broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Logan and Apos' form only swayed slightly, not collapsing. After Becky thwarted this attack, he quickly regained his composure and surged forward once more. Becky would guard her brother's rear. The currents crackled fiercely, her eyes reflecting a brilliant blue light. Logan bit down hard on his lower lip, a trickle of crimson escaping. The pain revitalized his dulled senses, granting him clarity amidst the chaos. He cast his gaze forward and swiftly swiped backward with a slicing motion, momentarily stalling the swarm's advance. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he thrust the knife into Becky and Apos' hands. Channel the electricity, strike them. With a grave expression, Becky nodded. gripping the hilt tightly as torrents of electricity surged from her body into the blade, the icy white metal igniting with a dangerous radiance. The swarm hesitated, eyeing the lethal lightning blade with trepidation. They appeared to harbor a profound fear of the electric power. Becky conveyed this insight to Logan, channeling even more electricity as they stood poised against the encroaching swarm. Logan remained silent, focused solely on his sprint. At long last, a vivid hue broke the monotony of the gray terrain. A vessel, woven of gold and white, called to him. A smiling white cat awaited. "Helbys 2. Prepare to board," Logan shouted, quickening his pace in readiness for the leap onto the ship. Becky's expression tightened, gripping the lightning blade in front of her, ever ready to repel the swarm's onslaught. It seemed the wasps had caught on to their intentions, the black mist shifting as they launched into a frenzied, suicidal charge. One by one, the venomous wasps shot forth like bullets, angling past Becky to target Logan. With nerves taut, she swung the lightning blade with deft precision, cleaving through wasp after wasp. Almost there. Almost there. Logan's eyes ignited with determination as he leaped, feet leaving the ground, soaring towards the sea. Meow. A harrowing scream pierced the air behind them. A wasp pierced through the electric curtain of the blade, driving straight into Becky's palm, leaving a horrific gash. The current flickered and faded, the ice shard slipping helplessly from her hand. As the wasp charged, a glint of tenacity flashed in Becky's eyes. Without hesitation, she bit down on the hilt of the icy blade. The gleaming stinger was mere millimeters from her soft neck, poised to snuff out her life in a heartbeat. Yet that minuscule distance felt insurmountable as the wasp collided with an invisible barrier, plummeting to the ground. Logan, cradling Becky, leaped aboard the vessel, turning to find the swarm had not pursued, instead swirling in a tempest above the beach, their furious energy palpable. Logan was momentarily engulfed in astonishment. Could it be they were unable to leave the island? His contemplation was abruptly interrupted by the faint, weakening breaths of his partner in his arms. Looking down, Logan was alarmed to see Becky's consciousness fading, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Blood poured from her wound, dark veins creeping swiftly up her pale cheek. Yet even in her agony, she clung to Logan's knife. Such potent venom. Logan's expression shifted, carefully laying Becky down on the deck, pressing his palm against her wound. Detoxification. After 5 seconds, the toxins rapidly dissipated, and a dark purple orb floated out from Becky's wound, her breathing gradually steadying. Logan rose and approached the stern of the ship, dragging over an empty shark, delivering a swift punch that rendered it unconscious and then activated the life thief. A vibrant green life energy surged forth from the shark and Apos' body, causing it to rapidly wither and shrivel, yet it remained alive. Logan severed the ropes binding it, turned, and transferred the rich life energy into Becky and Apos' body. The bleeding immediately ceased, fresh granulation tissue sprouting swiftly from the wound, healing at a remarkable pace, before scabbing over and falling away, restoring her to her former state. Becky and Apos' breathing grew robust, her thick eyelashes fluttering gently, indicating signs of awakening. Logan exhaled in relief, attempting to retrieve the knife from Becky and Apos' mouth, only to discover her bite was formidable, making it impossible to remove. Tenderly, Logan brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair from Becky's forehead, murmuring to himself about the hardships she had endured. The rigid lines of Becky's face softened, the muscles at her mouth relaxed, and with a soft clatter, the icy blade fell away. Logan shook his head in amusement, tousling Becky and Apos' hair before picking up the icy knife. Standing upright, he gazed at the swarm of bees that refused to disperse, gently massaging his aching temples, his expression turning colder. "I shall see if you truly cannot leave this island." With a disdainful snort, Logan swung his long blade, the brilliance of its edge illuminating the air. Divine path, dragon might. The several-meter-long dragon strike traversed dozens of meters, instantly piercing through the black mist. A thunderous explosion erupted as several of the leading poisonous bees plummeted to the ground. Logan and Apos' pupils constricted. So resilient. What exactly are these creatures? A strike powerful enough to cleave through iron swords barely inflicted this much damage. Logan glared at the swarm that remained undeterred, even dancing mockingly before him, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. The insights of swordsmanship surged forth in his mind like a floodgate unleashed, and he unleashed icy white slashes without reserve. 3, 5, 7, 10. The power of each strike grew increasingly formidable, visibly expanding from the initial length of over 3 meters to more than 7, with the number of fallen poisonous bees continually increasing. At last, after leaving behind hundreds of their fallen kin, the swarm buzzed and dispersed, only to regroup several dozen meters away, swiftly retreating like a sharp arrow along their original path. Logan watched their fleeing forms, a victorious smile gracing his face. However, this smile was short-lived, as he sensed changes in his body. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, before leaning against the ship's railing and slowly sitting down on a wooden crate, gently massaging his aching and fatigued legs. Damn! The after-effects of long-distance exertion and repeatedly pushing the limits of speed have finally caught up with me. Chapter 48. The Mysterious Island. As Logan massaged his legs, Becky gradually awakened. Is this paradise? She recalled the moment when a venomous bee had stung her at the crown of her head. Having experienced the bee and Apos' formidable attack, she understood that even the strongest defense would be futile in such circumstances. Thus, she had bitten down on her brother and Apos' beloved blade. It is said that when one endures pain, their mouth instinctively tightens. Surely, her brother and Apos' sword must not have been lost. Yet, a deep sense of regret washed over her. How could she not accompany her brother on his journey any longer? Alone on this sky island, she felt an overwhelming solitude. Contemplating this, her enchanting eyes glimmered with profound sorrow. Hey, Becky has awakened, Logan exclaimed, lifting his head and waving at the dazed girl. Brother? Becky blinked in surprise, a chilling thought suddenly surfacing in her mind. In an instant, she leapt into Logan's embrace, tears brimming in her eyes. Brother is dead too. I'm so useless, Wah. Logan scratched his head in confusion. Am I dead? How come I didn't know? After a moment's thought, he surmised that Becky must have misunderstood something. He gently pried her off him, placing his palm against her forehead and inquiring, Do you feel warm? Becky clutched Logan's hand tightly, her eyes welling with tears as she nodded, her voice quivering. Yes, very warm. Foolish child, the dead cannot feel warmth. We are alive and well, residing in this legendary land 1,000 meters above the ground. Logan beamed brightly. Meow? Becky tugged at Logan's large hand, pressing her small head against it, savoring the familiar warmth. She then lifted her gaze and surveyed her surroundings, spotting a crooked little boat, an endless, gray island, a multitude of suspended sky fish behind her. And, still alive? Becky gazed up at Logan's face, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with confusion. Logan nodded emphatically, still alive. Meow? In the very next moment, tears gushed forth uncontrollably from her eyes, like a flood breaking through a dam. The little one wiped her tears repeatedly, but they only seemed to flow more fiercely. Logan, taken aback, was unsure why Becky reacted so strongly, yet he understood that this was not the time for questions. He hurriedly dabbed her tears away, offering gentle words of comfort. He would never know the immense resolve she had summoned when she bit down on his blade. The sting of the bee had jolted her senses, leaving her mind blank in that moment, devoid of thought. Now, safe and reflecting on her previous state, her heart raced with anxiety. Meow, Becky thought she would never see you again, brother. She was unafraid of death. It was the realization that she might never see Logan again that triggered her tears. Breathless from crying, the little one stirred Logan and Apos' heart deeply. Fortunately, under his tender reassurance, her sobs gradually subsided after a few minutes, her emotions calming. Brother, let us go back now. It's too dangerous here, Becky said, wiping her tears. Logan shook his head, ruffling her hair as he stood and walked to the stern of the boat. He extracted a fraction of life energy from a serpent-like sky fish and swallowed it in one gulp. The fatigue in his back and legs melted away like a receding tide, and he stretched, his body crackling with the satisfying sound of popping joints. Once the life energy had fully integrated into him, Logan turned to face the nearby metallic island, exclaiming, "Becky, this is a treasure trove for cultivation." Meow? Becky tilted her head in confusion. Logan raised his sword, grinning, in just a few minutes of fleeing. My speed has increased by at least 30%, equivalent to the results of half a month of rigorous training. There's a significant breakthrough between life and death. Becky, tears still glistening on her face, expressed her concern, but it's too dangerous. Logan laughed heartily, his spirit soaring. What danger to a brave lad on the sea? Every young man emerges from peril. Moreover, from my observations, these creatures on the island cannot leave due to some peculiar reason. He winked at Becky, confidently declaring, "As long as we run fast, danger one and oppos, catch us. Worst case, we can dive into the sea. But then, my dear Becky will have to rescue this land dweller." Uft. Logan's humorous antics drew a smile from Becky, who, still wiping her tears, huffed playfully, "Becky, 1T save you. Let brother fend for himself. You cheeky girl." Logan chuckled, gently tapping Becky on the forehead before turning back to the helm. "This island deserves a name. Let's call it the Island of Trials. A gift from the heavens for us to enhance our strength." Resolutely assigning a name to the metallic island, Logan continued, "The journey from Yundelik to here takes about 3 hours. From now on, we shall challenge it every other day. Today, let us first ascertain the island and Oppos' size." With that, Logan instructed Becky to hoist the anchor and raise the sails, personally steering the little boat as they sailed in a clockwise direction around the island. Before long, Becky pointed excitedly at a certain spot on the island, shouting, "Look, it's that big black bear." Logan had already noticed the creature without her prompting. During their escape, he hadn't seen the bear clearly as it had attacked from the side. But the feeling of facing such a primal beast had left an indelible mark in his memory, an impression that lingered. The oppressive presence emanating from it was overwhelming. Now, simply sitting there, it exuded an indomitable force, akin to an insurmountable mountain. The stark contrast with the swarm of bees only intensified this pressure. Logan's body trembled involuntarily, not from fear, but from exhilaration. He yearned to battle the bear, fully aware that he was no match for it. Meanwhile, the bear seemed to sense Logan's hostility, lifting its gaze in their direction. A glimmer of red flickered in its dark brown eyes. Yet, after a mere glance, it disdainfully turned away, focusing intently on devouring honey, seemingly regarding Logan with utter contempt. "Hey, what an arrogant bear." Logan's temper flared. He released the helm, stepped onto the side of the boat, raised his sword overhead, and struck downwards with all his might. Divine strike, dragon's might. A 7-meter-long, ice-white blade of energy shot forth like a dragon's arrow towards the bear, over 100 meters away. As the blade cut through the air, it stirred up dust and caused a noticeable commotion among the swarm of bees. In the next instant, the blade's glimmer sliced through space, emitting a piercing shriek, leaving a straight wave in its wake as it surged towards the bear. However, the creature merely flicked its eyelids and casually swatted at the attack with a paw. Clang. Boom. It sounded as if the blade had struck steel. With a crisp note, the blade shattered into countless glimmers, scattering in the wind. The bear disdainfully blew on its unscathed paw, then, without a second glance at Logan, turned its back, presenting its stout tail as if to mock him. The provocation was infuriating. Damn it! Logan gritted his teeth, ready to charge in and battle it for 300 rounds. Fortunately, Becky, sweating nervously, managed to hold him back, saying, "Brother, remember our mission. We can deal with it later." With a huff, Logan reluctantly withdrew his foot and returned to the helm. The small boat gradually departed, and Becky glanced back at the black bear, which was busy swatting flies, and made a pouting face in annoyance. "Stupid bear, my brother will eventually bring you down, meow." "Meow, brother, that seems to be a wolf, meow." After sailing for about half an hour, Becky pointed towards a large rock several hundred meters from the beach and shouted. Logan halted, took out his binoculars, and his expression instantly turned serious. "Not a wolf. It's a black panther." This creature, including its tail, measured over 20 meters in length and stood 8 or 9 meters tall when upright, its limbs powerful and sinewy, revealing four incredibly sharp fangs. Even in repose, it exuded an intimidating aura that suggested it was not to be trifled with. Upon sensing they were being observed, the panther and Apos' ears twitched, and its pale golden eyes slowly opened, directing a gaze towards Logan. Holy cow! Logan immediately put down the binoculars, his heart racing uncontrollably. Under the chilling stare of the panther, he felt as if he were gazing into the eyes of death. This creature was undoubtedly more formidable than the black bear. A single glance extinguished any urge to resist within him. Brother, the panther has vanished, meow. It disappeared in an instant, meow. Becky suddenly tugged at Logan and Apos' sleeve, pointing towards the large rock a few hundred meters away. Logan was momentarily stunned, following her finger to find that the panther had indeed disappeared without a trace. He raised the binoculars once more, but there was not a single sign of the panther in sight. That creature is astonishingly swift, Logan exclaimed in disbelief as he lowered the binoculars. Becky was even more excited. She had just witnessed the panther vanish before her eyes and began gesturing animatedly, describing it as like a bolt of black lightning that zipped away, meow. Logan licked his lips, his eyes burning with fervor. This island was indeed teeming with secrets. If I could truly conquer them, I wonder how formidable my strength would become. As Logan daydreamed about the future, he continued to steer the boat. For the next hour or so, Logan and Becky circumnavigated the island, encountering herds of colossal elk, groups of massive ram-like sheep. They beheld the resplendent colors of magnificent peacocks and the soaring golden eagles high in the sky. The island was far from the desolate landscape it appeared to be. It was home to an astonishing array of creatures, resembling a complete ecosystem. However, Logan soon realized that such an abundance of life could not be sustained without sufficient resources. There were no forests, pastures, or rivers to support such a multitude of beings. The only thing visible was a thin layer of soil on the dull earth, dotted with withering patches of grass. Not a single plant exceeded half a meter in height. He wondered how so many herbivorous animals could survive, thriving and robust. Could it be that they possessed the ability to photosynthesize? The absurdity of this thought made Logan chuckle to himself. They were not green, and besides, where would animals acquire chloroplasts? It was impossible. Perhaps there were rich resources hidden deep within the island, just invisible from the sea. Logan attempted to convince himself. Chapter 49, Logan vs. the Swarm. However, dwelling on it now serves no purpose. Clarity will come in due time, and there's no need to be overly concerned at present. Logan gazed at the clouds tinged with the crimson hues of the setting sun, then turned to Becky with a smile and declared, "Time to head back." Homeward bound, Becky cheered with delight. Under the starry sky, after relishing a sumptuous feast, Logan and Becky drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, the duo engaged in rigorous training on the island, adhering to the philosophy that as long as they didn't push themselves to the brink of death, they should train relentlessly. They embarked on extreme long-distance runs, performed countless squats and push-ups, wielded swords, and executed frog leaps. With the life energy as their safety net, they not only saved on recovery time, but also avoided hidden injuries, akin to having a cheat code. As night descended, with the moon shining brightly amidst scattered stars, and the weather pleasantly cool, Becky, reclining on a soft cloud chair, gazed back with a hint of worry on her small face. "Brother, are we really going to go tomorrow? It feels rather nice to train like this. I can feel myself growing stronger every day." Wearing a mask fashioned from fluffy clouds, Logan's lips curled into a reassuring smile. "Fear not. I would never place myself in a perilous situation. If I can and Apos defeat them, I can at least outpace them, right? Besides, high risks yield high rewards. Spending 10 minutes on Trial Island is worth more than a fortnight of arduous training." Changing the subject, he asked, "What kind of weapon do you fancy?" Recognizing Becky's strong affinity for the Fur Tribe's static abilities and their potential application to weaponry, Logan believed she deserved a fitting weapon to significantly enhance her combat prowess. With a sigh, Becky understood Logan's resolve was unshakable and answered, "A pair of gloves that can launch blade-like projectiles. Mother used to wield something similar, and I thought it looked incredibly cool." Special gloves, you say? Logan mused, scratching his head before removing his mask and standing up to enter the room. Moments later, he emerged with a regular, unadorned katana and a pair of sturdy black gloves. Curious, Becky half reclined on the chair and asked, "What are you up to, brother?" "Oh, a little surprise for now," Logan teased, glancing at the cloud chair before averting his gaze. After all, he had painstakingly crafted it and had grown attached. Perhaps a replacement was in order. Ultimately, Logan approached a cloud of the island, extended his hand, and quietly intoned, "Softness extraction." A white, ethereal orb gently floated out, which Logan guided into the katana's body. Although it appeared unchanged, a gentle touch transformed the once rigid blade into a malleable form, like soft clouds. Logan then detached the hilt, altering the katana into two parts and integrating them into the gloves. Minutes later, a pair of rugged gloves adorned with claw-like blades was complete, albeit with a somewhat unappealing appearance. Ahem. If one were to describe the tangled threads, the uneven lengths of the blades, and the two rather unsightly holes on the back of the gloves as merely a minor flaw. To say they resembled gloves would be a stretch. Wielding them outside might invite laughter from foes, who might mistake him for a beggar. Logan and Appo's lips twitched in irritation as he slumped his proud back, enveloped by a low, somber aura. "It seems I truly lack the talent for craftsmanship. What are you doing over there, brother?" Becky stealthily jumped down from the cloud chair, her small face gleaming with anticipation as she inched closer to Logan. "Meow?" A small hand suddenly tapped his back, startling Logan, who hastily concealed his creation and turned to face her, his expression somewhat awkward as he admonished, "How did you manage to sneak up on me like that?" Becky tilted her head, peering behind Logan, her curiosity piqued. "What about the surprise you mentioned, brother?" Haha, is there one?" Logan nervously laughed. "By the way, the book says children shouldn't stay up late. Off to bed with you." "And what is that?" Becky suddenly pointed at something behind Logan, exclaiming in wonder. Believing his secret was exposed, Logan turned around in a panic, only to find the gloves had vanished from his grasp. He quickly glanced back at Becky, who now held them. "Hey, you dared to trick me," Logan chided playfully, tapping her forehead. Becky let out a sheepish grin, her attention captured by the item in her hands. "Brother, what's this soft thing?" "It's cloud-like, Meow. It's a katana. Give it a try." Logan beckoned with his finger, causing the soft orb to float out from the blade. "It suddenly feels hard, Meow." Becky's eyes widened in astonishment as she tapped the glistening blade. "I intended to craft you a weapon." Logan cleared his throat, his gaze wandering elsewhere, but alas. "My hands are clumsy. I promised to seek out the finest weapon master on the high seas to create a silver set for you. They have the best conductivity." Becky cradled the gloves in her arms, her eyes curving into delightful crescents. "I'll be waiting, Meow." "You little rascal," Logan chuckled, ruffling Becky's silky hair. "Now off to bed. We rise early for Trial Island tomorrow." Meow. The next morning, the two set sail early, hoisting the anchor and unfurling the sails towards Trial Island. Logan, munching on a golden, juicy wild boar leg, effortlessly steered the ship, his gaze fixed ahead as the waves danced beneath him. Becky sat at the stern, donning a sun hat and gripping a long fishing rod, cheerfully humming a tune. The voyage across the vast ocean was monotonous, yet the occasional appearance of strange flying fish added a touch of excitement. As Logan and Becky glimpsed the outline of Trial Island, their small vessel trailed behind, laden with 4 or 5 peculiar flying fish, each several meters long. Logan whistled towards the dark, iron-like mainland ahead. "Let us head straight for those venomous bees. I'll provoke them while you wait on the ship." "Okay, Meow." Becky raised her small white hand, nodding earnestly. Half an hour later, Logan anchored the boat at the site where the guards of the Kingdom of Joshi had met their demise. He did not drop anchor, but instead halted the ship just above the water's surface, within leaping distance. Drawing his ice pulse blade, he beckoned with his finger, and suddenly, hundreds of white orbs descended from the sky, encircling Logan with grace. These soft orbs, which he dubbed cloud armor, served as his second layer of insurance. In the event of an emergency retreat, he could envelop himself with these orbs, leaving none untouched, allowing the venomous bees to experience the sensation of being soft and powerless. Naturally, he would only resort to this tactic if absolutely necessary. After all, his purpose here was to train, and only by confronting dire situations could he achieve a breakthrough. Gazing at the desolate beach a few dozen meters ahead, Logan stripped off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique, and took a deep breath. I'm going. With that, he crouched low, his leg muscles coiling like springs before he launched himself forward. Boom. Logan and Apos' body plummeted like a cannonball, obliterating the already battered warship, splintering wood and scattering debris. Emerging from the wreckage, Logan's demeanor was tense as he scrutinized the ground. Becky, too, abandoned her fishing. Leaning over the ship's edge with bated breath, her eyes fixated on the stillness of the earth, her own breathing involuntarily slowing. Buzz. Suddenly, a furious hum filled the air, reverberating with anger. Logan's expression grew grave as he sensed the tremors beneath him, prompting him to leap back in alarm. In the next moment, a massive surge of black mist erupted from the very spot where Logan had just stood, spreading ominously like a dark banner that obscured his entire field of vision. Goodness, it was even more than yesterday. Startled, Logan focused all his energy, directing the tip of his blade towards the encroaching fog. Buzz! The swarm recognized Logan and erupted in fury. The black mist transformed in an instant, coalescing into a semicircular dome with a radius of several meters that enveloped him entirely. The density was overwhelming, blocking out all sunlight, while a deafening hum filled the confined space, effectively sealing off Logan's sight and sound. The world around him darkened, and Logan squinted, his brow furrowed in discomfort. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a barrage of poison darts rained down from all directions, their shrill cries echoing incessantly. The venomous bees sought to pierce Logan, positioned at the epicenter of their assault, turning him into a pincushion. Logan's pupils contracted sharply. It was too fast to react. He dared not hesitate. Sweeping his long blade in a decisive arc, his feet spinning like a top, unleashing a torrent of dazzling blade light. Divine technique, return to heaven. Bang, 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 bang. The brilliant blade light collided with the myriad of poison darts, igniting a fiery explosion. Dozens of darts surged through the billowing white smoke, darting toward Logan's vital points with lethal precision. Alarm bells rang in Logan's mind, every hair on his body standing on end. He quickly rolled to the ground, summoning the Cloud Soft armor to cling tightly to him. In the next heartbeat, Logan felt light impacts on his forehead, chest, thighs. Every part of his body was struck. Simultaneously, the soft orbs of light protecting those areas faded away. Witnessing Logan's survival, the swarm screeched in outrage, and the black mist dome suddenly constricted, unleashing an even more savage and dense downpour of poison darts. There was no respite. Logan's expression changed dramatically, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Hastily, he withdrew all the soft orbs, reassembling the Cloud Soft armor, while his mental focus tightened to its utmost. With a swift motion, he swung his long blade, creating afterimages, and dozens, even hundreds, of miniature blade lights spiraled upwards to meet the torrential rain of poison darts. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of explosions rang out, compounding the chaos for Logan's hearing. Hundreds of poison darts slipped through the smoke amidst the explosions. Like assassins in the night, aiming for his head, they were unimpeded. A warning surged through him, and Logan felt a sharp pain all over his body. Gritting his teeth, he rolled away, propelling himself out of the encirclement like a human cannonball, swiftly rolling several hundred meters away. Thud, thud, thud. Behind him, sharp poison darts pierced through, their tips quivering and glimmering ominously in the sunlight. Seeing Logan escape the encirclement, the swarm surged forth like a tempest, forming a dark canopy above him. Dozens of venomous bees converged, striking down with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. The buzzing of wings mixed with the shrill cries of their stingers, generating a sound more piercing than thunder itself. The air seemed to freeze in terror at this horrific assault. Becky held her breath, witnessing this perilous scene, desperately covering her mouth. The Cloud Soft armor had nearly dissipated, and there was no time to reassemble it. Yet Logan did not despair. Half reclining on the hard ground, he gazed at the impending heavenly punishment above, his eyes narrowing with determination. An overwhelming aura of dominance surged forth, momentarily stalling the descent of the black lightning. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Logan exhaled softly, clearing his mind of distractions. He gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, his arm muscles swelling with power, causing the blade to tremble slightly. Divine technique, whirlwind breath. In an instant, a gentle vortex-like slash emanated from the tip of his blade, swaying towards the torrential punishment of lightning above. In the next moment, a transformation occurred. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. The wind stirred, and the small vortex began to spiral, rapidly expanding into a massive strike over 20 meters long, transforming into a fierce gale. The hurricane roared, sweeping from the earth towards the sky with a sharp, raging wind, unleashing the wrath of the wind god. Boom! The tornado effortlessly dispersed the lightning formed by the bees, continuing its momentum into the black mist, tearing a massive gap within and soaring skyward, erupting with astonishing energy. Chapter 50. Kinbunshika Haki. A dazzling light burst forth in the sky like fireworks, scattering the vast ocean of clouds that stretched for miles. For a moment, it seemed as though the sun shone brighter than ever. The power unleashed was extraordinary, yet the toll it exacted was not to be taken lightly. With that strike, Logan had expended nearly 80% of his strength, drenched in sweat, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. At this moment, he half supported himself, panting heavily, with wisps of steam escaping from his nostrils like two white serpents. Despite his appearance, his eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. That strike marked a significant advancement on his path to becoming a swordsman. The impact of his move was also strikingly evident. A large gash had been torn in the black curtain of the swarm. Although some of the venomous wasps had fled before the attack, at least 1/5 had been eliminated, while the remaining ones floundered, buzzing chaotically in scattered groups. Logan managed a faint smile, yet he did not let his guard down. The swarm had not retreated. They had not given up on him as their prey, merely startled by the sudden surge of power from their intended victim. Seizing this moment, he endeavored to recover his stamina and reconstitute his cloud-soft armor. As time passed, the disordered buzzing of the swarm gradually settled into a rhythm. They were preparing to regroup. Logan felt that he had regained about 50% of his strength. He stood up, dusted himself off, and gazed toward the swarm, his fighting spirit ignited. He had not seized the opportunity to retreat to the city for two main reasons. He was not yet cornered to the point of desperate flight, and he felt he was on the verge of grasping the essence of Kinbunshika Haki. He recalled that in the original work, Rayleigh described Kinbunshika Haki as a power that allows one to keenly sense the presence of others. This description was rather vague. However, in the old king's memories, there was a clearer elaboration on Kinbunshika Haki, including the detailed process of its awakening. Logan felt that what he was experiencing now bore a striking resemblance to what the old king had undergone when he had been trapped within that pitch-black hemisphere, subjected to the relentless assault of venomous needles. Both his vision and hearing had been severely impaired. Yet, each time a needle approached, he felt a heart-stopping sensation. The hairs on the targeted area standing on end, a warning signal blaring, accompanied by an intense, prickling pain. According to the old king's experience, this warning or sixth sense was the nascent form of Kinbunshika Haki lying dormant within Logan. The fact that he could distinctly sense this embryonic form indicated he was not far from fully awakening Kinbunshika Haki. What he needed to do now was to continuously stimulate this sixth sense, swiftly enhancing this power, transforming its embryonic state into a complete form, and ultimately detonating Kinbunshika Haki. Thus, he encouraged the worker wasps. Logan looked defiantly at the dark swarm, beckoning with a curling finger. "Come at me, Buzz." The swarm erupted, nearly half of the venomous wasps diving towards him in a fierce assault. It was akin to a torrential downpour, resembling a black wall that loomed ominously overhead. Good heavens! How ferocious! Logan felt his heart skip a beat, quickly unleashing several slashing strikes that extended over 10 meters, before heedlessly bolting away from the swarm's attack range. Boom! The black wall brushed against Logan's back, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. The steel-forged ground was peppered with countless small black holes, reflecting an eerie light under the sun. His cloud-soft armor was completely shredded, and Logan stared at the pockmarked earth, swallowing hard as his throat tightened. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Black smoke rose from the ground, coalescing into formations once more. Seizing the moment while Logan was still in shock, the hemisphere reformed around him, plunging him into darkness. Light was stripped away again, and noise flooded his ears, leaving only the blaring alarm in his heart. Logan resolutely closed his eyes, surrendering everything to the mysterious sixth sense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The torrential rain of venomous needles hurtled through space. Logan swung his sword, executing a beautiful circular slash that soared into the air, intercepting all the needles. Divine Path. One force returns to heaven. An advanced version of Return to Heaven. Its power was remarkable, yet the consumption was visibly taxing. Logan's mind was razor-sharp, his lips pressed tightly together, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The imminent threat of death loomed, a pervasive danger that pricked every inch of his skin. This was not merely a physical drain, but a profound mental challenge. Only in such an environment of extreme peril could one rapidly awaken Kinbunshika Haki. Logan cleared his mind of all thoughts, channeling every ounce of strength to feel the sensory power buried deep within him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The venomous needles rained down relentlessly, and Logan continued to unleash circular slashes, sweat soaking his hair, trickling down his cheeks, his skin flushed and hot, steam rising around him. Gradually, Logan felt overwhelmed, forced to anchor the blade in Appos' aura just 3 inches from the icy surface, fending off attacks from various angles, his defenses growing increasingly strained. Were it not for the cloud-soft armor, he would have perished countless times already. Yet even so, the threat of death intensified. Finally, the hairs on his left forearm stood on end. The next moment, the warning transformed into reality, a searing pain radiating from his arm. A single venomous needle pierced through the barrier of his blade, plunging deeply into Logan's left forearm, continuing unabated into the ground. Damn it! A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Logan gritted his teeth, unleashing his Conqueror and Appos' Haki, causing a slight delay in the Swarm and Appos' movements. Seizing this opportunity, he exerted all his strength to slash 2 cross-shaped strikes over 10 meters long to his left. Boom! A multitude of venomous wasps were sent flying, sunlight streaming through the gap, and Logan hurriedly fled from the swarm's confinement, sprinting toward the direction of the small boat. Becky, seeing the scene, anxiously maneuvered the small vessel to assist Logan. The toxins infiltrated his nerves, gradually clouding Logan's consciousness, and his movements began to stiffen. Behind him, the swarm buzzed ominously, clearly in pursuit. Logan bit his tongue sharply, using the pain to regain clarity. The small boat was within reach. He leaped with all his might and stumbled onto the deck. Behind him, the swarm surged, evidently furious. "Brother, are you okay?" Becky asked anxiously, helping Logan up. Her little face streaked with tears. Logan pressed his dark purple lips together, and with Becky's support, he staggered toward the massive empty shark before him. "Knock it out," Logan weakly instructed. Becky nodded vigorously, delivering a palm strike imbued with blue light into the shark's body. A surge of electricity coursed through, stunning the creature into unconsciousness. Logan nodded, trembling as he reached out to steady the empty shark. A torrent of life energy surged within him, rapidly repairing the cells and tissues damaged by the toxins. However, the toxins were exceedingly potent, continuing to ravage his body even as the life energy surged forth. Destruction and restoration, demise and rebirth, intertwined within Logan, bringing waves of unbearable agony. Sitting on the ground, Logan broke into a cold sweat, yet he did not falter. Instead, he fought through the pain, channeling his blood and energy to expel the toxins. At last, after several minutes, a copious amount of purple-black toxic blood was expelled from the wound, the injury slowly healing. And Logan's complexion resembled that of a patient recovering from a severe illness. Meanwhile, the empty shark had been reduced to skin and bones, its marrow stripped of all nourishment. Devoid of any life energy, Logan struggled to rise, staggering toward another empty fish, knocking it unconscious before activating his abilities. A surge of life energy flowed into Logan's body, causing his wounds to heal at an astonishing pace, and his complexion visibly brightened. Retracting his hand, Logan clenched his fist, feeling the invigorating power within him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although the toxins were fierce and terrifying, the newly repaired cells and bodily tissues were evidently more resilient and robust. A silver lining amidst the calamity. Meowki, plans have changed. I may need to stay here for the next few days to capture more empty fish. Without waiting for Becky's response, Logan dashed energetically into the swarm of bees. The buzzing was deafening, and beneath the ominous black dome, a torrential rain of needle-like stingers erupted. Logan closed his eyes, relinquishing all mental defenses, and swung his long sword in accordance with his sixth sense. Boom, boom, boom. Within the confines of the bee swarm, flashes of fire and plumes of smoke erupted intermittently. Becky, filled with concern, clenched her small fists, then turned to stun the remaining 4 empty fish before untethering them and piloting her small boat into the sea to catch more. However, she dared not venture too far, fearful of being unable to assist Logan in time. As it turned out, her worries were well-founded. For much of the following day, Logan would emerge from the protective dome, pale and disheveled, desperately racing towards the ocean. On one occasion, he arrived at the shore with 7 or 8 gaping wounds oozing black-purple toxic blood, nearly losing consciousness. Yet it was Becky who managed to pull him from the trial island. That time, it took over an hour to drain 2 empty fish comparable to small sea kings before he regained his vitality. The danger was indeed perilous, yet the rewards were substantial. In that treacherous dome, where life and death were constant companions, Logan faced an exceedingly hostile environment. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Under such immense pressure, his sixth sense sharpened, and his perceptive abilities became increasingly acute, to the extent that he could count the number of poisonous needles fired at him. This extraordinary sensation was fleeting, but provided Logan with immense encouragement. Days passed like the swift dance of shadows, the clouds at dusk transforming from crimson to white and back again, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. In the shallow waters beyond the trial island, a multitude of nearly 100 shriveled corpses of empty fish lay piled up, for 3 consecutive days and nights without rest. Becky had nearly cleaned out the nearby waters of empty fish, with the remaining ones retreating to the depths, too fearful to surface. At that moment, weary and pale, Becky leaned against the ship's railing, her anxious gaze drifting past the last empty fish to a black hemisphere several hundred meters from the shore, which emitted a continuous thunderous buzz. 3 days. It had already been 3 days. This swarm of venomous bees behaved like relentless machines, showing no signs of hunger, thirst, or fatigue, utterly intent on remaining. Their crimson eyes flickered with madness, their rage consuming the last vestiges of reason. A mere fragile human, with defenses so laughably inadequate that a single needle could pierce them. Yet, why was he not dead yet? The buzzing intensified as they launched a reckless assault, seeking to utterly shred the human who dared to provoke them. Boom, boom, boom. Logan once more intercepted a barrage of poisonous needles. Beneath his disheveled hair, his bloodshot eyes gleamed brightly into the dark abyss ahead. Though he saw nothing, he felt as if he could perceive everything. It was an extraordinary sensation. Almost there. Just a little more, one thrust, and it would break. A glimmer of madness flashed across Logan's face as he charged toward the swarm. For 3 days, he had passively defended himself at the center of the bee attacks. But this time he would strike back. The swarm's formation was disrupted, and tens of thousands of bees surged chaotically, as if countless bullets were being unleashed upon him from all directions, a torrent of fiery projectiles with no escape in sight. Then, he would not flee. A guttural roar erupted from Logan's throat as he charged into the barrage, his blade cleaving through countless bees, only for more to swarm toward him. The battle ignited with fervor from the very start. Finally, in a moment of exhilarating combat, Logan felt his mind enter a wondrous state. It was as if he were floating on a tranquil lake, devoid of any distracting thoughts. A wave of invisible energy radiated from his body. In an instant, a flood of information surged into his consciousness. He could clearly perceive the direction of the wind, the clouds drifting above, and the distant sea churning with waves. He sensed everything around him. Remarkably, despite the influx of information, his mind felt no burden whatsoever. Everything was effortless. Logan raised his gaze, surveying his surroundings. Though the chaotic swarm of bees resembled towering black walls crashing towards him, within his perception, it appeared as if time had slowed. The number of bees, their trajectories, their energy expenditures, all were laid bare before him. Faced with this sudden state of clarity, Logan was momentarily stunned, but he quickly reacted. Throwing his head back, he roared with laughter, seeing, hearing, sensing, dominating. Chapter 51. The process of honey making the culmination of 3 days and nights of relentless toil and life-and-death trials was vividly displayed at this moment. Buzz, buzz. The venomous bees hovered in the air, their crimson eyes gazing down at Logan, who was laughing heartily. The brutal pupils regained a flicker of clarity, and an inexplicable sense of trepidation stirred within them. They had inhabited this forsaken land for countless years, and their acute sense of impending doom informed them that this human before them had undergone a subtle yet profound transformation. This change instilled in them a sense of lethal threat. Though outwardly nothing seemed amiss, they felt an icy chill in the presence of this human, as if their very essence had been laid bare. The venomous bees hesitated, exchanging glances amongst themselves, none daring to launch an attack. Noticing this, Logan's laughter grew more unrestrained as he pointed a finger at these instinctively cautious beings and swaggered toward the coastline. As he advanced, the bees instinctively parted to clear a path. The battle was over. Everyone returned to your homes. Logan waved his hand and declared with a hearty laugh. He genuinely had no desire to continue exterminating bees, as these creatures had aided him in awakening his observation haki, a considerable favor that he was willing to overlook. However, not all bees shared this sentiment. Just as Logan had walked a few dozen meters away, a larger-than-average bee suddenly let out a furious screech. Screech. It was enraged. Logan and Apos' demeanor had made it feel humiliated. How dare a mere human treat them so disdainfully? Wasn't it Apos? It just a matter of facing a fatal threat? It had felt such threats many times from that massive black bear. What was one more instance? Those with the audacity to confront me. The fervent emotions spread like wildfire among the swarm, and in an instant, hundreds of venomous bees became agitated, launching themselves like arrows from the hive, creating a cacophony as they aimed directly at Logan's back. Logan's smile faded as he maintained an unwavering calm. Without looking back, he drew his long knife and held it in reverse, thrusting it backward with a swift motion, spinning it hundreds of times, the blade glimmering in the air. The sound of clashing metal rang out incessantly. Logan did not exert much force. He merely positioned the blade where it needed to be. It was as if the bees intentionally flew into the blade's path, their incredible speed resulting in their own demise, their actions bordering on the absurd. Even those who witnessed a fixed match would weep and respectfully call out to their ancestors. In less than 10 seconds, hundreds of venomous bees lay vanquished, their heads neatly severed and scattered on the ground. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the area. The remaining swarm seemed to lose their ability to fly, their wings momentarily ceasing to function, causing the bees to plummet from the sky. However, they soon regained their composure, taking to the air once more. Yet the buzzing was chaotic and frantic, mirroring their inner turmoil. A glint of mockery flashed in Logan's eyes as he executed a graceful flourish with his knife before sheathing it, then turned to beckon the swarm with a finger. Buzz. The swarm instantly retreated several dozen meters, as if confronted by a fearsome predator. Logan's expression darkened, an invisible aura emanating from him, striking the swarm like a missile. Instantly, numerous venomous bees fell like dumplings, carpeting the ground in a dark shroud. Only a few larger ones swayed in the air, struggling to withstand the overwhelming invisible force. Seeing this, a smile crept upon Logan's previously somber face. The Conqueror's haki was a unique form of power, unable to be cultivated but only enhanced through the continual defeat of formidable foes. Reflecting on the days past, when he had fled from the swarm, he now found himself instilling fear within them. Having conquered a formidable enemy, his conqueror's haki had undoubtedly received significant nourishment and elevation. As the victor, I now wish to negotiate with you. Quickly send forth a representative. Logan sheathed his conqueror's haki and firmly pointed at the surviving venomous bees. Upon hearing Logan's words, the few remaining bees glanced at their fallen comrades before turning to him, hastily convening to discuss amongst themselves. Logan patiently awaited for a minute, and at last, the largest bee, surrounded by its compatriots, approached him. Logan scrutinized it, noting its massive size, 3 times that of an ordinary venomous bee, its body resembling dark iron, devoid of fine hairs, with faint dark golden patterns emerging on its back, and its stinger glistening ominously in the sunlight. Truly, a formidable and lethal bee. Let us call it the bee leader. Buzzing. The bee leader halted 3 meters away from Logan, lowering its body to align with Logan's gaze. Clearing his throat, Logan adopted a serious tone, saying, "Why stand so far away? Come a bit closer." Buzz. The bee leader glanced back at its subordinates, who immediately encircled it with a sense of righteous indignation, like a halo behind a deity. With its followers' support, it reluctantly edged half a meter closer. Suppressing a chuckle, Logan stepped forward, considerably closing the distance between them. The warmth of his breath brushed against the bee leader's face, nearly startling it into a tumble. Screech! Screech! 2 smaller bees flanked the bee leader, fiercely protesting toward Logan. Haha, what a delightful display. Logan took a step back, smiling as he acknowledged them. The bee leader, perhaps feeling a loss of face, gestured for its companions to retreat, and to Logan's surprise, it voluntarily flew closer to him. Buzzing. Logan could not comprehend its words, but he inquired, "Are you the leader of this swarm? Where is your queen?" Upon hearing Logan's question about the queen, the bee leader and Apo's demeanor instantly shifted to one of vigilance. The other bees flew forward, united in a display of defiance and watchfulness. Screech. Do not entertain thoughts of harming the queen. Although Logan did not understand their language, he grasped their intent. He immediately raised his hands and chuckled, "I mean no harm. I am simply curious. If you do not wish to speak, then there is no need to." The bee leader advanced, saying, "Screech. Enough with the pleasantries. State your terms directly." Logan scratched his head, saying, "This is unfair. You can understand my words, yet I cannot comprehend yours." Screech. The bee leader pressed forward once more. Logan waved his hand. "All right, let us dispense with the formalities. My condition is..." The bees instantly perked up, their buzzing growing quieter in anticipation. "Give me some of your honey." In his previous life, a neighbor who kept bees would often invite him to enjoy fresh honey. Just the other day, witnessing that massive black bear savoring honey had awakened his cravings. Having gone so long without it, Logan found himself yearning for that taste. Surely, wild honey must be even sweeter, he mused, as his mouth watered in anticipation, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on the bee leader. Yet the bee leader was engulfed in disbelief. Screech. Just this? This human had battled them for 3 days and nights, nearly annihilating their ranks. And now he simply desired a taste of honey? Is the strong so merciful towards the defeated? Or does this human harbor some ulterior motive? Logan, sensing the bee leader's incredulity through his observation haki, mistakenly assumed it was unwilling to comply, and his expression darkened. "What? Are you reluctant?" Logan and Apo's right hand rested on the hilt of his knife, an aura of danger radiating from him. Buzz, the leader of the venomous bees, suddenly shivered, shaking its head frantically before swiftly turning to issue a command to the dozens of bees behind it. Obeying the order, the bees rapidly burrowed into the ground, transporting honey away, leaving the leader to accompany Logan. This creature rubbed its hands together and circled around Logan, seemingly in high spirits. Logan stroked his chin and seized the moment to inquire, "Do you construct your hive underground?" With a hiss, the bee leader nodded. Logan extended his observation, sensing the surroundings for several kilometers, and further asked, "There are no flowers in the vicinity. Why did you choose to build your nest here? Isn't it troublesome to make honey without them?" The bee leader tilted its head in confusion, asking, "Flowers? What are those? Why would we need flowers to produce honey?" Logan was taken aback. Why did it exhibit such an emotion? Wasn't it evident that flowers held great significance to them? Why did it display confusion as if it had encountered an unfamiliar concept? Was it possible that, in their perception, flowers were not referred to as flowers? Pondering this, Logan rubbed his chin and furrowed his brow, deeming it necessary to clarify the matter. He turned earnestly to the bee leader. "I need to delve into your memories. Do not resist." The bee leader cocked its head, a few small question marks appearing above it. "How would you do that? Are you suggesting I should open my head?" The thought of such a possibility sent it shivering, and it immediately darted away, eyeing Logan warily. With a sigh, Logan glanced at the unconscious bees on the ground, resolutely abandoning the communication-challenged leader. However, before he could bend down to pick up one of the fallen bees, a sudden buzzing erupted from the depths below. Moments later, the ground was upheaved, and dozens of bees flew towards him with a hive the size of half his body. Logan's expression shifted. Were they truly abandoning their own nest? Upon seeing its subordinates, the bee leader appeared relieved and swiftly flew over, directing the bees to place the hive into Logan's embrace. You are offering too much," Logan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he held the heavy, drab hive. "Where will you reside now?" The bees exchanged glances, finally regarding Logan with a peculiar expression. Their gaze transcended species, and Logan felt as if they were looking at a fool. He scratched his head, unconcerned. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that these bees were rather indifferent towards the hive. Why was that? With numerous questions weighing on his mind, Logan set the hive aside and, under the uncertain gazes of the bees, picked up one of the unconscious bees to activate his ability. Memory, honey production, theft. Memory, hive, theft. Instantly, a vast expanse of memories, measured in years, was extracted and arranged before Logan. So many. He was taken aback. Typically, the lifespan of a regular venomous bee is only a month, yet this was not just a matter of months, but rather years. How long had this group of creatures been alive? Accompanied by this newfound query, Logan selected one of the memory clusters, and the recollection transformed into flowing light, entering his mind. As he closed his eyes, a scene gradually unfolded. A venomous bee flew into the island clouds, extracting a certain special substance, then descended onto a ground riddled with holes, lying quietly in the sunlight. The dark golden patterns on its back began to shimmer, and after a few minutes, a drop of light golden viscous liquid secreted from its salivary glands, dripping directly into the hive located underground through the holes. This entire honey production process came to a close. Logan opened his eyes, his expression filled with astonishment. This bee, this honey, this sunlight. They truly depended on sunlight for their survival. It was utterly incredible. Chapter 52. A little more. What about that special substance extracted from the island's clouds? It must be keratin particles, right? Keratin particles, sunlight. How on earth do these venomous bees convert such materials into honey? Logan, with his curious eyes, leaned closer to the unconscious bee resting in his palm, gently pinching it and meticulously examining it from all angles. His observation, enhanced by his observation hockey, clearly indicated that this bee was not a cold machine, but a living creature. Yet, its skin was remarkably tough, glistening with a metallic sheen, and it did not require sustenance in the biological sense, remaining fatigue-free for 3 days and nights. The stinger, upon impact, could even explode. These characteristics bore a striking resemblance to mechanical organisms. The more Logan looked, the greater his confusion grew, a sense of the unfathomable rising within him. Moments later, enough of this. After 3 sleepless nights, Logan's head was already heavy, and the influx of new questions only compounded his bewilderment. He casually tossed the bee to the ground and waved his hand, returning the floating memory orbs to their rightful place. Just as he intended to leave, he suddenly noticed the large beehive at his feet, pausing briefly before slapping his forehead. Sleep deprivation truly affects memory. How could I forget? Logan muttered to himself. Bending down once more, memory, beehive, theft. A series of light orbs leapt forth, arranging themselves before him as if awaiting inspection. Logan casually selected one. and memories flooded into his mind, revealing scenes from the past. In the dark underground, a venomous bee deftly navigated through a labyrinthine network of tunnels. Through its perspective, Logan beheld countless immense beehives, filled with honey and in the process of being filled, standing in the pitch-black depths of the earth, 5 meters below the surface. The sheer density and widespread distribution spanned hundreds of square kilometers, an entire beach seemingly covered. Logan stood frozen, struck as if by lightning, his gaze vacant as he opened another light orb, having fed from a hive specifically designated for honey storage. The bee then ventured toward a hive meant for nurturing young bees, conveying a sense of joy upon encountering the plump, white, little creatures. Logan felt utterly numb. He had once thought that his classmates' struggles were severe, but little did he know that they possessed an entire prairie of cattle. The true fool had been himself. With a dazed expression, Logan waved his hand, dispersing the remaining memory orbs, then awkwardly picked up the beehive at his feet and strode directly toward the small boat. Buzz, buzz. Behind him, dozens of venomous bees exchanged glances, unable to believe that Logan was departing so soon. Was he not going to make an even more outrageous request? Perhaps for more honey? His abrupt exit instilled a sense of fear among the failures, for they felt they had lost too little. In truth, these bees were underestimating Logan's integrity. He was not the type to go back on his word. If he requested a little honey, then a little honey he would take. He would never go back on his promise. Of course, another small reason for his swift departure was that the locations of those hives were now firmly etched in his mind, allowing him to excavate the honey directly in the future without troubling his bee brethren. No need to thank me. With this thought, Logan climbed aboard the small boat. The weary-eyed Becky perked up instantly, leaping into Logan's embrace. He set the beehive aside, smiling as he ruffled Becky's soft hair, a hint of tenderness shining in his eyes. You've worked hard these past few days. You must be exhausted. The little girl shook her head vigorously while wrapping her arms around his waist, inhaling the familiar, reassuring scent of her brother. As long as you and Apos well. Becky is not tired at all, meow. But your voice betrays your fatigue, silly girl. Logan felt a mix of gratitude and sorrow. Had it not been for Becky tirelessly catching empty fish day and night, he could not have endured to this point. Brother has something delicious for you to try. With a gentle smile, Logan cradled Becky in one arm while drawing out a long knife, the blade glinting briefly. Swish. The beehive was instantly split in two, its dark, tough exterior cracking open to reveal a faintly golden core. A rich, sweet aroma wafted through the air. Meow. Becky and Apos' ears perked up immediately, her spirits lifting significantly. Logan felt invigorated as well, akin to witnessing a warm hearth on a winter and Apos' day. It seems this truly is a delightful treasure. He picked up the two halves of the hive, handing one to Becky. This is our spoils from these past few days. Savor it. Meow. Becky accepted the hive, her bright eyes sparkling with the essence of honey as she beamed at Logan, eagerly grabbing a piece of golden honey and popping it into her mouth. Instantly, her captivating feline eyes transformed into crescent moons of sweetness, fully immersed in joyous bliss. Such a greedy little cat. Logan chuckled softly, glancing at the half of the hive in his hand. The outer layer was merely a thin, dull metallic substance, while the inside was filled with a gelatinous, pale golden substance and viscous honey, enticingly delectable. Slurp. Logan shamelessly wiped his mouth, then seized a chunk of honey and popped it in. Mmm. How fragrant. How sweet. How warm. It melted on his tongue, transforming into a wave of warmth cascading into his stomach, filling his mouth with a delightful aroma. Upon swallowing, a sun-like warmth enveloped his entire being, and in an instant, all fatigue vanished, with his energy gradually replenishing. Such miraculous honey existed in this world. Logan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he devoured the honey at a remarkable pace, his actions resembling a whirlwind. Beside him, Becky was only slightly more graceful. Yet both of their feasting could only be described as a tempestuous storm. Minutes later, Logan and Becky set down their two empty halves, exchanging glances filled with radiant happiness. Burp. Meow. Becky quickly covered her mouth, offering Logan an apologetic smile. Logan laughed heartily, turning to retrieve 2 reclining chairs from the cabin. Sated and yearning for slumber, the 2 reclined comfortably side by side, donning cloud-like eye masks, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Meow, snore, meow. Before long, soft snores emanated from beside Logan. He lifted his eye mask to find Becky already fast asleep, her cherry lips slightly parted and a droplet of crystal-clear drool trickling down. Logan gently tucked the stray strands of hair from her forehead and lowered the eye mask, gradually drifting into slumber himself. 3 days and nights had passed. Despite the restoration of life energy, his spirit had remained in a state of heightened tension. Now, as he relaxed, the overwhelming tide of drowsiness washed over him. When he finally awoke, the sun had risen for the 3rd time. Logan slowly blinked, his drowsy eyes open. That was a refreshing sleep. Logan stood at the bow of the boat, stretching his limbs, each crackling sound echoing like popping beans, an utterly delightful sensation. Brother, you're awake, meow. Becky, who had been fishing at the stern, heard the commotion and immediately dropped her fishing rod, bounding over. Brother, let's go home. There are no fish left here, meow. Having been away for several days, he indeed missed home. Logan grasped the helm, commanding, "Crewmate Becky, set sail for home." Meow. By the time they returned to Yundelik, it was already noon. Logan disembarked from the boat and stepped into the familiar 2-story villa after a long absence. Meanwhile, Becky selected a fortunate empty fish they had just caught to prepare lunch. Subsequently, in order to make up for the days lost in training, Logan and Becky spent the entire afternoon running, wielding their blades, squatting, and doing push-ups until the moon ascended high into the sky. After a delightful dinner, the 2 reclined on the soft clouds of the island. Meow. Tomorrow I will not merely linger outside, Logan softly stated. I wish to explore the deeper realms of the trial island. What about you, Becky? Logan sat up and gazed at Becky, his eyes bright. You shall remain on the beach and train with those venomous bees. Becky fell silent. Are you frightened? Logan gently caressed Becky and Apos' head. I will warn those venomous bees to show mercy. I would never allow you to suffer fatal harm. Of course, some essential dangers are unavoidable. Only by feeling pressure can one progress swiftly. That is the essence of training. Meow. Becky tilted her head back and softly replied, Becky is not afraid. Becky is just worried about her brother, meow. Logan chuckled and patted his bicep. Brother is quite formidable now. Besides, if I can't defeat them, I can surely outrun them. Meow. Although she harbored some concerns, seeing Logan's confidence alleviated much of Becky's anxiety. Fearing she might overthink, Logan rose and said, It's getting late. Let us rest. Meow. The next day, Logan and Becky once again set foot on the soil of the trial island, returning to the site of the shipwreck of the Josie Kingdom. Logan's gaze swept over the desolate ground until it finally settled on an unremarkable spot. A smile crept onto Logan's lips as he walked over and summoned his abilities. Sturdy ground, absorb. A large orb of hard light floated up from the earth. Logan waved his hand, drawing the ice vein blade and carving 3 deep grooves into the ground, then gently lifting one side. The earth was suddenly pried open like a skylight, revealing thousands of bewildered crimson compound eyes beneath. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the dark veil lifted, the enraged venomous bees immediately prepared to launch a ferocious attack upon realizing their home had been disturbed. Hello there. Logan greeted them with a friendly wave. The swarm's aggression came to an abrupt halt. This human seemed somewhat familiar. It's only been a few days. Have you forgotten me already? Logan feigned disappointment, directing the blade towards the swarm. I am so saddened. Buzz. The swarm instantly retreated several meters. Buzz, buzz. A massive venomous bee emerged from the black mist. Hurtling toward Logan, it was the queen bee. Sip, sip, sip. Is the honey finished? We can provide you with more. Chapter 53. The cat and the bees. Logan was puzzled by its meaning. So he straightforwardly summoned Becky and addressed the leader of the poisonous bees without preamble. This is my sister, and I require your assistance in her training. The leader of the poisonous bees was momentarily taken aback, but soon his fury ignited, causing his wings to flicker with afterimages. What nonsense is this? In a radius of hundreds of miles, not a single blade of grass dares to tremble in our presence. We have ruled this beach for centuries as the Poisonous Bee clan. You expect us to serve as practice partners for a mere girl? Dream on, foolish human. Logan furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of his conqueror's hockey leaking out, as he directed his gaze towards the bee leader and its swarm. Instantly, a profound terror blossomed in the hearts of all the poisonous bees. They regarded Logan as though he were a towering giant, radiating an aura of dread. They were but insignificant insects cowering at the feet of this giant, acutely aware of the peril they faced. The leader's anger was doused like a cold bucket of water, and he immediately wilted. Stealing a glance at the formidable Logan, he then turned his eyes to Becky, who stood by, a mix of curiosity and fear in her expression. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps having this cat-human serve as a practice partner wouldn't be so bad after all. Unable to contend with her brother, could they not at least bully her? With this notion, the leader felt a flicker of excitement. Very well, we accept. Seeing the leader nod repeatedly, Logan allowed a smile to grace his face, dissipating his intimidating aura. Quickly summon your subordinates. I wish to see how you will assist my sister in her training. As he spoke, Logan patted Becky's hand encouragingly, offering her a reassuring glance before stepping aside. Meanwhile, the bee leader conveyed his thoughts to the swarm. The hive stirred slightly, a brilliant light igniting in the depths of their eyes. Revenge, brothers. With a synchronized hum, the swarm swiftly dispersed, forming a 20-meter-wide arena around Logan and Becky. The bee leader, along with a dozen others, leaped from the swarm and confronted Becky at the center of the arena. Prepare, commanded the leader, and at his signal, black streaks of lightning surged from all directions toward Becky at breakneck speed, leaving afterimages in the air. A sudden buzz enveloped her, and Becky's face paled. She hurriedly activated her Thunder Claw, flailing in panic. When she had fled alongside Logan out of life-or-death necessity, she had been fearless, valiantly wielding her electric blades to protect him. However, now, devoid of that imminent threat, her innate fear of these creatures surged within her. Consequently, her movements became increasingly erratic, and her dodging grew more desperate. The buzzing intensified. One bee, perceiving her vulnerability, dove in for the strike, its venomous stinger barely a millimeter from her brow. Instantly, her body tensed, a sharp pain pricked her forehead, and the specter of death loomed over her. The triumphant bee soared into the sky, raising a front leg in victory, basking in the sunlight that seemed to cloak it in a sacred golden armor. As it buzzed around, a dozen others joined in, circling in celebration. Meanwhile, Becky lowered her head, a wave of disappointment and shame washing over her. She dared not look back, fearing she would see disappointment in Logan's eyes. However, when the silence lingered behind her, she couldn't resist the urge to glance back. Logan's gaze was calm, yet filled with encouragement, like a warm sun dispelling the chill of her trepidation. He approached, ruffling her hair gently, and spoke softly, "One failure is nothing to fret over. Your brother was once in a similar predicament with this swarm of bees. It is often said that failure is the mother of success. To pursue a daughter, one must inevitably face her mother. But I lost so embarrassingly," Becky lamented. Logan chuckled heartily. There are only two outcomes in battle: victory and defeat. There is no such thing as shame. If you fall, rise again, until complete victory is achieved. That is the spirit of the Logan pirate crew. As Logan's passionate words resonated, Becky's gaze grew resolute, the brilliant electric energy coalescing in her fingertips. Meow. Becky will not disappoint her brother. Believe in the power of perception. It will aid in awakening your observation hockey. Logan smiled and reminded her, then returned to his position, waving to the bee leader. Understanding his intent, the leader commanded his swarm to launch another assault. The dark lightning, accompanied by a resonating buzz, tore through the air, racing toward Becky. She quelled her rising panic, standing firm as she raised her hands, her keen black eyes striving to track the bees' movements. The bees initiated their onslaught, one darting towards Becky's back with alarming speed. Sensing the danger, she swiftly turned to counter with a swipe. A flash of electricity surged forth, and the bee fell, a gash appearing on its abdomen as it expelled a cloud of black smoke, its body twitching slightly. The fallen bee's demise sounded the charge for the remaining swarm, who simultaneously attacked. Becky's eyes flickered with a hint of alarm, but she steeled herself, moving gracefully to evade the onslaught. Her claws crackling with electric energy, forcing the vicious bees back. However, her speed and combat experience paled in comparison to the bees, and after about a minute, the battle culminated when one bee pierced her heart with its stinger, costing it a leg in the process. The bees soared into the sky, leaping with exhilaration. Becky gasped for breath, her face ashen. Logan smiled, approaching to comfort her. "You did well. There was significant improvement." As he spoke, he beckoned with his finger, and a small orb of verdant light descended from the sky, merging with the defeated bee lying on the ground. Before landing on the island, Logan had extracted several square meters of soft light, along with the life energy from 50 trees and 4 sea king fish. Now, these energies floated above. The bee felt a wave of warmth as its fading consciousness returned. The wounds healed, and the pain dissipated. It buzzed excitedly, circling Logan in gratitude. At that moment, another bee approached the leader, holding a small remnant of its severed leg before Logan, its eyes pleading. Logan shared some life energy with it. And though the charred stump healed, the lost limb did not regenerate. If the limb could be found, life energy could restore it. But the electric blast had obliterated it beyond recovery. With an apologetic tone, Logan said, "I'm sorry. This is all I can do." Becky bowed in apology as well. "I'm sorry, it was my fault." The bee, displaying great magnanimity, circled around Logan and Becky, then returned to the leader, lifting its scarred limb. The leader placed a front leg on its head and proclaimed, "Well done. Scars are the badges of a warrior." The surrounding bees gazed upon it with admiration. Logan approached the bee leader with a smile. "I shall venture deeper into the island. I leave Becky in your care." The leader of the bees thumped its chest, assuring Logan. Then, it soared back to the swarm, issuing a command. The hive coalesced, resembling an ominous black mist. Observing this spectacle, Logan found himself utterly bewildered. At that moment, the leader of the venomous bees approached, gesturing for Logan to focus on the swarm. The black mist began to transform, at times taking the form of a massive python, at others a ferocious wolf, a formidable black bear, and even an unsightly toad. For over 5 minutes, the swarm presented more than 200 different creatures to him. Logan understood. The swarm was cautioning him to be wary of these formidable beasts. "Hey, you are rather endearing," Logan thought, warmth blossoming in his heart as he waved his hand. 2 grand trees condensed into a verdant orb of light, showering down a gentle rain of life energy. The bees tilted their heads skyward, accepting this gift of vitality, gradually engaging in a struggle against nature, battling the black bear, and contending alongside Logan. The lingering internal injuries accumulated over time dissipated entirely, and the vitality of the entire swarm elevated to a new level. The venomous bee leader rubbed its hands in excitement, astonished that such a small gesture from itself had elicited such a grand response from Logan. What a good soul. Logan's observation ability clearly captured the bee's joy and gratitude, bringing a smile to his face. However, time was of the essence. Logan turned to Becky and cautioned, "Meowki, while I'm away, do not overexert yourself, understood?" He worried she might train as fervently as she had when they were together, and such rigorous training without timely replenishment of life energy could be perilous. Becky nodded, understanding that her brother also needed to prioritize safety. Logan affectionately ruffled her hair, then turned to venture deeper into the island. "Brother is making an effort, so I cannot be idle." The girl's expression hardened with resolve as she bowed to the venomous bee leader, saying, "Mr. Bee Leader, please continue to fight alongside me." Hispeep. The venomous bee leader nodded, and the battle between cat and bee commenced once more. Meanwhile, Logan raced across the expansive wilderness with remarkable speed. Under the influence of his observation ability, he noted the absence of any life within a several-kilometer radius, save for the wild grass. After running for more than 2 hours, he finally spotted a few large gray butterflies fluttering past the tips of the grass. With a sigh, Logan halted, attempting to regulate his slightly erratic breathing. "Good grief. I must be the unluckiest of souls," he lamented, So many fierce beasts, yet not a single one encountered. Glancing at the sun, Logan oriented himself and proceeded northward. Another half-hour passed before, at the fringes of his perception, signs of life emerged. Mountain goats? Logan's heart leaped with joy as he licked his lips, changing direction to sprint towards the herd. Within minutes, he beheld dozens of colossal mountain goats drinking by a gently flowing river of clouds, each standing over 3 meters tall. Although they were quenching their thirst, their ears were all erect and alert, and one mountain goat stood sentinel, vigilantly guarding against any lurking danger. Chapter 54. The Pack of Wild Wolves. Fortunately, the grass here grows exceptionally lush, completely concealing Logan and Apos' figure. He crouches slightly, his perceptive gaze sweeping past the flock of sheep towards a tranquil patch of wild grass. His keen observation reveals some intriguing creatures. Suddenly, a sharp, mournful cry pierces the wilderness as a massive ram tumbles into the dense underbrush, collapsing lifelessly. The blades of grass snap under its dying struggles, creating a chaotic dance of shadows. Panic spreads through the flock like a plague, the sheep unable to blame their sentinel, scattering in frantic flight. A chilling wolf howl slices through the air, and a dozen imposing wild wolves burst forth from their hiding place in the grass, darting like bolts of black lightning across the ground, shattering the foliage as they pursue the fleeing sheep. Logan licks his lips, a fiery battle spirit igniting in his eyes. The wolves hunt the sheep, and the hunter follows. With a hearty laugh, Logan leaps high, seizing the moment to unleash a blade of light spanning over 10 meters. Where the blade passes, grass is severed, the air ringing with a dragon's roar as it cleaves down upon the earth. Dust billows, and a gaping black chasm appears before the wolf pack. The fastest of the wolves halts abruptly, several severed tufts of fur drifting down before its eyes. A glimmer of terror flickers in the wolf's gaze, soon engulfed by a torrent of anger. Who dares? The frightened sheep have long since vanished, leaving only chaos in their wake. The wolves pace restlessly along the edge of the fissure, the scent of sheep lingering in the air, inflaming their ravenous instincts. Who is it indeed? The howls of the wolves rise in a chilling crescendo, their hearts brimming with fury. Seeing that their hatred had been sufficiently stirred, Logan hefts the unfortunate ram he had claimed and strides boldly from the grass, positioning himself before the wolves. Defeat me, and reclaim your prey. Logan tosses the dead sheep behind him, provocatively beckoning the wolves with a flick of his finger. Dozens of fierce, yellow-brown eyes fixate on Logan, drool dripping from their dark muzzles. An overwhelming aura of impending doom blankets the area, rendering the wilderness eerily silent, save for the whisper of the wind through the grass. Unfazed, Logan meets the cold, cruel gazes of the wolves, his fists clenched tightly. Indeed, he resolves not to fight with a blade, but to engage in a visceral clash of fists, a collision of flesh and spirit. His observation powers have awakened, and his immediate task is to awaken the power of armament hockey. Armed with the theoretical knowledge imparted by the old king, he no longer needs to fumble through the dark, but can engage in numerous battles that bring forth pressure. The fervent clash, filled with blood and sweat, paves the way to the awakening of armament hockey. Of course, Logan does not embark on this endeavor unprepared. After weeks of rigorous training, his physical strength has reached the threshold necessary for cultivating armament hockey. Additionally, the old king and Apos' memories include various techniques related to martial arts, preventing him from stumbling blindly in combat. Most importantly, Logan is no fool. He will not initiate a fight with an exceptionally fearsome beast. The wolves before him present an ideal opportunity for honing his martial skills and awakening his hockey, exerting pressure without plunging him into despair. They serve as the perfect whetstone for his training. As Logan contemplates, the wolf pack suddenly shifts. The scattered wolves part into two lines, revealing a towering black wolf, 3 meters tall, striding forth from the back. The two rows of large black wolves bow their heads in deference to the colossal creature. This is the Wolf King, typically stationed at the rear to command the pack during hunts, yet now it stands before Logan. Huh, do you look down upon me? Logan chuckles inwardly, his back muscles tense and coiled, ready to unleash a thunderous strike. Unlike the other wolves, the Wolf King and Apos. S eyes lack the fury of thwarted hunters. Instead, they glimmer with curiosity, as if regarding an unfamiliar plaything. Just a mere flock of sheep, easily captured at any moment. Yet this human before me, with soft skin and tender flesh, appears quite delectable. The Wolf King licks its lips slowly, gazing at Logan with a glint of wildness and savagery in its greedy eyes. Feeling uncomfortable under the Wolf King's gaze, Logan strikes first. Divine Void Flash. This technique, recorded within the sacred path of thunder, synergizes with swordsmanship to unleash tremendous power. Its execution mirrors that of the Six Styles, utilizing explosive force generated by rapid footfalls against the ground to achieve swift movement. On his first attempt, Logan's speed does not significantly increase, resulting in a waste of energy. Consequently, when he reaches the Wolf King, the latter effortlessly evades him and delivers a powerful headbutt that slams into Logan's waist. Boom. Logan is sent flying, momentarily disoriented, as he hears the ominous crack of bones. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he rises, glaring fiercely at the Wolf King. This creature possesses immense strength. The Wolf King raises its head slightly, exhaling 2 streams of white breath, regarding Logan with disdain. With a dismissive growl, the Wolf King signals to its subordinates, and the surrounding wolves charge towards Logan. How dare you underestimate me? Wiping the blood from his mouth, Logan charges forward again, employing the Divine Void Flash head-on. His fiery fists collide with the hard skulls of the wolves, their heads like iron, numbing his hands with each impact. Suddenly, as Logan delivers a punch, the residual energy wanes, and a cunning wolf, shielded by its companions, viciously slashes Logan's chest. Scalding blood erupts, splattering the wolf's face. The scent of blood ignites their primal instincts, provoking the wolves into a frenzy of even more violent attacks. Logan's face pales as he bears the excruciating pain, fending off 2 frenzied wolves before swiftly utilizing his life energy to heal his wounds. The Wolf King's nostrils flare, though it cannot see the aura of life energy. It detects a more exquisite aroma than a newborn lamb. The Wolf King's gaze sharpens on Logan, whose wounds heal rapidly, and a peculiar, human-like smile creeps across its face. Meanwhile, the pack, momentarily stunned by Logan's swift recovery, quickly resumes their ferocious assault, driven by the lingering scent of blood. Undeterred, Logan employs his rudimentary combat skills to confront the savage wolves. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of collision echo across the wilderness, blood spurting forth from both Logan and the wolves. This wild battle rages for over 10 hours, the sky darkening completely, the bright crescent moon hanging high above. Across the wasteland, several mangled wolf corpses lie strewn about, yet more wolves, eyes gleaming with malice, fixate on the lone human encircled in their midst. Logan's attire is utterly ruined, reduced to mere tatters barely concealing his vital areas. Exposed skin bore numerous bruises and bleeding wounds. Yet, Logan's eyes shone brilliantly, more radiant than the stars in the sky, with the wisdom of the old king and the relentless intensity of battle fueling his rapid advancement. Logan summoned a sphere of life energy, feeling the searing blood coursing through him and the abundant power at his disposal. He could not help but let out a triumphant howl. Hunting moment, awakened. As his words echoed, several distinct cracks appeared on the ground beneath him, and Logan's figure abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, a wild wolf sensed impending doom and attempted to flee. However, it was too late. Logan materialized above it, gathering explosive force in his right fist, which then struck down with tremendous power upon its spine. The sound of shattering bones rang out. Although Logan had shattered the wolf's spine, it was not yet dead. It lay heavily on the ground, foaming pinkish bubbles from its dark maw, its once ferocious eyes now glistening with fear and despair. Witnessing this scene, the Wolf King's countenance darkened, and with a howl directed at the heavens, the remaining pack swiftly converged into a tight circle, their ears perked up, and their green eyes locking onto Logan like searchlights. Ah, like a porcupine. It is indeed a challenge to strike. Logan chuckled softly, scratching his head, before shifting his gaze to the Wolf King, who had stepped out from the pack, standing defiantly at the edge of the formation. The Wolf King appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Logan's focus on it. As the Wolf King, it possessed the confidence to confront all challenges, although Logan had advanced swiftly, easily dispatching its underlings. The Wolf King held firm in its belief that it could not be defeated. This was the essence of being a Wolf King. With a low growl, the Wolf King crouched slightly, its savage gaze fixated on Logan, a flicker of greedy possessiveness flashing in its eyes. Unsettled by such a repugnant stare, Logan decided to take the initiative, just as he had when first encountering the Wolf King. Void Step. Logan's figure suddenly vanished, but the Wolf King reacted swiftly, leaping to the left and raising its forepaw to strike down with force. Bang! The wolf's claw collided fiercely with Logan's fist, sending forth an invisible shockwave that sent the blades of grass swaying wildly. Logan was slightly taken aback. Observation hockey? No, wait. Was it merely instinctual animal intuition? A hint of astonishment appeared in Logan's gaze directed at the Wolf King. This creature truly lived up to its title as the Wolf King. Chapter 55. The Wolf King. The Wolf King stood majestically, its fur billowing, shimmering with an otherworldly glow beneath the moonlight. With a sudden roar, it opened its maw wide, an ominous energy coalescing within its fierce jaws. Sensing impending danger, Logan swiftly withdrew. Boom! A white-hot beam, 50 centimeters in diameter, erupted violently from the Wolf King's mouth, carrying with it an overwhelming force that narrowly grazed Logan and Apos' hair before crashing into the ground in the distance. Bang! Sizzle! The earth, harder than metal, instantly bore a bottomless black pit, with scorching white smoke billowing from its edges. Logan touched his singed hair, swallowing hard as confusion clouded his mind. What was this? A laser? A woo! The wild wolves, witnessing the Wolf King's might, howled at the moon in a chilling chorus, their voices laced with a touch of excitement. Regaining his composure, Logan rubbed his face, employing his breathing techniques to calm his turbulent heart. He noticed that after unleashing a laser blast, the Wolf King's fur appeared somewhat dimmed. Looking up at the moon, he observed that it was not full, but rather a bright crescent, shrouded by wispy clouds. Did it not require peculiar conditions? This was rather absurd. It was becoming increasingly intriguing. Logan licked his lips, his fighting spirit surging as he dashed forward to confront the Wolf King. With a decisive blow, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck the Wolf King's head with tremendous force. A sound akin to a bell resonated across the wilderness as the Wolf King was propelled backward, skidding for dozens of meters, its sharp claws scraping the ground and sparking with intensity. The Wolf King shook its head, pain flickering in its cold, indifferent eyes. It had been years since it had experienced such a sensation. Fiery bloodlust coursed through its veins as it gathered strength, baring its fangs and lunging at Logan with ferocity. Come at me. Logan did not flinch. He sprinted forward, delivering another punch. The Wolf King met the blow head-on, swinging its massive paw, larger than Logan's head, aimed squarely at his midsection. The air whistled as Logan raised his leg, crashing it against the Wolf King's claw. Heat and brutality intertwined as their eyes locked, the fervor of battle boiling beneath the surface, erupting amidst their fierce clash. Bang! Bang! Boom! The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, fists colliding with jaws and claws, their movements becoming a blur, even leaving afterimages in their wake. A woo! The wild wolves in the distance rubbed their eyes in disbelief, astonished to witness a mere human matching the Wolf King in battle. Just hours earlier, Logan had been utterly outmatched, yet now he stood toe-to-toe with the king, a testament to his extraordinary growth. Boom! 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 In the heart of the fray, shockwaves erupted, uprooting trees and splitting the earth as dark fissures spread across the ground. The wind sliced against their faces like knives, prompting the wolves to retreat hundreds of meters, their gazes fixed on the battlefield. Hours slipped by. Huff! Huh! Logan unleashed his pent-up fighting spirit, losing count of the punches and kicks he had thrown in the heat of battle. When he finally parted from the Wolf King, his body radiated a searing heat. On the other side, the Wolf King was in a sorry state, its fur disheveled, a crimson tongue lolling from its mouth. Exhaling white steam, resembling a wild dog spent from a fierce bout. Logan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. The panting Wolf King grasped the mockery in Logan's expression, its eyes narrowing in furious indignation. How dare this mere prey laugh at the noble king? Awoo! The Wolf King regained its composure, the ground trembling as its massive form lunged toward Logan with lightning speed, its colossal paw descending to crush him. Yet Logan remained unfazed, his posture straightening as he concentrated his energy into his fist, gathering immense power. The Wolf King's claw brushed against Logan's hair, and in that instant he vanished, reappearing before the Wolf King's exposed chest. Roquan. The accumulated force surged forth, a magnificent shockwave driving deep into the Wolf King's body. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated as the Wolf King's back arched painfully, its fur erupting in a riot of motion, visible shockwaves blasting outward. With bulging crimson eyes, the Wolf King's elongated face twisted in agony as it violently spewed forth a torrent of blood. Logan deftly dodged, observing the Wolf King collapse to the ground, a radiant smile breaking across his face, revealing his gleaming white teeth. After hours of battle, Logan had made remarkable progress, mastering his techniques and fully grasping the Wolf King's strength and speed. In truth, he could have dispatched the Wolf King with a single strike 10 minutes ago, but he had wished to witness the power of that devastating laser blast. Regrettably, the Wolf King's fur had not regained its strange luster. It appeared even dimmer, indicating that the energy expenditure was substantial. At least for tonight, such a spectacle would remain elusive. What a pity. Logan glanced at the dying Wolf King. Despite its impending demise, it still exuded an air of ferocity, blood pooling between its teeth, yet its eyes burned with unyielding wrath. With a shrug, Logan approached the Wolf King deliberately. The victor reaps all. He desired to unleash his abilities to uncover the secrets behind that laser blast. But just then, a chorus of chilling howls erupted, and the foliage swayed as a pack of black wolves surged toward him, encircling the Wolf King with an extraordinary speed, forming an impenetrable barrier. Logan halted, intrigued by their presence. It was evident that fear coursed through them, their mighty forms trembling as they emitted low growls of warning. Yet, despite their trepidation, they resolutely shielded their fallen leader, their eyes fixed menacingly upon Logan. Logan scratched his chin, pondering something, before suddenly scanning his surroundings as if searching for something. Ah, found it. The ice vein blade glimmered with a cerulean light beneath the moon, conveniently positioned behind the wolf pack, easily spotted by Logan. He stepped forward, causing the wolves to become alert, each black wolf lowering itself, revealing its white fangs as they emitted threatening growls. Unperturbed, Logan swaggered past the wolves, retrieving the fallen ice vein blade. Throughout the process, the wolves' eyes remained locked on him, their tension palpable as they shifted with his movements. Meanwhile, Logan's gaze sharpened, locking onto the pack as if piercing through their very souls. He formulated a decision in his mind, slowly drawing the long blade, an unmatched aura of sharpness radiating from him. In an instant, the wolves' pupils widened in fear, as though pricked by needles. Two choices. Logan extended two fingers, a smile on his face reminiscent of a biting wind sweeping across the frozen tundra. First, abandon the Wolf King, and you shall live. Second, stand with the Wolf King and face death together. As he uttered the final word, an overwhelming and oppressive aura surged forth, combined with the frosty gleam of the long blade, transforming Logan into a harbinger of life and death. A wild wolf suddenly collapsed to the ground, its tail tucked between its legs like a frightened dog, its body trembling violently as if it were a sieve, its eyes filled with terror and despair. The other wolves were equally alarmed, their defense around the Wolf King becoming disorganized, revealing several conspicuous gaps. Through these openings, Logan caught sight of the Wolf King and couldn't help but pause in surprise. The Wolf King lay there, gasping for breath, occasionally spewing forth blood mixed with fragments of its innards, appearing utterly wretched. Yet, its gaze remained fierce, glaring at Logan with a fury that suggested it would continue to gnaw at him with its eyes until its last breath. Truly, it was deserving of its title as king, Logan mused inwardly, though his expression grew increasingly frigid. He raised his cold blade, its lethal brilliance shimmering with intensity. He issued his ultimatum, life or death. Suddenly, another wolf succumbed to Logan's overwhelming presence, but instead of collapsing, it whimpered and scrambled away in a frantic escape. Well, life is one's own. Fleeing is not a disgrace. Oh no, not for a wolf. A chilling smile curled at the corners of Logan's lips as the radiance of his blade intensified. He noticed yet another wolf wavering, its gaze darting toward the distance. Just as Logan was about to speak, a howl pierced the air, shattering the atmosphere of terror he had crafted. Following the sound, Logan observed the Wolf King shakily rising to its feet, howling at the moon. At the king's call, the wolves trembled in unison, joining in the chorus of howls. This collective sound seemed to possess an enchanting power. Gradually, their bodies ceased to tremble. Those wishing to flee abandoned their thoughts of escape, and the ones that had collapsed gritted their teeth and stood once more. In no time, the primal ferocity and savagery of the pack were rekindled, their veins coursing with a brutal and cunning blood. As Logan's piercing gaze flickered with brilliance, the howls began to diminish. The Wolf King emerged from the pack, exuding an extraordinary presence, its eyes seemingly ablaze with a fire that threatened to consume Logan entirely. It could not bear it. A human dared to toy with its kin before it, a king reduced to a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter. It would not accept such humiliation. As a king, it could not die in disgrace. At the very least, it must take a piece of flesh from its enemy. Deep within the blood-red depths of the Wolf King's eyes, a glimmer of royal light erupted forth. Under the radiant moonlight, an extraordinary glow began to dance amidst the king's wildly flowing fur. The wolves howled at the moon in unison, as if drumming up courage for the impending confrontation. Chapter 56. The past, a terrifying energy gradually coalesced within the maw of the Wolf King, Dazong. Even a slight leakage of this power stirred scorching waves that evaporated the clouds and scorched the vegetation to a parched yellow. With his limbs erect and his robust neck held high, the Wolf King's crimson eyes reflected the distant silhouettes of humans. A thunderous howl erupted, reverberating like a clap of thunder, imbued with a sense of fatal resolution. The majestic energy was compressed to its utmost, transforming into a slender, searing beam of light that surged forth. This strike bore a potency several times greater than the previous one. Logan licked his cracked lips, undeterred, and assumed a stance with his hands gripping the blade. He channeled the full force of his being into a radiant blade light that seamlessly fused with the sword, revealing not a hint of its power. His body sank slightly, as if the blade had instantaneously gained a weight akin to 1,000 pounds, exuding an extraordinary heaviness. It was coming. The lethal beam of light approached with an aura of annihilation, traversing the space between them. Logan's eyes shone with unprecedented clarity, his spirit reaching its zenith in that fleeting moment. Divine path, extreme power of the heavenly phoenix. Logan's biceps bulged as he swung the long sword down to meet the blazing beam. The two forces collided with a resounding clash, momentarily silencing the world before a piercing cry, reminiscent of a phoenix's song, rang out as Logan's sword transformed into an icy blue phoenix, enveloping him and intertwining with the searing beam. Finally, at a pivotal moment, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, akin to two suns detonating simultaneously, illuminating the obsidian sky, while the ground trembled beneath them. Visible shockwaves of destructive energy radiated outward from the epicenter, obliterating everything in their path, reducing flora to mere dust, while the earth fissured in despair. The Wolf King's pupils constricted, an instinct to flee igniting within. Yet in the next moment, it collapsed to the ground, its massive form seemingly diminished, its fur lifeless and dull, convulsing in weakness as it coughed up torrents of blood. The toll of unleashing the laser cannon was far heavier than Logan had anticipated. Its activation required stringent conditions. Primarily, the Wolf King needed to be in peak condition. However, it had been on the brink of death, and its success in unleashing this superordinate laser cannon was not solely due to the pack, but rather a testament to its complete overexertion of life force. Lying on the ground, the Wolf King's eyes reflected neither despair nor fear. It had anticipated this outcome when it initiated the attack. Now it lay still, sensing the warmth of life ebbing away within, its dimming gaze fixated on the blinding light at the explosion's core, calmly bracing for the impending wave of destruction. Suddenly, darkness enveloped its vision as a figure appeared before it, a trembling shadow casting half its face into obscurity. Then came a second, a third, a fourth. Increasing numbers of figures formed a wall before the Wolf King, their tightly interwoven shadows completely shrouding its body. Under this veil of shadow, the faint glimmer in the Wolf King's eyes became starkly apparent. With great effort, it lifted its head slightly, letting out a weak howl directed at the trembling wolves before it. Though faint, the command was imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing the call, the pack straightened as if injected with a potent stimulant, their spines erect, limbs poised, proudly facing the specter of death. "Well done," a clear voice rang out, followed by a figure materializing before the pack, effortlessly swinging a blade towards the encroaching shockwave. A blade of light sliced through the air, charging directly at the oncoming wave. Boom, boom, boom. The air erupted with explosive sounds as the terrifying shockwave and the massive blade of light both dissipated into nothingness. The air rippled, and the wolves crouched low, pain etched upon their elongated faces. As the dust settled, the wolves shook off the debris, only to gaze upon a heart-stopping sight. The human, a demonic figure, stood before them, brandishing the longsword and gracing them with a chilling smile. The wild wolves instinctively turned to flee, but upon realizing their king stood behind them, they abruptly halted, trembling and paralyzed, fixated on the ground. Logan believed his smile to be warm, yet seeing the wolves' expressions, akin to encountering a ghost in the dark, he couldn't help but touch his face, glancing down at his own disheveled appearance. Cough. His attire was utterly ruined, presenting a comical sight under the moonlight. A chill swept over him, causing even Logan, seasoned as he was, to feel a flush of embarrassment. On the other side, the wild wolves noticed Logan's movement and instinctively recoiled, trembling as they took a half-step back. Logan scratched the back of his head, resolving to dismiss his clothing woes, and looked over the pack towards their king. A smirk curled at his lips as he called out, "Hey, if you don't move aside, your king will perish." Did he imply that if they made way, they themselves would be spared? The wolves exchanged glances, collectively deeming Logan's words absurd. Logan's observation haki detected their emotions, and with a slight twitch of his mouth, he decided against further banter, decisively unleashing his conqueror's haki. The overwhelming aura descended upon each wolf with precision. Thud, thud, thud. The wild wolves collapsed, losing consciousness. Logan retracted his haki, somewhat surprised to find the only creature still conscious among them was the Wolf King. Is this the resilience of a king? Logan mused, stepping towards the Wolf King. The calmness in its eyes had vanished, replaced by a fury and disbelief that burned intensely. To the Wolf King, the sheer intensity of the shockwave had seemed sufficient to annihilate the entire pack, rendering Logan's survival impossible. Yet, the reality was that this detestable human stood alive before it. With eyes wide, the Wolf King wept blood, its fangs grinding together in a desperate attempt to tear Logan apart. Logan crouched down, gently stroking the Wolf King's head. He could sense the creature's profound rage, yet its injuries rendered it incapable of resisting his touch. "Rest for a while. When you awaken, everything will be just fine," Logan said softly. The Wolf King discerned an unusual tone in his words, struggling against its restraints. However, Logan's gaze hardened, unleashing his conqueror's haki with a resounding force that surged into the Wolf King's mind. At such close proximity, the vast disparity in strength rendered the Wolf King unconscious despite its defiance. Thus, the pack was obliterated. Silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the whispering wind across the desolate expanse. Logan beckoned, summoning a verdant energy that flowed into the Wolf King's body. The rich life energy began to mend the Wolf King's grievous wounds, its feeble breaths becoming slightly more robust. While not immediately healing it, Logan had ensured its survival. This was precisely the outcome he sought. Extending his hand towards the Wolf King, who was now free from the brink of death, he activated his ability. Memory theft, all memories. In the following moment, hundreds of orbs of light erupted from the Wolf King, swirling around Logan. Logan was taken aback. Having utilized the memory theft technique numerous times, he had gained a rough understanding of the memories extracted. The ones before him spanned at least a century. Were the creatures of this island truly so long-lived? The venomous bees, and now the Wolf King. Logan's gaze shifted subtly as he extended his finger to touch the first orb of light, pondering the secrets it might unveil. This initial orb transformed into a torrent of memories that surged into Logan's mind. It depicted the Wolf King in his infancy, resembling an adorable puppy, frolicking carefreely under the guidance of his mother as she taught him the ways of the hunt. The scene exuded a certain warmth and tenderness. Empathizing with the memory, a gentle smile blossomed on Logan's face as he returned the recollection to the Wolf King. He proceeded to the second, then the third orb, and so on until the 10th, each revealing mundane moments devoid of significance. However, upon unlocking the 11th orb, the narrative took a darker turn. The Wolf King had matured into a young adolescent, his features still bearing a hint of childishness. During a hunt with his pack, they successfully brought down a wild bull, relishing their hard-earned feast when suddenly, two ferocious tigers launched a brutal attack. It was a massacre. The wolves stood no chance against the tigers, and in mere moments, the pack suffered devastating losses, scattered remnants of their fallen comrades littering the ground. Through the veil of memory, Logan could almost taste the acrid scent of blood in the air. The tigers trampled the Wolf King beneath their paws, savagely devouring the bull in front of the entire pack. After their feast, the tigers did not depart. Instead, one crushed the Wolf King's skull underfoot, roaring triumphantly as they plunged into the chaos of the pack. A cacophony of wails erupted. Humiliation, rage, and hatred surged within the young Wolf King's mind, urging him to retaliate with his powerful jaws. Yet, his mother intervened, biting his neck and concealing him within a subterranean den, pressing her body down upon him with unwavering strength. Thus, the Wolf King remained ensconced in the darkness of the den, listening to the anguished cries of his kin and the triumphant roars of their assailants above. Time passed, though he could not discern its passage, until silence enveloped the world above. With little effort, the Wolf King pushed aside the cover, only to be met with a nauseating wave of blood and carnage, disembodied limbs, blood-soaked fur, and shattered wolf skulls scattered about. He spotted his mother, torn asunder, her body seemingly glued to the lid above him. Her head lay shattered, jaws clenched tightly, her tongue severed, and she remained voiceless even in death. Overcome with despair, the Wolf King howled mournfully to the heavens, the moonlight cascading upon him, casting an ethereal glow upon his flowing fur. Chapter 57. Subduing the wolf pack. The memories abruptly ceased here. Logan regained his composure, brushing away the tears that had, unbeknownst to him, stained his face. With a resigned sigh, he contemplated the troubling aspect of delving into the memories of others, particularly when they become enshrined in his own consciousness. The empathy one experiences is profound, as if he himself had endured the tribulations faced by the protagonist of those memories. If the recollections were joyous, it would be bearable. However, in the face of such catastrophic tragedies, the overwhelming despair and suffocating sensation are simply unbearable. Logan slapped his cheeks, exhaling deeply to alleviate the turmoil within his chest. With his heart finally tranquil, he was able to stabilize his emotions and concentrate on other matters. The situation became clear. The Wolf King had awakened the laser cannon during this very period. This laser cannon was a precious heritage, deeply buried in the bloodline of the Wolf clan, only to be awakened by the true offspring of the heavens among them, a divine gift from the moon. It was akin to possessing the rare conqueror's haki among millions. Furthermore, this laser cannon possessed two attributes. One was a blazing laser cannon generated from the moon reflecting sunlight, and the other was a frigid laser cannon born from the moon's inherent coldness. The Wolf King had awakened the blazing variant. Of course, he did not know its specific name. He simply manifested this power instinctively. With this understanding, Logan inscribed the information from the memory into the ground with the tip of his blade before returning the memory itself. As the memory was stolen, It left no trace in his mind, and once returned, it would vanish entirely, leaving him oblivious. After restoring the memory, Logan contemplated the information etched in the earth, nodding thoughtfully before proceeding to explore the remaining memories. Much like the protagonists of online literature, the Wolf King bore profound enmity rooted in bloodshed, wandering alone across the wilderness. In times of joy, there were no wolves to share in his happiness. In times of injury, he silently retreated to a corner to lick his wounds. Yet gradually, other wolves began to join him, one by one, until a brand new pack was formed. After an entire hour, Logan had perused all the memories of the Wolf King. Gaining insight through the Wolf King's perspective, Logan acquired a deeper understanding of the Trial Island beneath his feet. It was indeed teeming with a plethora of wildlife, drawing energy not only from hunting prey but also from sunlight, moonlight, and the keratin particles found within the island's clouds. The wild wolves could replenish their depleted energy by basking in the moonlight. The lifespan of the island's formidable beasts was astonishing through the Wolf King's eyes. He observed that the old Wolf King had lived for at least 2 centuries, though the reason for this longevity remained a mystery. Furthermore, the island's life forms could not leave its confines, the cause of which was still unknown. In addition, the powerful beasts of the island each claimed their own territories, ranked from the beach to the island's center based on their strength. The domain of the bees lay at the outermost beach, alongside similarly tiered small animals such as wild rabbits and field mice. The wolf pack's territory was adjacent to the beach, sharing the same tier with herds of wild cattle and packs of hyenas. Deeper within were the black bears, black panthers, and tigers, massive beasts towering over 10 meters in height, with approximately 50 of such creatures inhabiting the island. As for the innermost region of the island, there were no records in the Wolf King's memories. That area was a true land of death. Not even the mightiest beasts dared to approach, and even the sky-dominating golden eagles circled cautiously above it. The savage battles, the enigma shrouded in mystery, and the sheer power of this island left Logan parched with anticipation, igniting a fervent flame within him. He had encountered black bears and black panthers before. The chilling aura they exuded was etched vividly in his memory. Comparing his current strength, Logan recognized he was not yet their match, but that did not deter him from setting his sights on them as targets. However, given the vastness of the island, solitary efforts would prove insufficient. He required allies. The bees, swift and elusive, would make excellent companions, yet they would never dare to encroach upon the territories of true beasts. It was only when black bears frequently raided their hives for sustenance that they momentarily forgot their fear and fought valiantly. Even so, should the black bears truly unleash their wrath, the bees would stand no chance. Thus, Logan needed to seek other allies. The current wolf pack appeared promising. They were formidable and unruly, with the Wolf King often leading charges into the territories of tigers, demonstrating remarkable ferocity. Not only were they reliable guides, but they also brought prestige. What? You say the Wolf King would not heed his commands? Logan dismissed the concern entirely. He raised his gaze to survey the surrounding memory orbs, and after a moment's contemplation, he decided to return all of them to the Wolf King. Initially, he had considered erasing the Wolf King's memories entirely and fabricating a scenario where he heroically saved the dying Wolf King, hoping to win the latter's favor. However, upon reflection, that approach felt disingenuous. Whether the Wolf King would appreciate his efforts was uncertain, and there was no telling if the other wild wolves would inform him. The notion that he was already powerful enough to topple the Wolf King with a single hand rendered the idea of pandering to a mere wolf quite absurd. Thus, Logan resolved to communicate through strength. While wolves are notoriously difficult to train, he believed that if he led by virtue, the Wolf King would eventually awaken to this truth. With this thought in mind, Logan unleashed his conqueror's haki, rousing all the wolves from their stupor. Howling, as the pack awakened, they immediately sprang to their feet, gathering together like wronged maidens, glaring at Logan collectively. At this moment, the Wolf King also stirred, his eyes glowing red as they fixed menacingly on Logan. Logan smiled, stepping back slightly, then beckoned with a finger, channeling all the remaining life energy he had brought with him. The life energy from a vacant fish of the sea and half a great tree surged into the Wolf King's body, while the remaining energy transformed into a spiritual rain, permeating the bodies of the entire pack. Initially, they perceived this as an assault from Logan and instinctively assumed a defensive posture. However, as the first droplet of life rain entered their bodies, a warm current coursed through their limbs. The sound of crackling echoed within them, and the wolves blissfully squinted their eyes, unable to suppress their contented purring. This sensation was akin to lying on a smooth stone beneath a full moon, basking in a sea of moonlight, utterly soothing and rejuvenating. All injuries healed, and their physical capabilities returned to peak condition in that moment. As the wolves reveled in their newfound vitality, their gazes turned to Logan with profound astonishment. Who was this person truly? The Wolf King struggled to contain the changes in his expression, but the darkened lips of the wolf could not help but curl upward slightly, his eyes narrowing in delight. This feeling was simply exquisite. In less than a minute, all of the Wolf King's mortal wounds were healed, and with a vigorous stride, he approached the pack, towering over Logan with an air of authority. "How? Human, what do you mean by this?" Though the Wolf King's eyes still bore traces of ferocity, he no longer wished to engage Logan in battle. He had tasted death once and did not desire a second encounter. While he feared no death, he could not perish before avenging his kin. Logan, unable to comprehend the Wolf King's words, calmly declared his terms. "I require your submission." Roar! The Wolf King erupted in fury, crimson veins creeping across his eyes. Submit to a human? He would rather die? As a king, he could never stoop to bow before an enemy. Though he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the thought of dying without avenging his kin, a line must not be crossed. Logan's gaze darkened slightly as he set down his long sword and clenched his fist, coldly stating, "It appears you still fail to comprehend the situation." With a fierce howl, the Wolf King launched an attack, pouncing forward with ferocity. Logan showed no mercy, delivering a powerful punch. Crack! The Wolf King's massive form was sent sprawling several meters away, its fangs shattered, a mixture of saliva and blood spewing forth. After several attempts, the Wolf King finally regained its footing, shaking its dazed head as stars danced before its eyes. Simultaneously, its heart was nearly overwhelmed with shock. Even with some mental preparation, it was astounded by the display of Logan's strength. Just hours earlier, they had been evenly matched, yet now it was sent flying by a single blow. Was he a monster? Nonetheless, even if he were a monster, I shall not yield. The Wolf King forced itself to focus, its blurred vision catching sight of Logan vanishing from his position, only for an alarming sensation to arise from its left side. The Wolf King attempted to evade, but Logan was faster than it had anticipated. Bang! The Wolf King's hefty body crashed to the ground, and Logan promptly ascended, positioning himself atop its belly, unleashing a barrage of punches. "Will you submit? Grr. Will you submit? Grr. Will you submit? Grr." Though the Wolf King was battered, its fangs shattered and blood flowing freely, the ferocity and determination in its eyes remained unwavering. Observing their king being so mercilessly beaten, the nearby wolf pack hastily attempted to intervene, only to hesitate at the sight of Logan's menacing glare. Boom! Logan struck again, causing a spray of blood, locking eyes with the Wolf King's defiant gaze. After a brief moment of surprise, he stood up from the Wolf King's form, wiping the blood from his knuckles as he stepped aside. Logan lamented, "Well, since you refuse to submit to me, so be it." The Wolf King turned over, lying on the ground, staring up at Logan with a bewildered expression. "Is this it? Shouldn't you have killed me? I was prepared for death. Yet, you simply say so be it. Was my suffering in vain?" As the Wolf King pondered in confusion, Logan added, "Since the master-servant relationship is unworkable, let us be friends instead." The Wolf King's brow furrowed in perplexity upon hearing this. Friends? What is that? Having endured the massacre of its kin since childhood, bearing deep-seated grudges and fighting across the land, it had single-handedly established its own wolf dynasty. Its past was rife with violence and bloodshed, treachery and betrayal. The Wolf King had never known friendship, nor had any wolf dared to befriend it. Thus it remained ignorant of the concept. Logan, unfazed, approached the Wolf King and explained the meaning of friendship, concluding, "You seek vengeance against those two fierce tigers, do you not? As a friend, I can impart my strength to you, and I shall assist you unconditionally." Chapter 58. The feast. Upon hearing those words, the Wolf King felt a stirring within, and his gaze towards Logan underwent a noticeable transformation. He was largely unmoved by Logan's earlier discourse on brotherhood through life and death, honor and disgrace. As a cunning and brutal ruler of the wilds, he held little faith in such sentiments. Yet, he could not dismiss Logan's final utterance. The vengeance for his clan's annihilation was a deeply entrenched obsession for the Wolf King. He would not rest in peace until he had personally slain those two tigers. However, he was acutely aware that, with his own strength alone, he could never hope to defeat his adversaries. Even his prideful laser cannon could barely pierce the tiger's hide, hardly inflicting any significant injury. Thus, every year, the Wolf King led his pack to hunt within the tiger's territory, not for any other reason than to vex them, to make them acutely aware that a pair of venomous eyes were perpetually watching over them. But that was where it ended. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, the Wolf King might have continued this way until old age claimed him or he fell prey to the tigers. Yet now, a twist of fate had emerged. The Wolf King licked his bloodied lips, his gaze fixated intently on Logan. This human, albeit presently unable to best the tigers, possessed an unfathomable potential. In just a day and a night, he had transformed from a clumsy, timid creature cornered by a few wild wolves to a stature that even the Wolf King had to respect. Moreover, the ability he exhibited, as if he could foresee events, was more potent than the Wolf King's own instinct for danger, igniting a pang of envy within him. The Wolf King lowered his gaze, suddenly finding the prospect of friendship rather appealing. Logan glanced up at the sky, where the horizon was beginning to brighten, signaling the arrival of dawn. Concern for Becky stirred within him, prompting him to address the contemplative Wolf King. "Hey, don't ponder too long. As the Wolf King, you should exhibit some resolve." A low growl of impatience escaped the Wolf King's throat, as he realized he had been somewhat indecisive. After all, he was a defeated foe and thus had no grounds to reject the terms set forth by the victor. The Wolf King steeled himself, rising from the ground and shaking off his long, thick black fur, casting a lofty gaze upon Logan. However, the wretched appearance of his face, reminiscent of a pig's head, significantly marred this regal demeanor. Logan extended his hand with a smile. "I am Logan. I look forward to your guidance." The Wolf King was momentarily taken aback, but soon returned to his senses, letting out a low growl while extending a front paw to lightly touch Logan's hand. Logan erupted in laughter. He then located the disfigured ram that had been wrecked by the aftermath of their battle and, using his knife, skinned it to create a rudimentary sheepskin skirt. Upon completion, he turned to the Wolf King apologetically. "I apologize for seizing your prey." Before the Wolf King could respond, Logan quickly added, "Wolf King, would you accompany me?" His expression suddenly morphed into one of feigned weakness as he leaned on one side and pounded his leg, portraying a sense of fatigue. The Wolf King rolled his eyes, thinking, "You certainly weren't acting like this while you were attacking me." Nevertheless, he refrained from commenting further and let out a howl to summon his pack. In an instant, a towering black wolf came sprinting towards them. The Wolf King gestured towards the large black wolf with his right paw. "All right then." Logan, not expecting to ride the Wolf King himself, eagerly leapt onto the back of the great black wolf. The latter's pupils flickered, a swirl of complex emotions surging within him. An initial discomfort at being ridden, a sense of indignation at being trampled upon, but most prominently, a profound fear of the slayer. Noticing the great black wolf's unease, Logan gently stroked its sleek fur, reassuringly stating, "Do not be afraid. Once we arrive, I will reward you, ensuring you have a delightful experience." Reward? Perhaps one that made a wolf feel as though it was basking in moonlight? The great black wolf immediately lost its fear, even pawing the ground in anticipation, eager to be off. The Wolf King's ears perked up. His own injuries had yet to heal, and he too craved a reward. Ugh. Gripping the fur around the black wolf's neck, Logan steered his mount towards the Wolf King and the pack, declaring loudly, "It was my fault for letting your sheep escape. As an apology, I invite everyone to a barbecue. If you wish to eat, follow me." As he spoke, Logan squeezed the wolf's belly, and the great black wolf shot off like an arrow. The surrounding wolves exchanged glances, uncertain of what a barbecue entailed, but upon hearing the word eat, they eagerly licked their lips. However, they were hesitant to act independently, casting hopeful glances at the Wolf King. The latter surveyed the feeble wolves with disdain, snorting softly before striding forward with a noble gait in the direction Logan had taken. With a unified howl, the pack surged forward, energized as though invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. The speed of the great black wolf was impressive, and its stamina was remarkable, though it was somewhat bumpy. Over an hour later, the world brightened, and Logan's observation hockey detected the familiar beach ahead. A swarm of black figures was clustered together on the sunlit shore, engaged in some unknown activity. A beautiful cat-eared girl sat at the edge of a boat, swinging her slender white legs and gazing dreamily into the distance, lost in thought. Suddenly, a plume of smoke erupted from afar, capturing the attention of the cat-eared girl. The buzzing swarms took to the air, their expressions wary as they eyed the rising smoke, sensing danger. However, before they could discern the source, a familiar voice rang out from a distance. "I'm back." It was Brother Meow. Becky's face lit up with excitement as she leaped from the boat onto the shore, darting towards Logan like a streak of white lightning across the dark ground. "That's my sister," Logan exclaimed, smacking the great black wolf, who had assumed a battle-ready stance. With annoyance, the Wolf King subtly curled his lips, rapidly accelerating, clearly intending to intercept Becky and assert dominance. Logan shouted, "I'm also the one who will be cooking for you later." The Wolf King silently decelerated, discreetly shifting to the side to clear a wide path for Becky to reach Logan. "Lower your head," Logan instructed, patting the great black wolf's head. It complied immediately, allowing a white figure to leap gracefully over it. Logan expertly caught Becky as she landed, grinning, "You've made significant progress." Seeing Logan unharmed, Becky felt a weight lift from her heart, all her worries and wild speculations dissipating like mist. "What is going on? Are you hurt? Did you get poisoned?" Logan suddenly noticed the bandage wrapped around Becky's arm and asked anxiously. Becky waved her arm playfully and shook her head. "The poison bee leader gave me honey that can neutralize toxins. Becky is just fine." Logan sighed in relief, realizing his concern had been unwarranted. However, he noticed the fatigue etched on Becky's face, indicating she likely hadn't slept well the previous night. Without much thought, he ruffled Becky's hair. "No need to worry, sis. Also, don't overexert yourself during training. Your health is paramount." Becky proudly lifted her chin. "I can now easily withstand the attacks of 100 poison bees." "Really?" Logan feigned surprise, exclaiming, "That's impressive." Becky's pride quickly waned as she lowered her head. "But my observation hockey still hasn't improved. That's not something that can be achieved overnight. Steady progress is key." As they conversed, the wolf pack had already arrived at the beach. Logan leapt off the wolf's back, gazing at the beach adorned with numerous large platters, upon which over 3,000 venomous bees were relishing a sumptuous feast in turn. Upon recognizing Logan, the bees relaxed their guard and returned to the plates. Only the bee leader hovered beside Logan. "Do you also indulge in me?" Logan inquired with curiosity. With a hiss, the bee leader circled around Becky before lifting a foreleg to convey a morsel of meat to its mouth, instantly revealing an expression of sheer ecstasy. Logan gave Becky a thumbs up and then turned his attention to the shallow waters, where 3 empty fish floated, each exceeding 10 meters in length, presumably caught by Becky. Logan smiled at the bees, saying, "In a while, you'll feast to your heart's content. Go fetch some honey, and let us commence the banquet." With an excited response, the bee leader rallied over 1,000 bees and disappeared into the ground to retrieve honey. Logan boarded a small boat, retrieving a tenth of the life energy from one of the empty fish, dividing it into 3 portions, and flicking his fingers to send them into Becky, the Wolf King, and the great black wolf. All 3 closed their eyes in comfort as their injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Soon, Becky radiated vitality as she unwrapped her bandages. The Wolf King regained his regal, commanding visage, while the great black wolf frolicked with glee. Logan chuckled, then returned to the cabin for a refreshing shower and changed into clean attire. Upon emerging, he waved to Becky, who approached as he gestured towards the Wolf King and the 12 great black wolves behind him, saying, "These creatures shall be our allies henceforth. They have come to accompany me solely for your culinary prowess." Becky's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she promptly rolled up her sleeves, exclaiming, "Leave it to Becky." Logan waved the Wolf King to indulge himself, then assisted Becky in her preparations. The swarm of bees busily transported honeycombs, opening one side like a lid, revealing the golden, fragrant treasures within. The Wolf King's throat stirred as he cast a sidelong glance at the bees, then reclined on the beach, feigning slumber, with the pack of wolves mimicking his behavior. However, their gazes frequently darted towards the bees, drawn by the enticing aroma of unfamiliar food wafting towards them, causing their mouths to water and their eyes to glisten with desire. Yet, due to the intimidating presence of Logan and the Wolf King, they refrained from seizing the food, remaining obediently behind their leader. Soon, however, a more intoxicating scent captured their keen senses, emanating from the small boat in the shallow waters. The pack grew restless, yet none dared to act. One reason was fear, the other was the realization of futility. Every time they contemplated entering the sea, an invisible barrier seemed to block their path, impenetrable regardless of their effort. Fortunately, this enticing aroma did not torment them for long. Just over an hour later, Logan and Becky arranged the 3 prepared sea creatures upon the beach. Half were grilled, while the other half were stewed, filling the shoreline with an abundance of delectable scents that made mouths water. The Wolf King opened his eyes, leaping to his feet. The bees converged from all directions. Logan seized a piece of meat with bone, calling out, to celebrate the profound friendship forged between the Logan pirate crew, the Bee Clan, and the Wolf Clan. "Let us revel." The air buzzed with excitement as the wolf pack, swept up in the festive atmosphere, howled joyously towards the sky. Chapter 59. In search of the tiger beast, the delectable dishes emerging from the sea and the exquisite wines infused with the essence of sunlight from the earth profoundly astonished the wolf pack, which had only ever known the taste of raw flesh and blood. So this is the flavor of fish. So food can be roasted. How sweet honey can be. This lively triad feast commenced at dawn and continued until the solitary hours of dusk. The wasps lazily rested upon the blades of grass, while the wolves lay on the beach with full bellies, emitting blissful snorts of satisfaction. Logan approached the Wolf King and cheerfully proposed, "Let us sleep here tonight, and tomorrow accompany me in search of those 2 fierce tigers." The Wolf King opened its eyes, revealing a hint of confusion. To it, Logan's current strength seemed insufficient, and seeking vengeance against the tigers at this juncture appeared to be an irrational choice, akin to courting death. Logan, perceiving its thoughts, beamed with assurance. "I am in pursuit of a power known as the armament hockey. I can feel that after our battle yesterday, I am but a thin veil away from it. This veil can only be pierced through combat with stronger foes. I shall not perish. Instead, I will grow ever stronger in battle." Logan spoke with unwavering conviction, as if proclaiming that the sun would surely rise in the east. The Wolf King, momentarily taken aback, slowly nodded in agreement. It then turned its head away, closed its eyes, seemingly drifting off to sleep. Logan smiled gently, rising to return to the ship. However, just as his figure vanished into the small vessel, the Wolf King suddenly opened its eyes, a flicker of bewilderment in its gaze. Why was it certain it would not die? What fueled such confidence? Had it grown weaker over the years? Memories flooded back of its youth, when it had boldly challenged packs of hyenas many times its size. It recalled the times it had led a few young wolves into battle to defend their territory, baring its fangs at the intruders. How brave it had been then. How full of spirit. So why had it become so hesitant now? When had this shift occurred? The Wolf King fell into deep contemplation. Finally, a pair of brutal, menacing eyes, brimming with murderous intent, materialized in its mind, sending chills down its spine. It gasped. Yes, it was at that moment. It had established its own wolf dynasty upon this land, vanquished all disobedient wolf kings, and amassed a formidable pack of wolves, marching proudly into the territory of the tigers. Yet, in mere moments, Its pride was torn apart by the tigers. Its authority crumbled, and most of its followers were lost in that battle. Since then, the Wolf King had dared not confront the tigers directly, resorting instead to stealthy skirmishes. The quest for vengeance against the tigers had merely been a self-deception. The Wolf King pondered. Had it persevered in seeking battle against the tigers back then, what would the outcome be now? Would it have been slain by the tigers? Or would it have vanquished them? It gazed up at the moonlit sky, lost in profound confusion. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Logan rose early. Stretching on the deck, spotting the Wolf King gazing skyward on the beach, he greeted it enthusiastically. "Good morning." The Wolf King slowly turned its head, offering a slight nod. Logan, oblivious to any unusual demeanor, continued, "I shall catch some empty fish to replenish my milk supply." The Wolf King, lacking enthusiasm, lowered its head, its elongated muzzle resting against the cool ground. Logan shrugged and sailed away. 3 hours later, Logan returned, dragging 2 20-meter-long empty fish. Above, the sky was shrouded in an invisible canopy woven from vibrant life energy, the essence of 15 large, empty fish. For breakfast, Becky prepared one of the empty fish, creating over 100 servings of honey-glazed fish fillets, the aroma so enticing that Logan and the others felt as though they might swallow their own tongues. Yet, the Wolf King remained listless, scarcely touching its meal. Logan finally noticed its peculiar behavior and jested, "Surely the mighty Wolf King isn't afraid?" The Wolf King shot him a glance, its response subdued, offering no rebuttal. At this, Logan nearly choked, hastily gulping down water to recover. He quickly pulled a large black wolf aside, whispering, "Did your king behave like this when he ventured into the tiger's territory before?" The black wolf shook its head vigorously, casting a worried glance at its king. The king had never displayed such negative emotions before. What could be done? Suddenly, the Wolf King rose, moving to a distant spot. Lying down with vacant eyes fixed on a single point, lost in thought, Logan swallowed the last bite of fish fillet, troubled as he scratched the back of his head while observing the despondent Wolf King. If only he could read minds, he would know what this creature was truly contemplating. Ah, what a nuisance. Why must I concern myself with the mental health of a wolf? Until the wasps had cleared the tableware and the sounds of battle with Becky echoed, Logan had yet to devise a solution. Damn it, enough of this. He slapped his thigh and stood up, casting a cold glance at the Wolf King, scoffing, "You coward can sit here forever. I shall seek it out myself." With that, Logan returned to the ship, gathering provisions, fresh water, and clothing, bidding Becky farewell before venturing unhesitatingly into the island's depths. The Wolf King slightly raised its head, its eyes moving like clay figures. Beyond that, it remained still. The wolf pack, now in a frenzy, gathered around, concerned yet reverent, whispering inquiries. "How am I as a king?" The Wolf King suddenly rasped, its voice hoarse. The pack erupted with excitement. A mature black wolf eagerly replied, "The king is powerful and wise." Another black wolf chimed in, "The king is filled with courage. You are my inspiration." The Wolf King recognized them. In that fateful battle with the tigers, their father had perished. The Wolf King, filled with sorrow and shame, murmured, "I caused your father's demise through my blind arrogance. For many years, I have not dared to face the tigers again. What courage do I possess?" The pack shook their heads, fervently exclaiming, "For so many years, countless wolves have been ravaged by the fierce tigers, yet only the king dared to invade their territory, bearing the fangs of the wolves." The wolf, whose father had died, stepped forward, lowering its head. "My father said before he died, 'In the next life, may you be a king.' I know not what the king thinks now, but please believe, we are eternally your wolves." The Wolf King's gaze wavered. Since that day of catastrophic defeat, burdened by guilt and self-destructive thoughts, it had felt unworthy of its followers. Convinced they had grown distant, it had never dared to open its heart to them since. But this was the first time. It turned out my wolves believe in me so deeply. It turned out my wolves have never abandoned me. The confusion in the Wolf King's eyes began to dissipate. What of past defeats? Dwelling on bygone troubles is meaningless. What matters now is the present. With renewed spirit, the Wolf King's eyes shone with confidence, exuding an aura of regal authority. In the distance, The leader of the wasps abruptly halted its actions, casting a perplexed glance toward the Wolf King. After a moment of deliberation, it shook its head and resumed directing the wasps to attack Becky. The Wolf King gazed in the direction Logan had departed, feeling the blood coursing through its veins ignite with long-forgotten fervor. "My prey shall not be devoured by you alone." The Wolf King let out a few throaty roars of excitement, bolting forth like an arrow released from its bow. However, it soon returned, issuing commands to the pack. "Go hunt. Prepare a feast for the king's triumphant return." The pack of wolves howled with fervor, charging into the vast wilderness. Meanwhile, Logan walked along, kicking at the pebbles by the roadside, feeling somewhat vexed. He had not anticipated that the Wolf King would be such a coward. Just then, a cloud of dust appeared behind him. Logan's keen senses detected a familiar presence. The Wolf King? Narrowing his eyes, Logan turned around, crossing his arms. The swiftly running Wolf King halted before him. "Howl!" Logan scoffed, the howl now resonating with vigor. Where was this strength earlier? Faced with Logan's indifference, the Wolf King, aware of its own shortcomings, refrained from retorting. "Whimper." The Wolf King slightly bowed its head and stepped forward, glancing back at Logan, signaling him to follow. "Come with me. I know where the ferocious tiger lies." Logan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and in a flash, he appeared on the Wolf King's back, grasping its thick fur. The Wolf King stiffened, about to express its anger, when Logan murmured, "Who told you to throw a tantrum this morning? This is a punishment among friends. Besides, I run slowly. If I cannot keep up with your pace, it would hinder our progress." What nonsensical reasoning is this? A flicker of annoyance crossed the Wolf King's eyes, but ultimately, it let out a heavy grunt, allowing Logan to remain seated. Thus, man and wolf raced across the wilderness like a sleek black arrow, swiftly heading toward the territory of the ferocious tiger. One cannot deny the prowess of the Wolf King. It ran with such grace that riding was an exquisite experience. 2 hours later, they finally reached the edge of the tiger's domain. Throughout the journey, they had encountered no unfortunate souls. Logan stood atop the Wolf King's back, gazing into the distance, where the scenery remained as consistently dreary and desolate as ever. However, the clouds here were more abundant. From afar, he could even see 2 sizable rivers of clouds. After a moment of contemplation, Logan sat down once more. Aside from the 2 ferocious tigers, were there any other notable beasts here? The Wolf King nodded in affirmation. Logan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Are they all subordinates of the ferocious tiger?" The Wolf King nodded again. The territorial instinct of fierce beasts is formidable, especially for a king of beasts like the ferocious tiger. It would never permit other beasts to inhabit its territory, unless they pledged their allegiance. Thus, the question arose. Logan clapped his hands and inquired, "Shall we seek out the ferocious tiger directly, or first eliminate its minions?" Chapter 60. The Battle of the Tiger King. Roar. The Wolf King, with its powerful front paws digging into the earth, unhesitatingly chose the first option. Logan comprehended the Wolf King's intent, excitement illuminating his face. Great minds think alike. With that, the Wolf King sprang forth with the swiftness of lightning, its 4 paws resembling a black spear, unleashing an unparalleled ferocity directed towards the fierce tiger. The path was familiar to the Wolf King. Along the way, apart from a few giant-mouthed lizards, the pair encountered no significant obstacles. However, gentle creatures like sheep and deer were abundant, fleeing at the mere sight of them. As they ventured deeper, the landscape became increasingly desolate, as if they had entered a lifeless wasteland. About half an hour later, Logan spotted a small hill in the distance, but at that moment, the atmosphere abruptly shifted, as if someone had suddenly siphoned away the oxygen, creating a chilling drop in pressure. It felt as though a primordial beast had locked its gaze upon them, awakening ancient memories in Logan's blood that sent shivers down his spine. Logan's breath momentarily faltered but soon returned to normal. The Wolf King halted, its body trembling involuntarily, teeth bared as its wolfish eyes gradually tinted crimson. Was this an aura of power? Logan, perplexed by this pressure, ultimately concluded that it emanated from a formidable creature. Realizing this, he attempted to unleash a fraction of his conqueror's haki. Instantly, The intangible pressure dissipated, and the surrounding atmosphere returned to normal. Yet, Logan furrowed his brow. The absence of crackling black-red lightning indicated that this aura was not Conqueror's Haki. Could it be the legendary aura of a ferocious beast? But what kind of creature could possess a presence akin to that of a conqueror? At that moment, the Wolf King suddenly assumed a battle stance, its sharp fangs exposed, fiercely glaring at a distant patch of ground. Logan activated his observation Haki and immediately sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, that presence crossed hundreds of meters, revealing a majestic figure before Logan's eyes. What a formidable beast it was! Its snow-white body was adorned with jet-black patterns, towering at over 10 meters in height, charging forward as if a mountain were bearing down upon them, obscuring the sky and shaking the earth. The oppressive aura of the King of Beasts loomed ominously. Logan stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of Conqueror's Haki, transforming it into a colossal hammer aimed at the Tiger King. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a violent gust of wind, as the Tiger King's fierce momentum soared, colliding fiercely with the Conqueror's hammer. Within mere seconds, both the Conqueror's Haki and the Tiger King's aura dissipated. The Tiger King paused momentarily, disdainfully gazing at the two insignificant insects not far away. Clenching his fist, Logan was poised to charge when a shadow suddenly zipped past him. It was the Wolf King. Like a dark spear, it lunged ferociously at the Tiger King. Boom! Bang! The Tiger King simply raised its massive furry paw as if swatting a fly, sending the Wolf King hurtling backward at an even greater speed than it had charged. Logan's pupils constricted, and with quick reflexes, he caught the Wolf King. However, the immense impact forced him to stagger back, leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath his feet. Gasping, blood mixed with ruptured organs surged from the Wolf King's mouth. Logan hurriedly laid it on the ground, quickly assessing its injuries, and his expression changed dramatically. The Wolf King's bones were shattered beyond repair, one eye was burst, and its head sagged to one side. The injuries were far graver. Internally, the heart had been pierced by a splintered bone, and most of the organs were ruptured, leaving the body as limp as a deflated doll. Such was the horror of a single strike. In the distance, the Tiger King's enormous green eyes narrowed ominously. It recognized the Wolf King. After all, this was the only wolf that had once commanded the entire wolf pack and dared to challenge its authority since the establishment of dominance on the island. However, over the years, the Tiger King had grown less inclined to kill the Wolf King. On one hand, it was too troublesome. On the other, it found amusement in the Wolf King's antics. Every year, this creature stealthily meddled in its territory, only to flee upon sensing its presence, adding a touch of excitement to its otherwise mundane existence. Truth be told, the Tiger King did not wish to eliminate the Wolf King, but that was contingent upon the latter not acting foolishly. Now, seeing the Wolf King's pitiful state, the Tiger King shifted its gaze to Logan. Though it had never encountered this creature before, there was an inexplicable familiarity, almost as if it were etched into its very bloodline. Could it be called a human? A flicker of confusion crossed the Tiger King's eyes. Logan sensed the Tiger King's stare and tensed slightly. However, seeing the Wolf King's perilous condition, he disregarded everything else and hastily directed a surge of life energy into the Wolf King's body. Gradually, the Wolf King's injuries began to mend, its heart beating vigorously once more. The Wolf King pushed Logan's hand away from its face, leaping to its feet, its eyes burning crimson, astonishment buried deep within. This creature had grown stronger than before. In the distance, the Tiger King widened its eyes at this spectacle. It was alive. It turned its gaze to Logan, realizing that a sudden surge of life energy had flooded into the Wolf King's shattered body. It must have been this human's doing. Logan raised his head, locking eyes with the Tiger King, a fierce light glinting in his gaze. He stepped forward, blocking the Wolf King, and intoned gravely, "This time, I shall take the lead." Before his words had fully settled, Logan's figure abruptly vanished from sight. The Tiger King's deep green pupils constricted, its colossal body twisting at an unimaginable speed. And then it brought down its massive paw with ferocious intent. A howling wind surged, the compressed air emitting a piercing shriek. At that moment, Logan's silhouette reappeared beneath the Tiger King's paw. Damn! As he looked up and saw the colossal paw descending upon him, Logan felt his heart race, and he swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the strike. Boom! Dust erupted into the air. The Tiger King's paw crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater 5 meters wide, as if an earthquake had struck, sending shockwaves that caused the earth to crumble and fracture like a spider's web, spreading cracks in all directions. Chapter 61. The armament hockey. Logan retreated repeatedly, the ground behind him collapsing in a terrifying display of destruction akin to a natural disaster. Witnessing such formidable power, Logan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was a metal surface harder than iron, yet it had been so decimated. How astonishing must its strength be? As Logan pondered, a pair of crimson eyes, as large as lanterns, emerged from the swirling smoke. In the next instant, a massive tiger claw pierced through the mist, launching another assault. The 5 razor-sharp claws, glistening with a chilling light, stirred up a gale that dispersed the smoke, crashing down upon Logan with ferocity. Daring not to confront it with his flesh, he swiftly drew his long knife from his waist, delivering a powerful slash against the Tiger King's claw. A resounding clang echoed as the knife met the claw, igniting a shower of sparks. My goodness! Feeling the terrifying force coursing through his weapon, Logan's expression shifted dramatically, nearly spitting blood from his chest. Roar! The Tiger King gritted its teeth and unleashed its strength, sending Logan soaring through the air. In a daze, Logan felt as if he had been struck by a speeding train. An overwhelming, unstoppable force surged through his body. Bang! 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 In a haze, he bounced several times upon the hard ground before crashing heavily to the earth. The Tiger King, however, did not pursue him. Its massive form gradually emerged from the smoke, gazing down at Logan with a condescending demeanor. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Logan struggled to rise, feeling pain coursing through his entire body, particularly in his right arm, which hung limply, clearly broken. Switching the knife to his left hand, he summoned life energy into his body, rapidly healing his injuries. A flicker of surprise crossed the Tiger King's face, only to vanish swiftly, replaced by an icy demeanor that exuded the pressure of a ruler, its presence overwhelmingly domineering. As Logan's injuries healed, the Tiger King provocatively licked its right paw before him. Taking a deep breath, Logan gripped his knife with both hands, his arm muscles bulging, tearing through his sleeves. His aura became calm and steady, the air around him seemingly halting, enveloped in profound silence. Then, in that stillness, Logan flicked his wrist gently, causing the tip of his knife to quiver slightly. A minuscule beam of blade light drifted forth, swaying gently ahead. Divine technique, whirlwind breath, Logan uttered softly. The Tiger King furrowed its brow in confusion. Such a diminutive attack. What could it accomplish? Yet, before the Tiger King could finish its thought, the tiny blade light suddenly expanded, like a mythical beast commanding the winds. Wherever the blade light traversed, it transformed the air into a tempest, swiftly conjuring a colossal tornado. Everything in the vicinity was uprooted, debris swirling violently in the domineering gusts. Above, the clouds churned ominously, vast waves of gray billowing like a serpent, while a visible vortex of gale winds rapidly formed. The Tiger King's pupils dilated, sensing a hint of danger, yet its pride as a king disdained retreat. Roar! The Tiger King howled to the heavens, the raging winds coalescing within its maw, swiftly forming a projectile of compressed azure wind. As the wind bullet took shape, the Tiger King's eyes narrowed, its mouth closing abruptly, then reopening to unleash its fury upon the approaching whirlwind. Boom! A grand azure beam erupted from the Tiger King's mouth, colliding fiercely with the towering tornado that reached for the sky. In that instant, the world dimmed. The next moment, a mournful wind howled, the furious air currents erupting outward, threatening to shatter the very fabric of existence. The heavens and earth seemed on the verge of upheaval, all things rendered colorless. Witnessing this, Logan's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly positioned himself before the Wolf King, replenishing the energy within him as if it were an endless resource. transforming it into a brilliant blade light coalescing along the knife's edge. Logan positioned his blade horizontally. Divine technique, extreme force phoenix. An ice-white blade light manifested a phoenix, its magnificent wings cascading down and shielding both Logan and the Wolf King. In the next moment, whoosh! The roar of the tempest resounded, drowning out all other sounds, nearly bursting eardrums. The tangible cyclone collided, becoming a torrent of razor winds, merging into a tsunami of azure that swept across the land. The ground fractured, reduced to dust, swept away by the azure tide. Above, the clouds were torn asunder, momentarily illuminating the earth. After an indeterminate time, the storm gradually subsided. A man and a wolf stood amidst the ravaged terrain, both covered in wounds, blood seeping from their bodies. However, these were merely superficial injuries, appearing far more alarming than they truly were. Logan performed a brief healing, then raised his gaze to survey the surroundings, his face twitching in shock upon realizing the devastation. The world lay in eerie silence. For miles around, the earth had been lowered by more than a meter, forming a vast circular depression. The Wolf King, too, appeared astonished, swallowing hard, casting a glance of genuine gratitude toward Logan. Roar! Just then, a low growl filled with rage shattered the silence. Logan and the Wolf King jolted, immediately on high alert, directing their attention toward the source of the sound. Upon looking, the Wolf King remained impassive, but Logan was struck with renewed astonishment. It wasn't he that the Tiger King was uninjured. Rather, the creature had transformed entirely into black armament hockey. Logan murmured in disbelief. The Tiger King stood proudly upon the ground, resembling a deity of death, its hardened black exterior gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Blood trickled down its body, splattering onto the earth with a rhythmic drip. Regaining his focus, Logan's gaze fixated on the Tiger King's obsidian form. He could not ascertain whether it was indeed armament hockey. Previously, he had easily discerned the Wolf King's dangerous aura not through observation hockey, nor had he misidentified the Tiger King's fierce presence as Conqueror's hockey. This was due to his innate possession of both Conqueror's and observation hockey, enabling him to recognize their differences effortlessly. But now he lacked armament hockey. To determine whether the Tiger King truly wielded it, there was but one course of action. Logan sheathed his knife, his eyes igniting with fervor. In the next heartbeat, his form vanished from sight, reappearing before the Tiger King in an instant. Meeting the latter's astonished gaze, he unleashed a powerful punch. To experience it firsthand. Chapter 62 Our battle, a resounding clang, akin to the tolling of a great bell, reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A tremendous force struck unexpectedly, causing the Tiger King's visage to quiver, his massive head, larger than Logan's entire form, to jerk violently to the side, nearly toppling over. How careless! The Tiger King turned his head, relinquished the entirety of his armament hockey, and flexed his unscathed jaw, casting a frigid gaze upon Logan, who had now descended to the ground, his eyes glistening with a malevolent chill, reminiscent of a vengeful specter from the netherworld. Logan met the Tiger King's sinister glare without a hint of fear, his expression calm and composed. Yet, within his heart, turmoil raged. That fleeting sensation combined with the memories of the old king, there was no doubt. Logan affirmed that this dark entity was indeed armament hockey. Now, Logan's gaze towards the Tiger King transformed. The ferocious aura akin to Conqueror's hockey, the instinctual danger perceived through observation hockey, was now complemented by the genuine presence of armament hockey, coupled with the Tiger King's colossal physique and terrifying strength. This creature was undoubtedly a formidable adversary whose bounty on the vast seas would easily surpass a staggering 10 billion. Logan licked his lips, his body trembling uncontrollably. This was not fear, it was exhilaration. The swiftest way to awaken armament hockey was through relentless combat. But there existed an even swifter method, receiving a beating infused with armament hockey. Hope for awakening was now within reach. Logan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he regarded the Tiger King. Noticing his gaze, the Tiger King felt an immediate surge of displeasure. and with a powerful paw cloaked in armament haki, he struck downwards. Logan evaded at breakneck speed, dashing atop the Tiger King's outstretched claw, and in a blink, he sprang back before the Tiger King once more. He unleashed a fist, only to swing at air. The Tiger King abruptly whipped his head, delivering a crushing blow to Logan's waist. A crisp crack echoed, and Logan knew in an instant that his spine had broken. Life energy surged rapidly to heal him, and he charged once more, delivering a kick to the Tiger King's foreleg, then darting beneath it to strike its belly. The Tiger King staggered back, the dull toll of a bell resounding with each step. After enduring several lessons, Logan utilized his highly mobile Shuimpa to consistently shift positions before the Tiger King's attacks could land. Enraged, the Tiger King realized that while Logan's strikes caused minimal damage, they were irritating, akin to the incessant buzzing of a mosquito. At that moment, the Wolf King observed Logan's enjoyable skirmish and could no longer contain itself. Howling as it charged forward, the Tiger King's eyes flared crimson, abandoning Logan in a furious lunge towards the Wolf King. With a thunderous crash, the Wolf King's body shattered midair, blood spilling forth in a gruesome display. Logan gasped in shock, hastily channeling a surge of life energy. The Wolf King collapsed to the ground, having narrowly escaped the gates of death, its eyes wide with astonishment and dread. Suddenly, seizing the moment while Logan was distracted, the Tiger King unleashed its formidable tail, shrouded in pitch-black armament haki, sweeping towards him like a colossal beam. Logan could not evade in time, and with a resounding thud, he was sent flying, his bones fracturing in half. Excruciating pain coursed through him, yet Logan's eyes gleamed with determination. That recent strike had stirred the dormant armament haki within him. Seizing the moment, Logan healed his injuries and executed another Shuimpa, launching himself forward with fists and feet. However, the Tiger King seemed to have discovered a counter to Logan's vexatious tactics, entirely ignoring him and fixating on the Wolf King. The Wolf King was far easier to ensnare. It knew that if the Wolf King approached death, Logan would undoubtedly intervene, providing the Tiger King a prime opportunity. Indeed, this strategy proved effective. Within a short span of half an hour, the Wolf King teetered on the brink of death thrice. Logan, too, had been severely injured by the Tiger King's opportunistic strikes. Damn it, if you are unkind, then do not blame me for being unjust. Logan's expression hardened as he drew forth the ice vein blade. The Tiger King's ears perked up, warily observing Logan. To it, the distinction between Logan wielding a blade and not wielding one was monumental. Unarmed, Logan's attacks resembled mere mosquito bites, while armed, they inflicted grievous wounds. Noticing the Tiger King's shift in demeanor, Logan smirked, and in an instant, his form vanished. The next moment, he materialized behind the Tiger King, unleashing a 10-meter-long concentrated blade of energy. The Tiger King swung its tail, the armament haki-laden appendage slicing through the air like a steel whip. Clang! The two forces clashed in midair, holding their ground for several seconds before the black tail exerted its strength, dispersing the blade of energy. Yet, in that brief window, Logan unexpectedly flashed beneath the Tiger King. The Tiger King felt a chill beneath its torso and was instantly alarmed, hastily attempting to evade while reinforcing its defenses with armament haki. But it was too late. With a resounding thud, blood erupted from the Tiger King's underbelly. Roars of rage and agony echoed skyward, reverberating across the desolate wilderness. The Wolf King, witnessing this spectacle, involuntarily stiffened its hind legs. Meanwhile, Logan emerged from beneath the Tiger King, instantaneously flashing to a distance of several dozen meters, then shouldering the blade, wiping the crimson liquid from his face, and muttering, "Damn. It's quite resilient, only severing halfway." Upon hearing Logan's words, the Tiger King could no longer contain its fury, its bloodshot eyes fixated on Logan. Powerful muscles taut as it lunged forward with an unimaginable speed. Almost as if teleporting, Logan's observation haki detected the movement, yet his body could not react in time. The result was catastrophic. Logan was sent sprawling. But it did not end there. The Tiger King moved again. the ground shattering beneath its feet as it closed the distance to the airborne Logan, then struck down with a mighty paw. Boom! Logan plummeted like a comet, crashing into the earth, embedding himself deeply within. One of his eyes shattered, his arms suffered powdery fractures, and his back was a grotesque mess, white bone protruding, scraping against the jagged debris. Severe pain and near-fatal injuries nearly robbed Logan of consciousness. Just as he prepared to harness life energy to heal himself, the sky darkened ominously. No, it was the Tiger King descending. This blow would surely be fatal. With all his might, Logan activated his fruit ability, siphoning the hardness of the metal beneath him, then explosively thrusting himself upward, burrowing into the ground, managing to evade the Tiger King's strike just before it descended. Boom! The earth cracked, the terrifying shockwave slamming into Logan, forcing him to expel a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his insides. Seizing the moment while the Tiger King had yet to pursue, Logan swiftly summoned life energy to mend his wounds, then erupted from the ground, just in time to meet the Tiger King's furious gaze. Taking a deep breath, Logan sheathed his blade, clenching his fists. "This is our battle. Do not involve the Wolf King, you bastard." A shadowy hue gradually manifested upon his knuckles. Chapter 63. The Wolf King's Moment of Glory with a Display of Ferocity. The Tiger King unleashed a barrage of furious attacks, ultimately prompting Logan to rise anew, awakening a formidable power forged from the union of spirit and flesh. Yet, this power remained feeble, the dark aura of armament hovering just above his skin like wisps of cloud, lacking substance. The quantity was scant, barely sufficient to envelop a single fist. Nevertheless, it marked an awakening. Growth was merely a matter of time. Roaring, the Tiger King glared at Logan with blood-red eyes filled with malice, its colossal form leaping forth like an impending avalanche. Logan, with a grin, did not flinch or evade. Instead, he bent his knees slightly and launched himself like a cannonball. He then struck out with a punch. The sound resounded with a thunderous clap, and in an instant, Logan was sent hurtling back at an even swifter pace. A series of cracking sounds echoed as blood erupted from his arm, bones obliterated. The armament auras differed in strength, with hierarchies among them. Logan's aura was too weak. Upon contact with the Tiger King's formidable aura, it shattered effortlessly, failing to serve its purpose of defense or attack. Yet, undeterred, Logan healed his wounds and once more entwined his aura, engaging in a brutal clash with the Tiger King and Apos' flesh. The sounds of impact resonated. Logan resembling a tiny insect attempting to shake a mighty tree, a fearless mantis confronting a moving vehicle, courageously striking against the unyielding stone. Time and again, he was flung away, crushed, enduring excruciating pain, and soon, the ground within a radius of several thousand meters was stained with his boiling blood. Despite this, the dark depths of Logan's eyes burned with the flame of determination, exuding an unwavering resolve to prevail. The Wolf King, moved by the scene, repeatedly extended its claws, yearning to aid Logan, yet each time withdrew, recognizing that its presence would only distract him, potentially leading to his downfall. Anxiously, the Wolf King gazed toward the horizon, longing for the moon to rise, for then it would at least refrain from hindering Logan. Finally, as dusk fell and the moon ascended, the boundless night cloaked the earth. After yet another setback for Logan, the Tiger King's claws felt a twinge of pain, stirring a sense of irritation within, deepening its murderous gaze upon the human before it. Though it relished in the torment of living beings, it despised the persistent nuisance that refused to perish. Conversely, Logan felt a surge of joy. After enduring relentless attacks, and with the wisdom of the old king bolstering him, his aura advanced rapidly, now fully enveloping his body. He had mastered the techniques of aura entwining and hardening, even beginning to grasp the concept of externalizing his aura. With a fist completely shrouded in solidified aura, Logan faced the monstrous beast ahead, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Tiger King sensed the provocation, and rage surged within its heart. Its enormous, crimson eyes ignited with a terrifying intent to kill. With a resounding roar, the Tiger King unleashed its fury. its presence swelling as its terrifying aura coalesced upon its right paw, the flowing power warping the very space around it, seemingly enlarging that massive claw further. Logan licked his lips, his body slightly sinking, as he drew his right fist back, a domineering force rising within him. In the unseen realm, two monstrous figures appeared, standing upon the earth, head to head, fist to fist, vying fiercely. A gust of wind stirred, lifting the clouds above, transforming into a ferocious gale. The Wolf King, under the dual pressure targeting both soul and flesh, was forced back several meters, but did not flinch. Instead, the murderous glint in its eyes remained fixed upon the Tiger King, a seething heat emanating from its pale fangs. Meanwhile, beneath the Tiger King's feet, vast fissures of darkness appeared. In the next moment, its colossal form soared into the sky, a fearsome paw descending upon Logan. The oppressive weight felt as if a mountain were crashing down. With a thunderous roar, Logan channeled his strength into his right fist, unleashing it at a critical juncture. A visible, faint black wave surged skyward, intertwining in the air, transforming into a pillar of explosive power that charged toward the oncoming, monstrous paw. Armed, pillar of destruction. Boom. A ferocious wind erupted, and the destructive force swept everything in its path. Logan, hastily rolling on the ground, covered in his aura, dissipated the damage. The Tiger King, launched by the explosion, crashed heavily onto the ground hundreds of meters away. After a brief silence, the winds calmed. The Tiger King, feeling the cold earth beneath it, was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief coursed through its being, rendering it unable to rise immediately. Though uninjured, the fact that this human had previously fled in disarray now stood in stark contrast to its current prowess. Why was this possible? The Tiger King was perplexed, but at that moment, it suddenly sensed an icy wave of danger, its back bristling with fur. In the next instant, a scorching beam of light, over a meter in diameter, surged toward the ground with terrifying velocity. The searing heat melted the earth, leaving a molten path in its wake. The Tiger King's eyes widened in horror as it disregarded its pride and hastily rolled aside. Yet it was too late. The blazing laser struck the Tiger King's tail with a resounding explosion. The horrific heat, capable of turning metal to magma, erupted, leaving a gruesome hole in its tail. Witnessing this, Logan, rising from the ground and brushing off debris, stared in astonishment at the Wolf King. This creature had certainly endured its share of deaths. At that moment, the Wolf King raised its chin slightly, a cold smirk curling its lips, a searing aura emanating from its mouth and nostrils, its form seemingly swelling to twice its size. White steam swirling around its limbs, resembling a demon arisen from hell. Yet, in an instant, the Wolf King faltered, stumbling and collapsing to the ground, its inflated body deflating. Logan was taken aback, sweat beading on his forehead. So this was the consequence of a self-destructive ultimate move. If the Wolf King had fought alone, pouring all its might into biting off a piece of flesh from the human's tail, it would have only ended up as a pitiful heap. But Logan was present. A surge of life energy enveloped the Wolf King, reviving its withered form, restoring it to vitality in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on the other side, the excruciating pain from its tail jolted the Tiger King upright, letting out an enraged roar. Fixing its gaze, it beheld its once proud, robust tail nearly severed in half, the wound a gruesome sight, white bone exposed and charred at the edges, a truly tragic state. To make matters worse, a whiff of charred flesh wafted through the air. With a furious roar, the Tiger King locked its blood-red gaze upon the distant Wolf King. The latter snorted lightly, proudly tilting its head, nostrils flaring defiantly at the Tiger King, and flicked its massive tail in a blatant act of provocation. Chapter 64. The Tiger King. The Beast of Illusion? Good heavens! This is truly outrageous. Logan's lips twitched as he observed the brazen and arrogant Wolf King, feeling an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound thrashing. In the next instant, as if responding to Logan's thoughts, the Tiger King unleashed a terrifying force that bore down upon the Wolf King. Roar! As the Tiger King charged, a fierce wind coalesced into a cerulean projectile, its massive jaws snapping open and shut, transforming into a colossal beam of light that swept through everything in its path. Howl! The Wolf King, terrified, lost its composure and fled in a panic. Just as the Galeborn beam was about to catch up with him, he summoned every ounce of potential within him and leaped upwards. Boom! The raging wind shattered the earth, vanishing into nothingness. The Wolf King landed heavily, exhaling a cloud of white vapor while beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead. "Be careful!" Logan's shout echoed behind the Tiger King. The Wolf King abruptly looked up, only to see the shadow of a massive paw descending upon him. The Wolf King's expression changed drastically. Just as the Wolf King faced imminent peril, an overwhelming force suddenly struck the Tiger King's side, causing it to stagger several steps sideways, moving away by dozens of meters. Logan appeared in midair, kneeling on one knee, shaking his swollen fist. "Foolish wolf, did you truly believe you were invincible? Conserve your strength." Howl! The Wolf King, aware of his shortcomings, dared not retort, but swiftly returned to a focused combat stance, baring his fangs at the Tiger King. "Haha, splendid." Logan laughed heartily. "Let us attack together." Before the words had left his mouth, Logan transformed into a streak of black light, charging towards the Tiger King's face, while the Wolf King expanded his body, darting around to strike from behind. The two creatures, whom the Tiger King regarded as mere ants, revealed their fangs, provoking an enraged roar from the Tiger King, who began to gather another cerulean projectile. Both Logan and the Wolf King focused intently, bracing themselves for the impending attack. However, a miraculous scene unfolded. After closing his massive jaws, the Tiger King did not unleash the projectile, but instead swallowed it whole. In the next moment, an ethereal cerulean wind enveloped the Tiger King, as if he were clad in azure armor. A sound akin to a million bees buzzing suddenly filled the air. In the Tiger King's crimson eyes, a glimmer of blue emerged, reminiscent of a violent whirlwind, as gusts escaped from his lips, coiling around his four massive paws. With a single step, the Tiger King froze the air around him. In the vast expanse, only the majestic Tiger King stood, as if hailing from an ancient era, mastering the tempest. Logan's flight came to a halt, his gaze fixated on the astonishing sight. "This is a beast of illusion." Before Logan could fully absorb the shock, a chilling howl reverberated through the space. "Howl!" Logan snapped back to attention, glancing at the Wolf King, his eyes narrowing in alarm. He saw that the Wolf King had not made contact with the Tiger King, but was merely grazed by the cerulean winds. Yet, his body erupted with blood, as if countless daggers had sliced through him. Roar! The Tiger King and Apos' animosity towards the Wolf King surpassed even that directed at Logan. Upon seeing the Wolf King, he erupted in fury, swinging his injured tail down upon him. The formidable black tail, sharp and fierce, howled through the air as the Wolf King howled in pain and desperately fled. Yet, compared to the Tiger King's movements, the Wolf King's efforts appeared painfully slow. Oh no! Logan had no time to spare, swiftly dodging to the Wolf King's side, his arms shrouded in armed haki as he raised them in defense. Bang! Boom! The overwhelming force pinned the Wolf King to the ground, splintering the earth beneath them and causing it to sink into a web of cracks. Logan stood atop the Wolf King, arms shielding his head, his legs buckling under the pressure. The fierce winds ruthlessly sliced at his haki, leaving numerous fine gashes in an instant. The armed haki surged into his arms, but the Tiger King was also exerting his strength, the piercing sounds of slicing growing increasingly grating. The Wolf King's head was pressed into the ground, his skull fracturing, his head caving in painfully, nearly rendering him unconscious. With only faint whimpers escaping his lips, Logan sensed the Wolf King's condition deteriorating rapidly. Damn it! Logan's pupils ignited with two fiery orbs, a surge of immense power coursing through his arms, and he suddenly heaved upwards. The Tiger King and Apos' colossal tail was sent flying, causing the Tiger King to stumble momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Logan swiftly pulled the Wolf King back. As they retreated, Logan activated his ability to siphon the Wolf King and Apos' fatal injuries and hurled him towards the pursuing Tiger King. The latter and Apos' danger sense flared, and he swiftly dodged to the side. Alas, the strike was homing in on him. Logan deftly multitasked, maneuvering the lethal orb while simultaneously replenishing the Wolf King's vitality. Howl! The Wolf King lowered his head, gratefully nuzzling Logan's palm, eyes filled with fear. Logan patted the Wolf King's head, observing the Tiger King evasively dodging not far away. His expression turned serious. Without armed Haki, it will be challenging to breach that layer of wind armor. The Wolf King nodded, a hint of melancholy flickering in his gaze. Logan continued, "In that case, I shall impart to you the method of cultivating armed Haki." The Wolf King blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. "Stop dawdling. Time is of the essence," Logan urged, pulling the Wolf King's head closer and whispering in his ear. "Armed Haki is the manifestation of will and belief through a powerful physique. Your physical strength is already sufficient, and I trust your will and belief are not lacking. What you lack is the nexus to connect the two." The Wolf King nodded, seemingly understanding. Without further ado, Logan swiftly explained how to establish that nexus and awaken the armed Haki. Upon finishing, the Wolf King nodded earnestly, clearly having grasped the concept. "Excellent." A smile graced Logan's face. The Wolf King's potential was exceptional, capable of comprehending bloodline techniques that others had struggled with for years. "Let us practice first, so you can feel it." With that, without prior warning, Logan unleashed a punch imbued with armed Haki towards the Wolf King. Bang! The Wolf King was sent flying, crashing to the ground, dazed and bewildered. Not only was the Wolf King stunned, but so too was the Tiger King. Wait, did they just have an internal conflict? The Tiger King hesitated, almost struck by the lethal orb from behind, but managed to leap just in time to evade the blow. Logan cast a glance at the Tiger King while controlling the orb, advancing towards the Wolf King with clenched fists. The quickest way to awaken armed Haki is to endure its blows. Only through personal experience can one learn to wield it. Get up. Time is short. Chapter 65. The Tiger King becomes the eunuch tiger. The Wolf King, startled, shook his head and sprang up from the ground. A woo! The Wolf King assumed a stance to receive a punch, calling out to Logan to signal that he was ready. Logan smiled, not hesitating, and unleashed a powerful punch. Following this were a second and a third punch. His dark fist, imbued with armed color Haki, struck the Wolf King's body like a tempest, lifting him from the ground to the air and then crashing him back down again. Logan did not exert excessive force, yet the overwhelming sensation of numbness and pain left the Wolf King teetering on the brink of ecstasy and agony. Bang! 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 The fierce sound of fists colliding echoed through the space. While this intense exchange unfolded, the Tiger King, desperately evading, was seething with rage. These mere ants not only forced him into such a pathetic state, but now dared to teach him a lesson in his presence. Where was the dignity of the Tiger King in all of this? Furious, the Tiger King's azure battle armor expanded instantaneously, and his massive form charged recklessly toward Logan and the Wolf King. On the other side, Logan halted his punches, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in his eyes. With a flick of his finger, a lethal orb of light surged into the Tiger King's body. Boom! A spray of blood erupted from the Tiger King's forehead, causing him to falter momentarily, pain etched across his face. Yet, that was merely a light injury to him. What was a fatal blow to the Wolf King was but a scratch to the Tiger King. The pain only ignited the Tiger King's ferocity, propelling him forward with even greater speed and aggression. Logan shielded the battered Wolf King behind him, advising, "Hold back for now. Circle around. Wait until you sense the awakening of the armed color Haki before you join in." The Wolf King nodded and swiftly retreated, his fangs exuding a searing aura. The activation of his fiery laser cannon required a considerable amount of moonlight and life energy to be unleashed. In the past, the Wolf King would have refrained from using it multiple times. But now, with Logan at his side, he felt no fear. The Wolf King positioned himself hundreds of meters away. Logan remained still, the dark armed color rapidly enveloping his entire body. He licked his lips and raised his fist. A brilliant light ignited in Logan's eyes as he bent his legs and charged at the Tiger King. The Tiger King roared, his azure armor expanding outward by 4 meters in an instant. A tempest of cutting winds enveloped Logan, the sharp sounds of slicing filling the air. While maintaining his armed color, Logan threw a punch. Bang! The clash of armed colors resonated with a deep, thunderous echo. Logan felt a rush of soreness in his fist, while the Tiger King smirked coldly, suddenly swiping with his razor-sharp claws. Bang! Logan raised his right leg to defend. Another wave of soreness coursed through him. Damn, how tough! Taking a deep breath, Logan utilized his phantasmal movement, darting around the Tiger King, his dark fists raining down blows. Since the Tiger King entered his wind demon state, his perception and reflexes seemed significantly enhanced, enabling him to counter most of Logan's attacks. Gradually, Logan found it increasingly challenging to maintain his armed color hockey. After delivering another punch, he swiftly jumped back, shedding his armed color. Alighting on a nearby patch of ground, he gazed up at the Tiger King, who retained his armed color with an air of ease, igniting a desire to scold him. The amount of hockey was linked to physical stamina, and it was evident that this creature's endurance surpassed Logan's by a considerable margin. A roar echoed from a distance, drawing Logan's attention. He couldn't help but chuckle. The Wolf King, radiant like a miniature sun, emitted a crimson heat that dispelled the surrounding darkness. The Tiger King and Apos' expression, however, was far from pleasant. His scab tail twitched instinctively, and the murderous intent in his gaze fixed on the Wolf King was palpable, as if he were about to tear him to shreds. Logan and Apos' eyes twinkled mischievously as he suddenly unsheathed his long blade, slicing toward the Tiger King and Apos' neck. Clang! The blade cut through the wind, leaving a white scratch on the Tiger King and Apos' armed color. Roar! Provoked, the Tiger King turned his head, his blood-red eyes locking onto Logan. "Hey, big kitty, come chase me," Logan taunted, turning his back and mockingly patting his rear. The Tiger King was momentarily stunned. Then, another blade of light struck, and the Tiger King furiously swatted it away. When the dust settled, Logan was seen wiggling his backside and waving his long blade at the furious creature. Veins of rage bulged on the Tiger King's forehead, cheeks, and neck. Roar! A deafening roar filled the sky, infused with boundless fury, as the Tiger King could no longer contain himself and swiped down at Logan. Logan deftly evaded with his phantasmal movement, playfully slapping his own rear twice, dancing wildly between life and death. The Wolf King watched, nearly dumbfounded, almost letting slip his fiery laser cannon in astonishment. In the realm of drawing aggro, I, the Wolf King, would gladly call you the strongest. And now, a sudden roar interrupted the Wolf King and Apos' admiration, his eyes narrowing as he instinctively unleashed a fearsome beam of scorching laser toward Logan. At that moment, the Tiger King was closing in, his blinded fury driving him to crush the human before him into a pulp. Yet, he failed to notice the strange smile creeping onto Logan's face. With a flick of his wrist, the ground beneath the Tiger King's right paw crumbled away, and in an instant, Logan and Apos' figure flickered, repeating the maneuver. Within 2 seconds, all 4 of the Tiger King and Apos' paws were trapped in the ground. Having accomplished this, Logan instantly darted 100 meters away, brushing off his sleeves and concealing his achievements. At that moment, the scorching laser beam was less than 20 meters from the Tiger King. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. The bone-chilling threat caused the Tiger King and Apos' pupils to constrict, momentarily overshadowing his rage. With immense force, his front paws thrust down, breaking through the ground. However, the force was so great that his back paws sank deeper, causing the Tiger King to rear back, his entire body tilting backward. Just then, the searing laser beam struck. What was meant to obliterate the Tiger King's face now zipped past beneath him. Boom! The fiery laser cannon exploded in the distance, instantly melting the earth into boiling magma. A crimson eruption shooting skyward, with the scorching wave of heat palpable even from afar. Logan stood, dumbfounded, utterly astonished, not by the explosion, but by the Tiger King, who, as the blazing laser passed beneath him, had been severed, a waft of charred scent wafting through the air. Logan glanced and saw a small charred remnant of black and singed fur stuck together. The Tiger King had become the eunuch tiger. Instinctively, Logan squeezed his legs together, suppressing a shiver of disgust as he gave a thumbs up to the oblivious Wolf King, who stood several hundred meters away. Brother Wolf, you are incredible.